Chapter 1. Misfortunes never come alone. In the vast expanse of China, spanning millions of square kilometers, at 9 o'clock in the morning on Provincial Road 104, within a wooling sunshine been emblazoned with the insignia of the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant and adorned with advertisements for its products, Ye Qing trembled as he ended his 7th phone call, his complexion paled. Up to this point, he had reached out to 7 acquaintances and classmates with whom he shared a reasonably good rapport, yet the funds he managed to acquire were scarce even when combined with his own savings and the amounts they pledged. It totaled merely 13,000. Ye Qing harbored no grievances, rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his friends. They were, after all, fledgling interns much like himself, devoid of any wealthy heirs among them. The willingness of those who answered his calls to part with their meager savings touched him deeply, yet that sum was woefully insufficient. Today, a grave incident had transpired at the machinery processing plant established by his father. Ye Qing's family resided in Zhongyun City, Jiangnan Province. His father, Ye Jiangning, had served as the workshop director at the Hongguang machinery plant in Zhongyuan. In 1998, amid the wave of layoffs, Ye Jiangning gathered several workers from the workshop to establish a machinery processing workshop that specialized in undertaking outsourced tasks from the now privatized Hongguang Machinery Company, Ltd. By 2009, the workshop had evolved into the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant, focusing on the production of large cutting machines, such as those for cutting pipelines, stone materials, and stainless steel plates. Until 2 years ago, the plant's sales were relatively steady. However, for reasons unknown, the orders had sharply declined over the last 2 years. With the retirement of senior personnel from Hongguang Machinery Company, Limited, the ability to secure outsourced work diminished, resulting in the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant enduring a month without a single order during its most trying times. Orders were the lifeblood of the manufacturer. In the absence of orders, the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant suffered tremendously, with employee wages in arrears for 3 months. Last week, through a connection facilitated by an old classmate working in the government, Ye Jiangning secured an order for 7 stone cutting machines from Jiangshan Stone Factory. To accommodate an inspection team evaluating Zhongyun City for its status as a civilized and sanitary city, plans were made to replace the curbstones of several major roads. Faced with an order worth millions, the owner of Jiangshan Stone Factory reluctantly entered into a cooperation agreement with the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant. While the order for 7 stone cutting machines would not lead to a windfall for the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant, the profits would at least cover the overdue wages for the 8 workers. At the peak of its operation, the plant employed over 30 workers, with orders flowing in so abundantly that overtime was a necessity. Now, however, the skilled older generation had all departed, leaving only 8 apprentice workers behind. These apprentices not only lacked proficiency, but also had increasingly difficult temperaments. Had they not been paid so little, Ye Jiangning would have dismissed them long ago. Just yesterday, after delivering a stone-cutting machine to Jiangshan Stone Factory, the machine malfunctioned shortly after operation, resulting in a misalignment of the cutting wheel guide rail, producing crooked stone pieces. This glaring technical flaw incited furious anger from Jiangshan Stone Factory, with the manager demanding that the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant send a technician immediately to rectify the issue, or they could forget about receiving the final payment. Ye Qing was that technician, having grown up in the machinery plant and pursued a degree in mechanical engineering. He spent his internship driving his wooling sunshine around the southern province, providing after-sales service for the machinery sold by his family's company. The guide rail used to maneuver the cutting wheel was the most intricate component of the stone cutting machine, and the Qing cutting machinery manufacturing plant lacked the capacity to produce it. Not only could Ye Qing and his team not manufacture it, but across the entire Jiangnan province, there were only a handful of facilities capable of producing satisfactory guide rails. Unable to fabricate them, they resorted to purchasing the guide rails from Wanyang Precision Machinery Company, Limited, a well-established company with a stellar reputation for over a decade, ensuring that defective products would never reach their customers. Thus, the misalignment of the guide rail could only be attributed to the errors made by the workers during installation, leading to damage and deformation of the guide rail. After a sleepless night spent replacing the guide rail and adjusting the machine, Ye Qing was met with a grim countenance from the owner of Jiangshan Stone Factory, who dismissed him brusquely, showing no inclination to even provide breakfast. Starving, Ye Qing bought 5 buns from a street vendor and hurried home, yearning for a restful slumber. However, fate had other plans. Halfway home, He received a call from Ye Qing, whose voice was laced with anxiety as he reported that an accident had occurred at the plant. At 8 o'clock that morning, 8 employees arrived at work on electric bikes. After they had completed the fingerprint scan, Ye Qing announced the day's tasks before retreating upstairs for a much-needed rest. The distressing call from Jiangshan Stone Factory had robbed him of sleep the previous night. After years of crafting cutting machines, how could they still experience such a rudimentary malfunction as a misaligned cutting wheel? If word of this spread, the reputation of the Qingyun cutting machinery manufacturing plant would be irrevocably tarnished. It was precisely because Ye Qing had succumbed to fatigue that a severe human error occurred. When constructing machinery, large components are typically cut from steel plates using flame cutters, then milled to achieve the appropriate dimensions. Steel plates vary in specifications, thickness, and weight. During the process of handling steel plates with the overhead crane, the youngest worker, Pang Ruifeng, insisted on practicing his skills with the crane's remote control, claiming he wished to learn a new technique. It must be acknowledged that operating the crane was indeed exhilarating. This massive apparatus, spanning 20 meters and weighing several tons, could be effortlessly controlled with a remote akin to that of a toy car. As it roared to life, it resembled a locomotive, its immense power irresistible to anyone who laid eyes on it. Pang Ruifeng had long desired to operate the crane, and with Ye Qing upstairs resting, he finally seized the opportunity, persuading Chao Yun to relinquish the remote control. Once he had the remote in hand, under Chao Yun's guidance, he successfully transported a steel plate to the cutting area. After the steel plate was cut, the workers prepared to move the components they had just welded into the machine's base onto the CNC milling machine for smoothing. Pang Ruifeng volunteered to operate the crane once more, and seeing that he had managed adequately before, Chao Yun said nothing. However, as Pang Ruifeng maneuvered the crane to position the cut components above the CNC milling machine, he neglected to halt the descent of the hook. This resulted in the 1.5-ton base of the stone cutting machine crashing forcefully onto the CNC milling machine. The CNC milling machine was the largest in the plant, a colossal apparatus designed for processing large metal components. Measuring several dozen meters in length, 3 meters in height, and weighing 17 tons, the unprocessed machine base obliterated the lifting system of the CNC milling machine, causing severe damage to the 4-meter-long worktable. The repair cost would amount to several tens of thousands. Yet this was not the root of Ye Qing's despair. Above the CNC milling machine, there was a computer-operated arm that resembled a street lamp. This arm could move laterally, facilitating workers in controlling the milling machine from various angles. The arm was merely supported by standard stainless steel pipes, and at that moment, 2 other workers, Liang Xiaojun and Qin Dongdong, stood on either side of the CNC milling machine, preparing to adjust the machine base's position for processing. Unfortunately, the fractured operating arm and the damaged casing of the lifting system struck the 2 unsuspecting workers, sending them crashing to the ground. Fortuitously, the machine base was obstructed by the CNC milling machine, sparing them from being directly struck. Otherwise, they would have found themselves on an operating table in a hospital. This incident was a severe occupational injury caused by the negligence of the workers. Ye Qing hurriedly descended the stairs, accompanied by several workers. They lifted the bloodied Liu Xiaojun and Qin Dongdong into the cargo truck, recklessly running through 8 red lights en route to the municipal hospital. Within the truck's confines, Pang Ruifeng, his complexion more pallid than parchment, vehemently insisted that he had indeed released the descending button. It was the malfunction of the remote control that precipitated this tragic workplace accident. Worker Chao Yun expressed his discontent with a fierce kick and several resounding slaps. At this juncture, it is futile to investigate whether Pang Ruifeng had made an operational error. The workplace injuries sustained by Liu Xiaojun and Qin Dongdong occurred during working hours. Thus, all expenses and compensations fall under the responsibility of their employer, Ye Qing. Liu Xiaojun suffered fractures of the 3rd and 4th ribs on the left side of her chest, alongside a comminuted fracture of her right scapula. Qin Dongdong endured a skull fracture, with the potential for intracranial hemorrhaging, as well as extensive lacerations on his back. Due to poor performance, the Qingyun cutting machinery manufacturing factory had already defaulted on 3 months' wages for its workers. A stone cutting machine sent to Jiangshan Stone Factory had yet to receive its final payment. Moments ago, Ye Qing had placed a phone call, only to be met with the factory manager's stubborn insistence on an additional week of trial use before any payment would be made. Well aware of the factory's dire situation, Ye Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him. The deposit received from Jiangshan Stone Factory had been entirely allocated for purchasing production materials. With orders in hand, The workers were willing to wait another month, reassured by Ye Jiangning's promise of an extra 1,000 yuan for each worker upon completion of the orders. The factory's liquid assets amounted to only a few thousand yuan, and aside from real estate, there were no savings to speak of. Years of poor performance had drained the profits from previous years into subsidizing the factory's operations. Ye Qing could only pray that Lu Xiaozhen and Qian Dongdong would not suffer any grave consequences. As the Jiangshan stone factory approached Meihua town, a traffic accident on the road ahead caused a long line of vehicles to come to a standstill. Ye Qing reversed the van a short distance and parked by the roadside. Reclining in his seat, he activated the car's MP3 player, allowing himself to be enveloped by the melodious tunes of the nationwide sensation, Su Ningong. Hailing from Zhongyun, Su Ningong had been Ye Qing's classmate throughout elementary school, revealing her unparalleled artistic talent even then. In the 4th grade, Ye Qing had even penned a love letter to her, though the outcome was disheartening. During middle school, Su Ningong transferred to Shijing, severing all ties with Ye Qing. Now, he found little room for such thoughts, as she had ascended to national fame, garnering recognition across South Asia, while he remained in a world far removed from hers. As Ye Qing pondered whether to seek financial assistance from friends, his mother, Su Lan, called, her voice tinged with tears. She informed him that Ye Jiangning, outside the operating room, had been assaulted by the relatives of the injured when they arrived, furious over the circumstances surrounding Lu Xiaozhen and Qian Dongdong surgeries. Chapter 2. The anomaly in the water pool. Ye Qing's fingers clutched the steering wheel, turning white, his complexion a pallid shade of gray. After repeatedly calling his father, the persistent busy signal made him realize that his father's injuries were likely far more severe than his mother had described. He yearned to teleport instantly to Zhongyun City, to confront the relatives of those who had assaulted his father, yet the remnants of rationality warned him against such impulsiveness. For the following days, local morning news headlines would sensationalize the incident. A serious accident occurred at a local factory. The factory's representative exhibited a brazen attitude and assaulted the families of the injured. The road ahead remained congested, and in a sudden maneuver, Ye Qing swerved the van to take an alternative route. He was intimately familiar with the roads surrounding Zhongyun City, reversing his vehicle to avoid being ensnared in the interminable traffic. However, the small road he chose was in poor condition, originally constructed for heavy trucks to service local brick kilns. After the closure of the kilns, this bumpy road had become undesirable for local inhabitants. The Wuling van, being rear-wheel drive with a high chassis, could handle rough terrain with relative ease, alleviating Ye Qing's fears. As he navigated through stretches of farmland, passing by a quaint village, the road conditions worsened. The van jolted violently as it traversed a series of massive craters resembling those created by a nuclear explosion. Cautiously avoiding the large potholes formed by heavy vehicles, Ye Qing recalled that shortly ahead, there was a section of road that had severely sunk, necessitating a detour through the adjacent farmland. This was precisely why Ye Qing preferred to endure the traffic jams. His ignorance concerning crops meant that if it were wheat, it would be manageable, but should it be corn or melons, his vehicle would be unable to pass without damaging the farmer's produce. Soon, he encountered a pothole nearly 1.5 meters deep, and fortunately, the adjacent fields were planted with wheat, marked by numerous tire tracks. Ye Qing, adhering to the imprints left by predecessors, muttered apologies to the landowner. I truly have no choice but to borrow this path through your wheat field. I've heard that wheat can still grow even if trampled. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the left front tire of the van exploded with a sound akin to a detonating firecracker. Ye Qing felt a surge of frustration as he hastily exited the vehicle. To his horror, he discovered that the van's left front tire had struck a patch covered with sharp steel spikes. Familiar with machinery, he identified these contraptions not as parts from any agricultural equipment, but as maliciously crafted devices specifically designed to puncture tires. Concealed amidst the green wheat, it was nearly impossible for Ye Qing to spot them, regardless of his keen eyesight. Upon further inspection, he was nearly struck with terror. The fields flanking the pothole were littered with such spikes. He counted over a dozen in a mere cursory glance. What enmity could provoke such a vengeful act? Crushing a wheat field in this manner seemed an excessive measure. Ye Qing hastily removed the tire puncturing device and attempted to drive onto the road. But the left side wheel remained mired in the soft wheat soil, refusing to budge, while the rear wheel spun helplessly, scattering wheat in every direction. Changing the tire in such soft earth was futile. Ye Qing retrieved a jack and a spare tire, yet the jack sank into the loose soil upon being raised. This land must have been cursed by some malevolent farmer, and Ye Qing felt his frustration escalating. The van was stocked with wrenches, levels, sockets, calipers, and voltage testers, but lacked any means to stabilize the jack. The bare wheat field offered no tree roots or wooden planks for support. In a moment of desperation, Ye Qing recalled the broken wooden boats he had seen in the large potholes by the roadside earlier and dashed back with a hammer and a lever. These craters, resembling bombed-out sites, were remnants of the former brick kiln's excavation. After its closure, local residents likely repurposed the water-filled pits for fishing, leaving behind several dilapidated wooden boats. Breathless, Ye Qing reached the nearest crater and descended down the slope. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself dumbfounded. The area was piled high with discarded hollow bricks, almost forming a small mountain, and beside it lay a steep cliff. Lacking the agility of Spider-Man, he had no choice but to scramble over the jagged edges of the bricks. Cautiously climbing, Ye Qing reached the top, inhaled deeply, and leaped down from the height of over 2 meters onto the soft earth below. Unscathed, he suddenly watched in horror as his phone slipped from his pocket and plummeted into the water pool ahead. Without hesitation, Ye Qing lunged forward, desperate to rescue the device that had been a gift for recharging. The water was unfathomably deep. Ye Qing plunged his entire arm into the pool, helplessly watching as the phone sank slowly to the bottom. This was a deep pit left by the brick kiln's excavation, where even 10 Ye Qings stacked upon one another would not suffice to drown. Such depths were daunting. Not even an expert swimmer like Phelps could navigate this abyss. The phone held little monetary value, but it contained a plethora of irreplaceable data and countless photos that could not be bought back for any sum of money. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Ye Qing lamented, crouching in anguish. Suddenly, a flash of blue light jolted him from his despair. The dark green waters of the pool seemed to surge with a surge of high-voltage electricity, unleashing countless arcs of blue lightning from the depths. The ground trembled as the cliffs around the pool shed dirt, splashing water in all directions. The blue light illuminated the pool's depths, revealing Ye Qing's astonished face. In the flickering light of the arcs, Ye Qing discerned that the source of the intense electric discharges was indeed the phone that had just plunged into the water. It was utterly inconceivable. The phone's battery, at most, could hold 2,000 milliamp hours, and it had been reduced to a mere 0.11 degrees of charge. Such meager energy could scarcely electrocute a fish, let alone produce a spectacle akin to an apocalyptic thunderstorm. Yet, the impossible had transpired. Ye Qing felt as though the scientific worldview he had nurtured for over 2 decades had been irrevocably shattered. As rational thoughts began to resurface, he questioned whether the series of calamities had driven him to madness, conjuring illusions. Yet, even more bewildering awaited him, as the phone crackled with violent arcs. It slowly began to rise towards the surface. Ye Qing let out a frantic scream and scrambled up the pile of bricks. If the phone could generate such chaos underwater, what would happen when it emerged? Would he even survive? The fierce electric arcs surely would pierce through him like a candied hawthorn skewer. However, Ye Qing underestimated the phone's ascent speed. Before he could climb halfway, it burst forth from the water with a whoosh. He barely had time to turn around and shouted, "My life is forfeit." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What he had anticipated as a thunderous strike did not occur. Ye Qing, slick with cold sweat, glanced back and nearly fell from the pile of bricks. The phone, it was inexplicably floating behind him. At that moment, the phone had reverted to its original form, the previous display of electric arcs almost making Ye Qing doubt his own eyesight. Under no circumstances would he abandon the device. So he casually picked up a brick and gently tapped the floating phone. There was no reaction, prompting him to cautiously extend a fingertip to touch it. If there were an electric shock, his finger muscles would spasm uncontrollably, causing him to withdraw. This was a technique used frequently by electricians, and Ye Qing, having worked with machinery for years, had developed an instinct for it. When his fingertip made contact with the phone, he felt no electric shock nor static, only a chilling sensation. Seizing the phone, Ye Qing was consumed with curiosity as to why it emitted electricity. Pressing the power button, he was astonished to find the screen illuminating. However, the traditional Android interface had vanished, replaced by the words "system upgrading." All attempts to return to the previous screen were futile. Chapter 3. Why stop the car? 1%, 2%, 3%. Water intrusion. 100,000 volts of electricity, and yet it still functions? Ye Qing hesitated to increase the flow. How could it automatically upgrade its system? With such a bizarre occurrence, Ye Qing was reluctant to discard his phone. The van was in urgent need of rescue, and he could not afford to wait for the upgrade. He hastily pocketed the phone and grabbed a hammer, seeking trouble with the nearby dilapidated boat. With a series of loud thuds, he dismantled a piece of the boat, shouldered it, and navigated through the rubble, pushing full throttle towards the van. The van remained unharmed, still parked in the wheat field. After placing the dismantled piece beneath the vehicle, he swiftly replaced the damaged tire using a jack. He then positioned the board under the rear wheels to address the slipping issue. With a swift reverse, the van surged onto the road. Ye Qing shifted into second gear and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared as he treated the van like a tractor, racing through the wheat field. Oh, there are traps set along both sides of the sinking road. I shall take a wide detour. Surely, the wheat field cannot be entirely rigged with traps. Successfully circumventing the field, as the road conditions began to improve, Ye Qing seized a moment to check his phone, now upgraded to 25%. Just as he approached the main road, the sound of sirens echoed from afar. Looking up, he spotted several red fire trucks speeding towards him. As the two vehicles neared, the leading fire truck blared its horn, signaling the advertisement-laden van to yield. The deafening sound of the horn filled the air, but Ye Qing stubbornly refused to make way, responding with his own horn. The road was too narrow to accommodate both vehicles, resulting in the fire truck being forced to a halt by Ye Qing's van. Are you insane? A firefighter, clad in heavy protective gear, leaned out of the window, urgency etched across his face as he shouted at Ye Qing. There's been an accident on Provincial Road 140, and the road is completely blocked. We are taking a shortcut to save lives. Why are you obstructing us? A vehicle behind quickly parked, and several agile firefighters leaped out, their expressions fraught with anxiety and anger, ready to forcibly move Ye Qing's van aside if necessary. Comrades! Ye Qing also leaned out, shouting, "Can you stop without my obstruction? The road ahead has collapsed into a large pit. You must navigate around the wheat field." What? The firefighters were taken aback. Of course, they could maneuver around, but did they need his reminder? The wheat field beside the vast pit was strewn with tire-puncturing devices. Just moments ago, his own vehicle had suffered a flat tire. Ye Qing raised his voice, "Be extremely cautious. You need to detour far and take a wide arc before rejoining the road." Damn. The firefighters exchanged glances, realizing they often set up tire traps on the road to catch those attempting to evade inspections. They never imagined they would encounter such a device themselves. The owner of the wheat field must have been quite disgruntled to resort to such a malicious tactic to protect his crops. "Thank you. You did the right thing by stopping. You deserve commendation." The driver of the fire truck saluted him through the glass. Had it not been for Ye Qing's intervention, their fire trucks would surely have become stranded in the wheat. Each fire truck had 10 wheels, but they only carried one spare tire, potentially delaying aid to the victims trapped in their vehicles. After conveying this information, Ye Qing quickly reversed and parked by the roadside in the wheat field. The firefighters wasted no time expressing their gratitude, leaping into their vehicles with the speed of a bolt of lightning. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to lose a second. Before long, an ambulance rushed past, prompting Ye Qing to slap his forehead, realizing he had no choice but to stop the vehicle once again. At 10 in the morning, a Wuling van arrived at the city hospital. After parking, Ye Qing barely paid attention to his phone as he dashed to the nearby ATM, withdrawing all his savings and what he had borrowed from classmates. Upon reaching the third-floor surgical ward, as the elevator doors opened, Ye Qing was nearly overwhelmed by the throng of people in the hallway. Most were dressed simply, their faces contorted in anguish, surrounding Su Lan and demanding answers, threatening to take legal action if their concerns were not addressed. Several other workers were caught in the crowd, anxiously awaiting news of Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong's surgeries while trying to comfort their families. A few staff members from the park administration and 2 police officers surrounded Pang Ruifeng, who was responsible for the accident, taking his statement. Pang Ruifeng appeared pale but resolute, adamantly claiming that the remote control had malfunctioned, insisting that it was well past due for replacement. He had only been at the factory for 4 months. Who was he to ascertain the lifespan of the remote? Having grasped the cause of the accident, Ye Qing felt an overwhelming urge to confront Pang Ruifeng. At that moment, his mother, Su Lan, spotted him, quickly wiping away her tears and urging him to care for Ye Jiangning, assuring him she would handle things here. With a heavy heart, Ye Qing inquired about his father's condition and nodded in understanding. Ye Jiangning was hospitalized on the 5th floor. After handing over more than 10,000 yuan to his mother, he hurried upstairs. At the door, Ye Qing took a deep breath, composed himself, and entered. The ward housed 3 patients. The other 2 were chatting with their families while the lone figure in the middle lay quietly beneath the blankets. His chest was wrapped in bandages, his eyes swollen. In an instant, Ye Qing could not contain his tears, stepping forward to gently call out, but Ye Jiangning did not respond. He had just undergone surgery, and the anesthetic had not yet worn off. The nurse had mentioned needing to wake him every 2 hours. An ant nearby, peeling an apple, softly reminded Ye Qing. "You must be his son. The nurse mentioned your father was attacked. Are you aware?" Ye Qing wiped away his tears, murmuring that he knew. The ant sighed, choosing not to say more. "Could you please keep an eye on him?" Ye Qing asked, promising to return shortly. Exiting, he headed straight for the doctor's duty room to inquire about his father's injuries. The attending physician pulled out the medical records from the desk, pointing to the X-ray film displayed on the LED viewer. The patient has no significant external injuries, but one rib is fractured. It has been repaired with a steel plate during surgery. For the time being, the patient must remain in bed, avoiding bending, deep breaths, or loud coughing, as such actions could cause the steel plate to rupture. The doctor added, previously, the patient's family paid for the surgery. You will need to settle the hospitalization and treatment fees in the lobby downstairs over the next few days. After hearing this, Ye Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thanked the doctor and returned to the ward, holding his head in despair as he pondered the treatment costs. His parents had few siblings. With only one uncle, one maternal uncle, and one aunt living in other provinces, their financial situation was modest. A few tens of thousands could be borrowed, but it would hardly suffice. Taking out his phone, Ye Qing attempted to call his uncle, but the upgrade was at 63%, causing him to nearly drop the phone in frustration. Chapter 4. The Monster Factory. His father was still under the influence of anesthesia. Lost in a deep slumber, Ye Qing gently searched his father's trousers pocket, but found no phone. The outer coat had likely been discarded, cut apart by the doctors with scissors. He took a moment to rush upstairs to inquire with his mother, who informed him that his uncle and uncle's family had already called, pooling together 50,000 yuan for a transfer. They mentioned that if it was insufficient, they would borrow more, but they needed to wait. 50,000 yuan. A flamboyantly dressed young man in the crowd, upon hearing the mention of money, immediately perked up and squeezed his way to Ye Qing's side, indignantly declaring, "If you have money, bring it out quickly. My uncle is still on the operating table, his life hanging in the balance. Even 200,000 wouldn't suffice. Having paid the surgical fees, where am I supposed to find more money?" Sulan, somewhat irate, shielded Ye Qing, retorting, "My husband was assaulted by Yulad, and I haven't even asked for medical expenses yet. He deserved it. Not a single one of the bosses is decent." The young man's words were cut short as Ye Qing forcefully slammed him against the corridor wall. Ye Qing unleashed a flurry of blows, his knee crashing into the young man's abdomen. Consumed by impulse, Ye Qing could hardly think of anything else. His father had been attacked, and one of the assailants dared to taunt him in that moment. Waves of fury billowed from his gaze like steam from a battleship. Had the law ceased to exist? The assailant's family dared to resort to violence? The young man groaned, clutching his stomach, breathless as he threatened, "Just you wait. You're in for it now." With that, two more youths from the crowd began to close in. "Enough," barked a police officer with the rank of second-level deputy, pushing the two aside. "If there's any more trouble, I'll take you all to the station," each facing 15 days of administrative detention. Zhao Yun also stepped in to mediate, embracing Ye Qing and urging him to remain calm. "The one who instigated the violence has already been taken away by the police. They'll surely provide an explanation." Realizing the instigator had been apprehended, Ye Qing glanced at his mother for confirmation. Once he received it, he managed to quell his anger somewhat. However, he understood that given the circumstances, the police would undoubtedly consider the emotions of the families involved. At most, the assailants would only face a 15-day detention. The crowd's focus shifted when the door to the operating room swung open, drawing attention as a doctor clad in surgical attire called out for the patient's family. "How is the patient?" Ye Qing, disregarding everything else, hurriedly joined Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong's family in surrounding the doctor with inquiries. "There is no danger to life. Both injured parties have completed surgery. Qian Dongdong has a skull fracture and will need to be admitted to the ICU for observation over the next few days to prevent possible intracranial bleeding." Upon hearing that there was no immediate life threat, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, the tense atmosphere easing slightly. However, the ICU news left several family members pale with anxiety. How can it be no danger to life if he needs intensive care? The doctor gestured for the crowd to disperse, allowing access for the patient. "Rest assured, even in the event of intracranial bleeding, it won't be life-threatening. It can be quickly addressed without impacting the patient's future ability to work, as he has sustained brain damage." That's a relief, the family thought, their first instinct being to ensure the best care, regardless of costs. Typically, doctors favored treating work-related injury patients due to the clarity of their cases and the likelihood of charging for expensive treatments, with the costs ultimately covered by the employer. Ye Qing, despite not fully understanding the intricacies, felt no need to comment. The incident had occurred at his family's factory, and cooperating with the hospital was a moral obligation. Anyone with a sliver of conscience would not skimp on such matters. After assisting Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong into their hospital room, Sulan finally found a moment to visit her husband on the 5th floor. She was aware of the factory's financial struggles, but seeing her husband lying in a hospital bed alongside two injured workers filled her with dread over the impending medical bills and compensation. Tears began to flow as she pondered their uncertain future. Ye Qing gently placed a supportive hand on his mother's frail shoulder, promising, "Leave everything to me. The factory has plenty of machinery. If necessary, I can sell some." No sooner had he spoken than a nurse entered, handing Ye Qing a stack of documents. The ICU costs 8,000 a day, and with only 22,000 remaining after the surgeries, it will only last until tomorrow. After the nurse departed, 5 workers squeezed into the room, nervously addressing Ye Qing. "Boss," the group stammered, their usually boisterous demeanor replaced by hesitation. "What is it?" Ye Qing asked in a low tone. "We have discussed it and decided to resign together." Chow Yun, the eldest among them, spoke up awkwardly. "It's not that we lack compassion, but after such an incident at the factory, the profits from our upcoming orders won't even cover the medical expenses. We have families to support, and if we continue working, we'll only end up with unpaid wages." Ye Qing felt a surge of panic at the news of their collective resignation. "I can sell some machines to cover the medical expenses. I'll sell the CNC gantry milling machine. We can outsource the work needed for it to fulfill our current orders." "Would that work?" "But the CNC machine operators, Lu Xiaojin and Qian Dongdong, are hospitalized, and we won't find anyone to fill in temporarily. Moreover, the boss is injured. Without his guidance, we won't know what to do." The workers, initially tense, began to articulate their concerns one by one. "How can we continue under these circumstances? Wages are uncertain, and the boss is absent." With the conversation reaching this point, Ye Qing felt powerless to reverse the situation. "I ask for your understanding. The factory is in crisis, and I cannot pay wages at this moment." Standing up, he patted their shoulders reassuringly. "I will sell the machines promptly to ensure everyone receives their wages. If I fail to pay within a month, you can come to the factory to take steel plates and machinery." The workers quickly assured him they understood. Once they left, Ye Qing turned his attention back to his mother. He hurried downstairs, intent on assessing the damage to the CNC gantry milling machine at the factory. Selling it was the only viable option left, and he needed to determine how much it could fetch. The Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Factory is situated in the southwestern corner of the industrial park in Zhongyun City, where Ye Qing's father and grandfather had lived. In 2009, the area underwent demolition and expansion into an industrial park. Ye Jiangning, adhering to the development plan, built a standard production facility. The factory spans over 2,000 square meters and includes a yard. Initially, there were incentives for entrepreneurship in the park. In compensation for the land and the old house with a yard significantly reduced costs. Thus, the steel-structured factory did not require a hefty investment. This factory represents Ye Qing's family's most significant real estate asset. However, the manufacturing sector in Zhongyun City is currently in decline, with an abundance of vacant standard factories in the park, making them nearly impossible to sell. With a heavy heart, Ye Qing entered the factory. The processing machines, cutting machines, automatic wire-feeding argon welding machines, 10-ton floor-mounted presses, and radial drilling and milling machines comprised the core machinery of the factory. Unfortunately, in an age where such equipment is worth less than scrap paper, it was virtually unsellable. Only the gantry milling machine held any value, navigating through piles of steel plates. Ye Qing approached it. He vividly recalled the moment in 2009 when this colossal machine was hoisted and assembled in the factory. The excitement he felt was palpable. Standing a full story high and measuring dozens of meters in length, this immense metal structure held a profound power and awe for any young person. The sheer impact of its metallic presence was undeniable. This machine belonged to the Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Factory and to Ye Qing himself. Now, gazing at the machine tool base lying horizontally on the workbench, the lifting system and computer control arm battered beyond recognition, and the dark red stains on the ground, Ye Qing gently caressed the glossy, embossed nameplate of the portal milling machine before resolutely striding towards the office area at the end of the factory. This space spanned 3 floors and comprised 14 rooms. The first floor housed various components. The second floor served as the office for Ye Qing and her father, while the third floor was designated for the workers' dining and dormitory facilities. Upon reaching her own office, Ye Qing powered on her computer, preparing to log into the local forum to post an urgent advertisement for the sale of a second-hand portal milling machine. The prices for used machinery had not plummeted significantly. The larger the machinery, the more critical the impact of metal stress on processing precision. A machine utilized for several years often exhibited slightly better stability than newly manufactured models. However, the current portal milling machine was damaged, purchased in 2009 during a period of soaring metal prices. Initially acquired for nearly 1 million yuan, after careful consideration, Ye Qing dared to set the price at only 200,000. This was the only way to ensure that potential buyers perceived a profitable opportunity, prompting them to visit the factory and promptly pay for the purchase. As she meticulously edited her post in the serene office, an unexpected vibration from her phone shattered the silence, startling Ye Qing. Wasn't the phone undergoing an upgrade? Why was it vibrating? Pulling the device from her pocket, she discovered that the originally plastic-bodied phone had transformed into one with a cold, hard metallic exterior. Strangely, the charging and headphone ports had vanished. It was bizarre, so bizarre it defied belief. Ye Qing's heart raced as she pressed a button, only for the upgraded device to present a fingerprint-binding scan interface on the screen. I must be dreaming. With her mouth agape, she skeptically pressed her thumb against the screen. After 2 beeping sounds, the phone confirmed that the fingerprint binding was complete. However, what baffled Ye Qing was that the upgraded system had erased all applications from the phone, leaving no trace of photos or contacts. The stark screen displayed only a single application, Monster Factory. The internet was gone, as was the signal. What was Monster Factory? Confusion clouded Ye Qing's mind. The incident of her phone short-circuiting from water exposure with a shocking voltage was frightening enough, yet now even the casing had changed. Perhaps aliens were playing a prank on her. With her nerves already frayed, Ye Qing entertained this thought and clicked on the only application available. Monster Factory. Here resides a wondrous race of creatures who cherish labor and excel in crafting various machinery. Their understanding of mechanics transcends even their own existence. Beneath their remarkable physiques lies extraordinary skill: arc welding, machine tools, milling machines, drilling machines, CNC machines, laser welders, 5-axis machining centers, 7-axis CNC machining centers, and 10,000-ton hydraulic presses. There is nothing beyond the capabilities of this group of creatures when it comes to machinery. You can recruit them into the real world to assist you with various processing tasks. Additionally, this application features a magical marketplace that offers an array of processing tools: common, fine, rare, excellent, legendary, handheld cutter, common quality, attributes, increases cutting ability by 15. Electric drill, fine quality, attributes, drilling ability 25, drilling speed 5. Caliper, rare quality, attributes, measurement precision 40, chance of achieving perfect accuracy 1. Flame cutter, excellent quality, attributes, cutting ability 150, flame temperature 100, cutting speed 80. Cutting precision 15. Metal flaw detector, legendary quality, attributes, flaw detection depth 200, accuracy 200, penetration density 200, detection varieties 50. With a 5 chance to ignore any material obstruction, executing perfect flaw detection skills. You can purchase all manner of processing tools here. Chapter 5. The mighty laborers. The Monster Factory can be upgraded to a total of 9 levels, with higher levels granting increasingly powerful functionalities. By recruiting 10 monsters, one can elevate to the 2nd level. Upon reaching this level, you will gain access to blueprints for various products and possess a Lord's battle vehicle, enabling you to traverse the skies and seas, rendering you virtually omnipotent. The first 3 levels of this factory represent a developmental phase, where upgrades are relatively straightforward. Upon reaching the 3rd level, the formal phase commences, unlocking the manufacturing leaderboard and granting the ability to purchase blueprints for technologies previously unattainable by humankind. At that juncture, manufacturing factories worldwide will be ranked based on their comprehensive strength. You must strive to expand the Monster Factory, starting by surpassing local manufacturing enterprises, gradually working your way up to ultimately ascend to the pinnacle as the world's foremost entity, unlocking the 9th level of the Monster Factory and reaping the ultimate rewards. Note, the ultimate rewards are powerful beyond your imagination. Ensure the Monster Factory evolves into the largest manufacturing enterprise on a global scale. Ye Qing was utterly captivated by this introduction. The prospect of recruiting monsters was already astonishing. Yet this merely scratched the surface of what the Monster Factory had to offer. Ascending to the 2nd level would yield a Lord's battle vehicle, while reaching the 3rd level would initiate formal development and activate the manufacturing leaderboard, with the ultimate goal of dominating the global manufacturing industry. This ambition felt overwhelmingly grand. Ye Qing contemplated the likes of Samsung in South Korea, Mitsubishi in Japan, Volkswagen in Germany, and General Motors in the United States, titans of global manufacturing. Take Samsung. For instance, their mobile phone production is just the tip of the iceberg. With over 200,000 employees, their ventures span electronics, finance, machinery, oil, military, construction, and chemicals, accounting for nearly 1/5 of South Korea's GDP. This is the true essence of such a colossal entity. To elevate the Monster Factory to the world's largest scale, it is imperative to overshadow these global giants. Those daring enough to harbor such thoughts might be found in the Zhongyun City West Island Hospital, colloquially referred to as the Zhongyun Mental Health Hospital. However, before him lay a vast and unprecedented avenue of opportunity. This path was so expansive that it defied imagination. Traversing its length could potentially compel the entire manufacturing industry of the world to yield and tremble. Even a fool recognizes the importance of seizing opportunities, with the only difference being the scale of one's vision. With the allure of monsters, lord vehicles, and black technology emerging post-level 3, Ye Qing firmly believed that through his efforts, achieving the status of the world's leading manufacturing entity was entirely within reach. Envision the spectacle if these manufacturing behemoths, Samsung, Mitsubishi, Volkswagen, General Motors, were all beneath his feet. In such a scenario, Ye Qing would become the deity in the hearts of a billion young women, the most influential man in the world. Terms like Appa, fresh meat, and national goddess would pale in comparison to his stature, for even the most successful among them would merely be a spokesperson for his products. With the aspirations set forth by the Monster Factory, Ye Qing resolved to pursue the title of the world's foremost manufacturing entity, not solely for the accolades, but to become the most influential man globally, the idol of a billion young hearts, and to secure the ultimate super reward. At this moment, Ye Qing found himself ensnared in a blissful fantasy, convinced that he could accomplish all this by tomorrow. Alas, the sound of a notification from his phone jolted him back to reality. Notification: the user has not yet bound the factory. A registered establishment named Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Factory has been detected under the user's name. Would you like to bind it? Upon the completion of the factory, Ye Jiangning had appointed Ye Qing as the legal representative. This was due to the numerous incentives provided by the park's management committee aimed at young entrepreneurs, including a 3-year tax exemption, making it unreasonable not to have Ye Qing's name associated with it. This was too incredible. Ye Qing even suspected that this phone had secretly infiltrated the internal network of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Filled with inexplicable excitement and anticipation, Ye Qing gently tapped "Yes" on the screen. Binding successful. The system automatically grants 2 mighty laborers and an opportunity for a processing tool lottery upgrade. Level 1 Monster Factory, bound, can recruit mighty workers and purchase ordinary quality processing tools. Attributes: Manufacturing Efficiency 1, Manufacturing Precision 1, Manufacturing Lifespan 1. After displaying this information, the screen abruptly flashed 2 cards. Both cards bore the visage of monsters with tusks, accompanied by a prompt asking, "Would you like to use them?" Mighty Laborers. Processing Precision 5, Processing Speed 5. They possess a combat power of 10, are inherently strong, and are proficient in operating various mechanical tools. Truly rare, ordinary laborers. After perusing the introduction, Ye Qing took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself to face the 2 monsters, and then clicked the affirmative option. Suddenly, an unearthly and terrifying roar emanated from behind Ye Qing. It resembled a beast's howl, deep and resonant. Ye Qing's body bristled with fear as he swiftly turned around. Under the brilliant sunlight, a dense white mist materialized in the office, which was soon parted by 2 massive, muscular hands resembling those of a dragon. Two monsters with azure skin, more robust than bears and more muscular than Arnie, abruptly stood behind Ye Qing. Their towering frames, nearly 2 meters tall, threatened to breach the ceiling. They bore a human-like appearance, yet their arms were 5 times the width of an ordinary human's, their bulk rivaling that of NBA's Shaquille O'Neal. With protruding tusks and bristly hair on their chests, their heads were completely bald. In disbelief, Ye Qing gasped, "What on earth?" Even with prior mental preparation, he was still frightened enough to flee through the door. He dashed to the production area, grasping a crowbar for courage, and once again ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he peered into the corridor, relieved to find no monsters within. As he crept closer to his office, he could hear the heavy breathing emanating from inside. With swift fingers, he tapped the 2 cards in the mobile application to mark them as resting. Once their status displayed, resting, Ye Qing mustered the courage to take a glance inside. To his astonishment, the 2 monsters had vanished. Just as he suspected, Ye Qing hurried to the production workshop, gripping the crowbar tightly, and summoned the 2 monsters once more. A thick mist enveloped the room, and the 2 robust monsters emerged, standing before Ye Qing, motionless, as if awaiting his command. Observing their imposing stature did little to diminish Ye Qing's confidence. They stood at an impressive height of nearly 1.95 meters, with arms that could rival Ye Qing's waist. He even speculated that a single punch from one of these fellows could leave a world boxing champion crying for their mother. "Crouch," Ye Qing commanded excitedly. There was no need for excessive words. The 2 monsters obediently crouched down. Each delivered a punch to their own heads, producing a resounding crack akin to cannon fire, leaving the mighty laborers bewildered as they exchanged puzzled glances. "I can control these 2 monsters." The introduction indicated that these 2 were adept at operating various beginner-level mechanical tools and possessed skills that enhanced precision and speed by 5. The workshop was replete with machinery and processing tools. "You 2, go lift the base of the gantry milling machine and take a look," Ye Qing instructed. recalling the introduction that boasted of their immense strength and eager to test it out. Okay, the two monsters responded in a somewhat clumsy, yet comprehensible Mandarin, leaving Ye Qing momentarily speechless. They could talk? Without allowing Ye Qing a moment to inquire, the two mighty laborers swaggered towards the CNC gantry milling machine. Upon observing the machine base overhead, each mighty laborer grasped one end with arms as thick as Ye Qing's waist, effortlessly lifting the over 1,000 pound machine base without breaking a sweat. Ye Qing stood agape, astonished that something so heavy could be lifted so easily. Such strength would be wasted not laboring on a construction site. Two immensely strong laborers complied without hesitation as they lifted materials to my side. Their obedient demeanor almost brought tears to my eyes. Who could fathom how the previous workers had acted? They grumbled while working, complained about the fatty meat during lunch, and whined about the insufficient lighting in the evenings, which strained their eyes. Both Ye Qing and Ye Jiangning dared not utter a word, fearing that a mere few comments would lead those workers to abandon their posts, claiming they were in a foul mood and unwilling to continue, which could drive one to despair. Now, however, with two incredibly powerful laborers possessing a built-in 5 efficiency in processing speed and precision, the work became a joyous endeavor. They acted upon thought, but with the large milling machine malfunctioning, they could only attend to smaller components. Within the workshop lay several small parts requiring processing on a multifunctional machine. Ye Qing rummaged through the office for the blueprints of these parts and entrusted them to Niu Yi and Niu Air for processing. The workshop housed 2 multifunctional machines, with each laborer operating one. True to their reputation as experts in various basic machining tools, they seized the blueprints, akin to wound-up toys, and promptly secured the metal ingots, cut by flame, onto the machines. The sound of metal clashing echoed as they operated. While ordinary workers would spend considerable time calibrating the dials, they required no further adjustments. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Ye Qing sensed that the usually sluggish machines were now operating at a noticeably increased speed. This was likely not a mere trick of perception, as the application indicated a 1 processing speed boost upon binding to the factory. Niu Yi and Niu Air also bore a 5 processing speed attribute. Ye Qing, having studied mechanical engineering at Zhongyun University, recalled his mentor whose lifestyle left much to be desired, yet possessed remarkable expertise in the field, frequently being seconded by provincial research institutions for technical public relations. His mentor had often emphasized in class that modern mechanical engineering hinges on precision. Those who master high-precision machinery hold sway in the manufacturing sector. What did the inherent processing precision of these laborers signify? If there were enough of these laborers, enterprises worldwide engaged in high-precision manufacturing would dream of collaborating with Ye Qing. Aerospace, Boeing, Airbus, Bombardier. Automotive, Volkswagen, General Motors, Toyota. Shipbuilding, China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, Hyundai Heavy Industries, Newport News Shipbuilding. Machine tools, Samsung, Mitsubishi, DMG, Siemens. Regrettably, the aspirations of these factories would come to naught, for Ye Qing intended to rise above them all and become the foremost figure in the world. To prevent strangers from entering, Ye Qing stepped outside to lock the courtyard gate before returning to his office to post advertisements for selling CNC gantry milling machines. Given his current state of utter destitution, he could hardly sell laborers. The advertisement was swiftly composed, and as Ye Qing anxiously refreshed the post, he awaited responses from interested parties. After a few minutes yielded no replies, he decided to examine his smartphone. Within the application, he discovered a miniature factory building, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qingyun cutting machinery manufacturing plant. Ye Qing was unfazed. It was a trivial matter. Recruiting laborers or purchasing tools required gold coins, which could be obtained by having the laborers generate income. For instance, if Niu Yi and Niu Air produced a machine in the workshop, selling it for 10,000 would allow Ye Qing to either pocket the sum or convert it into gold coins. $100 could be exchanged for 1 gold coin, while recruiting a giant laborer required 100 coins. Currently, the system gifted him 200 gold coins. Ye Qing recalled that the system not only provided him with 2 giant laborers, but also granted a chance for a tool upgrade lottery. Hastily, he opened the item shop, and indeed, a roulette appeared before him. The circular wheel was divided into 56 segments, the majority comprising pliers, wrenches, electric drills, impact drills, and cutting machines. These small processing tools. Large processing tools such as laser cutters, automatic welding machines, and radial drilling machines were present in limited quantity. Chapter 6. Remaining orders. Ye Qing selected the middle option of the lottery, and the wheel began to spin immediately. Big, 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 he exclaimed, for the larger the item, the more valuable it was. Thus, when the pointer gradually came to a halt at the metal rapid engraver section, Ye Qing was elated. Congratulations, You have won a metal rapid engraver, excellent quality. The system also grants you a complimentary upgrade function for the item level. Would you like to use it? Ye Qing clicked yes. The metal rapid engraver, rare quality, boasted attributes of a 100 engraving speed and 50 engraving precision. A reminder appeared. Any items purchased from the store cannot be sold to others. If sold, they will instantly become ordinary items devoid of any attributes. Ye Qing was familiar with metal engravers. They functioned similarly to CNC milling machines, yet the difference in processing precision was substantial. Moreover, they could only engrave materials of lower hardness, such as copper, aluminum, lead, acrylic boards, and stones. Due to power constraints, they were incapable of engraving alloy metals. Ye Qing wondered if this awarded metal rapid engraver could handle steel. Having never encountered a processing tool with attributes before, Ye Qing hurried to the production workshop to summon it. Initially hesitant to test it on steel for fear of damaging the machine, he instead procured a piece of softer stone from the yard. The rapid engraver, with its white body and sleek lines, exuded a futuristic aura. The processing table measured 1 meter by 1 meter, and above it was an arm that could move in all directions. After placing the stone on the table, Ye Qing searched for the control panel but could not find it. He called over Niuer, who grinned and handed him a piece of paneling from beneath the engraver. To Ye Qing's delight, it was a tablet equipped with a USB port, entirely controlled by a computer. How high-tech! Booting up the operating system revealed an array of control functions, though it lacked processing blueprints. Fortunately, Ye Qing had an abundance of such blueprints stored on a USB drive he carried, including many mainstream CAD part designs. And the system supported these formats. He selected a gear blueprint, uploaded it, and clicked Start. As soon as Ye Qing initiated the process, the circular engraving tool of the metal engraver began to spin at an astonishing speed. The engraving tool's contact with the stone was a blur, engulfing the workspace in a cloud of stone dust and a cacophony of noise. After 30 seconds, as the dust settled and the tool returned to its original position, a perfectly rendered gear shape stood on the stone, precisely matching the blueprint. It was flawless, absolutely perfect. If it were made of metal, it could be cut out and used as a component. Ye Qing felt as though he were in a dream, rubbing his eyes thrice to assure himself that what he saw was indeed real. The rapidity of the engraver was its defining feature. This was far from the sluggish metal engravers Ye Qing had envisioned. It was an absolute marvel. Although stone was softer than copper or aluminum, conventional metal engravers were notoriously slow, akin to a tortoise when carving into metal. Had he used a regular metal engraver for the same blueprint, it would have taken no less than 20 minutes, and the precision would have required excessive lubrication to even approach adequacy. Typically, engravings from ordinary machines bore a coarse texture due to precision errors caused by the engraving tool. Polishing was necessary to smooth the surface, rendering them suitable only for artistic metal carvings where precision was not paramount. This attribute-laden engraver exhibited a terrifyingly high rotational speed, suggesting it could easily engrave steel as well. Why bother with manufacturing cutting machines when he could establish a metal engraving factory and strike it rich? With this thought, Ye Qing hurried upstairs to post an advertisement to see if he could secure some metal engraving jobs. Before posting, he reviewed his previous advertisement for selling secondhand CNC gantry milling machines and noticed several replies asking why the phone number listed was unreachable. It dawned on him that his SIM card had been swallowed by his phone. No wonder no one had called. Ye Qing quickly rummaged through his drawer for a broken Apple IV phone and dashed outside. He set Niuer and Niuer to rest, opened the door, and hopped into the van, racing to the nearest mobile service center to replace his SIM card. Obtaining a new card with his ID was swift. As he inserted the new card into his old Apple IV, he was greeted by 6 missed call notifications. Using the service center's Wi-Fi, Ye Qing synchronized his contacts once more. Among the messages, 3 missed calls were from the owner of Jiangshan Stone Factory. As the only significant client, Ye Qing could not afford to offend him, so he promptly returned the call. "Come over immediately. The water pump for the cutting machine is broken," said Sang Qing. The owner, his tone icy. A water pump? Ye Qing was perplexed, as the cutting machine he had sent them had not been equipped with a water pump. The stone cutting machine required water for cooling during operation, but the pumps were typically installed by the stone factory itself. Many factories preferred to conserve water costs by recycling wastewater mixed with stone dust, which could be harsh on the pumps. Installing a pump meant committing to its maintenance, a task few factories would willingly undertake. Ye Qing explained that the pump was not covered under warranty, to which Sang Qing simply replied that if he did not come to repair the machine, he could forget about the remaining payment. Ye Qing struggled to suppress his urge to slam the phone down. Reluctantly, for the sake of the 6 remaining orders, he set off to make the arduous trip. He returned the calls from the unfamiliar numbers. two of which seemed to be from owners of machining businesses who inquired about specific technical issues related to the gantry milling machine. Ye Qing reported the extent of the damage accurately. One offered to reduce the price by 20,000, while another proposed an increase of 30,000, contingent upon Ye Qing's repair of the machine, with the manufacturer sending someone to repair it. It would take 2 to 3 days, time Ye Qing simply could not afford to wait. He thus agreed to the first offer of a 20,000 reduction and scheduled a visit to the factory that evening. With that settled, Ye Qing headed towards Jiangshan Stone Factory in Meihua Town. The traffic accident on Provincial Road 104 had been cleared, and the road was smooth, allowing Ye Qing to arrive in 40 minutes. Situated at the foot of Meihua Mountain, Jiangshan Stone Factory occupied a vast area, processing various types of stone and dealing in ornamental stones for many local residential projects. Given the scale of the business, it was unlikely that Sang Qing would have approached Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Factory for machinery without a recommendation from Director Zhang of the City Construction Bureau. Upon seeing Ye Qing, Sang Qing dismissed him without a word, sending a worker who was busy carving stone to attend to him. The worker, appearing rather disheveled with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sauntered over. As he approached, Ye Qing felt a sense of familiarity. "Is it you?" The two locked eyes, igniting a spark of anger. The worker was none other than the brash young man Ye Qing had confronted earlier that day at the hospital. He seemed to be Qian Dongdong's nephew, who had previously spoken arrogantly before Ye Qing. "Very well. In the presence of the police this morning, I could not deal with you, but now you have come to my territory," Qian Shao sneered, beckoning two similarly aged companions over. The trio, all familiar from the hospital incident, appeared to be related. "So this is the source of the recurring issues with the stone-cutting machine. What sort of rubbish did you produce?" In the midst of a confrontation, the frail figure of Qian Xiaoming exhibited an unexpected bravado, mirroring his name as he forcefully shoved Ye Qing. "I've long heard from my uncle that your factory is on the verge of collapse, unable to even pay wages. That van behind you looks quite decent. Why not leave it for my uncle to cover his medical expenses?" Ye Qing, with a surge of anger, retaliated by delivering a swift kick, sending Qian Xiaoming sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Ye Qing was unconcerned with business. His sole desire was to teach this insolent individual a harsh lesson. As Qian Xiaoming fell, two imposing figures rushed to his side. These men, likely accustomed to the rigors of labor in a stone factory, possessed remarkable strength. Ye Qing, equally formidable, retaliated with a punch, swiftly following up with another fierce kick aimed at Qian Xiaoming, relishing the opportunity to strike back. "Stop this immediately. What are you all doing?" bellowed Sang Qing, who had been engaged in discussions nearby. His presence transformed the scene, as if he were a lion awakened from slumber. "Boss, this man just struck me. Look at my teeth." Upon seeing his employer approach, Qian Xiaoming found renewed vigor, disregarding the dust covering him as he pointed to his mouth. "This morning, I took leave with San Air to visit my uncle at the hospital, only to discover that my uncle was injured at his factory. Boss, you must stand by me. While at the hospital, I expressed my concerns about my uncle's medical expenses, and unexpectedly, he attacked me. Now, he has come to the factory to fix the machinery and has assaulted me without cause." The two companions beside him chimed in, distorting the truth, claiming that Ye Qing's factory was on the brink of failure, and now that he had secured several machine orders from their factory, he had grown arrogant enough to strike the family of an injured man. Sang Qing nodded, fully aware of the true nature of Qian Xiaoming and his associates. Yet this knowledge did not deter him from offering them support. After all, they were his subordinates, engaged in the intricate art of three-dimensional hand carving, a craft that demanded extensive skill accumulation. The longer one worked, the higher the value of their creations. Understanding the importance of winning hearts, Sang Qing was more adept than anyone at managing relationships. "Begone. You need not repair the pump any longer." With a flick of his wrist, his grand gold bracelet glimmered in the light. "The remaining 6 machine orders are cancelled, and for the final payment of this machine, consider it compensation for Qian Xiaoming's medical expenses." Chapter 7. The scenery on Tsai Bridge, 7 large stone cutting machines, each priced at 35,000. The first machine still has a remaining balance of 25,000 yet to be settled. Prior to this, these orders were the lifeline for the factory. 8 workers, 3 months' wages. When Sang Qing abruptly decided to cancel the orders, the factory was left scrambling. What would happen to the steel and machine parts that had been procured for this order? Although the machines produced by Ye Qing's family factory were rather mediocre, Ye Qing confidently asserted that if anyone could find a cheaper large cutting machine than 35,000 within several surrounding cities, he would give away those 7 machines for free. When issues arose, Ye Qing rushed over to repair them, working tirelessly through the night to replace the guide rails. Now, all was well. The remaining 6 machines were fully prepared and awaiting delivery on schedule. But now, with the cancellation of the entire order, even the balance for the first machine would not be settled. Qian Xiaoming and his 2 companions stood by, smirking like cormorants. With the orders revoked, the factory, already unable to cover medical expenses, would surely face dire straits. How would they survive this crisis? As for their uncle's medical bills, they were utterly unconcerned. If the factory went bankrupt, acquiring new machines would suffice, and perhaps they could even manage to swindle that delivery van. Ye Qing closed his eyes, enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, he opened them and attempted to regain his composure. Mr. Sang, though we have not signed a formal procurement contract, business is built on trust. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Sang Qing, with a face as tough as leather, regarded him with disdain. If you feel aggrieved, by all means, take me to court. Ye Qing's expression darkened, and he turned to exit. In the absence of any substantial backing, issuing threats would only serve to deepen his humiliation. He accepted this setback. As he started his vehicle and drove away, Ye Qing's van was suddenly halted. Prepared for a brawl, he was surprised to see the person blocking him wearing an official badge, a refined young man exuding an air of gentility. This was the standard identification worn by civil servants in Zhongyan City, displaying name, position, and phone number. Such an individual could hardly be expected to assist Sang Qing in a scuffle. Ye Qing parked and inquired about the matter. Returning to Zhongyan City, the youthful Han Yupeng offered a cigarette to Ye Qing. Could you give me a ride? The bus is just too crowded. Han Yupeng had seen the earlier altercation from a distance while conversing with Sang Qing, yet he remained unaware of the underlying conflict between Ye Qing and Sang Qing, or he wouldn't have so brazenly requested a lift. His badge identified him as a clerk in the Urban Construction Bureau. Ye Qing, not wishing to refuse, readily opened the passenger door for him, as Han Yupeng expressed his gratitude and settled into the vehicle. He asked why Ye Qing had been involved in a scuffle with the workers. Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. Just a minor dispute with a few workers. That boss is clearly a miser, pinching every penny, Han Yupeng lamented, seemingly aggrieved. I've been squeezed onto the bus for over an hour just to discuss matters with him, and in the end, he didn't even arrange for someone to drive me back despite several cars parked outside. What matters were you discussing? Ye Qing inquired, making small talk. The curbstones, merely the edges of the road, were set to be assessed by an inspection team in 3 months for the National Civilized City evaluation. Han Yupeng placed a stack of documents on the console and stretched. Every city is evaluated every 3 years. Last time, only over 30 cities nationwide received the honor. Our Zhongyan city has failed to qualify several times, and now the leadership is determined to revamp the city's appearance. The curbstones along several main roads had deteriorated to the point of being unsightly, and the Urban Construction Bureau decided to replace them entirely with granite. The only local source for granite curbstones was Jiangshan Stone Factory. I came to deliver a contract, but when I presented it, they were dissatisfied with the price and wouldn't even dispatch a vehicle for me. Ye Qing offered some words of consolation, suggesting that Sang Qing likely had connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured such a substantial order. Han Yupeng, pouting in frustration, lamented, I'm just a pawn, constantly being used by my superiors. If the contract is secured, all credit goes to them, and if it fails, I'll be to blame. The two, of similar age, found plenty to discuss. By the time the van entered Zhongyan City, Ye Qing had gleaned a wealth of information about Sang Qing from him. As they reached the peak commuting hour, traffic came to a standstill. Han Yupeng, eager for a date, exited the vehicle before reaching his destination. Upon arriving at Sai Bridge, they encountered a traffic jam stretching several hundred meters. Sai Bridge was a well-known scenic spot in Zhongyan, with ancient architecture nestled below and 12 elegant female figure reliefs dancing gracefully on either side of the bridge. Many tourists were capturing photographs. Ye Qing estimated he would have to wait through 3 traffic lights to cross. Bored while idling on the bridge, he decided to play music from Suningong. As he did so, he noticed a stack of documents on the passenger console. Wasn't this the stack Han Yupeng had placed there when he got in? Ye Qing couldn't recall his contact number from the badge, and returning it would require a trip to the Urban Construction Bureau. Bored, he began to leaf through the documents. The contents were straightforward, detailing the procurement plan for the curbstones, specifying the material and dimensional requirements, and stipulating a delivery task of 250,000 curbstones within a set time frame. These documents were preliminary contract drafts, yet to be signed by either party. Han Yupeng had mentioned during their drive that the government aimed to set the procurement price at 40 yuan per curbstone, but Sang Qing deemed this price too low for any profit, insisting on 42. This price was indeed modest, especially since Jiangshan Stone Factory was the only local provider of granite curbstones. Sang Qing naturally sought to elevate the price. In the stone processing industry, costs were primarily driven by labor and resources. The raw stone itself held little value. A granite curbstone weighed nearly 100 pounds, requiring substantial machinery and labor to extract, cut, and polish the stone. For an ordinary person, carrying even a few dozen pounds would leave them breathless, let alone managing a total of 250,000 identical stones. This was the crux of Ye Qing's confidence, who in Zhongyun possessed the necessary industrial machinery and suitable granite quarry. Purchasing from outside would incur significant logistical costs, and with the price set at 42 yuan per piece, it would be nearly impossible to secure a better deal without exceeding 45. In business, price was paramount. After reviewing the procurement documents, Ye Qing reflected. Yet, what good would knowing these details do? Should he send two muscular thugs to storm Ye Qing's factory in a dramatic showdown? Gazing at the elegant reliefs of maidens on Tsai Bridge, Ye Qing reluctantly dismissed this notion. Suddenly, an electrifying idea struck him, and he sat up with newfound clarity. The reliefs of maidens. The reliefs of maidens. Chapter 8, Apologies. But I too can craft curbstones. The exquisite depictions of ladies on the bridge unfurled before Ye Qing like a revelation, opening a brand new vista. The relief sculptures on the Rainbow Bridge are derived from the literary masterpieces of a renowned Ming Dynasty painter named Ye, a veritable maestro of the brush, particularly adept at portraying women. Beneath the Rainbow Bridge lies an ancient architectural marvel, once celebrated as the illustrious Flower Street, where it was customary to display fire prevention illustrations. Ye, a virtuoso in this domain, saw his fire prevention artworks fervently sought after by the elites of Flower Street. In 2007, Rainbow Street was designated a key provincial cultural heritage site. During the extensive restoration undertaken by the Zhongyun city government, a few well-preserved scrolls of fire prevention illustrations were unearthed from an obscure corner. This revelation caused quite a stir, and in the government's elation, several of Ye Qing's clothed lady images were selected for sculptural representation, affixed to the Rainbow Bridge for public admiration. Currently, there are 24 such depictions on the bridge, 4 of which are original creations from Zhongyun City, while the remainder are Ye Qing's widely circulated works. The Rainbow Bridge, serving as one of Zhongyun City's main thoroughfares, is prone to congestion, especially during the evening commute. Rainbow Street stands as a cultural emblem of Zhongyun City, recognized nationally, which makes it impossible for the civil sanitation inspection teams to overlook this locale. Imagine, if you will, if the entire stretch of curbstones were adorned with splendid lady images or other intricate designs. Sharing this notion with others would surely elicit incredulous looks. Naturally, stone carvings require the use of engraving machines, and the intricate process of sculpting images of ladies necessitates the use of the finest chisels, taking no less than an hour to produce a single piece. The cost of inscribing words on a stone tablet can amount to hundreds of dollars. Thus, one can only imagine the expense for the far more complex lady sculptures on marble. 30 minutes later, Ye Qing arrived at the industrial park, an expansive area housing one of the nation's top 500 enterprises, Huaxing Heavy Industry, which is also the manufacturing leader in Zhongyun City. Ye Qing recalled that Huaxing Heavy Industry was expanding its third-phase factory, where numerous blocks of marble were piled high. The main structure of the third-phase factory had already taken shape, with cranes dotting the landscape. Ye Qing parked his van in front of a comprehensive building under renovation and approached a man who appeared to be a foreman. After sharing a cigarette, he inquired about any cut-off marble scraps. The foreman, taking a deep drag, readily pointed to a nearby pile of marble, inviting Ye Qing to take what he needed. Ye Qing selected 7 pieces of scrap, approximately the size of curbstones, and returned to his workshop to summon Nyo Air, and his rare-quality metal engraving machine. A plethora of CAD designs for figure reliefs abound online, yet finding one that met Ye Qing's specifications proved challenging. The installed curbstones lay flat, rectangular on the ground, while most elegant lady reliefs are depicted standing. The disparity in proportions would render any carving aesthetically unpleasing. Fortunately, the richness of China's history and culture offers an abundance of classical scroll paintings, particularly horizontal scrolls. Ye Qing discovered a breathtaking horizontal scroll reminiscent of Duan Wang's Flying Celestial Maidens, showcasing a lady in a half-reclining dance, her flowing sleeves creating a cloud-like effect. This CAD design, rich in detail and large in size, required some adjustments to fit the stone dimensions, a task well within Ye Qing's capabilities. Half an hour later, a 50-pound block of marble was effortlessly placed onto the metal engraving machine by Nyo, as if it were a mere chick. Upon pressing the control panel's start button, the engraving bit whirled at an unimaginable speed, the air resonating with a high-pitched tearing sound. As stone dust swirled, a lifelike classical beauty emerged, her sleeves elegantly raised. Exhilarated, Ye Qing couldn't help but slap his thigh in delight. The machine's automation and precision were unparalleled. No ordinary metal engraving machine could ever match this speed and craftsmanship. Long hours of stone carving necessitate coolant for the bit, so Ye Qing connected a coolant pump and set a timer on his phone. Relinquishing control of the engraving machine to Ye while Ye Air transported the marble to the workbench. Once all 6 remaining pieces of marble were completed, Ye Qing was astounded to discover that, with the assistance of Ye and Ye Air, the total time spent was merely a little over 2 minutes. He quickly calculated that continuous operation for 24 hours could yield over 120,000 granite sculptures in a month. The following morning at 8, Ye Qing arrived at the hospital bearing soup, dumplings, and porridge. Ye Jiangning lay in bed receiving in 4 drip, while Su Lan occupied a chair, yawning repeatedly. After placing the breakfast down, Ye Qing retrieved 12 stacks of neatly bundled cash from his backpack. The CNC gantry milling machine sold for 180,000, leaving 60,000 for the factory as working capital. Ye Qing opened the food container, gently blew on the contents, and handed it to his mother. 120,000 should suffice for Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong's medical expenses. In the meantime, I will think of ways to secure more orders. The remaining workers have all resigned. Haven't they? Su Lan's heavy eyelids betrayed her fatigue. For the remaining orders, if they prove unmanageable, we can subcontract them out. It's not a concern if we don't profit, but we must uphold our reputation. The orders had been cancelled. The owner of Jiangshan Stone Factory learned of the incident at their factory, prompting all workers to resign, resulting in the cancellation of the orders. Then let us sell the remaining machinery and materials. Ye Jiangning spoke softly, his voice strained, clearly pained by his injuries. Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong are seriously hurt. Once they are discharged, we must provide compensation when they undergo work injury assessments. Let us take our time. Rushing will only diminish the value. There are many factories in the park. I will see if I can pick up some subcontracted work. After conversing for a while longer, Ye Qing asked his parents what they wished for lunch. Buy some pork ribs to make soup. Don't cut corners by ordering takeout from a restaurant. The food there lacks the nourishment of home-cooked meals, Su Lan advised. Ye Qing nodded, stating he would first explore the mechanical manufacturing factories in the park for potential subcontracted work, hiring a few temporary workers if he found opportunities. Upon leaving the hospital, Ye Qing purchased 2 fruit baskets and delivered them to the rooms of Lu Xiaojun and Qian Dongdong. Lu Xiaojun, who resided in a standard ward, was already awake. Upon seeing Ye Qing, he bore no ill will, understanding that the accident was not his fault. Focus on your recovery. The factory accounts are depleted, but we still have plenty of machinery. Do not skimp on your medicines. Use the best available. Ye Qing produced a roll of money from his pocket, insisting on placing 5,000 yuan beneath Lu Xiaojun's pillow. Here, take this to buy some supplements. Qian Dongdong was in the ICU, and Ye Qing could not enter, so he entrusted the fruit basket and money to his family members. With 50,000 yuan still in hand, Ye Qing resolved not to touch this sum just yet, as he had a task to attend to. At 9 o'clock, Ye Qing parked his van at the entrance of the Zhongyun City Urban Construction Bureau. Armed with the documents that Han Yupeng had left in the vehicle the previous day, he entered the spacious office building and casually approached an employee wearing a work badge, inquiring on which floor Han Yupeng worked. The 3rd floor, in the municipal engineering office. Ye Qing thanked him and ascended to the 3rd floor. The door to the municipal engineering office was wide open, revealing a middle-aged man with thick glasses, exuding an air of authority as he reprimanded Han Yupeng. Ye Qing noted that his father's old classmate also worked here as a director, but decided not to seek him out just yet. Xiaohan, I am considering your future here. If you can negotiate a reduction in the contract price, the director will certainly regard you with renewed favor. This afternoon, make another trip to Jiangshan Stone Factory, and casually mention to Sang Qing that the Urban Construction Bureau is wavering and in talks with other stone factories to apply some pressure. Han Yupeng nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Ye Qing nearly burst into laughter. This fellow certainly excelled at maintaining appearances, having completely shed the demeanor he exhibited while hitching a ride yesterday. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, akin to the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, Han Yupeng emerged, grumbling under his breath. Upon spotting Ye Qing in the corridor, he paused, taken aback. You're not here to deliver documents, are you? There is something else. As Ye Qing returned the neglected papers, he also presented several vividly printed images, saying, take a look at this. Han Yupeng, somewhat perplexed, accepted the images, only to gasp in astonishment. The 5 photographs depicted distinct blocks of marble, each of varying shapes. Without a doubt, he had nearly developed a vendetta against marble in recent days. There was no way he could misidentify the types showcased in these colorful prints. However, What captivated him was that each uniquely shaped marble bore an identical exquisite relief sculpture. Han Yuping widened his eyes in disbelief, marveling at the intricately crafted figure of a maiden draped in a flowing gown, seemingly dancing in repose, her sleeves billowing like clouds. Despite being static, it imparted the illusion that the maiden was gracefully twirling to an unseen rhythm, her gown and sleeves swaying gently in harmony. It was breathtaking, so beautiful, in fact, that he couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaim, "It's a masterpiece. I believe it surpasses the 24 maidens depicted on the colorful bridge. Look at her eyes. They are so expressive, as if she is casting a spell on me." Han Yuping cradled the photographs with an almost reverential touch, wishing he could scrutinize them under a microscope. After a spell of exuberant exclamations, he suddenly grasped the situation. "Wait a minute. Why are you showing me these photographs?" A look of confusion washed over him, akin to a baboon lost in a labyrinth. "Though I yearn to possess these sculptural artworks, it's painfully obvious that I am far too broke to afford them." Ye Qing took the images back, pointing at the shapes of the marbles. "Look closely. What do these marbles resemble?" "What do they resemble?" Han Yuping finally focused on the marbles, and after a prolonged scrutiny, he began to discern the resemblance. These stones bore a striking likeness to curbstones. "Curbstones?" "Indeed," Ye Qing declared with grandiosity. "Imagine if we replaced the curbstones along several main avenues in the city with these exquisite ones. What would happen?" Han Yuping stammered as if his mouth had been stuffed with a typewriter, struggling to articulate his thoughts until he finally exclaimed, "I know. The government of Zhongyun City would go bankrupt." Chapter 9. The significance of Urban Development Director Lu Fengjin of the Municipal Engineering Office, previously an educator to Han Yuping, received a call from Han Yuping, who insisted he had momentous news to report. At that moment, he was in the conference room on the top floor, engaged in a fervent discussion with several directors and bureau heads about revitalizing the city's appearance in anticipation of an upcoming inspection team. Merely focusing on sanitation was a grave error, a notion utterly foolish. With nearly 700 cities and over 600 counties nationwide, it was perplexing that only 31 cities earned the title of National Civilized Sanitary Cities last term. After all, even kindergarten children could maintain cleanliness in their campuses admirably. Thus, to rely solely on sanitation for achieving the highest honor of urban branding, which is exceptionally difficult to obtain, was nothing short of a delusion. Every 3 years, an evaluation occurs, encompassing a comprehensive assessment of various criteria, including public safety, crime resolution rates, employment rates, and air quality, with a 2-year review period. The third year entails a thorough evaluation by the inspection team. The government of Zhongyun City had faced numerous failures at this stage despite accumulating extensive experience and researching other cities that had successfully attained this honor. Eventually, they distilled a scientific methodology comprising 3 essential elements. First, urban technology. Second, urban culture. And third, urban uniqueness. As for urban sanitation, it could hardly be considered a prerequisite. It was akin to suggesting that only women could compete in the Miss Universe pageant while being unkempt. The Urban Construction Bureau oversees all road planning and urban architectural design within Zhongyun City. Thus, in this monumental endeavor, the Bureau bore an especially heavy burden. Under immense pressure, all department heads, along with the Bureau Chief and Deputy Chiefs, united their efforts, brainstorming every conceivable idea to transform the city's visage. The meeting was animated, with some suggesting a vigorous exploration of Zhongyun's historical and cultural attributes, while others argued that many ancient cities with millennia of history had been overlooked, indicating that cultural branding could not be the primary focus. Given this, the emphasis shifted toward technology. In this age of rapid technological advancement, introducing high-tech urban facilities could potentially win the favor of the inspection team. A department head cited numerous examples of foreign cities that had successfully implemented such facilities. Director Lu Jingdong of the Urban Construction Bureau interjected, stating that during a leadership meeting the previous day, a consensus had been reached. The uniqueness of the cultural city must not be neglected, and the project of technology transforming lives must also be prioritized. The directive from leadership was clear. Focus on the city's historical culture and technological progress, with all future efforts centered around these 2 pivotal points. Just then, a mobile phone rang, disrupting the bureau chief's speech. The sound was not jarring, as the meeting comprised only directors and bureau heads, so no one bothered to silence their phones. The chief paused and gestured for Lu Fengjin to take the call. In the quiet office, Lu Fengjin glanced at the incoming number, irritation flickering across his face as he murmured, "Didn't I inform you I was in a meeting? Speak quickly, director. It's something monumental, truly monumental." Han Yuping's voice boomed, echoing even to the front-row bureau chief, Lu Jingdong. "I'll call you back after the meeting." Lu Fengjin retorted sharply before hanging up, his frustration palpable. Perhaps it is urgent, Lu Jingdong noted after checking the time. Let us conclude today's meeting. Everyone should return and finalize their proposals for tomorrow's morning assembly. As the meeting adjourned, a director closest to the door stood to leave, only to be met by Han Yupeng rushing in, phone in one hand and several images in the other. His face flushed as if he had just emerged from boiling water. It's only 60, director. Lu Fengjin's face turned crimson with anger. Han Yupeng was from his department, and his outburst in front of all the bureau leaders was undeniably embarrassing. Lu Fengjin resolved to give him a thorough reprimand upon returning. Lu Jingdong, also standing, looked displeased. What has you so agitated, Han? You lack composure. Ah, director, please let me explain. Han Yupeng stammered, realizing he had crossed a line. Youthful impulsiveness had led him to overlook decorum in the face of excitement. Yet, the bureau chief and directors understood that Han must have encountered something of great significance to act so recklessly. Despite his irritation, Lu Jingdong allowed Han Yupeng the chance to explain. Stepping back from his ecstatic state, Han knew he needed to articulate his thoughts with utmost clarity lest he relegated himself to obscurity. Here, take a look at this image, director, he said, trembling as he distributed the pictures to the bureau chief and deputy chiefs. The image depicted a granite stone adorned with a delicate bas-relief. Just as Lu Jingdong intended to chastise Han for making a fuss over a mere photograph, he was captivated by the depiction of a graceful maiden in mid-dance. Beautiful, was his first thought. An exquisite work of art, was his second. The flowing sleeves of the maiden and her elegantly curled legs, coupled with her delicate ankles, perfectly segmented the stone, exuding an unparalleled artistic aura. The languid yet alluring gaze, along with her graceful fingers, seemed to come alive, enchanting all who beheld it. The other deputy chiefs shared similar expressions, with some narrowing their eyes in admiration. Men, after all, often share a common appreciation for beauty. Han Yupeng smiled confidently, knowing they were all entranced by the image of the maiden, oblivious to the fact that the granite itself was the true subject of discussion. Therefore, he felt it necessary to clarify the reason for his abrupt intrusion. Director, what would be the effect if these granite stones featuring the maiden's image were installed along several main thoroughfares in Zhongyun City? He asked, his confidence soaring. What? Lu Jingdong and the deputy chiefs leaped from their seats in astonishment. Clutching the photograph, Lu Jingdong trembled with excitement, even more than when Han had barged in earlier. You mean these are curbstones? He stammered. Suddenly, he recalled Han's earlier exclamations about 60. Could it be? Are you referring to the price of these curbstones? Indeed. Han Yupeng's enthusiasm soared. 60 yuan. Just 60 yuan for each curbstone. By exceeding our original budget by merely 5 million, we could cover the main streets of Zhongyun City with these artistic curbstones. Chapter 10. This is high technology. The previously disbanded conference room was now engulfed in fervent discussions reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The attendees expressed disbelief that such artistic curbstones could be priced at a mere 60. Every item possesses its intrinsic value. If the price is significantly lower than this perceived value, it suggests only one possibility. The 24 relief sculptures of ladies on the Tsai Bridge were spearheaded by our department. The craftsmanship alone for a single stone slab incurred a cost of 20,000. 20,000, my comrades. The reliefs on Tsai Bridge were meticulously carved by artisans, justifying their higher price. Another deputy director interjected. These images, every detail of the ladies, are identical. They must have been produced by a carving machine. 60 yuan is an absurdly low price. Yet with the rapid advancements in technology, could it be that a new, unfamiliar high-tech carving machine has emerged? Why not just make a phone call to find out? Director Lu Fengjin, who had a good rapport with Sang Qing, signaled for everyone to remain calm before dialing Sang Qing's mobile. The call connected swiftly, and Lu activated the speakerphone. Boss Sang, I have a question for you. On the other end, Sang Qing's voice was obsequious. Director Lu, feel free to ask. I'd even share my bank card password without hesitation. Lu Fengjin got straight to the point. If a carving machine were to engrave a relief of ladies on a curbstone, similar to those on the Tsai Bridge, what would be the cost? Director, that is simply not feasible. Machines can only carve large stone slabs. Sang Qing, thinking a business opportunity had arisen, appeared excited. The curbstone is quite large. We could carve some decorative patterns. For 200 yuan per piece, I can accommodate you, but not in excess. As our 5 carving machines can only produce about 10,000 pieces in 2 months with continuous operation. Is there any high-tech carving machine capable of producing such reliefs? Sang Qing pondered for a moment and replied slowly. Large advertising art companies likely have high-precision carving machines that could manage this. But the costs and time involved would be exorbitant. I'd estimate over 1,000 per piece. Having obtained the information he sought, Lu Fengjin ended the call abruptly. His gaze fixed on Han Yupeng, his expression conveying a silent threat. Xiaohan, are you certain you heard correctly? 60, not 600? At that moment, Director Lu Jingdong's expression mirrored that of a seasoned gambler, anxiously awaiting the results of a lottery draw, only to be told that the winning numbers were from the previous draw. Just yesterday, at a meeting with city leaders, the mayor had emphasized the importance of integrating the city's cultural identity with technological advancements to transform lives. The exquisite Xiaoying lady paintings unveiled on Cai Street undoubtedly showcased a unique cultural characteristic of Zhongyun. This previously undisclosed masterpiece had stirred considerable excitement in both social and archaeological circles, dominating headlines and trending on major news websites, resulting in an unprecedented surge of visitors to Cai Street. Now, with relief sculptures of comparable beauty to those on Cai Street, the prospect of adorning several main thoroughfares in Zhongyun seemed tantalizingly within reach. Was this not a distinct cultural hallmark of Zhongyun? To fill the streets with such exquisite yet low-cost artworks, slightly above the regular price of ordinary curbstones, was this not a testament to how technology transforms lives? If such a project could be realized under Lu Jingdong's guidance, his future would be profoundly influenced. Yet, the largest stone processing factory in Zhongyun had made it unequivocally clear it was impossible. This beautiful dream burst like a soap bubble, leaving Lu Jingdong seething with frustration. Is the owner of this carving business downstairs? Should I summon him? Han Yupeng inquired softly. Immediately, Director Lu Jingdong issued a firm directive. By the time Ye Qing arrived at the conference room, over 10 minutes had passed, as he had been breathlessly hauling a large marble slab from the van. Before Ye Qing could set the stone down, several directors and officials surged forward like sharks sensing blood. The tangible presence of the artwork was far more impactful than any image. As they beheld the lifelike, ethereal relief before them, Director Lu Jingdong felt an overwhelming impulse to cover the main roads with these pieces by any means necessary. 60 yuan each, Ye Qing reiterated, having repeated the price countless times. This price was so astonishingly low that it prompted skepticism, and Lu Jingdong was eager to verify whether this dream could indeed be realized. Do you operate a stone factory? Lu Fengjin, who prided himself on his dealings with stone manufacturers, was the first to ask. Not at all, Ye Qing patiently clarified. My family runs a cutting machinery manufacturing plant, specializing in various types of cutting machines. He distributed business cards to each official, detailing the factory's address and the kinds of machinery available, which alleviated some of their doubts. However, they still found it hard to believe that one could procure a curbstone of artistic merit for merely 60 yuan. Gentlemen, how does this sound? Ye Qing was well aware of their skepticism. To be frank, had he not been the creator, he too would have doubted the feasibility of such a bargain. My factory is located in the industrial park, and it is registered with the business administration. I propose a favorable arrangement. I'll provide a batch of curbstones, and once they pass inspection, we can settle the payment. That could work. Director Lu Jingdong remained skeptical that the Urban Construction Bureau could stumble upon such a tremendous deal. Comrade Xiao Yi, I believe you are aware that the Urban Construction Bureau plans to replace all curbstones on several main roads in the city, which is why you are promoting these stone-carved curbstones. Ye Qing nodded. We have limited time. The inspection team will arrive in 3 months, so all curbstones must be delivered within 2 months. I heard from Jiangshan Stone Factory that even carving a few flowers on curbstones around the clock would yield only 10,000 pieces in 2 months with 5 CNC machines. How many do you have? Director, I'm not merely carving flowers. I'm crafting reliefs of ladies, Ye Qing replied confidently. If we calculate based on the efficiency of Jiangshan's outdated machines, I possess approximately 480 carving machines. However, Director, the technical gap between a few lines of flowers and the intricately detailed reliefs is not something mere quantity can bridge. Don't disappoint us, Director Lu Jingdong chuckled heartily. Ye Qing's analogy had struck a chord. When the inspection team arrives in Zhongyun, he would proudly showcase the rows of exquisite curbstones, proclaiming, "This is technology. This is how technology transforms lives and reshapes our urban landscape." Chapter 11. A 15 million order. The contract was successfully negotiated. However, Ye Qing did not receive a single penny as a deposit, which was entirely within his expectations. The contract stipulated that full payment would only be made after the acceptance of a qualified batch, along with a deposit for the next batch of 50,000 stone curbs. Moreover, starting next Monday, the delivery of 250,000 stone curbs must be completed within 2 months. Given that this was their first collaboration and the extraordinary quality of Ye Qing's products, the Urban Construction Bureau naturally had to exercise caution. Nonetheless, at 60 yuan for an artistic curbstone, even if only one was sold, it would still be a profit. Observing the demeanor of the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, It was clear that even if Ye Qing delivered merely 100 curbstones, the director would find ways to affix them around the bureau. Ye Qing did not wish to set a higher price. If sold to upscale communities, it was likely that 200 yuan could entice buyers. The Urban Construction Bureau needed to procure 250,000 curbstones, and a price set too high would leave them unable to allocate sufficient budget. Once the stone curbs were properly laid, the products would speak for themselves, and sales would follow naturally. The total price for 250,000 curbstones amounted to 15 million yuan. After deducting necessary costs, Ye Qing stood to earn at least 4 million, a staggering sum. Without the monster factory, he might never have earned such an amount in his lifetime. With this money, he could immediately upgrade the monster factory to level 2 and finally receive the long-anticipated reward of the Lord's War Chariot. Ye Qing was confident about completing the order for 250,000 curbstones, but time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly contact a reliable stone manufacturer capable of supplying granite curbstones on a large scale. The only contender in the vicinity of Zhongyun was Jiangshan Stone Factory. Typically, any business owner would first consider Jiangshan Stone Factory, as local procurement could save hundreds of thousands in transportation costs. If Sang Qing were to plead with Ye Qing was not devoid of compassion. Given Sang Qing's sincere regrets, he might soften his heart and agree to place an order for 1 or 2 stones as a gesture. On his way back to the factory, Ye Qing received a call from Director Zhang Jianyu of the Construction Planning Office. He was an old classmate of Ye Qing's father and maintained a good relationship with him. However, as a deputy director, his words carried less weight, and even Sang Qing often disregarded him. In the meeting room earlier, the attendees were all directors, with only a few deputy directors present. Now, the news would surely spread among the various departments of the Urban Construction Bureau, and the stone slabs Ye Qing had brought would be divided among them. Zhang Jianyu was frustrated to learn that the outstanding order he had worked hard to secure had been cancelled by Jiangshan Stone Factory. Uncle Zhang, there is something I hesitated to tell you. Jiangshan Stone Factory has cancelled the order for those machines, Ye Qing explained apologetically. The procurement contract for Jiangshan Stone Factory is managed by the Municipal Engineering Section. Han Yupeng, a staff member there, mentioned that his superior has a good relationship with Sang Qing. Han has been the one handling the curbstone orders, and I approached him purely to irritate Sang Qing. How could Sang Qing disregard my interests so blatantly? Upon hearing that the order he had painstakingly secured was suddenly revoked, Zhang Jianyu was furious. Am I to be disregarded as merely a deputy director? He chuckled when he realized that Lu Fengjin had a good relationship with Sang Qing. Now that this has been stirred up by Lu Fengjin's staff, it's only natural that Sang Qing is fuming. Yes, it is indeed satisfying to vex him. He should not take my words lightly. However, Ye Qing, where did you acquire this technology? I know your factory well. It cannot produce such equipment. I sold part of the machinery at the factory and imported several high-tech engraving machines from abroad. Zhang Jianyu, lacking knowledge of mechanical manufacturing, assumed that Ye Qing had partnered with a larger manufacturer to fulfill such a significant order. Am I fortunate then? Zhang Jianyu laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. For the past 3 months, our office has been focusing on high-end residential projects, and we've dealt with stone-related matters frequently. If you can adjust the pricing for the stone sculptures, I could also gain some visibility. Ye Qing was in high spirits. No problem, Uncle Zhang. I'll offer you the cost price. When your father invites me for a drink, having secured this major order, I'll treat you to Mao Dai. As the van approached the traffic light, Ye Qing quickly apologized. Uncle Zhang, I must hang up now. I might get caught on camera at the red light. After hanging up, Ye Qing leaned his arm against the car door, trembling with excitement. Having secured a significant order was exhilarating. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Han Yupeng received praise from the director but faced a harsh reprimand from his superior. His direct supervisor, Lu Fengjin, maintained a good rapport with Sang Qing and scolded Han Yupeng for taking unilateral action without prior discussion, leading to the director's immediate decision. After 20 minutes of reprimanding, Lu Fengjin's anger subsided somewhat. Nevertheless, he was not concerned that this incident would affect his private relationship with Sang Qing. Ye Qing operated a mechanical manufacturing factory, not a granite mining operation. Thus, Ye Qing needed to procure 250,000 curbstones, transport them to his factory, and carry out the engraving process. Within the vicinity of Zhongyun, only the granite from Meihua Mountain was suitable for extraction. However, only Jiangshan Stone Factory, under Sang Qing's management, had the capacity to supply 250,000 curbstones within 2 months. This brought the situation back to square one. Eventually, Lu Fengjin planned to host a banquet, inviting Ye Qing under the pretense of assisting him in securing a cost-effective supply channel for curbstones, ensuring that Ye Qing would feel indebted to him. On Sang Qing's end, he would be informed that the order had fallen through. With over 10 million in orders disrupted, Ye Qing would naturally be anxious. He would not hesitate to investigate, as this matter was directly decided by the director, and everyone was aware of it. Ultimately, Ye Qing would have to seek Lu Fengjin as assistance. Lu Fengjin chuckled to himself at the thought of both Ye Qing and Ye Qing feeling grateful to him. As he contemplated this, he could not help but hum a little tune. "Oh Ye Qing, you should have signed the contract sooner instead of raising the price by 2 yuan. Now, let us see how you will beg me." Amused, Lu Fengjin decided to call Ye Qing to drop some hints, knowing that if he waited too long, someone else might seize the opportunity. When the call connected, Lu Fengjin spoke with a cunning smile. "Boss saying, what are you busy with?" "Oh, Director Lu, I'm at the 4S shop. Thanks to your support, I secured a substantial order and am preparing to pick up a Mercedes to improve my lifestyle. If you need a vehicle, just give me a call, and I'll have it filled with fuel and delivered to your home." Back at Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Factory, Ye Qing had just parked the van in the yard without locking it and dashed up to the office of Ye Jiangning on the 2nd floor. He needed to contact other marble manufacturers to order a large quantity of curbstones. Qingyun Manufacturing Factory specialized in producing cutting machinery, and the market for stone cutting machines had been sporadic, with stone processing factories being the primary buyers. Within a radius of several hundred miles, Ye Qing had visited nearly half of the stone factories. He recalled a trip last year to Xianzhou City in Anhui Province to debug machines for a very large mining group. This mining conglomerate was immense, with its mines stretching endlessly. Ye Qing remembered it was called Tiansheng Mining. Selling equipment to such a large group outside the province was purely a stroke of luck. At the time, Tiansheng Mining had just acquired rights to several marble mines and needed to add numerous machines, prompting local machinery dealers to place orders for cutting machines to fulfill the requirement. The batch of machine tools was of satisfactory quality, and Ye Qing had only conducted a single debugging session. Naturally, the machines lacked any notable advantages. Otherwise, the business would not have concluded after just one transaction. In Ye Jiangning's office, the detailed contact information for Tiansheng Mining was available, making it certain to place a substantial order for curbstones. The factory maintained a record of business transactions, one handwritten and another in a digital format, which Ye Qing could easily reference. Upon examining the records, he found the contact numbers for 2 individuals at Tiansheng Mining. He dialed the first number, only to be informed that the person had resigned. The second number's owner first inquired how Ye Qing had obtained his contact, to which Ye Qing casually responded that it was provided by a business partner. The individual replied, "Oh, I no longer oversee the granite mine. I am now working at headquarters. Could you kindly provide me with the current person in charge's phone number?" Ye Qing thought to himself how cumbersome it was to procure goods from such a large corporation like Tiansheng Mining. "Is the order substantial?" he was asked. "If it's not significant, you can simply search for the customer service number on the official website. An order exceeding 10 million. Would you consider that substantial?" "Indeed. Quite considerable, sir. Please hold on. I will contact the responsible party on that end." The excitement on the other end of the line was palpable, nearly causing the voice to crack. With an order of over 10 million, and since it was Ye Qing who procured it, the achievement would naturally be credited to him, bringing a bonus of at least 200,000 should the deal be finalized. Chapter 12. A pleasant collaboration, not keeping Ye Qing waiting for long. The phone call soon came through. "Boss, the person in charge is on a business trip. I've informed the general manager, and they will return your call shortly. My apologies for the delay. Please bear with me." "Not a problem. Thank you." Ye Qing finally experienced the sensation of being flattered, albeit through a few complimentary words. Yet, they were sweeter than maple syrup, and it was no wonder that those wealthy magnates reveled in their grandiosity, having grown accustomed to such adulation. "Haha, from now on, I shall also be a big boss." Reclining languidly in a faux leather armchair, which bore a few frayed seams, Ye Qing propped his legs on the peeling desk, blissfully awaiting a call from the general manager of Tiansheng Mining Group. This was the stark contrast. Back when he was merely a small procurement officer in a minor division of Tiansheng Mining, he had to bend over backward to accommodate their whims. Not only was he responsible for their hospitality and accommodations, but he also had to indulge in evening saunas and leisurely strolls in private lounges. And now, faced with an order worth millions, even the general manager of the publicly listed Tiansheng Mining had to personally make the call. General manager. In the past, even if Ye Qing had wanted to curry favor, he would have had to eliminate a formidable competitor to earn a shot at gaining their favor. Ding ding ding. The old iPhone 4, its screen shattered, chimed. Ye Qing grabbed his phone, his eyes widening at the number. Wow, what a splendid number, a sequence of 6. "Hello, is this Boss Ye? I am Xiao Muqing, the general manager of Tiansheng Mining Group." A melodious voice, as clear as a mountain spring, floated through the line. It was a woman. The youthful timbre of her voice sent Ye Qing's heart racing inexplicably. Sometimes, a mere voice could stir one's emotions. Ye Qing's elementary school classmate, Su Ningong, had a voice that resonated similarly, her songs endlessly captivating. Now, this young lady, named Xia Muqing, was introducing a different kind of beauty through her voice. Boss Yi, I understand you wish to order a substantial quantity of curbstones. Xia Muqing's Mandarin was so impeccable, she could easily host a show. What material do you require? Granite, perhaps, or sesame gray. I have specific size requirements, and while we can negotiate the price, my standards must be met. As they delved into business, Ye Qing adopted a serious demeanor, a total of 250,000 pieces. I would like to inquire about the earliest possible shipment. Given your specified dimensions, the stones will need to be custom cut. We can deliver up to 70,000 finished products weekly. Please send me the details. What is your email? Ye Qing fished out paper and pen, ready to note the address. Let us use QQ for ease of communication regarding the specifics, Xia Muqing suggested. A hint of shyness in her laughter. That laughter reminded Ye Qing of an idiom, as beautiful as a crown jade. Setting aside his fanciful thoughts, he opened QQ and input her account. Few young people preferred emails. Instant messaging was far more convenient for real-time discussions. Her QQ was likely a work account, lacking even a membership. Once verified, Ye Qing forwarded the procurement contract from the Urban Construction Bureau, detailing the material and size specifications for the curbstones along with the stipulated delivery timeline, requesting a price quote. Soon, Xia Muqing sent over a chart. It listed prices for various standard curbstone specifications, a minimum order of 5,000 pieces, with discounts for orders over 50,000. The total for 250,000 pieces amounted to exactly 10 million. This price was quite reasonable. The Urban Construction Bureau had intended to sign a contract at this rate with Jiangshan Stone Materials. It was futile to expect discounts from such large conglomerates. The 10 million price did not include shipping, and any significant order could only afford reductions in logistics costs. The logistics expenses were public knowledge, and Ye Qing had previously dealt with several machine tools through logistics. The 250,000 curbstones would weigh approximately 10 tons. And with Xianzhou City being 350 kilometers from Zhongyan City, the logistics costs would be around 1 per million. This was why Lu Fengjin was confident that Ye Qing would undoubtedly procure curbstones from Jiangshan Stone Materials, who would willingly forfeit 1 per million. Ye Qing was keen to express his intentions practically. Tianxin Group must have a dedicated logistics fleet, and after learning which city Ye Qing was in, Xia Muqing indicated that the logistics costs could be reduced to 1 million. Concerned about the expenses, Ye Qing insisted on negotiating the logistics fees, engaging in extensive discussions that filled 5 pages of chat records. Eventually, Xia Muqing sent a speechless emoji, lowering the logistics costs to 800,000. Xia Muqing then inquired, Boss Yi, will you send someone to sign the contract? Or shall I send someone over? No need. Just send an electronic contract, and we can sign and fax it to each other. Ye Qing, well aware of Tianxin Mining's capabilities, opted for a method favored among acquaintances for its simplicity. Boss Yi is quite extravagant, Xia Muqing replied with a fist salute emoji. The total contract price required a 20 deposit, amounting to 2 million. Will you be paying by check or bank transfer? What? Having secured an order worth 15 million. Ye Qing naturally envisioned himself as a big boss with assets in the millions, reclining lazily in his faux leather chair while discussing contracts. In the midst of negotiations, he inadvertently overlooked the stark reality of only having 50,000 yuan in his wallet for startup funds. Yet, Ye Qing could not disclose that a boss intending to procure goods worth 10 million had merely 50,000 in his pocket. No one would engage in business with such a person. At this juncture, Ye Qing could only feign the role of a millionaire with his meager 50,000. There's no rush to sign the contract. Please prepare 1,000 sample pieces and send them over as soon as possible. Provide me with your company account, and I will transfer the full payment for the samples and logistics fees. Certainly. Shall we sign an electronic contract for this? No need. It's cumbersome. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an air of affluence. With a willing patron eager to pay in full for samples, Xia Muqing had no choice but to promptly send the company account details. The paltry 50,000 yuan, not yet accrued any interest in the account, was swiftly transferred out by Ye Qing through online banking. Xia Muqing confirmed that the marble stones were readily available and that the samples could be produced today. To demonstrate sincerity, she arranged for the logistics vehicle to dispatch the shipment that evening. Pleasant collaboration. Ye Qing concluded. Pleasant collaboration. Xia Muqing echoed in reply. Having finalized the preliminary collaboration plan, Ye Qing closed his computer and rushed down to the production workshop. Xiaomuqing mentioned the logistics would be dispatched that evening, and if everything proceeded smoothly, the shipment would arrive by morning. In that case, the workshop would need to undergo minor modifications, summoning 2 robust laborers. Ye Qing instructed them to clear away the disheveled machine parts cluttering the workshop. Chapter 13. All set and ready to begin with formidable strength surpassing even that of the great shark O'Neill. Neo E and Neo Air worked with an efficiency that rivaled a Shugong bulldozer. In the blink of an eye, they had tidied the workshop with remarkable speed. Once the area was cleared, Ye Qing directed them to commence with flame cutting, slicing through several steel plates on the ground. Subsequently, they utilized an automatic wire-feeding argon arc welding machine to fuse these plates into 4 substantial water tanks. Cutting stone generates copious amounts of dust, necessitating the use of water for dust suppression. The water also dissipates the heat generated by the rapidly spinning cutting tool, thereby preventing damage to both the tool and the stone. Prior to engaging in stone processing, Ye Qing had mocked those miserly bosses who recycled wastewater mixed with stone dust. However, now that he was involved in stone processing himself, he was even more proactive than anyone else, intending to weld 2 colossal wastewater recycling tanks out of the tractor's enormous bucket. Neo E and Neo Air were exceptionally industrious. Welding without protective goggles is tantamount to courting disaster. Their eyes bulged like those of cattle as they welded, producing a continuous 2-meter-long seam without pausing. The arc sizzling steadily as they created a flawless line. The welds they produced appeared meticulously refined, displaying a wave-like pattern of perfection, surpassing even the output of fully automatic welding machines. Such craftsmanship would take a typical welder a decade of diligent practice to achieve. 20 minutes later, the 4 large water tanks were fully welded. Neo E and Neo Air then procured some steel strips to create supportive columns for the tanks, allowing for mobility once wheels were affixed. These columns required adjustment with a high-power steel cutting machine. However, when Neo E connected the power supply, the machine stubbornly refused to operate. It was likely defective. Ye Qing rushed over and tinkered with it for a while, recalling that this cutting machine had previously malfunctioned, shaking incessantly during operation. It was long overdue for retirement. Ye Qing remembered that the prop store in the monster factory stocked cutting machines. With 200 coins remaining, he resolved to purchase one. After all, once the stone arrived, Neo E and Neo Air could utilize a carving machine to continuously sculpt and sell, making it easy to earn coins. At this stage, only ordinary quality processing tools could be procured, and their variety was limited. Elevating the factory's level was essential for acquiring more advanced tools. There are 2 types of cutting machines: handheld ones priced at 10 coins each and table models at 30 coins. Consumables for cutting metals, such as cutting wheels for stone and sintered diamond wheels, could also be purchased, starting at 2 coins each, with stainless steel alloy cutting wheels being slightly more expensive at 10 coins. Stainless steel is among the most challenging metals to cut and drill due to its high toughness. Attempting to drill it with a regular drill would result in smoke without penetrating the material. The table cutting machine's power and precision were impressive. Ye Qing deemed a standard quality model sufficient for his needs. As for the cutting wheels, the factory's warehouse was abundantly stocked. The attributes of the table cutting machine, standard quality, included a 20 increase in cutting capacity and 2 precision. Even a standard quality cutting machine, once summoned by Ye Qing, immediately exhibited its uniqueness. Heavy and exquisitely designed, coated in a layer of glossy red paint reminiscent of a sports car finish, making it unmistakably superior in appearance. Upon connecting the power supply, Ye Qing eagerly tested the machine with steel materials. Previously, the factory's cutting machine required considerable effort from workers to press down on the cutting arm, taking at least a minute to cut a standard H-shaped steel piece. Now, even Ye Qing could operate this skill-equipped machine in merely 20 seconds, while Neo E and Neo Air, with their immense strength and additional efficiency boost, could accomplish the task in just 12 seconds. If paired with purchased cutting wheels from the store, the speed would increase even further. That night, Ye Qing lay in the adjacent lounge of his office, tossing and turning until he finally fell asleep. As the sun lazily peeked over the horizon, he was awakened by a phone call. An ordinary out-of-town number, upon connection, directly inquired about his address, stating they were delivering stone materials. What remarkable efficiency! After providing the address, Ye Qing hurriedly got up to wash and dress. The sooner he worked, the sooner he could earn money. His wallet was already yearning for funds. Neo E and Neo Air had been summoned back for rest, leaving Ye Qing alone in the vast production workshop. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of a truck horn echoed at the factory gate. Ye Qing rushed forward, offering cigarettes to the 2 drivers. Just drive in. There's a hoist inside for unloading. The truck's cargo compartment was filled with curbstones, securely wrapped in thick cardboard to form cubes, supported by forklift pallets and fastened with metal sheeting. Ye Qing deftly threaded 2 lifting straps through the wooden boards and activated the hoist to lower them. 1,000 curbstones were unloaded in just over 10 minutes. After signing a receipt presented by the drivers, they politely declined Ye Qing's offer for breakfast and drove away. At that moment, Ye Qing had little inclination to eat breakfast. Once the truck departed, he locked the factory gate and summoned Ye and Ye. Go. Ye Qing grabbed a pair of engineering pliers, as eager as a soldier cutting through a wire mesh. However, upon removing the packaging boards and revealing the curbstones, Ye Qing was left dumbfounded. The neatly arranged, authentic sesame gray marble was indeed correct, yet Ye Qing had ordered 80-centimeter-long cut curbstones. Why were these 2-meter-long stone strips on the forklift pallet? Fuming, Ye Qing measured the dimensions. While the width and height of the marble strips were accurate, their length was a combination of 3 uncut pieces. These were clearly unfinished stone strips. There was no reason for Ye Qing to intentionally send such items to damage his reputation. It must have been a mistake made by the employees under her supervision. Ye Qing was furious and immediately dialed Ye Qing's mobile phone. Dear customer, this is our rest period. Our staff will return your call during office hours. If you have business inquiries, please call our 24-hour customer service. After a few minutes, he tried again, only to hear the same automated response. Digging up the previous truck driver's number, he called back, only to be informed that they were solely responsible for delivery and guaranteed that the error did not occur during the logistics process. The truck driver advised Ye Qing to wait until office hours to consult with the responsible party. Around 7 o'clock, Ye Qing's call finally came through, albeit belatedly. She sounded somewhat lethargic, as if she had just awakened, and Ye Qing could even hear her stretching. Get on QQ. I'll send you pictures. Ye Qing's cold, emotionless voice startled Ye Qing. Mr. Ye, what has happened to provoke such anger? Ye Qing's voice faltered. Apologies, Mr. Ye. But QQ can only be accessed via the office computer. How about you add me on WeChat instead? After a long hesitation, Ye Qing reluctantly offered. As if parting with a cherished treasure, is there a problem with this batch of products? Chapter 14. Summoning the laborers. Upon glancing at the photograph, the understanding dawned. After noting her WeChat, Ye Qing proceeded to snap several pictures of the stone slabs. Her WeChat ID consisted of a series of commonplace phone numbers, leading Ye Qing to surmise that this was likely her personal contact. Consequently, this WeChat account was undoubtedly utilized for her everyday life. Would this not grant access to her circle of friends' photos? With verification complete, Ye Qing promptly accessed her moments. Given the limitations of her 2G network, she made a brief excursion to the office area to connect to the Wi-Fi. Indeed, there were photos. The delightful images of food and scenery ignited Ye Qing's excitement. However, after scrolling through several pages, she found no pictures of people. Ultimately, she had scrolled to an undetermined time without encountering any portraits. Bossy, have the photos been sent? Inquired Ye Qing through a message. My internet is acting up, please hold on. Ye Qing quickly dispatched the few photos. Upon receiving them, Ye Qing immediately responded with a gif of a stunned monkey. I am so sorry. I sincerely apologize. She continued, sending a voice message that tickled the ears, stating that she would promptly investigate which step had gone awry. Ye Qing replied with a promise to expedite the process. A colossal order worth 10 million was at stake. If Ye Qing's factory secured the deal, a blunder in the initial shipment would cost her dearly, necessitating a swift and extravagant apology. While the Tiansheng Group would not resort to such extremes, they could not afford to be remiss in the face of such a substantial order. Not long after, Ye Qing called to clarify that the investigation revealed a mix-up on the storage end. Another customer had ordered the same specifications for the curbstones, but they had requested whole slabs to cut themselves. Ye Qing had ordered finished products. During the packing and shipping process, the orders had been confused, resulting in Ye Qing receiving the whole slabs. Ye Qing assured her that she had sternly reprimanded the storage personnel and revoked the bonuses of the 2 responsible parties for the month. So, will you have the truck returned to collect the slabs? This batch of slabs is a gift. You may take them to a stone processing factory for cutting. The dimensions are correct. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Ye Qing continued to express regret, promising to send another batch of curbstones today. What more could Ye Qing say? A mix-up in orders necessitated some form of recompense. Stone cutting factory? Ye Qing suddenly remembered. We have a cutting machine at home. After ending the call, Ye Qing shouted, Ye, hurry up and come to make the cutting machine. Sang Qing had torn up the remaining 6 machine orders. The second machine had many parts already transported by Ye and Ye. These items would otherwise go to waste, so it was better to assemble them into a machine. The machine base was already welded, only the leveling was lacking. If for personal use, leveling was unnecessary. They could simply set up the workbench, install the guide rails, motor, and control panel, making it operational. Ye Qing directed the assembly, while Niu Yi and Niu Er focused on the installation. By skipping the leveling, polishing, and painting processes, they completed the assembly of the cutting machine in just over an hour. Ding dong. The monster factory phone Ye Qing carried vibrated unexpectedly. Upon inspection, a system notification appeared. Completed a rudimentary stone cutting machine. The experience of the participating laborers has increased by 2. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the laborers, this rudimentary machine had been imbued with remarkable attributes. Rudimentary stone cutting machine, inferior quality, attributes, cutting efficiency 5, marketable. Is it truly possible? Ye Qing was pleasantly surprised to discover that the products crafted by the laborers bore attributes, and most importantly, could be sold. Items in the prop shop, regardless of their attributes, could only be used personally. Once sold, they would become ordinary items devoid of any attributes. Moreover, each product crafted by the laborers would yield a certain amount of experience points. Naturally, experience points allow for upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the capabilities of the laborers. Currently, Ye Qing's factory was only at level 1. Once 10 laborers were recruited, it would elevate to level 2. Level 2 factories, it was said, would grant the Lord a war chariot and blueprints, allowing the monster factory to possess genuine flagship products. The appearance of the Lord's war chariot remained a mystery, as did the level 3 stage, which would introduce a manufacturing industry ranking and genuine cutting-edge technologies currently unknown to humanity. With this, Ye Qing would possess greater capital, inching closer to the ambitious goal of surpassing the manufacturing giants like Mitsubishi. Yet, the journey to achieve such dominance was still lengthy, akin to the gestation period of a child. Gradually elevating the factory's level to at least level 2 would not be arduous. As soon as the profits from the curbstones were realized, Ye Qing could easily elevate the factory to level 2. With the cutting machine operational, everything was functioning correctly. Without the might of Niu Yi and Niu Er, attempting to cut a stone slab weighing hundreds of pounds would necessitate a crane, consuming considerable time. Now, thanks to Niu Yi and Niu Er, they could effortlessly lift 4 slabs and neatly position them on the cutting machine for processing. With the efficiency boost from the factory, the laborers, and the inferior quality of the machine combined, this unpainted cutting machine exhibited a terrifying efficiency that even Einstein would struggle to comprehend. SZZZ. The sesame gray granite slabs, beneath the cutting machine, were nearly as soft as butter, sliced through with ease. The cuts were smooth and even, as if meticulously sanded. Niu Er operated the metal engraving machine. As soon as the stone cutting was completed, he promptly placed a slab onto the engraving machine. 20 seconds later, a stunning portrait of a beautiful woman was unveiled to the world. Niu Yi and Niu Er exuded a majestic strength while working. Their exaggeratedly muscular physiques allowed them to accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Each of their movements was executed with machine-like precision, devoid of any superfluous actions. They would never slack off or engage in idle labor. Ye Qing stood somewhat forlornly to the side, feeling somewhat superfluous. A single curbstone weighed dozens of pounds, and relying on her assistance, she could barely manage to transport 10 pieces before exhausting herself. However, after observing for a while, Ye Qing identified a dilemma. Once Niu Yi had cut the curbstones, they still needed to be arranged on the ground. When the metal engraving machine was in operation, Niu Er had to walk several steps to transport the stones over, and after processing, they needed to be neatly arranged once more. Although their actions were swift, the cumulative time, when considering the vast quantity of 250,000 curbstones to be completed within 2 months, would undoubtedly lead to delays. Recruiting one laborer required 100 gold coins. With only 170 gold coins remaining, Ye Qing decided to recruit another laborer. Chapter 15. Factory upgrade. The recruitment of laborers must be conducted through the factory buildings within the application, with a maximum limit of 10 workers at a level 1 factory. Upon clicking the recruitment button, the familiar mist began to rise within the workshop. As it dissipated, a colossal laborer, characterized by his grayish skin, exaggerated muscles, and 2 prominent tusks protruding from his jaw, materialized. His name was Niu San, and he swiftly set about assisting with the transportation of curbstones. With Niu San facilitating the transfer and arrangement, the processing efficiency surged by 50%. Ye Qing observed that when 3 of these formidable laborers worked together, their efficiency was comparable to that of processing finished curbstones. Undoubtedly, this would significantly reduce the cost of the stone strips, presenting Ye Qing with a more lucrative opportunity. Perhaps he could purchase entire stone strips for processing himself. Of course, with only 1 stone cutting machine available, 2 additional machines would need to be acquired to handle the full processing of the stone strips, allowing for a shift rotation to prevent the motors from burning out due to prolonged operation. Ye Qing called Xiao Muqing, instructing her to switch the order from curbstones to stone strips, and to arrange for future orders of finished stone strips directly. Ye Qing, recognizing the benefits, readily agreed, as the transition from stone strips to cut curbstones merely eliminated one cutting and transportation step, resulting in a reduction of the total order price by $1 million. After deducting labor and material costs, Ye Qing would still retain a substantial profit. 6 hours later, a total of 1,200 stone-carved curbstones had been completed. After the misordered stone strips were cut, they yielded 200 more curbstones than Ye Qing had originally ordered, a fortunate windfall. With several thousand in his pocket, Ye Qing promptly summoned a truck with which he had previously conducted business to load the repackaged stone-carved curbstones. The delivery point was set at the Municipal Construction Bureau's affiliated road construction unit. Currently, several main roads in the city remained untouched, with the Construction Bureau planning to commence work the following Monday, coinciding with Ye Qing's scheduled delivery of the stone-carved curbstones as per contract. Delivering now was certainly premature, but Ye Qing was in dire need of funds and had to sell this batch of stone-carved curbstones. Shortly after Ye Qing made the call, the bureau chief, along with 2 deputy chiefs, hurried over to inspect the goods. If they were ordinary curbstones, even if 1 million were delivered, the chief would not personally oversee the inspection. Yet, these were artistic curbstones, and Lu Jingdong pinned all his hopes on them to present a flawless report to his superiors. The packaging of the curbstones had already been opened by the workers, drawing a large crowd of rough men, all eagerly inspecting and pointing at the stones. As Chief Lu Jingdong exited his vehicle, he recognized his foreman, who discreetly dispersed the workers, clearing a path for him. The chief's demeanor was not much better than that of the workers. To him, these exquisite stone carvings represented not just beauty, but also his accomplishments. At that moment, directors from various departments, including landscaping, urban management, environmental protection, tourism, culture, and health, were anxiously brainstorming ways to intertwine culture and technology. While they struggled to devise a plan, the Construction Bureau had already prepared a flawless proposal, complete with the key element, the stone-carved curbstones, with 1,200 pieces processed in advance. The credit for this success belonged to the bureau chief, who had been hands-on from the project's inception, through approvals, to the first batch of material inspections. A step ahead, he was poised to maintain his lead. Chief Lu Jingdong was confident that once the curbstones for the main roads were installed, this project, initially deemed unremarkable, would shine brightly under his stewardship, greatly enhancing his future prospects. Chief, are you satisfied with this batch of stone-carved curbstones? Ye Qing, noticing Lu Jingdong's prolonged gaze and grin directed at the curbstones, could not help but inquire. Absolutely. Lu Jingdong interjected, his enthusiasm palpable. I am thoroughly satisfied. I can hardly contain my excitement. I have decided to instruct the construction unit to commence work tomorrow, placing this batch of curbstones on Sai Street. And what about the payment for this batch of stone-carved curbstones? Ye Qing hesitated. My factory is small, and I have utilized all available funds to produce these curbstones. Immediate settlement. Lu Jingdong waved his hand decisively. The deposit for the next batch of 50,000 curbstones will increase to 30%. With that, a staff member in a suit promptly approached Ye Qing to inquire about his company account details. By the way, Comrade Ye, do you think we could have the Construction Bureau design some additional patterns for these stone carvings? I believe it would be more visually appealing, Lu Jingdong, still animatedly inspecting the curbstones, proposed with excitement. That would be entirely feasible. In fact, I also think a single pattern is rather monotonous. The lady figure design is perfect for Tsai Street, while we could incorporate locally distinctive patterns for the other main roads in Zhongyun. Ye Qing readily concurred. Excellent, excellent. Lu Jingdong exclaimed thrice. Let us engrave the history of Zhongyun City into each main road with unique designs. Having just secured a substantial sum, Ye Qing readily agreed, proclaiming the idea to be utterly brilliant, one he could never have conceived himself. With laughter akin to a disco dancer, Lu Jingdong bid farewell to the directors, and Ye Qing returned to his factory, his own smile reflecting the joy of selling 1,200 curbstones for 72,000. The deposit for the next batch had also increased by 10%, amounting to a tidy 100,000. A total of 1,070,000 was now securely nestled in Ye Qing's account, untouchable by anyone. 1,070,000. Ye Qing was on the brink of elation. With this windfall, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. It was hard to believe that not long ago, he had hesitated to purchase even the finest cigarettes. Now, the price of a BMW 730 lay comfortably in his account. Furthermore, it was evident that such financial windfalls would only become more frequent. Beautiful women, luxury cars, opulent homes, prestigious watches, yachts, he desired them all. After counting his account balance multiple times, Ye Qing indulged in euphoric fantasies of standing atop the global manufacturing industry once his factory reached level 9. Ding! Just as the funds were deposited, the phone of the monster factory vibrated once more. Congratulations! You have earned your first sum of money through the monster application. Would you like to convert a portion of this amount into system gold coins? Ye Qing recalled the initial explanation. The conversion ratio was 1 to 100. Though reluctant, he knew he needed to convert some funds into gold coins. Otherwise, he could not recruit more formidable laborers to elevate the factory to level 2. Ye Qing was eagerly anticipating the Lord's War Chariot and a complimentary blueprint lottery that came with the upgrade. He selected the conversion button, and the system prompted him to input the desired amount of gold coins. Gritting his teeth, he entered 800 coins. Detected that this amount is stored in the company account. Please withdraw 80,000 in cash to proceed with the conversion. Without hesitation, Ye Qing took out a cash check, filled in the amount of 100,000, and affixed the complete set of seals. To withdraw cash, a check was required, and he would need to visit the bank. Fortunately, a bank was conveniently located within the industrial park. After spending half an hour, Ye Qing successfully withdrew the cash and returned to the factory, leaving 20,000 in his personal account and placing the rest on the table for conversion. A soft, ethereal glow enveloped the pristine stack of 8 bundles of cash. And before Ye Qing's reluctant gaze, 5 of those bundles began to vanish. In the final moment before they disappeared, a soft chime echoed, and the gold coin tally in the monster factory increased by 800 coins. Recruit. Ye Qing gritted his teeth and immediately summoned 7 formidable laborers. To achieve one's goals, one must act decisively. Although I have lost 80,000 yuan, I have been able to elevate the factory to a secondary level, bringing me one step closer to my ultimate objective of surpassing the 3-star standard and getting nearer to the benchmarks set by General Motors. This investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 16. Unfazed by the banquet at Hongmen choosing to recruit the formidable laborers, Ye Qing decisively selected 7. When the mist dispersed and the 7 colossal laborers emerged, even Ye Qing, accustomed to their monstrous appearances, found himself momentarily taken aback. Bringing out 3 more would perfectly complete the integer. 10 towering figures, each standing around 6 feet 5 inches and weighing no less than 350 pounds, their muscles bulging and fangs protruding, stood in a perfectly aligned row, presenting an astounding visual impact. To put it bluntly, if Ye Qing were to confront a king-level deadbeat who consistently evaded repayment, even they would comply and return every penny owed, principal and interest included, upon facing just one of these enhanced laborers. Regrettably, aside from Sang Qing's breach of contract, no one else owed Ye Qing any money. However, Ye Qing had borrowed a sum of around 10,000 from several classmates a few days prior. With newfound funds, he intended to repay them, albeit not in a rush, preferring to upgrade the factory first. Upon gathering 10 colossal laborers, Ye Qing obtained the qualification to upgrade the factory. Without hesitation, he confirmed the upgrade. The system began the upgrade process. 1. 2. It seemed the wait would extend to an hour, and with no curbs to process, Ye Qing directed the laborers to cut steel plates, process components, and manufacture 2 stone-cutting machines. The remaining steel was sufficient for 2 more machines, and with all 10 laborers working together, the efficiency achieved was far beyond mere arithmetic. Their collective strength was boundless, and they would not slack off. If each were armed with a large iron hammer for demolition, they would undoubtedly outperform excavators in speed. Of course, these laborers were not tireless automatons. After a day's work, they required rest to recover their stamina. With 10 colossal laborers, Ye Qing could easily manage a 24-hour shift rotation. During this time, he logged onto WeChat to repay his classmates. Ye Qing had a good rapport at school, and several classmates had previously transferred him money when he sought assistance. However, the amounts were meager, prompting him to reach out in his middle school group for additional help. The division in classes during high school had left him with many names and faces forgotten, yet he maintained contact with his middle school friends, who had a strong bond. In the middle school group, 2 classmates lent him money. One offered 800, while another lent 3,000, the latter being the most generous among them. The classmate who lent 3,000 was a girl named Zhang Zhidong. Ye Qing was quite unfamiliar with Zhang. They hadn't exchanged a word since the 2nd year of middle school. Zhang Zhidong possessed a captivating beauty that could soften the hearts of even the most steadfast. However, throughout their middle and high school years, she had never given any boy an opportunity, being devoted to her passion for novels, particularly detective stories that most boys seldom approached. All classmates, including teachers, were aware of her aspiration to become a police officer, and it was said that she had sought the guidance of a well-known local master to learn martial arts. Typically, students who favored novels did not excel academically, but Zhang Zhidong was an exception. By the 3rd year of middle school, She was already able to borrow English detective novels from the school library. During her senior year, Ye Qing heard from classmates that she had applied to the Huaxia Criminal Police Academy, which primarily accepted students through an early admission process. Colleges utilizing this method often had stringent requirements, especially for military and police institutions. Those bold enough to apply early were exceptional, as doing so limited their options for first-choice institutions, even prestigious ones like Harvard. The Huaxia Criminal Police Academy, established before the founding of the nation, was a revered institution for those studying criminal investigation, maintaining extreme standards for student quality. Zhang Zhitong was the only student from Zhongyun to be accepted into the academy that year. Given the nature of the profession, which often dealt with the most notorious criminals, the admissions process for female students was particularly rigorous, sometimes excessively so. Zhang Zhitong's acceptance spoke volumes about her physical capabilities, surpassing most boys. A graduate of such a distinguished institution would undoubtedly have a promising future, and one would do well to maintain a connection with her. However, truth be told, had Ye Qing not found himself in dire straits a few days prior, he would have preferred to avoid any interaction with Zhang Zhitong for the rest of his life. The seeds of resentment were sown during the second year of middle school. Shortly after the new term began, the bicycles of commuting students parked in the designated area were repeatedly let down without cause. The culprit was cunning, and several of the more notorious commuting students had failed to catch them after multiple stakeouts. During that time, anxiety spread among the commuting students, many resorting to bringing pumps to school. Zhang Zhitong, also a commuting student, claimed that, after her meticulous investigation, the culprit was Ye Qing. Her reputation for detective reasoning was well known, and her ability to comprehend complex English literature surpassed even that of the English teacher, so no one doubted her words. Moreover, her striking appearance ensured that even the most outrageous claims would be taken as gospel by a throng of impressionable youth. The next day, Ye Qing arrived at school with a bruise on his lip, having fought fiercely with several commuting students. They apprehended the true culprit. Yet the tire deflation incidents persisted until the school security department intervened and apprehended a few culprits from other classes. Ye Qing's name was cleared, and the classmates he had fought with treated him to a barbecue as an apology. Nevertheless, the injustice and the whispers from his peers lingered in his memory for years. Had Zhang Zhitong not been a girl, Ye Qing would have likely confronted her on the playground with the intent to settle things once and for all. Thus, Zhang Zhitong was relegated to his blacklist. When she publicly read an apology letter in class, Ye Qing merely feigned acknowledgement and never spoke to her again. Now, Zhang Zhitong had unexpectedly lent him money, leaving Ye Qing genuinely surprised. Reluctantly, he accepted the funds. The words "thank you" were the only ones he had exchanged with her in recent years, sent via WeChat. During the laborer's downtime, Ye Qing repaid all the borrowed money and made individual phone calls to express his gratitude. When it came to Zhang Zhitong, after transferring the money via WeChat, he wrestled with whether to call her to thank her. Ultimately, he decided it was best to do so, especially since she had lent the most. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qing rehearsed his words in his mind for a while before opening his contacts. To his dismay, he realized he did not have Zhang Zhitong's phone number. She had yet to confirm the receipt of the money, and Ye Qing thought to wait until she logged on to express his gratitude through voice messages. Glancing at the factory upgrade progress, which had reached 68, his phone suddenly rang with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, Ye Qing wondered if it was Zhang Zhitong reaching out to him. Considering the time, she should have graduated from the Criminal Police Academy by now. Acquiring his number would be a simple task. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qing answered the call, his voice stiff. "Hello, who is this?" "Ah, it's me, Ye boss," came a somewhat sly voice from the other end. "I'm Lu Fengjin, the director of the Municipal Engineering Office at the Urban Construction Bureau. We've met before. That day in the conference room on the top floor, when you showcased the stone curb." Ye Qing was somewhat taken aback. He recognized Lu Fengjin. After all, he had distributed business cards to several directors during their meeting. However, he wondered why Lu was calling him. Of course he remembered Director Lu. Ye Qing feigned ignorance, as he had heard that Lu was on good terms with Sang Qing, likely due to business dealings, making Ye Qing reluctant to engage. "Is boss Ye free tonight? I have reserved a table at the Natural Residence restaurant and would like to invite you for a gathering. Would you be so kind as to grace us with your presence?" Inviting me for a meal? Ye Qing felt utterly puzzled. His career was just beginning, and it seemed unlikely that even a department head from the construction bureau would seek to curry favor with him. "Ah, Director Lu, I have a dinner appointment with some classmates. It has been many years since we last met." Ye Qing offered a casual excuse to brush him off, believing this dinner to be anything but a simple affair. "You must come, you must. You can bring your classmates along. I would like to introduce you to a prominent business owner." Lu Fengjin's insistence was overwhelming. The Seacott grouper at the Natural Residence is not available every day. If you don't come, it would be a pity to let the grouper go to waste. Such extravagance. Being by the sea, seafood was indeed a local favorite. The grouper served at restaurants could easily exceed 1,000 yuan, and if it were a delicacy, the price could multiply several times. With Lu Fengjin mentioning a significant business figure, Ye Qing had a strong inkling of what was to come. Very well, Director Lu, I shall arrive shortly. Avoidance was not Ye Qing's style. If he evaded this invitation, Lu Fengjin would undoubtedly extend another in the future. Of course, he anticipated that the outcome of this dinner would ultimately be discordant. Thus, Ye Qing needed to prepare himself and keep a backup plan in mind. The time was set for 7 in the evening, and Ye Qing had 2 hours to get ready. Niu, come here. He beckoned the 2 burly laborers, currently engaged with the machinery, and instructed them to send the remaining 8 workers back to the monster factory to rest. Niu and Niu approached, and Ye Qing handed Niu a handheld angle grinder, instructing them to saw off each other's 2 prominent tusks. The 2 beasts exchanged glances, showing reluctance. But under the boss's orders, they had no choice but to comply. Their tusks jutted outwards like those of orcs from the Lord of the Rings, leading one to ponder whether a bite from them could penetrate even chainmail. The angle grinder whirred violently, gradually slicing through the tusks. 10 minutes later, the 2 tuskless laborers gazed at one another, seemingly on the verge of tears. Strangely enough, without their tusks, they bore a striking resemblance to humans. Albeit with the wrong skin tone and rather unattractive features, their faces seemingly covered in muscle. They resembled exceptionally strong individuals, akin to robust African Americans, but with manes sprouting from their chests. Any basketball enthusiast would surely find a place for them on an NBA court. Ye Qing instructed them to hop into his Wuling van, and he drove them directly to the wholesale market on Worker S Road. The van's tinted windows shielded the interior from prying eyes, allowing Ye Qing to remain unconcerned. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could swiftly return them to the monster factory. Upon reaching the wholesale market on Worker S Road, Ye Qing found a secluded spot to park. After carefully locking the doors, he headed straight for a wholesale store specializing in hairdressing and beauty products. Chapter 17. The technology challenged Lu Fengjin. Boss, do you wholesale hair dye here? Indeed. We have all kinds. How much do you need? As business beckoned, the proprietor hastily abandoned his cards and approached. What color and price range are you looking for? I prefer something inexpensive that doesn't fade easily. Ye Qing, unfamiliar with the varieties of hair dye, replied, perhaps black? I'm not well versed in color terminology. Just something akin to the skin tone of African Americans. That can be mixed. You run a barbershop. Surely you can adjust the colors? Ye Qing shook her head. Just help me mix it, and let me know the proportions. With a snap of his fingers and a confident demeanor, the proprietor set to work. He was no braggart. In just a few moments, he blended several dyes to create the desired color. Ye Qing dabbed a bit on her finger, and after it dried, it resembled perfectly the skin tone of those seen on television. She ordered 50 units of each of the 3 dye colors, along with several large rechargeable clippers and a few sets of oversized clothing and shoes tailored for the larger clientele. Once inside the van, she handed the clippers to the 2 muscular laborers, instructing them to trim their excess hair. The laborers, towering over 6 feet tall, would have been a tight fit in the Wuling van if it hadn't been stripped of seats to make room for cargo. While they were preoccupied with their haircuts, Ye Qing laid out a plastic sheet and squeezed the various dyes onto it, mixing them thoroughly with chopsticks. Like applying sauce to a roast duck, she brushed the dye all over them, transforming the 2 muscular workers into what appeared to be underdeveloped African American figures. Job well done. Ye Qing discarded the brush, thoroughly pleased with her handiwork. The dye had exceptional adhesion and was resistant to washing, with a touch-up every 2 weeks. She was confident that onlookers would mistake these 2 laborers for twin brothers who had clandestinely crossed over from an African tribe, never suspecting them to be anything monstrous. After the dye dried completely, she had them change into the newly purchased outfits. Even the largest sizes were somewhat snug, accentuating their muscular limbs and chiseled chests. Their shoes, size 50 basketball sneakers made for athletes, remained ill-fitting. The final touch was a pair of oversized sunglasses, with the sunglasses obscuring their eyes. Even Ye Qing found it impossible to associate them with anything sinister. They resembled powerful, athletic men, whose very presence could intimidate even the most hardened criminals. This overwhelming disparity in stature and strength resembled a wolf among sheep. They were like tigers that had entered a flock. Perfect. Ye Qing couldn't help but marvel at her creation. With Niu and Niu by her side, what was there to fear? Not even the prospect of a third world war daunted her. At 7 in the evening, amidst the twinkling lights of Liangjiang Road, Ye Qing parked the van in the underground lot of Tianranju, a restaurant known for its long-standing reputation in seafood delicacies. The parking area was full, boasting numerous luxury vehicles worth over $1 million. A black Jaguar passed by, its young owner, marked by acne, flaunting his youthful bravado as he teased a long-haired beauty in the passenger seat. Ye Qing locked her vehicle and glanced down at her key, devoid of any remote functions. Then at the van plastered with advertisements, and finally at the dented bumpers that bore the scars of minor collisions. A surge of determination ignited within her. Luxury cars and beautiful women, perhaps even yachts and private jets, were all within her reach through hard work. She glanced at the two laborers in the van, which bolstered her confidence. Time to earn some money. With a stride filled with self-assurance, Ye Qing entered the restaurant. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" A hostess in a red qipao approached her warmly, bowing slightly. "Which floor is the Minghua Hall on?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. I'll take you up." The hostess seemed to be unusually attentive, eager to escort Ye Qing personally. As they ascended, she pressed the elevator buttons with unyielding respect. At the end of the corridor on the third floor, Lu Fengjin and Sang Qing were seated on mahogany chairs, engaged in hushed conversation. Nearby, several stunning young women, procured at great expense by Sang Qing from a high-end entertainment venue, added to the atmosphere. Lu Fengjin appeared exuberant, while Sang Qing, the head of Jiashan Stone Factory, was animated, his voice trembling with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm even in private. The 3-month renovation project in Zhongyun City had proved lucrative for many suppliers of construction materials. Sang Qing was among them, but unexpectedly, a rival had snatched an order he believed was secure. 1 million. For this order, Sang Qing had expanded his workforce by 50, secured a new granite quarry, and acquired several large stone-cutting machines. Yet, just when everything seemed ready, Lu Fengjin called to inform him that the director had personally decided to award the curbstone supply order to another competitor. "Who dares to compete with me?" Sang Qing, having once navigated the rough waters of society and now managing over 200 employees, Sang Qing felt a surge of indignation. The Jiangshan Stone Factory was the largest in Zhongyun, and he had always been the one to dominate his competitors. When had it become his turn to be outmaneuvered? Despite his anger, Sang Qing patiently inquired about the situation and was utterly astonished to discover that the rival was not even from the same industry. The competitor had not stolen his curbstone business, but had innovatively introduced a new technology, one that allowed for exquisite carvings on curbstones at astonishing prices, a feat he had never encountered before. Initially skeptical, Sang Qing pondered who in Zhongyun could rival his expertise in stone processing. The batch of carved curbstones was not a strategic asset, but merely sat in the yard of a construction unit under the city's jurisdiction. With a sense of disbelief, he visited the site, and upon seeing the craftsmanship, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Stone carvings. Only then did Sang Qing truly comprehend the distinction between mere stone carvings and the exquisite, masterfully crafted artworks before him. In stark contrast, the mass-produced stone carvings from his factory paled in comparison to these intricate masterpieces, each line and detail a testament to artistic prowess. The gap was suffocatingly vast, and the more he understood the industry, the more he realized the value these works held. After the initial shock came an overwhelming desire to possess such technology. If only he could acquire this technique, then not just Zhongyun City, but the entire Jiangnan province would be unable to match his quality. Having once contemplated despair over losing a significant order, Sang Qing was now engulfed in an exhilarating euphoria. With access to such advanced machinery, who would care about curbstones or million-dollar contracts? In the nearby cities and counties, are all the curbstone and stone carving orders not entirely one's own? The counterpart is a high-tech company capable of manufacturing such epic-making machine tools, naturally possessing numerous technological patents and substantial strength. Would one really compete with those who merely break stones for profit? They have merely introduced a groundbreaking machine tool, eager to find something to validate their product and advertise it. Isn't it common for many companies to do so nowadays? Upon launching a new product, the first course of action is to vigorously promote and establish a reputation. It must be said, the advertisement for this product is excessively loud. Just a glance from Sang Qing ignited a strong desire within him to acquire one of these machines, even if it costs tens of thousands. It must be swift. If this batch of curbstones is put into use, won't all the stone processing peers from hundreds of miles around swarm in, brandishing checks? Sell it to me. Sell it to me. This is a blank check. You can fill in any amount. At that point, what chance would he have left? Such a miraculous machine tool surely cannot be produced in waves like bean sprouts in mere days. In the face of absolute profit, Sang Qing no longer cared about pride, instantly transforming into a sticky presence, clinging tightly to Lu Fengjin. Lu Fengjin had hinted in a phone call about introducing him to that boss, yet stubbornly withheld the fact that it was that company which had launched this technology. Sang Qing quickly grasped Lu Fengjin's intent. This old sly fox was merely flaunting before him. The orders were not lost. The counterpart was merely a machine tool manufacturing company and lacked the capability to extract and process curbstones. They still needed to purchase curbstones. If he could just curry favor with them, he could have Lu Fengjin introduce him to that boss, allowing him to procure curbstones from Jianshan Stone Factory. A cold smile curled at the corners of Sang Qing's mouth. This fool would never comprehend what a high-tech stone carving machine entailed. Curbstones? What are curbstones? My orders worth millions have been snatched away. That is my honor, my opportunity. As long as I meet that boss, I will weep and plead. Claiming these orders were originally mine, painting a pitiful picture of my situation, stating that without this order, many workers would go hungry. Then, that boss of the epic-making machine tool company might, with just a slight gesture, take pity on me and sell me 2 machines. Wouldn't I then thrive? With orders so plentiful that I could hire another 1,000 workers? Who needs curbstone orders? I could simply give them 250,000 worth of curbstones as payment for the machines. Humph. Fortunately, Lu Fengjin, that idiot, does not understand the intricacies involved. Otherwise, he would have driven me to my demise, and I would have been powerless to resist. For this meeting, Sang Qing spared no expense. Not only hiring the top models for the night, but also spending over 8,000 on a wild Red Sea grouper imported from Vietnam. Just then, the service staff in the private room learned through their earpiece that a customer downstairs had reserved the Mingyue Hall and was being escorted up by the host. They have arrived. Sang Qing's fingers trembled with excitement as he rose from his seat. Today, he had deliberately donned a suit, removed his golden chains, and replaced them with Buddhist beads and jade pendants. These refined items were meant to leave a good impression on the other party. Chapter 18. On the road of natural residence, a few young ladies stood up, having long been instructed by Sang Qing to warmly welcome the esteemed guests who would soon arrive. As the beautiful hostess gradually opened the intricately carved antique wooden door of the private room, Sang Qing was already positioned at the entrance, eagerly extending his hands. Ye Qing appeared before them, his hands clasped behind his back, stepping onto the plush carpet. This esteemed guest is quite youthful, was the first thought that crossed the minds of the young ladies. However, his attire was rather ordinary. They scrutinized Ye Qing from head to toe, failing to detect any signs of luxury branding. Yet, when Ye Qing entered, Sang Qing, waiting nearby with a beaming smile, suddenly appeared as though he had been caught off guard by a transformer. Shock, panic, confusion, and suspicion enveloped him. How could Ye Qing not recognize him? Just a few days prior, he had dramatically torn apart several of this man's machine tool orders and refused to pay the remaining balance on the first machine. There were numerous reasons for tearing up Ye Qing's orders. Standing up for the workers was one, not wanting to take the orders was another. And his disdain for Ye Qing contributed as well. A young man without power or wealth was merely someone to bully, and Sang Qing had not taken him seriously. However, even if Sang Qing had 10 more heads, he would never have anticipated that the high-profile boss he had longed to meet, the owner of a high-tech company, was, in fact, Ye Qing. Wasn't his factory producing rather substandard cutting machines? Astounded, Sang Qing wore a look of disbelief as he withdrew his outstretched hands. What are you doing here? Sang boss, so you two know each other? Lu Fengjin feigned surprise, introducing the two. That makes it easier. Let's all sit down and have a drink. Sang boss, you have the capability to produce curbstones, while boss Yi has the ability to process them. It's a perfect match for mutual profit. What am I doing here? Ye Qing, witnessing Sang Qing's dismay, felt a surge of satisfaction. Did you not invite me here at Director Lu's behest? I invited a capable owner of high-tech machine tools. Not you. Have you had too much to drink? Sang Qing nearly overturned the table. Coughing innocently, Lu Fengjin glanced at Sang Qing. This gentleman is the boss whom the director personally approved for collaboration. It should be correct. At this moment, Sang Qing felt as if he were a donkey presented with an Olympiad math paper, completely bewildered. Just days ago, Ye Qing had been laboriously fixing machines for him, and he had torn up the remaining 6 machine orders, his expression more dismal than if he had lost $1 million. Why, in such a short span, had Ye Qing snatched away a 10 million order and acquired a previously unheard of high-tech machine manufacturing technology? Why? Do you truly possess such a high-tech engraving machine? Sang Qing struggled to suppress his astonishment and anger. Whether I do or not is none of your business. Ye Qing coldly interrupted Sang Qing's reverie. Even if I had one, do you think I would sell it to someone of your disposition? Of course. Sang Qing's eyes glinted with greed. The purpose of being angry is to profit. With money, we can all earn together. I fear you might not be able to consume it all alone. Indeed, we all seek wealth. Lu Fengjin interjected, sensing the atmosphere was turning tense and subtly signaling to the ladies. The 3 voluptuous young ladies, recognizing the need to lighten the mood, quickly approached the men, linking arms and cheerfully insisting that nothing was more important than enjoying a drink together. Come, gentlemen. Have a seat, and let us accompany you in your revelry. These ladies, clearly seasoned in the nightlife, adeptly captured the men's attention, utilizing their charms to draw focus towards themselves. The young woman beside Ye Qing, with her pure and charming oval face and sweet smile, invited him to sit while signaling the waiting staff to bring in the dishes. Accompanied by such beauty, Ye Qing felt a rush of exhilaration, a treatment he had never experienced before, his heart racing. However, the grim expressions on Sang Qing's and Lu Fengjin's faces dampened his appetite. Perhaps due to the overwhelming shock, Sang Qing resumed his seat and took a deep swig from the gilded porcelain cup filled with white liquor, exhaling a breath of alcohol towards the lady beside him. Lu Fengjin also raised her glass, playfully proposing a toast to Ye Qing. Director Lu, sang boss, let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Ye Qing said, taking a deep breath. Sang Qing's eyes were red, his face flushed. With a substantial enterprise comes substantial expenditure. Previously, to secure the orders, Sang Qing had invested heavily, purchasing 8 large mining saw machines. Each day they sat idle, a significant loss ensued. Now, regardless of whether Ye Qing was indeed the mysterious owner of the high-tech engraving technology, he had to make concessions. I can offer you 37 per piece for the curbstones, and for that engraving machine, I'll add an additional 20% on top of the price. Sang Qing presented what he believed to be an irresistible offer. I'm afraid, sang boss, I've already secured a buyer for the curbstones and signed a contract. Ye Qing sighed regretfully. As for that high-tech engraving machine, don't even think about it. We all seek wealth. There's no need to be so thorough about it. Sang Qing's expression darkened. Haha. Ye Qing's laughter dripped with sarcasm. Speaking of thoroughness, Sang boss should understand better who truly was thorough. You were quite boastful back then, tearing up the orders and daring me to sue. Now, how is it that you find yourself pleading with me? Indeed, I deliberately snatched your curbstone order. Ye Qing stood up, brushing aside the delicate hand resting on his arm. Sang boss, if you have the ability, feel free to sue me. Let us see if I'm afraid. Ye Qing's choices were difficult for those seasoned in business to comprehend. It was merely a pursuit of wealth. Yet Sang Qing had agreed to drastically lower the price of curbstones to 37, intending to invest heavily in machines. What of the humiliation he had previously endured? A moment's patience could yield 100,000 more in profit. Yet Ye Qing could not swallow that bitterness. The tearing up of those 6 machine orders had filled him with powerlessness and humiliation. To earn more money while enduring the same humiliation he had already faced was not something Ye Qing could accept. As for Sang Qing's connections and the potential for the situation to escalate, those were matters for another day, ones that would require a different kind of consideration. Sang Qing was nearly driven to the brink of fury. His orders had been snatched away, and now his own words were being thrown back at him without any countermeasures. The profound sense of powerlessness stemming from this vast technological gap ignited a fire within Sang Qing. What do you think you are? Do you believe that just because you possess a few high-tech engraving machines, you can trample on my dignity? Sang Qing had never regarded Ye Qing with any seriousness. His robust strength and past experiences had led him to dismiss Ye Qing, a young man without power or influence. We shall see. You will pay for your choices today. Sang Qing ground his teeth, each word laced with venom. Don't wait for the future. Let us settle this now. Ye Qing boldly sat back down. I know you have a history in the underworld, and I am aware of the many young men working under you. I dare to snatch your order, and I have certainly considered the consequences. However, I am a man who does not believe in superstition, especially not in your Sang Qing's. The atmosphere in the private room became palpably tense. The 3 nightclub girls startled as if they had heard a gunshot, springing to their feet. They were there to earn money by accompanying patrons, not to witness a brawl, fearing for their own safety. They could read men better than any fortune teller. The man who had lavishly invited them was clearly not a conventional businessman. As for Ye Qing, the youthful fervor within him was laid bare for all to see. In the private room, there were no other patrons present, and the altercation between the two was far from a mere scuffle. Lu Fengjin's mouth gaped wider than that of a hippopotamus. Having lived a life of luxury for many years, he had never encountered such a tense situation. At that moment, he was far more concerned about avoiding a beating than any notions of playing both sides. Oh dear, my stomach is upset. I need to use the restroom. Lu Fengjin exclaimed, hastily pushing open the door to flee. Sang Qing also rose from his seat, his rough movements sending the exquisite porcelain tableware and seasonal fruit platters crashing to the floor, startling the service staff into retreat. His gaze was fierce, with veins pulsating ominously on his forehead. Suddenly, the suffocating atmosphere was shattered by the distinctive ringtone of an iPhone. It was Ye Qing's phone ringing. I need to take this call, he stated bluntly, retrieving his phone to reveal an unfamiliar local number. The old Crack-screen iPhone 4 elicited incredulous gasps from the nearby young women. "Who is this?" Ye Qing inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. After a brief silence, a gentle yet slightly hoarse female voice responded. "Is this Ye Qing?" "This is Zhang Zhitong." Had the situation not been so grave and tense, Ye Qing would have relished the opportunity to converse with Zhang Zhitong and reminisce. However, the current atmosphere was decidedly unsuitable for such a discourse. "How did you get my number?" Ye Qing asked, a question he had already anticipated. "I just returned to Zhongyun. Are you free tonight? Perhaps we could gather with our middle school classmates?" Zhang Zhitong's tone was sincere. "I'm afraid I won't have time tonight," Ye Qing replied. Though he harbored memories of past grievances, he felt it was unnecessary to dwell on them after so many years. "How about this, tomorrow? I'll treat you and invite our classmates to gather once more. I know you still hold on to the grievances from back then," Zhang Zhitong said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "For 8 years, you haven't spoken a word to me. Tomorrow, it will just be you and me." "I'll definitely be there," Ye Qing assured her, realizing it was not the right moment for a leisurely chat before promptly ending the call. Several male attendants in work uniforms entered, their vigilant gazes darting between Ye Qing and Sang Qing. "Sir, this is a restaurant. If you wish to fight, please do so outside," the lead attendant stated, maintaining an even demeanor while gesturing for them to leave. "You wait here," Sang Qing spat defiantly, turning his back as he pushed past the attendants. Sang Qing hurriedly made his way to the underground parking lot. A brand-new black Mercedes-Benz E400L beeped in response to his approach. Ye Qing activated his Wuling Hongguang van, having completed upgrades at the monster factory. He had no time to waste and called back Neo E and Neo Air. Then, he leisurely followed the sleek black Mercedes. Sang Qing recognized Ye Qing's van, his expression darkening as he pulled out his phone to make a brief call, instructing the person on the other end to hurry over, as there was a matter to address. As he navigated the illuminated Liangjiang Road, he glanced in the rearview mirror to see the dilapidated Wuling still trailing behind. "Are you seeking trouble? I can certainly accommodate you," Sang Qing laughed heartily, a hint of alcohol on his breath. Suddenly, the van behind began to flash its headlights erratically. And then, as if propelled by an unseen force, it surged forward. Sang Qing assumed it intended to overtake him and prepared to unleash the power of the Mercedes when the Wuling collided with him violently from the side. The thunderous crash reverberated. The pristine Mercedes, still adorned with its decorative stickers, was struck by the Wuling, a vehicle worth scarcely a fraction of its value. The tremendous impact crumpled the left doors of the Mercedes, shattering one of its tempered glass windows. Although Sang Qing had never been in the habit of buckling his seatbelt, the vehicle's superior safety features and the instant deployment of airbags spared him from injury. In stark contrast, the poor Wuling was left with a shattered front bumper and a severely dented hood, its lights scattered across the pavement. "You must be insane. What have I done to deserve this?" Sang Qing lamented, nearly on the verge of tears at the sight of his damaged Mercedes. Men often regard their cars with the same affection as a romantic partner, particularly a luxury vehicle worth nearly $1 million. Ye Qing shook his head to dispel the dizziness from the collision, exited his vehicle, and approached the Mercedes. Without exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly dialed 3 numbers on his phone. "Hello, is this 110? I am at the entrance of Tianranju on Liangjiang Road, and an accident has occurred. The driver of the other vehicle is someone I know. He is the owner of Jiangshan Stone Materials. I witnessed him consuming copious amounts of liquor earlier, exhibiting signs of intoxication. Please dispatch assistance promptly." Chapter 19. The Lord's Chariot. Upon hearing the mention of drunk driving, the operator immediately perked up, assuring that the traffic police would arrive at the scene shortly. Drunk driving? It suddenly dawned on Sang Qing that he had just downed a large cup of white liquor in the private room. Too young of liquor certainly qualified as driving under the influence. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the incident, the responsibility lay solely with him. If it were merely a matter of financial compensation, it would not be the most catastrophic outcome. Following a series of notorious drunk driving incidents that garnered national attention a few years prior, drunk driving had become a treacherous area within traffic accidents, drawing the ire and stringent enforcement from local governments. Being caught driving under the influence could lead to the revocation of one's driver's license, a 5-year ban on retesting, hefty fines, and a 15-day stint in detention. This was assuming one was apprehended during a random check. Should an accident occur, the penalties would be even more severe. Sang Qing finally comprehended why Ye Qing had deliberately crashed into his precious Mercedes. It was a ploy to ensure he spent 15 days in detention. Panic set in, and he realized that seeking trouble with Ye Qing was no longer his priority. Finding help was crucial. After 3 calls, a white Hyundai with flashing police lights approached with a series of sirens. The young traffic officer alighted, requesting the vehicle registration and driver's license. He approached the black Mercedes, one hand holding a breathalyzer and and the other tapping the hood. Another officer snapped a few photographs before turning to Ye Qing, inquiring if he was the one who reported the incident. Yes, that would be me. Ye Qing cooperatively blew into the breathalyzer and presented his vehicle documentation, then crossed his arms, observing the unfolding drama. Indeed, Sang Qing, still seated in his car and on the phone, ignited the ire of the two young officers, who forcefully opened his door. Get out of the car immediately. Sang Qing, reeking of alcohol, exited with a sullen expression, disregarding the breathalyzer held aloft by the officers. One officer promptly communicated via radio, "Hello, accident team, send a tow truck to Liangjiang Road." The other officer chuckled, addressing Sang Qing. "It won't matter if you call the chief's office. We are currently in the midst of a 3-month inspection period, with drunk driving and drug driving as key focuses. You can refuse the breathalyzer, but once we take you to the station, we will conduct a blood test for alcohol content." Turning to Ye Qing, the officer asked, "Since the other party is fully at fault for drunk driving, would you prefer the tow truck to bring your vehicle to the accident team, or will you handle repairs yourself and seek compensation from him later?" "I can manage the repairs myself," Ye Qing replied with a smile, signing the form presented by the officer. With money in hand, he was unconcerned about the repair costs. "Best of luck with your time in detention, Mr. Sang." Ye Qing waved cheerfully at Sang Qing. "You've got guts." Sang Qing stared at Ye Qing intently. With his connections, Ye Qing completely disregarded any threats and simply got into his car and drove away. Upon returning to the industrial park, Ye Qing dropped off the van at a repair shop specializing in trucks, where he was well acquainted with the staff. After handing over 1,000 yuan, he arranged to pick up the vehicle in 2 days. After a brief detour through Tainanju, he realized he hadn't even sipped a drink. Feeling quite hungry, he headed to a bustling eatery on the roadside within the park, known as a Yun snack shop. Ye Qing ordered a bowl of clay pot rice noodles and requested the proprietress to slice half a pound of marinated beef. This establishment, run by a couple from out of town, was renowned for its delectable clay pot rice noodles and marinated beef. Typically, Ye Qing refrained from indulging in marinated beef, but today he decided to treat himself to a generous serving. Seated at a table, he noticed 2 workers clad in uniforms emblazoned with the Ye Chemical logo, enthusiastically devouring a large platter of marinated beef. Between bites of beef and sips of erguo, the 2 workers animatedly discussed their factory's recent acquisition of a 50 million yuan chemical raw material order from Germany SBASF, which was now in the final stages of synthesis. Ye Chemical, located on the western side of the park, boasted a significant operational scale. Listening to their boasting grew tiresome. So Ye Qing took out his phone to check on the upgrades for his monster factory. The system had completed its upgrade, and amidst a backdrop of mechanical sci-fi aesthetics, a new structure had appeared alongside the original factory building, the Mechanical Research Institute. Mechanical Research Institute, designed for the development of various products and metal manufacturing techniques. As this was a newly introduced structure upon reaching level 2, it came with a complimentary chance for a product blueprint lottery. Furthermore, it also allowed for the recruitment of secondary skilled workers, master craftsmen. The available items in the marketplace had also expanded, encompassing all ordinary quality items and a selection of small, high-quality items. The system also prompted, "Congratulations, you are 1 step closer to the path of legend. The system will gift you a Lord's Chariot as your vehicle." Finally, the coveted Lord's Chariot was within his grasp, something Ye Qing had long anticipated. At level 1, the system had granted him 2 powerful laborers, and a mere lottery could yield an incredibly advanced metal engraving machine. Now, with the level 2 system bestowing him a vehicle, he would surely be the talk of the town. Earlier that afternoon at Tainanju, he had been subjected to the ostentation of a Jaguar owner flaunting his girl, followed by Sang Qing's dazzling black Mercedes that had caught his eye. Had it not been for the lack of transportation, Ye Qing would not have wished to drive his own Wuling Sunshine, plastered with advertisements. Now, however, the system had finally gifted him the Lord's Chariot. Ye Qing stifled a chuckle, even as the proprietress brought over the sliced marinated beef and clay pot rice noodles. He quickly stowed his phone and eagerly dipped several succulent pieces of beef into the rich sesame sauce before savoring them. Delightful. After 3 mouthfuls, the unique flavor of the marinated beef exploded on his palate, prompting him to exclaim how delicious it was. The clay pot rice noodles were equally delightful. Seemingly a simple broth, yet so flavorful that one couldn't resist finishing the soup, complemented by seasonal vegetables. The taste was utterly captivating. Of course, the establishment catered to the common folk, and even though the marinated beef was their signature dish, many patrons often hesitated to order it. Just as Ye Qing was nearing the end of his meal, he suddenly noticed that the once lively eatery had fallen eerily silent, as if under the spell of Medusa's petrifying magic. Looking up, Ye Qing found himself momentarily transfixed. A young lady clad in a sky blue knitted sweater entered. Her immaculate navy canvas, shoes contrasting her attire. The neckline of her sweater revealed an elegantly graceful neck that made one swallow involuntarily. Her hair fell in soft strands, and even a mere glance allowed one to vividly envision her exquisite visage in their mind's eye. The girl, with porcelain-like hands holding a phone, wore adorable cartoon headphones. Ye Qing quickly scanned the tables, relieved to see a group of burly men swallowing their saliva, confirming that his table, with its tidiness, was indeed the most suitable for her. As expected, the graceful beauty flashed a smile at Ye Qing and approached. Hello, dear viewers of Douyu. Today Dodo will introduce you to a hidden gem on Zhongyun Street, the clay pot rice noodles and marinated beef at a yin snack shop. Alas, Douyu? Ye Qing was taken aback. No wonder this enchanting girl was holding her phone. She was a live streamer. Chapter 20. This chariot is quite impressive how stunning it is. Ye Qing had previously spent some time on live streaming platforms and was not unfamiliar with outdoor broadcasts. However, he never anticipated that he would one day encounter a beautiful female anchor. The elderly gentleman nearby wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the girl's actions. The girl named Dodo gracefully settled into the seat diagonally opposite Ye Qing, sweetly ordering rice noodles and marinated beef from the boss. Seizing the opportunity, Dodo transformed into a reporter, producing a miniature microphone from her pocket. She flashed a charming smile at Ye Qing and introduced herself, saying, "Hello, sir. I am an anchor from Douyu live streaming platform, currently hosting a segment on street food. May I interview you?" "Of course," Ye Qing replied, somewhat entranced by the lovely young woman. "I also have an account on Douyu. I will make sure to follow you when I get back." "Thank you." Dodo beamed, adjusting her phone's position before asking, "Do you work in the park? Do you often come here to eat?" As the camera focused on Ye Qing, he was nearly overwhelmed by the barrage of comments flooding the screen, particularly the rapid red messages. His keen eyes caught a few of the crimson remarks that nearly took him aback. "Who is this little nobody? Get out of the way, let me through. Even the workers nowadays are so trendy, they even have Douyu accounts. Hey, you're blocking Dodo's signal." Clearing his throat, Ye Qing regained his composure. "Oh, I'm actually the owner of a nearby factory," he said, glancing at the online viewer count. Over 300,000. He smiled. "I don't come here often. But the food is indeed fantastic. I've heard my employees rave about it many times." No sooner had he uttered these words than the comments exploded. Red messages swirling like confetti. "This guy is so pretentious. I give him 100 points. Wow, the president of a roadside stall. Wow, so you're a big boss. My apologies." Dodo laughed enchantingly, adding, "You must get your employees to follow me. They can see various delicacies from Zhongyun City." "Absolutely. I'll ensure my workers follow you tomorrow." Though Ye Qing felt a bit flustered by the attention, the bright yellow lights masked his embarrassment. Indeed, he was a boss. But currently, he had no employees, just a bunch of quirky characters. "By the way, do you know any good places to eat in Zhongyun City, like distinctive restaurants?" Dodo inquired. "Natural residents. Their seafood is quite good." "Wow, natural residents. I've heard it's quite expensive." Dodo turned the microphone and phone towards herself, saying, "Dear viewers, next episode we will visit natural residents. Let him treat us. Dodo, give him a chance to show off." Seeing the viewers cheer, Dodo pretended not to notice. While letting this little boss treat them would undoubtedly thrill the viewers and increase donations, Dodo could not bring herself to do such a thing as it might make her dislike herself. At that moment, the boss personally brought over a clay pot of rice noodles and a generous serving of marinated beef, overflowing with excitement and eager to treat Dodo. How could he not be thrilled? His daughter had informed him that this young woman was advertising for their little eatery, and it was said that tens of thousands would be watching. As the food was served, Dodo naturally shifted her attention back to it, offering Ye Qing an apologetic smile. Having nearly finished his meal, Ye Qing realized that lingering any longer would be unnecessary. After exchanging greetings, he left, glancing back multiple times. The live stream erupted with excitement, insisting Dodo follow him out to see the vehicle this big boss drove, to determine whether he was boasting. A panoramic sunroof bicycle. The latest electric vehicle with stepless transmission and rear-wheel drive. "All right, fine. I'll go out and take a look." Dodo could no longer endure the audience's enthusiasm and peered outside discreetly. To her surprise, the big boss ambled down the street, the dim light casting a long shadow behind him. Fortunately, Ye Qing's Wooling Sunshine was at the repair shop. Had they seen that, it would have been a source of endless laughter. As he walked, Ye Qing's mind was consumed by the earlier scene and Dodo's smile. Occasionally, he recalled the silhouettes of the night models at natural residence. This was not a case of instant infatuation, but rather a reflection of his prolonged singlehood over the years, particularly the last year spent surrounded by rough men in the factory. At his age, he was in the prime of romantic pursuits. brimming with youthful hormones yet lacking even a single female friend nearby. How could he not feel anxious? Lost in thought, Ye Qing quickened his pace. He needed to return to the factory promptly to summon the lordly chariot gifted by the system. With a luxurious vehicle, who would fear the absence of beautiful women? After a brisk 10-minute walk, he arrived at the factory, locked the door securely, and pulled out his phone, fervently praying for divine blessings that his chariot would surpass even the Ferrari Enzo in magnificence. "Appear, my lordly chariot," Ye Qing exclaimed, tapping the usage package on the screen with fervor. A mist enveloped him, and as it dissipated, the true form emerged. Ye Qing nearly collapsed to the ground. The dazzling red exterior, the mechanical beauty of its tracks, the small spiral turbine at the rear, and the two robotic arms resembling bomb disposal units left him in disbelief. What lordly chariot? Its size was hardly larger than a children's digger at an amusement park. If this were his ride, he might as well sit on a stool. Level 1 lordly chariot, current quality. Excellent upgradable. This is a uniquely designed battle vehicle tailored for you. With it, you can conquer the industrial realm, traversing land, sea, and sky, undefeated in battle. It possesses formidable modification capabilities. Simply provide gold coins to enhance your chariot. As your factory level rises, this exclusive vehicle will also elevate in grade and size, allowing you to relish the thrill of commanding the world's finest machinery. Equipped with a fully waterproof exterior and propulsion drive, it is unafraid of any working environment, even operating freely underwater. Its magnetic self-propelled tracks can adhere to metallic surfaces. The fully automated welding mechanical arm boasts a 20 underwater welding capability, with an additional 5 precision underwater welding. The fully automated operational mechanical arm, modifiable, can perform intricate tasks with ease. Upon reading this, Ye Qing's spirits lifted significantly. Clearly, he had set his expectations too high, leading to disappointment upon seeing such a small form. However, the fact that the lordly chariot could perform underwater welding was remarkable. Underwater welding is known to be the most challenging form of welding. Nonetheless, due to its immense demand and wide-ranging applications across various industries, manufacturers place great emphasis on investing in underwater welding technology. Even today, the means of underwater welding remain scarce. Most operations rely on professional divers carrying welding equipment to descend and perform the task. The presence of water complicates welding significantly, with the most evident challenge being arc initiation. On land, starting an arc is relatively simple. Placing the electrode near the joint and giving it a gentle tap will ignite the arc and allow the rod to burn. However, in water, the conductive nature of water makes initiating an arc exceedingly difficult. Yet, the lordly chariot's description promised effortless automatic welding underwater. With this capability alone, Ye Qing could make a fortune from underwater welding tasks. Considering its advanced features, Ye Qing was somewhat forgiving of its diminutive size. Once it upgraded to a larger form, he would be able to sit comfortably and enjoy the ride. Chapter 21. The grand scene of the park. The control method for the Lord's Chariot is rather unique. It can be operated directly through the Monster Factory's mobile application. By clicking the control button, the screen transitions to an interface reminiscent of a racing game. The central display features a 360-degree rotating camera mounted on the Lord's Chariot, which follows the movement of the phone. Flanking virtual joysticks allow for unrestricted maneuvering, while 2 additional virtual levers control mechanical arms, enabling the selection of a micromanipulation mode for welding tasks. Perhaps due to its designation as Ye Qing's exclusive vehicle, the seemingly intricate controls become second nature to him after only a brief exploration. The source of its power is equally enigmatic, consuming gold coins directly, while the welding wires must be specifically purchased from the item shop. Tomorrow, he plans to cast it into the lake to test its underwater welding capabilities. As he imagines welding a pile of scrap metal into a magnificent pagoda, Ye Qing feels a surge of satisfaction. Next, he is set to draw blueprints. Rubbing his hands together, he fervently hopes to obtain the finest design, having enjoyed a streak of good luck lately. Upon opening the Mechanical Research Institute, a roulette wheel materializes, albeit with only 12 segments. Non-stick rice cooker, rapid charging electric tricycle, powerful stain-removing washing machine, automatic drilling machine, high-speed press machine, metal rapid engraving machine. From the names alone, the manufacturing blueprints can be categorized into 2 main types, domestic and industrial. Regardless of whether one pursues civilian or industrial pathways, there are excellent products available, providing Ye Qing with exceptional support in his quest to dominate the manufacturing landscape. Of course, these blueprints do not yet qualify as cutting-edge technology. They are entirely feasible with current human technological capabilities, albeit at a prohibitively high cost. Once the Monster Factory reaches level 3 and enters its formal phase, alongside the establishment of a manufacturing leaderboard, He will possess authentic blueprints of groundbreaking technology. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Ye Qing presses the central lottery button. The roulette spins rapidly, and 10 seconds later, as it gradually slows, the pointer delicately aligns with the blueprint titled Metal Rapid Engraving Machine. Ye Qing's heart races. He has indeed obtained the Metal Rapid Engraving Machine. With this tool, the stone sculptures for the curbs of Zhongyun City will serve as the finest promotional material, far more effective than hiring Su Ningong as a product spokesperson. The thought of inviting Su Ningong, his first crush from elementary school, to endorse the machinery produced in his factory fills him with delight. She is now a sensationally popular figure. Once he achieves success, he intends to make that happen. Chuckling softly, Ye Qing stifles his glee, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. A glorious future awaits him. He envisions building a vast fortune through his own efforts, far more fulfilling than being a wealthy heir. In the future, he imagines purchasing a private jet and constructing an airport, posting about it on his WeChat moments. Coughing to clear his thoughts, he realizes that if he continues to dream, sleep will elude him tonight. Ye Qing quickly shifts his focus to recruiting skilled masters, a privilege available only at the second-level monster factory. The skilled masters boast an 8 processing precision and efficiency, specializing in crafting miniature components and possessing knowledge of circuit creation, an invaluable asset for manufacturing high-tech products. Each recruitment costs 200 gold coins, and Ye Qing currently possesses only 170 coins. It seems he must inject more funds. Opening the gold bar, he sets a conversion limit of 600 coins, then pulls out his checkbook, writing a cash check for 60,000. The system detects a valid cash check for conversion. Wait, at level 1, only cash could be converted. Now at level 2, checks are also eligible? This development significantly eases Ye Qing's burden. He promptly confirms the conversion. After a flash of white light, the cash check vanishes, and his gold coin balance increases by 600. Logging into his online banking, he verifies that his balance has indeed decreased by 60,000. Ye Qing swiftly recruits 2 skilled masters. As the ethereal mist dissipates, 2 slightly hunched figures with large, egg-shaped eyes and elongated limbs, their skin a muted gray, materialize in the workshop. These 2 skilled masters resemble Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, yet their features are far more pleasing, lacking any frightening attributes. Hello, boss. The skilled masters murmur in an odd tone, bowing simultaneously in respect to Ye Qing. Hello, he replies, feeling somewhat disoriented by their fluency in Mandarin. The hefty laborers, with their simple minds and brawn, could barely muster a response beyond yes or aha, making any extended conversation a luxury. The skilled masters exhibit a markedly higher intelligence. Their large, expressive eyes dart about with curiosity. Where do you come from? Ye Qing ventures to engage them. Boss, we hail from the monster factory. We were summoned by you. They nod eagerly, displaying a commendable sense of employee awareness. Do you understand sorrow? Ye Qing poses a philosophical question. If the boss cannot earn money, we feel sorrow. This flattering remark elicits a hearty laugh from Ye Qing, recognizing the reliability of the skilled master's intellect. He envisions delegating the management of the simple-minded laborers to them, streamlining operations significantly. Work soon arrives, with a fresh delivery of granite stone strips ordered from Xiaomuqing. Ye Qing, as usual, employs the overhead crane to transport the materials and instructs the skilled masters to oversee the laborers. The skilled masters demonstrate a natural aptitude for management. Under the boss's directives, they communicate seamlessly with the laborers, orchestrating their movements with mere gestures and glances. The stone strips are transported, the cutting machines are engaged, and the rapid metal engraving machine processes the materials. Ye Qing casually assigns them the code names Little 1 and Little 2, and after a brief moment of satisfaction, he returns to his office to contact Xiaomuqing and instruct her to expedite the delivery of stone strips. With 900,000 available as a deposit, the funds are sufficient for 2 contracts. As he dials her number, Xiaomuqing is likely engaged in karaoke, her melodious voice singing I Like You in authentic Cantonese, drifting through the phone and nearly prompting Ye Qing to applaud. My apologies, boss Ye, I'm singing with friends. Can I call you back later? The sounds of laughter and playful banter fill the background. Ye Qing enthusiastically agrees, and as Xiaomuqing attempts to apologize again, her companion likely interrupts her, leading to a burst of laughter reminiscent of a lark. Hanging up, Ye Qing feels a pang of envy, wishing to join her in that lively atmosphere. He realizes that he feels as if he has returned to middle school, where the mere sight of a beautiful girl ignites the desire to get closer and make introductions. It's a peculiar sensation. Could it be that wealth transforms a man as character? This transformation, Ye Qing finds, is rather delightful. After toiling tirelessly, the goal has always been to live more freely and enjoyably. A vehicle symbolizes a man's status, so Ye Qing opens his computer and searches for the latest luxury cars. Upon completing the curbstone order, he estimates a profit of approximately 5 million, and with increasing opportunities on the horizon. Purchasing a luxury car does not equate to extravagance. Luxury vehicles represent a dream for nearly every young man. Ye Qing has a preference for two types, one resembling the rugged Jeep Wrangler or Hummer for outdoor adventures, and the other being a supercar, an ideal choice for flaunting wealth. Since he desires both, he resolves to acquire them, envisioning a collection of 10 or 8 luxury cars parked at the factory. Buy. As Ye Qing clicked on a Lamborghini, intending to check the price, the computer screen suddenly went black, plunging the entire factory into darkness. A power outage? Ye Qing's initial thought was that a circuit breaker in their factory had tripped. A power interruption in the industrial park was a significant matter, necessitating an advance notice to ensure that each factory could prepare accordingly. However, upon peering outside, he noticed that several other factories were also enveloped in darkness. An unexpected blackout. Ye Qing had not received any notification regarding the outage, indicating that someone was bound to face repercussions. A sudden power failure in the factory was a grave concern. For instance, if workers in the production workshop below were in the midst of hoisting large machinery with a crane when the power cut out, how would they manage the suspended equipment? Although cranes are equipped with locking mechanisms to prevent equipment from falling during an abrupt power loss, they have weight limits, and workers often tend to exceed these limits. Should the weight be excessive, the locking mechanism and lifting straps would endure immense stress. And if the power remained off for 1 or 2 hours, the risk of breaking became substantial. Whether or not this would result in injury to personnel was uncertain, but the suspended machinery would undoubtedly be ruined. Fortunately, the crane was currently idle, and there were no hazardous materials in the workshop, alleviating Ye Qing's concerns. However, he could hardly endure the darkness of the night, and planned to visit the hospital to accompany his parents. Yet, shortly after leaving the factory and walking along the road, an alarming siren pierced the silence of the darkened street. Following closely behind, a long line of red vehicles whizzed past Ye Qing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ye Qing noted that among the fleet of fire trucks, a few had a distinctive design, equipped with large tanks. These were dry powder fire trucks, which Ye Qing had encountered during a large-scale fire drill in the industrial park 2 years prior. Such vehicles are specifically deployed to combat fires in petrochemical facilities and are not mobilized without a significant incident. Chapter 22. The reaction vessel petrochemical enterprises are among the most susceptible to hazardous incidents during unexpected power outages. Consequently, these establishments are equipped with dual protective circuits. If one circuit experiences a sudden power failure, the other ensures that the equipment is supplied with emergency power. However, this measure does not guarantee absolute safety. Otherwise, factories that have not experienced outages would not have encountered accidents. Ye Qing surveyed the surroundings, but did not observe any factories emitting plumes of thick smoke or flames. He quickly retrieved his phone and called Officer Su of the Park Management Committee. Su Luojun was the assistant responsible for his industrial area. Despite his title, Ye Qing could only hope he would provide information regarding a power outage notification or any new regulations requiring all factories to plant ornamental trees. After a prolonged busy signal, Su Luojun finally answered, seemingly in a vehicle, with the roar of the engine audible in the background. "What is happening?" Su Luojun exclaimed anxiously. "There's a power outage, and I see a fire truck convoy heading into the park. Huaxing Heavy Industry is constructing the 3rd phase of their factory. While transporting a cooling tower with a 200-ton crane, the driver misjudged the height, colliding with our high-voltage lines. They are currently organizing electricians for repairs." The incident occurred at Gangxie Chemical, where several reaction vessels were in the process of heating for catalytic reactions. The sudden power failure caused the automatic locking valves of the vessels to close, and when the backup power was activated, a section of the steam boiler's pipeline ruptured due to excessive pressure. The catalysts had already been added, and heating could not proceed, leading to the possibility of unpredictable chemical reactions. Su Luojun's voice grew increasingly urgent. "I need to find their supervisor to assess the situation. If there's danger, I'll notify everyone to evacuate." Gangxie Chemical? Ye Qing recalled encountering 2 workers from Gangxie Chemical at a local eatery, discussing their recent acquisition of a substantial order worth 50 million and mentioning the reaction vessels. As someone with a background in machinery, Ye Qing was not well versed in the intricacies of chemical engineering. However, the presence of numerous fire trucks suggested that the situation was serious. His factory was located over 2 miles from Gangxie Chemical, so he presumed the incident would not affect him directly. He decided to wait patiently for further notifications. Continuing his stroll toward the city center, Ye Qing stopped by a familiar repair shop to check on his van. The shop primarily serviced large trucks and operated late into the evening. With few customers today, several workers quickly replaced the headlights and bumper. The engine hood had also been repaired, and they planned to apply primer and paint once the sun was up tomorrow. Ye Qing greeted them and decided to take the van for his errands. Before heading to the hospital, Ye Qing stopped at a nearby fruit shop to buy some small mangoes, as his father particularly enjoyed them. As he walked toward the hospital room, he contemplated a pressing issue. The factory workers had resigned, leaving the premises occupied by a group of peculiar creatures. In Ye Qing's absence, he had recalled the creatures to their factory for rest due to confidentiality. However, this arrangement was not sustainable. Despite the factory's tall walls shielding it from prying eyes, it was still part of an industrial park with many neighboring factories, which would inevitably raise questions over time. Furthermore, the facility had been managed by his father, who would inevitably return upon his discharge from the hospital. This bizarre situation was too extraordinary, and Ye Qing did not want his parents to worry about him interacting with these creatures. The secret of the creatures would remain locked within his heart. Thus, the best solution was to select a secluded location for establishing a new factory. Currently, with only a dozen or so creatures, hiding them would not pose significant difficulty. As the factory's level increased, Ye Qing was confident that a resolution would emerge. Upon arriving at the hospital room, he found Ye Jiangning engrossed in a movie on his phone. Noticing Ye Qing's arrival, he hurriedly inquired whether the machinery had been sold. Su Lan, his mother, also asked, mentioning that Qian Dongdong had been ruled out for any intracranial hemorrhage and was now being transferred to a general ward. Not sold, it's all still there. Ye Qing replied with a smile, raising the small mangoes in his hand. I contacted an old classmate and partnered with him to secure a large contract from the Urban Construction Bureau. We're currently focused on making money. Ye Jiangning, confined to the hospital for days, was unaware of the factory's developments. However, upon hearing that Ye Qing had secured a major contract, he felt a sense of pride and asked what type of order it was. Naturally, parents are delighted when their children are successful. We're processing curbstones, sourcing them at a low price from my classmate, and then I'll have someone cut them before selling them to the Urban Construction Bureau. If this project goes well, we might earn over $1 million, and I plan to buy you both a car. Buy me a car? Ye Jiangning laughed heartily, choking slightly on the fruit, causing him considerable discomfort. If you can buy yourself a Passat, I'll consider that an achievement. One must not squander money after earning it. Is the order being facilitated by Uncle Zhang Jiangyu? The warm light illuminated Su Lan's face, revealing her gentle yet weary smile. Last time, he introduced us to 7 machine orders. Now he is assisting with the curbstone contract. Once we profit, we must show our gratitude. While the order was indeed secured through Ye Qing's technological prowess, Zhang Jiangyu had been quite generous, and expressing gratitude was only fitting. Absolutely. Ye Qing replied with a playful snap of his fingers. A phone call abruptly interrupted the tranquil atmosphere in the hospital room. Ye Qing glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Luojun from the Park Management Committee. Hello. Ye Qing's heart raced. He hoped this call would not bring bad news. The power lines have been repaired, and the main circuit has been restored. Su Luojun's voice conveyed relief. Upon receiving the initial report, we were alarmed. Hundreds of tons of chemical materials were in the reaction vessels, and we rushed to call the fire department. Subsequently, the owner of the chemical plant summoned several experts from the chemical laboratory at Zhongyun University. After analyzing the molecular formulas of the materials in the reaction vessels, they confirmed that there was no risk of explosion or air contamination, and the danger has been averted, perhaps due to the mitigation of a significant chemical hazard. Su Luojun concluded with a conversational tone. However, Gangjie Chemical has suffered a considerable loss. The temperature in the reaction vessels 1T rise, and their tens of millions in chemical materials are at risk of being rendered worthless. They are currently searching the world for diverse skilled in underwater welding, with reports of fees reaching 500,000. 500,000 for a skilled underwater welder? Ye Qing noted the amount, but struggled to comprehend the rationale. If the pipeline was damaged, couldn't they temporarily halt the steam boiler and repair it with standard welding? Steam was not a highly combustible or explosive gas. It could be welded at will, so why the need for underwater welding? In their quest for aesthetic appeal in the office area, a section of the steam pipeline was routed through an artificial lake, and the damage occurred within the water. Now, the lake resembled a fountain, spewing white steam, with many fish scalded to death, and workers were busy fishing them out. After Su Luojun concluded the call, he had to continue notifying other factories. The steam pipelines were double-layered with a fully sealed structure, filled with fiberglass insulation, and were routed underwater without fear of temperature loss. Then, underwater welding on this pipeline? Ye Qing thought of his lordly battle vehicle, which excelled at underwater welding. If the tens of millions in chemical materials were to be wasted, the owner of Gangjie Chemical would undoubtedly be desperate enough to contemplate drastic actions. Offering $500,000 for underwater welding expertise was a significant opportunity. Feeling parched with excitement, Ye Qing, who had been consumed with thoughts of earning money to buy a luxury car, realized he had stumbled upon a viable avenue. He decided to investigate further, as he might be able to volunteer his services and earn that $500,000. On the phone, Su Luojun mentioned that an expert from the chemical engineering laboratory at Zhongyan University was conducting an analysis on site. He was uncertain about the expert's credentials, but Ye Qing was well aware. Zhongyan University was his alma mater, and its chemical engineering laboratory, formerly known as the Materials Chemistry Engineering Laboratory, stood as a symbol of pride for the institution, being its sole national key laboratory. The experts within were not the kind of self-proclaimed specialists seen on television, promoting their services for a mere 998 yuan. Rather, they were regarded as invaluable assets by numerous chemical enterprises, akin to deities in the industry. Given their assurance that no hazards were present and the factory workers were busy catching fish, Ye Qing felt reassured under the dual layers of security. He informed his parents that business opportunities might be on the horizon, and swiftly made his way to the parking lot. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the roads were relatively clear, allowing Ye Qing to drive at a brisk pace. After approximately 20 minutes, upon arriving at the industrial park, he encountered a fast-moving Iveco adorned with the advertisement for Giant Dragon underwater infrastructure, heading swiftly towards Jiangxi Chemical, a direct competitor. Ye Qing pressed the accelerator, transforming his Wuling Sunshine into a racing vehicle on the highway. Chapter 23. Underwater welding. Jiangxi Chemical is a prominent privately owned chemical enterprise that, through a decade of relentless effort, has garnered numerous accolades, including the titles of Private Technology Enterprise of Jiangnan Province, High-Tech Enterprise of Jiangnan Province, Environmentally Friendly Advanced Enterprise of Zhongyan City, and AAA credit-rated enterprise from the banking sector. The proprietor, Rong Wei, is not only a significant asset in the industrial park, but also a distinguished guest at the annual entrepreneur tea parties hosted by the mayor. Jiangxi Chemical primarily produces low-toxicity or non-toxic chemical raw materials, dominating the production capacity within Zhongyan City. Last month, they engaged in discussions regarding a substantial order for chemical raw materials worth 50 million with the globally renowned German company BASF, a topic of great pride for Rong Wei. BASF, a titan in the multinational chemical industry, boasts an extensive and formidable operational footprint, with a presence in 41 countries and over 160 wholly owned or joint venture subsidiaries. It is almost laughable to suggest that anyone involved in the chemical sector has not heard of BASF, akin to a young person being unaware of the name Akio Kano. The prospect of establishing a relationship with such an industry giant left Rong Wei nearly overwhelmed with joy. For any company or individual, a successful initial collaboration lays the groundwork for future long-term partnerships. Naturally, when similar orders arise, thoughts will gravitate towards those with whom one has previously enjoyed fruitful cooperation. Driven by the potential of this order, Rong Wei exerted every effort, employing the finest materials and adhering to the strictest processes to ensure a successful venture abroad. However, due to a blunder by Huaxing Heavy Industry, all those endeavors, along with chemical raw materials valued at millions, now teeter on the brink of disaster. As Ye Qing's van approached the gates of Jiangxi Chemical, he intended to explain the situation to the security personnel, but found the brightly lit security room deserted. The electric sliding doors stood wide open, and along the main road, several fire trucks were conspicuously illuminated under the streetlights. Ye Qing drove in directly, parking in front of a row of small cars opposite the fire trucks. The factory area of Jiangxi Chemical was vast, with metal pipelines as thick as a human arm lining both sides of the road, alongside various reaction vessels, large spherical pressure vessels, cooling towers, and towering chimneys. Except for a distinctly office-style building, the roofs of the other structures were predominantly adorned with various large containers. The air was laced with a faint scent reminiscent of shampoo. There was no need to search for the accident site. A massive plume of steam shooting over 10 meters into the sky, accompanied by a loud hissing sound, was unmistakably evident over the artificial lake in front of the office building. After parking, Ye Qing surveyed his surroundings and made his way toward the lake's edge. The area was bustling with activity, as dozens of people engaged in heated discussions and attempts at mediation. The scene was chaotic, with many large fish, scalded to death by steam, floating on the surface. Numerous employees clad in Jiangxi Chemical uniforms were using bamboo poles to fish them out. Ye Qing also noticed two middle-aged men in security uniforms attempting to catch the fish that had swum to the shore with nets. The water in the artificial lake appeared clear, with only common kitchen steam leaking out, prompting the workers to fish without hesitation. As Ye Qing approached the animated crowd, he recognized several familiar faces: two elderly chemistry professors from Zhongyan University, Li Huaxing, the head of Huaxing Heavy Industry, and Rong Wei, the owner of Gangje Chemical. The two professors, both recipients of national subsidies, were engaged in discussions with several employees from Gangje Chemical and lab coats and a few armed firefighters regarding the catalytic issues surrounding the batch of raw materials. Having seemingly exhausted all possibilities, one of the armed police officers had already notified the fire truck team to prepare for departure. In another cluster of people, Rong Wei was visibly agitated, his well-manicured fingers gesturing emphatically at Li Huaxing. The current synthesis involved diethanolamine, an exceedingly expensive chemical raw material with a complex production process. And it was unexpected that Huaxing Heavy Industry would cause such a significant setback at the final stage. This loss is directly related to your company, Huaxing Heavy Industry. The steam temperature is inadequate, and the raw materials cannot undergo normal reactions. You must compensate us. Rong Wei exclaimed, his anger palpable. I acknowledge that this is our mistake. But you can't simply demand compensation without distinction, replied Li Huaxing, dressed in golf attire and feigning innocence. Who allowed you to connect the pipeline to the lake? That clearly does not conform to the design specifications. Look, now it's broken and cannot be welded. Had you not damaged the main line, would our pipeline have ruptured? Rong Wei retorted, his fury unabated. The pipeline is flawless. It is a double-sealed steel pipe that couldn't possibly harbor hidden flaws, even under imaging. It is filled with fiberglass, and the outer layer is coated with 2 layers of epoxy resin and polyurethane. The issue lies with your emergency power outage procedures, Li Huaxing replied, raising his hands in resignation. I will certainly compensate for the damages, but only based on the fines issued by the electricity and park departments. By the way, I have contacted a company specializing in underwater welding. There are only 2 such firms in Zhongyun. With yours included, they will all be present shortly. Ye Qing, eavesdropping on their conversation, contemplated introducing himself as the 3rd company capable of underwater welding, one they were unaware of. However, amid the chaos, no one inquired about his identity or department. Just as he was about to speak, a white Iveco van screeched onto the scene, careening across the grass before abruptly stopping beside the crowd. The van's doors swung open, and several young men leaped out. We are from Jilong Underwater Infrastructure. Which one of you is the owner? I am Rong Wei, the owner of Gangje Chemical, he exclaimed, filled with hope as he pointed to the expansive artificial lake. Quickly, the pipeline is below. My raw materials in the reactors are waiting for this steam to save them. You must help me weld it. As the saviors arrived, several employees in lab coats rushed over. The temperature within the reactors had failed to rise, stagnating at 50 degrees when it should have reached 120 degrees. It was imperative to seal the steam leak at the lake center. Are you out of your minds? 2 men clad in diving suits nearly shouted in exasperation. A significant number of fish in the lake have been scalded to death. How do you expect us to dive in there and become fish ourselves? Chapter 24. Racing against time. Numerous chemical raw materials necessitate the maintenance of specific temperatures during synthesis to intensify molecular activity, elevate energy levels, and react with catalysts, thereby transforming into alternative substances. Whether within a laboratory setting, where the reaction vessel is only marginally larger than a pressure cooker, or in vast chemical plants towering to several meters, capable of processing hundreds of tons in a single reaction. This essential tool is indispensable for anyone involved in the chemical industry. At Jiangxia Chemical, a malfunctioning reaction vessel, a steam-heated reactor, has emerged. This colossal apparatus is designed with a double-layer structure, where high-pressure steam is injected into the intermediary layer, rapidly raising the internal temperature. However, with a rupture in the high-pressure steam line, a significant amount of steam is leaking into the lake, preventing the temperature within the reactor from rising as required. Professor Zhang, the anxious owner, Rong Wei, called for the expert. Do you think we can temporarily shut down the steam boiler? The elderly Professor Zhang approached, rubbing his wrinkled forehead. The synthesis of diethanolamine is currently at its final stage, requiring the reaction vessel to reach 120 degrees for dehydration with the catalyst. Without the temperature increase, the dehydration process cannot proceed. The catalyst has only 8 hours of active time left, and an hour has already passed. If the steam is interrupted, the temperature within the vessel will swiftly decline. We have at most 1 hour. If the steam can be restored, increasing the pressure should help save the situation. Delay any longer, and hope will be lost. Introducing the catalyst is an irreversible process, akin to a bullet fired. If it fails to hit its target, the effort is wasted. The same applies to the catalyst. Should the reaction fail, the entire batch of raw materials would be rendered useless, transforming into unidentified pollutants that must be disposed of at great expense. Upon hearing there was still an hour left, Rong Wei felt tears welling up in his eyes. He grasped the employees of the underwater construction team anxiously, urging, prepare immediately. As soon as you're ready, I will cut off the steam. 1 hour? The underwater construction team was discontented. You can offer 50,000, even 100,000, but we cannot complete the underwater pipeline welding in that time. They surveyed the steam line, observing the double-layer steel structure. Now that both layers are damaged, we must cut off the upper layer and clean the fiberglass before welding. 5 hours would be a stretch. We are not machines. Even if you found a machine, it wouldn't finish in an hour. 100,000, I implore you. I will pay 100,000. Rongwei was desperate to don a diving suit and join the endeavor. Do you understand how difficult underwater welding is? The diver from the underwater construction team patiently explained, on a bad day, it may take dozens of attempts just to strike an arc successfully. A waterproof welding rod can only manage a few centimeters of weld underwater, and we must surface to replace the rods. I know the difficulty. Why else would I offer 100,000? The frustrated Rongwei declared, I don't care what methods you employ, just finish the welding within an hour, and I will pay 100,000. Let us use several welding torches simultaneously, one worker suggested. At most, 2 torches can be used. The pipe is not that wide. Are we playing mahjong here? 100,000 was an astronomical sum. No underwater construction company could remain indifferent to such an offer. As they hesitated to accept the job, a small Zhonghua truck arrived on the scene, emblazoned with Qianzhong Underwater Engineering. It appeared that another underwater welding company, affiliated with Zhongyun, had arrived, bringing both of Zhongyun's companies together. Chairman Li Huaxing quickly approached, distributing cigarettes to everyone before pointing to the artificial lake. If you can weld that pipe within an hour, the factory owner will reward you with 100,000. While welding was certainly feasible, completing it within an hour was another matter. The team leader assessed the plume of leaking steam and patiently reiterated similar sentiments to the previous contractor. Nevertheless, the allure of 100,000 was immensely tempting. Once adversaries, the 2 competing firms now contemplated a collaboration, murmuring about joining forces to seize this opportunity. Let us take a gamble. What if a miracle occurs? The 2 team leaders swiftly reached an agreement. Ye Qing was at a loss for words. With both professional teams mobilized and working as if invigorated by stimulants, she decided to wait and observe. If they failed, she would step in. After all, they were the experts, equipped with abundant gear, while she was alone and needed to prove her worth. Oxygen tanks, electric welding machines, specialized underwater welding guns with lengthy hoses, and cutting tools were swiftly unloaded. The workers from Jiangxia Chemical had already prepared the power supply lines, and 2 small boats were stationed nearby to clear debris from the water's surface. With all preparations in place, Rongwei commanded the steam boiler to be shut off. Within approximately 10 seconds, the enormous mist column in the middle of the lake gradually subsided, releasing bubbling water. On the small boat, 2 divers secured underwater lights and descended with ignited cutting torches. The artificial lake was expansive, although the leaked steam had scalded some fish. Once the steam was halted, the overall water temperature remained relatively low. Under the illumination of several high-power halogen lights, everyone on the shore could see clearly as the 2 divers entered the water, immediately erupting like startled cats. Why is the pipe still spewing hot water? One diver exclaimed, removing his breathing apparatus and grimacing. Residual heat. Residual heat. On the shore, Rongwei, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, this is a pressure line. Both valves are closed. We just need to wait for the pressure to dissipate. After a 10-minute wait, the divers, continually testing the water temperature with their feet, still hesitated to descend. Hearing the workers' report on the temperature fluctuations within the reactor, Rongwei was utterly exasperated. What are you waiting for? Do you think I'm inviting you for a foot massage? You think I'm made of iron? That pipe is still spewing hot water. Do you want to scald me? Without a moment's hesitation, Rongwei ordered the security personnel to row him over in a small boat. Upon reaching the leak, he thrust his hand in to test the water and fell silent. 5 minutes later, the lake's surface ceased bubbling. Rongwei, like a shot goose, suddenly stood up in the boat. The 2 divers, invigorated, ignited their cutting torches and slowly descended. How many have witnessed underwater cutting operations? A crowd of workers gathered on the shore, more enthusiastic than at a star concert. Even the 2 firefighters stationed there craned their necks to observe the center of the lake. Chapter 25, Self-Recommendation at the bottom of the artificial lake, over 3 meters deep. 2 azure flames flickered, casting an enchanting blue glow across the surface of the water. The moment the high-temperature flames made contact with the outer layer of the damaged pipeline, a thick plume of black smoke surged to the surface, trailing behind the rising bubbles. Keen-eyed workers could vaguely discern a rectangular incision slowly cutting through the damaged section of the outer pipeline. On the shore, workers were continuously reporting the temperature of the reaction kettle: 50 degrees, 49 degrees, 47 degrees, 45 degrees. The gradually decreasing temperature tightened the hearts of all the workers. They lamented the potential loss of their bonuses. If this batch of raw materials were to be ruined, The most they could hope for would be overtime pay. Meanwhile, two silver-haired professors were engrossed in phone conversations with other experts in the chemical industry, exploring alternative processes that could expedite the reaction of diethanolamine. Ye Qing stood on the shore, eagerly observing two divers at work beneath the surface. After a little over 10 minutes, the outer pipeline was finally severed. The divers swiftly surfaced, one of them clutching a pair of pliers. The steam pipeline was encased in a thick layer of fiberglass, which had to be removed to weld the inner pipe. Half an hour had passed, and the divers, working desperately, tugged at the fiberglass. However, the material was incredibly thick and difficult to manipulate underwater. After laboring for most of the day, they had managed to clear only a small area around the rupture. Time is running out. Hurry up, Boss Roan Wei exclaimed anxiously, almost diving in himself to take over. The divers appeared undeterred, continuing their methodical work. As time ticked away, Boss Roan Wei's expression transformed from urgency to despair. His Vacheron Constantine watch indicated that the minute hand had completed a full circle, but the divers had only just finished clearing away the fiberglass, revealing the inner pipeline. With underwater lights and dive lamps illuminating the area, they finally saw the crack. The steel had been violently bent outward by the high-pressure gas, creating a gaping 30-centimeter wide opening in the pipeline. The gap was large enough to fit a fist. Under normal welding procedures, these bent edges would need to be hammered back into alignment before proceeding. However, underwater welding rendered such adjustments impossible. The divers surfaced, removing their respirators, their faces etched with exhaustion and guilt. Boss, it's unmanageable. The damage is too severe. We can only cut this section out and replace it. Roan Wei slumped onto the small boat, and as the news reached the shore, the professors sighed, exchanged farewells with a few employees, and retreated to their car. They understood better than anyone that with every passing minute, the likelihood of the raw materials going to waste increased. With no feasible welding solution at hand, the raw materials were destined for disposal. Two small boats returned to the shore, and Roan Wei was helped down by employees, his face pale as a sheet, sweat beading on his forehead. Li Huaxing, chairman of Huaxing Heavy Industry, patted Roan Wei on the shoulder. I must attend to matters at the Phase 3 plant. You need to hold on. As the professors departed and the chairman left, the workers who had initially watched with interest dispersed, leaving only two employees who appeared to be part of the management team. After the boss had botched a monumental contract, remaining here would surely be an ill omen. The personnel from the underwater companies began to pack up their equipment. Having failed the mission, they would be lucky to receive a minimal fee for their labor. Boss Roan, may I give it a try? Ye Qing approached Roan Wei softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Roan Wei remained seated, unresponsive to her inquiry. Boss, what should we do? Asked an employee clad in a white coat. Still, Roan Wei showed no signs of life, resembling a statue. The employee gently shook his shoulder, repeating his question with a hint of sorrow. This man had been with the company since its inception, witnessing its evolution from a humble workshop to one of the leading chemical manufacturers in Zhongyun. He understood better than anyone the sacrifices Roan Wei had made over the past decade. Securing a major contract with the German company BASF was the pinnacle of Roan Wei's relentless efforts. Now, everything was lost. The raw materials would require costly disposal, and failing to deliver diethanolamine would incur penalties that could financially cripple Ganja Chemical. As for future partnerships, what company would want to continue collaborating with a partner that faltered on their very first deal? The employee shook Roan Wei's shoulder once more, causing him to finally awaken from his stupor. Unexpectedly, he broke down, burying his face in his hands and weeping uncontrollably. It's over. It's all over. Where am I to find so much diethanolamine? Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in anguish. From the very beginning, despair had been his fate. Heaven, why send these two underwater construction companies to give me hope? Roan Wei felt as though the sky had collapsed, having failed at the final hurdle, the last step of welding. Boss, should we drain the raw materials into waste barrels? An employee dutifully inquired. Suddenly, Roan Wei stood up, his gaze resolute. No, since there's no turning back, we shall reconnect the steam. Inform the boiler room to restart the steam flow, maximizing the heavy oil. He wiped away his tears. Did the professors not suggest increasing the ratio of ethylene oxide and accelerating the stirring to expedite the reaction? Do it, even if it leads to my demise. I must face it with clarity. I cannot abandon hope so easily. The employee hesitated but ultimately chose not to dissuade the boss. If the professors believed that this batch of raw materials posed no risk of explosion or spraying, then attempting it might provide closure for Roan Wei. The order was swiftly issued, and the boiler room, which had not ceased operation, promptly closed the vent valve and reopened the steam pipeline's valve. Moments later, the long steam pipe trembled violently, as if a dragon were coursing through it. Following this, a tremendous explosion erupted from the artificial lake. sending a colossal plume of steam soaring over 20 meters into the air, unhindered by the fiberglass barrier. Gradually, the temperature within the reaction kettle began to rise once again. However, even with this process, it would take at least half an hour to return to the previous temperature. Moreover, without the thick fiberglass barrier, steam leakage would only increase. Standing before the artificial lake, Wei shouted, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless. Boss Rome, may I give it a try? I also know how to weld underwater. Ye Qing stepped forward once more, offering herself for the task. Chapter 26. Technology as the primary productive force. What do you mean? Wei, having regained his composure, abruptly turned around, gazing at Ye Qing with an expression as convoluted as an abstract painting that even the greatest masters could not decipher. What good is your welding? There is simply no time left for me. What use are you? Wei murmured to himself. There's no time. It's too late. What underwater construction company are you from? An employee nearby approached and inquired. I've seen you here for a while. Surely, you can't expect to earn money like this? We simply have no time. Do you understand? Closing the steam valve will lead to losses. The employee patiently explained to Ye Qing. The catalytic activity time is already insufficient. If we shut the boiler, the heat will dissipate, and just the process of reheating will take nearly an hour. I can weld without shutting the steam boiler. Little brother, have you lost your mind? A diver, who was just about to demand payment, overheard the conversation and was nearly struck dumb. You're not Superman, who can shoot lasers from his eyes. Those steam temperatures could be around 200 degrees. Do you think you could just jump in and not get cooked? Ye Qing chuckled. I didn't mention it earlier as I didn't want to take away your business. Since you were contacted first, naturally, you should proceed. However, if you cannot do it now, I must step in. Haha, little brother, the divers from both companies laughed heartily. If you have the skills, then by all means, show us how you are going to weld under 200-degree steam. At that moment, both companies' divers gathered around, giggling and eager to learn from him. Hey, if you're sick, go get treated. Don't drag us down. An employee from Ye Qing Chemical expressed his displeasure. If this guy got scalded, they would owe a substantial amount in compensation. Let him try. We, the only two underwater construction companies in Zhongyun, have yet to accomplish this. I want to see how a young man like him intends to do it. The employee glanced at his boss, who had turned into a statue, weeping by the lakeside. Let him give it a shot. I'm quite curious myself. You go and try it. Just to be clear, if you want to jump into the lake to commit suicide, that's not happening. Without a feasible plan, I won't even let you on the boat. I possess special welding techniques, Ye Qing teased, withholding the details. Quickly. We can hardly wait to learn. The two divers jested. I'm not boasting. But even if American underwater welding companies came, they wouldn't have the capability to weld that pipeline. Ye Qing left them with a graceful silhouette, jogging towards the Wuling Sunshine van. He returned shortly after, within a minute. He was still dressed as before, and he didn't even have a welding gun. The divers and other employees from the welding company were in stitches, nearly rolling on the ground with laughter. Are you really planning to use laser vision to weld? Ye Qing made a shushing gesture to the technologically challenged crowd. Then, with a smartphone that had already accessed the operation interface, he leisurely maneuvered the Lord's battle car behind him, when a sleek, square, gold-plated robotic vehicle with two futuristic mechanical arms emerged, propelled by tracks. Everyone present, 2 managers from the chemical plant, 2 divers, and 5 accompanying employees, was struck by an overwhelming sense of astonishment, their laughter replaced by a stunned silence. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly, their expressions akin to witnessing a superhero with laser vision. This strikingly futuristic robot, equipped with mechanical arms for welding, left them utterly bewildered, as if they had fallen from the clouds and found themselves at a loss. No matter how long they pondered, they could never have imagined what had bolstered Ye Qing's confidence. Now, they understood. A welding robot of remarkable sci-fi aesthetics. A welding robot. The audience consisted of seasoned veterans familiar with machinery, and they were no strangers to welding robots. Many production workshops featured such machines. However, those robots were typically stationary, connected to numerous wires, and appeared quite bulky. Of course, there were similar underwater robots, but their functions were rudimentary, limited to underwater photography and the retrieval of small objects. This. The 2 divers stammered as if they were foreigners, unable to articulate clearly. This robot can weld underwater? Whether it can or not. Won't you see for yourself? Ye Qing relished their astonishment. Then quickly, get it in the water. What are we waiting for? The 2 employees from the chemical plant trembled with excitement. If this robot could indeed weld, Wei, the boss, seemed oblivious to the commotion behind him, his entire focus consumed by the steam fountain in the lake center. Ye Qing nodded, swiftly steering the Lord's battle car toward the lakeside. Fortunately, the Lord's battle car was still in its first phase, and its functionality was not yet overwhelming. There were many underwater robots on the market that looked similar, but none were capable of underwater welding. The constraints on the development of underwater welding robots were not due to technical difficulties. The technology was not particularly challenging, but rather a question of practicality. If the functions were too outlandish, Ye Qing would not have presented it in such a manner. As Ye Qing controlled the robot with his phone, he surprised them once more. Underwater robots were typically operated via laptops. This was the first time they had seen one controlled by a smartphone. The Lord's battle car soon submerged in the lake, its headlights illuminating the way as it sped toward the ruptured pipeline. Suddenly, Ronwei looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is that? What is that? Boss, that's the underwater welding robot." The employees hurried over to explain excitedly. The young man earlier said he could help us weld the pipeline without shutting off the steam. With a thud, Ronwei collapsed again, overwhelmed by the series of highs and lows, unable to sustain his heavy frame. He felt as if he had plunged into the depths of hell, only to discover a portal leading straight to paradise. This was the essence of Ronwei's emotions. If it can truly weld, Ronwei calculated quickly. The two underwater construction companies had taken about an hour to dismantle the pipeline, but they were unable to weld it back together, and he had immediately ordered the steam to be turned on. Although the steam temperature had not increased significantly, they had not wasted much time either. This meant there was still hope. This hope hinged on the successful completion of Ye Qing's welding robot. The two divers rushed over, crouching by the shore, gazing at the welding robot in the water with eyes hotter than a cowherd peeking at the 7 fairies bathing. The searing steam at 200 degrees was something that no human could ever approach, yet this small welding robot effortlessly drew near. Indeed, effortlessly. Under the underwater lights of the Lord's battle car, everyone witnessed it swiftly dive into the volcanic eruption-like rupture of the pipeline and then secure itself beside it. The 200-degree water temperature had no effect on this mechanical creation, as the onlookers speculated whether Ye Qing would need to exert considerable effort to set up the welding robot or adjust its angle. A dazzling white light erupted at the bottom of the water. This unique white light produced by welding compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, even with the lake's water separating them. Chapter 27. An invitation to nature's abode. The camera on the Lord's chariot, capable of rotating freely, transmitted a crystal-clear image, enabling Ye Qing to deftly control 2 mechanical arms, executing flawless processing actions. The thick, rolled edge, under the manipulation of the chariot's mechanical arms, became more supple than the skin of a maiden, bending effortlessly. A magnetic base firmly adhered to the steel pipe, providing stability to the Lord's chariot. Truly, it is indeed possible. The two divers widened their eyes, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Given their construction efficiency, it would have been impossible to repair the severely damaged section within a single day. Yet now, merely a few minutes had passed, and the steam that had previously surged 20 meters high above the lake was gradually subsiding. This astonishing scene was akin to an ancient master painter, whose priceless works were sought after for centuries, suddenly witnessing a modern individual snap a photo with a Polaroid camera. It resembled the legendary swordsman, who, having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, faced a nameless junior, and, before even drawing his sword, found himself defeated by a mere flick of the opponent's wrist, leaving him in utter bewilderment. How absurd. They had previously vowed that even the American underwater welding team would be incapable of resolving the issue. Yet now, a single welding robot had achieved in mere minutes what they could not accomplish in an entire day. In just a few moments, this robot had rendered their attempts laughable. More critically, this underwater marvel seemed unfazed by the 200-degree high-temperature steam. Who had ever witnessed such a robust underwater robot? The reaction of the boss, Ronwei, was the most pronounced. While the workers were merely astonished, he was transformed. The underwater welding robot not only repaired the steel pipes, but also mended his despondent spirit. He felt as if he had ascended to heaven, experiencing an indescribable joy blossoming within him. Who could have imagined? Who could have fathomed that someone could successfully re-weld pipes under such extreme conditions? Observing the welding robot as it tackled the task with a speed unattainable even by 10 divers, Ronwei shouted hoarsely, "Data! I need the temperature data of the reactor." "It's rising, boss. It's rising," replied an employee responsible for communication, his eyes reddening with excitement. "The temperature has reached 55 degrees. Under normal circumstances, they would have been comfortably seated in the monitoring room, sipping fragrant tea while glancing at the control panel. Yet, in this moment, no one dared to move an inch. The pipeline in the center of the lake was the crux of all issues. "Brother, you are my savior, my benefactor," Ronwei exclaimed, fully regaining his composure, his expression radiating excitement. "Brother, hurry. Use your advanced underwater welding robot to seal that breach." The breach was on the verge of collapse, with only a minuscule opening spewing steam. With the final weld from the Lord's chariot, the lake's surface was magically calmed. "Boss, did you see that?" Two management employees rushed over, embracing Rong Wei with the fervor of newlyweds. "Yes, I saw it," Rong Wei exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he approached Ye Qing, hesitating between wanting to embrace him and fearing he might interrupt Ye Qing's control of the welding robot. "Wait, let me seal the outer shell first, so that the water cannot enter the inner layer," Ye Qing explained while manipulating the screen. "Once it's welded, you won't have to replace the pipes ever again." All right, I'm not in a hurry," Rong Wei replied, rubbing his palms together, perhaps realizing he should find something to occupy himself with, yet temporarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Rong Wei recalled that the assistance was motivated by the high reward he had offered. Finance. Quickly bring the financial officer with the company seal," he commanded. After speaking, Rong Wei produced a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly filled out a cash check with a golden fountain pen. The finance personnel hurriedly arrived with the company seal, and Rong Wei stamped the check with a flourish, presenting it to Ye Qing with reverence. "Brother, this is a token of my gratitude for saving my life." "How much?" Ye Qing squinted in the dim light, unable to discern the figure. 1,500,000. Rong Wei's expression conveyed eagerness, as if he would stuff it into Ye Qing's pocket if he hesitated. "What? 1,500,000? The divers watching exclaimed, astonished at how the boss's offer had surged by 50,000 in just a few minutes. Of course, they could only grumble quietly. They had previously attempted to claim the 1 million reward, but lacked the necessary skill. Weren't we discussing 1 million? Ye Qing's excitement was palpable. With just a few deft movements of his fingers, he could earn 1,500,000. Who possessed such an ability? 1,500,000. "You saved my life, and it's worth every penny," Rong Wei said, his face flushed with emotion. "Then I must thank you for your generosity, Boss Rong. Should any future issues arise with the pipes, I will assist you free of charge," Ye Qing replied, slipping the cash check into his pocket under the watchful gaze of the divers. After cutting away a section of the outer pipeline and retrieving the damaged debris, Ye Qing meticulously aligned and welded it back together, spending approximately 15 minutes on the outer layer. When the entire pipeline was securely welded, good news echoed from the reactor. 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, 90 degrees. As the heavy oil in the boiler blazed fiercely, steam flowed through the pipeline into the reactor, heating the raw materials. The temperature within the reactor steadily climbed, as epoxy ethylene was injected and blended thoroughly with the raw materials under the action of the stirrer, initiating a chemical reaction. In the monitoring room, assurances were given that this batch of raw materials would undoubtedly react successfully. Initially, 2 underwater construction companies had abandoned their operations, and just an hour had elapsed. Rong Wei immediately ordered the boiler to be activated, and within just over 10 minutes, Ye Qing had securely welded the damaged area. Time had not been wasted. The employees responsible for the reactor diligently followed the guidance of 2 professors, meticulously introducing the epoxy ethylene. Now, their efforts were finally rewarded, as the batch of raw materials began to bubble, inching closer to completion. "Hey, where did you purchase that machine, brother?" 2 divers approached Ye Qing awkwardly, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Such an impressive machine. We would like to order one too." "You cannot buy it," Ye Qing replied while maneuvering the Lord's chariot back. "This is the latest American underwater salvage robot that I acquired at a high price, and I personally assembled the mechanical arms, spending over half a year to create this prototype. My family runs a machine tool manufacturing factory, and I studied mechanical engineering, which inspired me to develop a new product." The 2 divers were astonished, nearly speechless. It was clear that appearances could be deceiving, and this young man was far from ordinary. No wonder he controlled the robot with a mobile phone rather than a laptop. He had developed the machine himself. Realizing that he owned a machine tool manufacturing factory and had independently created an underwater robot, they immediately began to flatter him, exchanging contact information and promising to notify him when they began mass production. "In the future, if you have similar underwater welding tasks that you cannot handle, contact me. I will take 6, and you take 4, Ye Qing proposed as they exchanged phone numbers. "The product development and market launch will likely take a year, but I will notify you as soon as it is ready. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity." The 2 divers incessantly apologized for their previous oversight. This underwater robot, once introduced, is bound to revolutionize the underwater construction industry nationwide. If we can seize this opportunity, we shall surely prosper. With this thought, the 2 divers felt even more remorseful, as every conceivable apology sprang forth from their lips. "It's quite all right." The Lord's war chariot emerged from the water, steam wafting gracefully from its metallic exterior. Ye Qing, feeling a twinge of unease, stepped forward to inspect it, finding no issues apart from its slight warmth. Indeed, such an extraordinary war chariot should not be easily damaged by steam. That would be truly astonishing. Guiding the chariot, Ye Qing slowly made his way towards the Wuling Zhiguang van, preparing to return home. However, Rongwei was not so easily dissuaded. You have rendered me an immense service, saving both my life and that of the entire factory. Rongwei firmly obstructed Ye Qing's path, declaring, I simply cannot leave tonight. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a splendid meal at Tianranju, and later we can indulge in a sauna at the finest establishment in Zhongyun. Though Ye Qing had made plans to dine with Zhang Zhitong tomorrow, the time had yet to be determined. Perhaps a quick call could settle it for midday. The prospect of Rongwei treating him to a sauna must surely mean the evening. Where could the best sauna in Zhongyun be? Ye Qing pondered, struggling to recall, realizing he would need to conduct thorough research online upon his return. Unable to resist Rongwei's enthusiastic invitation, Ye Qing reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, tomorrow evening. They exchanged contact information, and Rongwei exclaimed, I shall drive to pick you up, and I will bring along my prized Mao Tai. Rongwei remained immersed in an exhilarating state of excitement. Chapter 28. Re-establishing the factory 1,500,000. This is 1,500,000. After bidding farewell to Rongwei, Ye Qing returned to the factory office, cradling the cash check. He glanced around, occasionally blowing a breath of air, gently caressing the check. Ye Qing was tempted to take a photograph and share it on social media to flaunt his newfound wealth. He also wished to showcase the nearly 1 million balance in his account. However, he reminded himself to remain low-key, resisting the urge to act foolishly. In the late hours of the night, Ye Qing found it impossible to sleep. In the production workshop, 10 robust laborers and 2 skilled craftsmen were diligently processing curbstones, helping Ye Qing to earn money. With funds now available, it was time to devise a plan to re-establish a concealed factory to address the issue of exposing the monsters. If this problem remained unresolved, what if Ye Qing failed to accomplish his targets with Samsung, Mitsubishi, and General Motors before others uncovered the secrets of the monsters? Zhongyun, located along the coast, was surrounded by urban areas, lacking any continuous mountain ranges. Finding a discrete location was not easy, yet not impossible either. Ye Qing recalled the eastern seaside where numerous desolate hills and reefs existed, with land prices remarkably low. Due to its coastal position and the rocky terrain, constructing a port was unfeasible, resulting in a sparse population. Establishing a factory there would naturally shield it from prying eyes. Of course, a factory devoid of any employees would raise suspicions. The robust laborers, towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, could be disguised as African Americans after having their fangs filed down. However, a factory full of such individuals would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. Perhaps, while aimlessly browsing a local forum, Ye Qing suddenly conceived an excellent idea. Once his father was discharged from the hospital, he could continue managing the existing factory, expanding its scale and recruiting more staff. Meanwhile, he could establish a concealed monster factory by the seaside, allowing the monsters to produce various components for the workers at the old factory, ultimately leading to its flourishing success. As the old factory grew and advanced technologically, its products would sell remarkably well. With an increase in employees and machinery, others would naturally perceive the old factory as a powerhouse capable of producing high-tech products. At that point, the monster factory could operate discreetly, amassing wealth without drawing attention. This was merely a preliminary concealment plan. Ye Qing believed that once the monster factory's level was elevated, a more perfect solution would undoubtedly emerge. The next morning, Ye Qing rose refreshed, washed up, and then headed to the industrial and commercial bank with the cash check gifted by Rongwei. 1,500,000 was directly deposited into his account. Perhaps due to the substantial deposit, the business manager who attended to him insisted on recommending a credit card. He claimed that by placing 500,000 in a fixed deposit for 3 months, Ye Qing could qualify for a gold card with a limit of 50,000. Having previously used credit cards, Ye Qing found the 50,000 limit unimpressive. In the future, he would opt for the highest-tier credit card when his assets grew. After escaping the persistent business manager, Ye Qing ventured into an Apple store and purchased an iPhone 6s. His old iPhone 4 was no longer merely outdated. With a 2G network, it made even opening a website a daunting task, causing delays when using WeChat. With a new phone in hand, Ye Qing looked at his clothing, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. His wardrobe consisted of ordinary attire worth only a few hundred yuan. Now, as someone with millions, it seemed reasonable to invest in a decent outfit. Moreover, he had a lunch appointment with Zhang Zhidong, so he wanted to dress well. Previously, Ye Qing considered shopping at Wando a luxury, but now he bypassed even Golden Eagle and headed straight to high-end brand boutiques. After browsing through Versace, CK, Burberry, and Louis Vuitton, he was nearly taken aback. Even with his current assets, acquiring a complete outfit from these brands would require considerable financial sacrifice. A single jacket from Louis Vuitton cost upwards of 10,000, while a decent trench coat was priced in the tens of thousands. After much deliberation, he found CK to be the most affordable and fitting for a young man's style. Even so, he spent over 10,000 to assemble an outfit. Whether it was a psychological effect or the allure of high fashion, as Ye Qing strolled down the street, he noticed an increase in the attention he received from the brightly dressed young women. All he needed was a vehicle. A luxury sports car worth millions would undoubtedly accentuate his persona. Once the curbstone contract was completed, he would have sufficient funds. Climbing into the wooling sunshine, still unpainted on the hood, Ye Qing drove towards Longxi Beach, located at the easternmost edge of Zhongyan City. The previous night, while perusing local forums, he discovered a secluded small shipyard for sale and planned to acquire it as the new base for the monster factory. Longxi Beach, situated in the outskirts of Zhongyun, was characterized by barren hills and rocky beaches. Over a decade ago, some fishermen had harvested oysters there, but with the decline in water quality, they had long since departed. The shipyard, once dedicated to constructing small fishing vessels, had also gone out of business. The advertisement for the shipyard had been posted for nearly a year, and the owner had diligently bumped it daily, allowing Ye Qing to see it. After approximately 30 minutes of driving the wooling sunshine, as the tall buildings faded away and the sea breeze caressed his face, he increased speed along the coastal road, reaching a maximum of 90 kilometers per hour towards Longxi Beach. Suddenly, a low rumble of an engine echoed from behind. Ye Qing barely had time to glance in the rearview mirror before a black Porsche Cayenne sped past at a staggering speed of 170 to 180. Ye Qing muttered under his breath, "Damn it, even my high-end business vehicle can't escape being overtaken." With the sea breeze in his hair, he continued driving for another 10 minutes before diverting off the coastal road. After navigating a somewhat dilapidated cement path and circumventing a few hills of moderate height, he finally arrived at the small, long-neglected shipyard. The shipyard had only a symbolic iron gate with a sign, while the iron railings on either side were either sold off by the owner or had simply deteriorated, leaving only a short segment exposed. 2 rows of iron sheet buildings, a cement structure devoid of windows, and a small, dismantled electric gantry crane comprised the entirety of the shipyard. Even a rat would likely emerge in tears after venturing inside. Despite its dilapidated state, Ye Qing was highly satisfied with the site's geography. Facing the sea and surrounded by barren hills, the area featured a vast expanse of rocky terrain, with a small section leveled for the shipyard. With no residents within a 7 to 8 mile radius and the hills obstructing visibility, this location was undeniably perfect for the new monster factory. Naturally, the shipyard owner had chosen to build his facility amidst the surrounding hills for wind protection. This site served as a natural harbor, impervious to even the fiercest typhoons. A dilapidated electric cart, resembling a vehicle ravaged by artillery, was parked beneath the equally worn iron gate. The driver, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a frail physique, bore a weathered, sunburnt face that seemed to reflect a blend of curiosity and apprehension, akin to that of a netizen meeting in person. "Are you the one interested in purchasing this shipyard?" the man asked nervously, having already introduced himself over the phone. "Yes, we've spoken on the phone," Ye Qing replied cheerfully as he stepped out of the vehicle, offering a handshake while lighting a cigarette. "What's the price? Though my shipyard is a bit run down, the land is entirely mine." The old man sighed, reminiscing. A decade ago, this place was bustling with activity, with fishermen everywhere gathering oysters and clams. Now, not a soul remains. "What's your asking price?" "Without the land, it's 100,000. With the land, it's 400,000. Ye Qing did not rush to respond, instead following the old man into the shipyard for a brief tour. It was astonishingly clean. Practically everything made of iron had been sold off. Ye Qing tested the switch on the wall, and indeed, there was no power. The account with the power company remained active, but service had been suspended due to unpaid bills. The old man, slightly embarrassed, offered, "If you purchase the shipyard, I will cover the outstanding fees, ensuring you have electricity." To be honest, the asking price of 400,000 for the land seemed rather steep to outsiders. It appeared devoid of any developmental potential. Naturally, barren land with no promise of development could not fetch a high price. However, Ye Qing was particularly fond of the terrain. After inquiring about some basic details, he spent considerable effort negotiating the price down to 370,000 for this desolate patch of earth where not even grass dared to grow. The old man, overjoyed, led Ye Qing to complete the transfer of ownership. Along the way, he informed Ye Qing of a natural cave located beneath the cliffs of the barren mountains to the west, where they met the sea. Although the entrance was small, the cave spanned approximately 200 square meters, offering a temperate climate suitable for storing fruits and vegetables. Once all the formalities were completed, Ye Qing promptly transferred $370,000 via mobile banking. He then proceeded to a nearby agency specializing in company registration, enlisting their assistance to establish a new enterprise, Behemoth Heavy Industries. Soon, the throne of the world's foremost manufacturing industry would be claimed by Behemoth Heavy Industries. Chapter 29. The stone-crafted curbstones create a stir. Having completed the transfer and registration procedures, Ye Qing remained occupied until past 11. Driven by a fervent ambition for his career, Ye Qing was oblivious to the notion of fatigue. Just as he was about to drive to the building materials market to procure a substantial quantity of supplies to rejuvenate the dilapidated shipyard, his newly acquired iPhone 6s rang melodiously. It was a call from Zhang Zhidong, who informed him that she had reserved a table at Chunji on Sai Street and would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Sai Street is a distinctive ancient street in Zhongyun, a favored destination for tourists exploring the area. Numerous unique delicacies and time-honored eateries are nestled within its confines. Time flew as Ye Qing became engrossed in his tasks, causing him to forget Zhang Zhitong's invitation for a meal. Fortunately, he was in the city center and could reach her in about 20 minutes. To be honest, had it not been for Zhang Zhitong lending him 3,000 yuan in an emergency last time, Ye Qing would have preferred to avoid any further entanglements with her. During their middle school years, when young hearts began to awaken, students were often at their most sensitive. A single remark from Zhang Zhitong had led to Ye Qing being ostracized by classmates for an entire month, culminating in a physical altercation at one point. He even contemplated seeking revenge. Since then, for 5 long years, Ye Qing had not exchanged a word with her. Now, as he stepped into society, although many years had passed and there was no lingering resentment, he was uncertain about the prospect of resuming a friendship. Would he even recognize her? He pondered as he made his way to Tsai Street. After graduating from middle school, they attended the same high school, yet they were in different classes. Even on the rare occasions they crossed paths, Ye Qing ignored her. He went on to study at a prestigious criminal police academy in the provincial capital of Liaoning, where their paths never crossed again. Zhang Zhitong, in Ye Qing's memory, was tall and strikingly beautiful, making her easy to identify. With a mix of anticipation, Ye Qing maneuvered his van onto Tsai Bridge, preparing to turn left into the paid parking lot. Suddenly, the ongoing construction on either side of the road caught his attention. As it did for nearly everyone else nearby, a throng of tourists and passers-by surrounded the construction crew, eagerly snapping photographs with their phones and cameras. Had it not been for the presence of specialized construction vehicles, Ye Qing might have mistaken the scene for a celebrity signing event featuring the renowned Su Ningguo. After swiftly parking the van, Ye Qing joined the crowd to partake in the excitement. 2 teams of workers were replacing the curbstones, specifically the stone-carved curbstones that Ye Qing had designed. Who had ever seen a curbstone adorned with exquisite depictions of beautiful women? Many out-of-town visitors were captivated, some leaning against the stacks of unlaid curbstones to take selfies and instantly share them on social media. While laymen reveled in the spectacle, professionals from advertising or machinery industries were engaged in earnest inquiries with the workers about the machinery used to craft the curbstones. The workers, overwhelmed by the incessant questioning, brusquely directed them to the Municipal Construction Bureau for answers. A young man, appearing somewhat unruly with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, confronted one of the workers with indignation. The burly worker, capable of easily lifting a curbstone, approached him menacingly and retorted, "Get lost, don't hinder my work." What a coincidence! Ye Qing recognized this brash young man as the one who had clashed with him at the Jiangshan stone factory a few weeks ago. If Zhang Zhitong had not invited him to dinner, Ye Qing would have relished the opportunity to confront him. As someone involved in stone carving, this young man undoubtedly understood the substantial impact that machinery capable of quickly and affordably sculpting stone would have on the market. Ye Qing chuckled to himself, pleased that the advertising for the curbstones was proving effective. The project had just begun, yet it had already drawn the attention of so many visitors. Once all the main roads were adorned with various intricate designs, his metal rapid carving machines would surely fly off the shelves. With plans to acquire additional processing machines and begin manufacturing engraving machines for substantial profit, Ye Qing estimated the cost of each machine to be around 50,000 yuan. With a retail price set at 500,000 yuan, he was lost in his daydreams when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning abruptly, Ye Qing was taken aback. A striking girl, at least 7 meters tall with short hair, was smiling softly at him. He stared in astonishment for a moment before slapping his forehead, realizing, "Zhang Zhitong? How did I not recognize you at first?" The short-haired girl raised her elegantly arched eyebrows and replied, "Technically, it's only been 4 years since we last met, and I recognized you immediately. I remember you had long hair back then." Unsure of how to respond, Ye Qing was reminded of how he had regarded Zhang Zhidong as a rival during their school days. You haven't changed a bit. You still look just as I remember, he managed to say. Zhang Zhidong graciously extended her fair hand. It's been a long time, old classmate. Indeed, it has, Ye Qing replied, pleasantly surprised by her warmth. Zhang Zhidong's short hair gave her a more spirited appearance, complemented by her fitted brown leather jacket that accentuated her alluring figure, leaving Ye Qing momentarily dazzled by her beauty and poise. While Ye Qing tended to be reserved, Zhang Zhidong radiated joy, perhaps viewing Ye Qing's acceptance of her invitation as a form of reconciliation. The incident from their past had deeply affected both of them, leaving Zhang Zhidong with an enduring sense of remorse. Men possess pride, and women, especially beautiful women, are equally sensitive. The fact that Zhang Zhidong had read a heartfelt apology aloud in front of the entire class spoke volumes about her commitment to remedying the hurt she had caused Ye Qing. Now, as they shook hands, an unspoken understanding of forgiveness blossomed between them. These curbstones are exquisite, rivaling even the stone carvings on Tsai Bridge. I couldn't resist taking several photos myself, Zhang Zhidong remarked, twirling around and inadvertently capturing the attention of several nearby rough-looking men. Indeed, I've heard the Municipal Construction Bureau plans to replace several main roads with these curbstones, Ye Qing said, somewhat awkwardly shifting his gaze. Shall we go? I believe you have a reservation at Qinji. Let us go. I'll treat you to a drink. Zhang Zhidong gestured invitingly. Had I known we were drinking, I wouldn't have driven, Ye Qing quipped. Ah, it seems you've done well for yourself. You even have a van, Zhang Zhidong remarked with amusement, eyeing Ye Qing's attire. You look quite dapper in that CK suit, a designer brand, I presume. Just the other day, you were in the class group chat urgently borrowing money, and I thought you were in dire straits. That van is merely for deliveries. It hardly qualifies as a vehicle, Ye Qing replied as they walked and chatted. I did encounter some difficulties recently, but thankfully, I've managed to overcome them and even earned a fair amount. Then we must celebrate, Zhang Zhidong declared, twirling gracefully, her infectious smile brightening the atmosphere. Let us toast to your triumph over adversity and your ascent to new heights. We can leave the car there and return to drive it later. Sounds great. Ye Qing adjusted his collar, adopting a determined stance. Having resolved to forgive her, he must now embody the magnanimity of a true man, for one who is petty cannot be deemed a hero. Chapter 30. Targeting the traders in the third ancient-style building entered from Tsai Street, Qinji was bustling with activity during the mealtime. Establishments like this, which never lack patrons, are notoriously difficult to reserve. Even if a reservation is made, failure to arrive on time results in cancellation. Zhang Zhidong had secured a table in the grand hall on the first floor. After settling in, she expertly ordered several signature dishes and requested a bottle of the classic blue wine. The oil-braised broad beans here pair excellently with drinks, and the crab meat lion's head is also delightful. Zhang Zhidong assisted Ye Qing in unwrapping the utensils, rinsed them with wine, and filled both their glasses. You mentioned you have a job. Are you in law enforcement? The hallmark of the Blue Classic series is its smoothness. Ye Qing held her liquor well, and sharing a bottle between the two was certainly manageable, though Zhang Zhidong's tolerance remained uncertain. Back in school, she had vaguely heard classmates mention that Zhang Zhidong had studied martial arts under a well-known master in Zhongyun to become a police officer, so she likely could handle some liquor. My childhood dream was to become a detective, Zhang Zhidong said, raising her elegant brows at Ye Qing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Zhidong, a formal detective in the second squad of the Zhongyun Criminal Investigation Team. Congratulations on realizing your dream, Ye Qing toasted her. Zhang Zhidong was the only one from her cohort to gain admission to the China Criminal Police Academy, and now that she had returned to local work, she was indeed a sought-after talent. As long as Zhang Zhidong proved capable, her promotion would undoubtedly be meteoric. After taking a delicate sip of the liquor, Zhang Zhidong was suddenly interrupted by Ye Qing. Wait, isn't tea drinking prohibited during work hours? I just wrapped up a case and have a rare half-day off. I won't be on duty again until 9 tonight. Before their meal arrived, Zhang Zhidong clinked glasses with Ye Qing again, smiling sweetly. I'm in excellent health. Alcohol dissipates quickly in my system. Getting drunk is nothing to be ashamed of, Ye Qing quipped, downing half her glass without hesitation. Now that's refreshing. Zhang Zhidong gave her a thumbs up. The server soon brought out the restaurant's specialty dishes, and Ye Qing's appetite surged. The steaming, flavorful broad beans tantalized her taste buds, prompting exclamations of delight. By the way, what do you do now? With your attire, you look like a successful person. Zhang Zhidong, eating with refined grace, delicately picked up the hot broad beans, blowing gently on them before savoring each bite. I run a factory, producing some inexpensive equipment, for some inexplicable reason. As she watched Zhang Zhidong relish her meal, Ye Qing felt a sense of admiration mixed with envy. Forgive my intrusion, Miss Ye. Zhang Zhitong raised her glass in a respectful gesture. Here's to your prosperous business. May you become the wealthiest in Zhongyun. And may you eradicate all evils in Zhongyun. Becoming the nemesis of crime. Nemesis of crime? I like that. Zhang Zhitong laughed heartily, exuding a spirited elegance. As they drank together, Zhang Zhitong's gaze became slightly dreamy. Her porcelain-like cheeks dusted with a rosy hue. Strands of hair danced lightly as she moved, painting a picture of grace. Her captivating eyes, once sharp and confident, now held an alluring softness. Desire, envy, longing, and greed. Throughout the hall, every male gaze fell upon Zhang Zhitong, silently judging Ye Qing. Yet despite their jealousy and lingering glances, none of them dared to approach her. Ye Qing's expensive and appropriate attire, combined with her youthful confidence, intimidated them enough to refrain from making a move. Not everyone possesses such discernment, nor do all have the same level of decorum. A group of unruly youths swaggered through the cobbled path of Cai Street, their eyes darting like turrets, targeting the patrons within the ancient building. Upon spotting Ye Qing, their eyes lit up. They were none other than Qian Xiaoming and his crew, the same group that had previously extorted money from her. Hey, I spotted your car in the parking lot, so I knew you must be around here, Qian Xiaoming exclaimed, as if he had caught a criminal. Well, look at you, drinking the blue classic now that you're rich. You owe me for the medical expenses from when you assaulted me, as well as my uncle's lost wages and nutritional expenses. Just as Qian Xiaoming was about to proclaim a ludicrous sum, he suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. This was due to Zhang Zhitong's enchanting, deep-set gaze locking onto him. His companions, too, were momentarily stunned. They had never encountered such a breathtakingly elegant girl, nor could they have imagined one. After several seconds of dumbfounded silence, they burst into laughter. Hey, pretty lady, don't let this pretty boy fool you. He's actually broke. We're about to take his car. Where do you live? We can drive you home afterward. One brash stranger stepped forward, brazenly placing a hand on Zhang Zhitong's slender shoulder. Hey, hand over your car keys and come with us to the vehicle registration office. At times, beauty can indeed be a sin. This fellow, emboldened by the numbers, had overstepped his bounds, daring to lay a hand on Zhang Zhitong. But before his fingers could even graze her cheek, Zhang Zhitong's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, her leg shot up like a spear, striking the audacious intruder squarely in the face. No one had seen how the previously composed Zhang Zhitong executed such a masterful maneuver akin to that of a martial arts expert. It was too swift. The man barely had time to scream before crashing to the ground. Zhang Zhitong maintained her poised stance, her elegant ankle visible beneath her brown boots, her long and graceful figure capturing the attention of all diners, who couldn't help but swallow hard in awe. Ye Qing, now standing, was equally stunned, the thick-bottomed bottle still dripping with liquor in her hand. While the other diners were oblivious, Ye Qing had witnessed everything clearly. Zhang Zhitong had not even turned her head, her graceful leg shooting up in a flash, striking down the bold intruder behind her. Yet, none, including Ye Qing, could have anticipated that the girl who had just appeared like a beautiful painting could launch such a powerful kick against a young man. This. Ye Qing swore that even in this year's Spring Festival, the martial arts blockbuster featuring Su Ningong could not showcase such lightning-fast kicks. Thinking of this, Ye Qing silently rejoiced that she had not attempted to confront Zhang Zhitong back in school. Otherwise, she would have become the laughingstock of the entire academy for being unable to defeat a gentle girl. Zhang Zhitong had no intention of letting Qian Xiaoming and his gang off the hook. Do you even acknowledge the law? Attempting robbery in broad daylight? Her cheeks, slightly flushed with indignation, radiated fury. What? What do you want? Qian Xiaoming and his companions were nearly speechless, their eyes wide in shock. Ye Qing leaped from her seat, delivering a kick to Qian Xiaoming's abdomen. Though she had never formally trained, her time spent maneuvering heavy machinery in the factory had provided ample opportunity for strength training. With that kick, she sent Qian Xiaoming tumbling out of the hall, rolling into the street like a rag doll. Damn it, I'll fight you. Time and again, Qian Xiaoming found himself bested by Ye Qing, his frustration nearly causing his rage to erupt. What are you all still standing there for? Get over here. Struggling to rise, Qian Xiaoming's anger intensified. Ye Qing, equally incensed, recalled the missed opportunity to teach these individuals a lesson in the hospital, and now, suppressed by Sang Qing at the Jianshan Stone Factory, it was time to decisively deal with this group devoid of conscience. After smashing a wine bottle over one of the traitors, Ye Qing forcefully lifted him off the ground and hurled him onto the stone floor like a rag doll. Among the other 4 companions, one lay incapacitated, unable to rise, while the remaining 3, previously emboldened, now trembled like quails, shivering in fear. They eyed Ye Qing's van with envy. naively believing that Ye Qing's family factory was on the brink of collapse and incapable of providing any compensation. They had planned to use the guise of seeking reparations for their uncle to extort a vehicle, but they could not have anticipated that this man and woman would be so formidable, attacking without hesitation or inquiry. Zhang Zhitong watched with keen interest, noting that Ye Qing's strikes were not mere punches or kicks. Although he fought with great force, his blows clearly avoided critical areas. All right. Zhang Zhitong wished to prevent further trouble, approaching to pull Ye Qing away. If you seek conflict, have your boss come. Ye Qing delivered a few more decisive kicks before stating, "You traitors should cease embarrassing yourselves time and again." Our boss was detained for drunk driving," stammered one of the trembling companions, seemingly terrified, inadvertently undermining their own authority. Chapter 31. Orders delivered to your doorstep. Ouch. Just you wait. I'm calling the police to arrest you. This hurts so much. Qian Xiaoming lay on the ground, his face bruised and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The once casual attire he wore was now marked all over from Ye Qing's kicks. "They've assaulted me. Someone please help. This couple has attacked me." Having been beaten multiple times, Qian Xiaoming was now utterly at a loss, casting desperate glances at the surrounding crowd for assistance. The onlookers gathered quickly, resembling a group eager for a red envelope in a chat group, pointing and whispering, their eyes flickering with interest. However, it was evident that they leaned towards Ye Qing's side, as the two individuals on the ground and the few standing were all dressed in a rather disreputable manner. In contrast, Ye Qing and ZHT radiated an air of grace and dignity. The crowd rapidly took sides, with no one willing to make a phone call. "Bringing people here to extort money and still daring to call the police? I'll accommodate you." ZHT, her face set in a frosty glare, took out her phone and dialed the police hotline directly. The street was in chaos, and apart from Ye Qing, no one could discern what ZHT was saying on the phone. The onlookers assumed she had reported the incident, and a few enthusiastic young men dining in the restaurant pounded their chests, vowing to testify on her and Ye Qing's behalf when the police arrived. "What happened? How did you end up in conflict with these people?" After hanging up, ZHT asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Ye Qing shrugged helplessly and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, ZHT's expression shifted to one of indignation. She nodded and gave Ye Qing a look that said, "Leave this to me." The police arrived promptly, and within minutes, an electric patrol vehicle squeezed through the crowd. "Get up. Come with me to the station," a police auxiliary gruffly ordered, prodding the recalcitrant Qian Xiaoming with a rubber bat. A group of young men rushed forward, excitedly detailing how aggressive Qian Xiaoming and his companions had been, almost describing them as notorious criminals, asserting that they not only attempted extortion but also harassed the young lady. "Good job. This society greatly needs brave youths like you who dare to identify injustice." The leading officer commended them with a smile. "I'll handle this matter now," ZHT whispered to Ye Qing. "If anything similar occurs in the future, reach out to me. I will take care of it." Her slightly tipsy whisper tickled Ye Qing's ears and stirred a sense of intrigue within him. "All right, next time I'll treat you to drinks. It's a promise." ZHT smiled brightly as she settled into the police vehicle. Watching the vehicle depart, Ye Qing felt a twinge of reluctance. ZHT's poised demeanor left a profound impression on him, and the past unpleasantness seemed to vanish like the wind. Upon reaching the exit of CI Street, Ye Qing purchased a freshly squeezed juice to quench his thirst, and then hailed a taxi heading straight for the building materials market. Cables, hollow bricks, cement, gravel, sand, paint, steel bars, windows. The shipyard required a thorough renovation, and Ye Qing ordered a staggering 100 tons of cement alone. Currently, the entire building materials market was in a slump, with many shops burdened with excess inventory. Ye Qing managed to secure bulk purchases at the price of 320 yuan per ton for bulk cement. The merchants were also quick to deliver. As soon as Ye Qing departed, the warehouse was informed to dispatch the goods. In total, Ye Qing spent around 300,000 yuan on these materials. Subsequently, he made his way to the second-hand machine tool trading market located in the old development zone of the southern city, preparing to procure a batch of machine tools. Double spindle CNC lathes, precision double column punch presses, vertical CNC 5-axis machining centers. These three types of machines were explicitly specified in the blueprints for the metal rapid engraving machine that Ye Qing had devised. The curbstones had gained immense popularity, and their success was as solid as iron. Ye Qing needed to expedite the production of the metal rapid engraving machine to amass substantial development funds. The first two second-hand machines were relatively inexpensive, but the vertical CNC 5-axis machining center was costly, Even the domestic XH1270 model was quoted at 120,000 yuan. Not purchasing it was not an option. It was the lifeblood of the high-precision machining industry. After testing the accuracy and functionality of the machines, Ye Qing made the payment and arranged for them to be delivered to the new factory address. By the time Ye Qing completed his procurement and rushed to LNGXTN, dozens of trucks were already parked in the yard, and the accompanying workers busily unloaded goods. The yard's overhead crane motor had been dismantled and was no longer operational. It took the workers a whole hour to transport all the materials down. After signing for the delivery, the 3 machine tools he had ordered also arrived. Fortunately, Ye Qing had made arrangements in advance for a forklift to assist. As the machine tools were moved into the original warehouse of the shipyard, the workers waved goodbye to Ye Qing and departed, leaving the once bustling shipyard eerily quiet. It was truly deserted, with not a single soul in sight. The place was desolate and remote, backed by barren hills where not even a blade of grass grew. It was hard to imagine anyone engaging in mechanical processing here, let alone the dropping of a heavy bomb that wouldn't attract attention. After waiting a few more minutes and surveying his surroundings, Ye Qing nodded with satisfaction. He pulled out his monster factory mobile phone and summoned 10 robust workers and 2 skilled craftsmen. When the 10 workers, possessing physiques akin to NBA stars and fists larger than sandbags, appeared, it felt as if the very air around them had solidified, awed by their sheer strength. The 2 skilled craftsmen stood before them, creating a comical contrast akin to an ordinary person posing with Yao Ming. Outwardly, the skilled craftsmen resembled ordinary individuals. They were around 1.60 meters and had stooped postures akin to old men. While not as muscular as the robust workers, they possessed the intellect for normal communication and deft hands of an 8th-grade mechanic. Ye Qing entrusted the construction of the new factory to them, confident in their capabilities. After Ye Qing outlined the general blueprint, the skilled craftsmen promptly got to work, efficiently directing the robust workers to move steel bars and bricks. Ye Qing planned to surround the shipyard with a 3-meter-high wall, refurbish the old dock, and construct a 2-story office building in the yard. As for the electrical wiring within the factory, Ye Qing took it upon himself to handle. He was well-versed in laying out 3-phase, 380-volt lines with ease. The robust workers were astonishingly productive. When bending steel bars the thickness of a thumb, they never used a bending tool, but instead twisted the bars with their bare hands, effortlessly achieving the desired curvature. Inside the building, while Ye Qing was setting up the cables, an unfamiliar number rang his mobile phone. "Hello, is this Boss Y?" A hearty laugh resonated from the other end. "This is Lu Jingdong, the director of the Urban Construction Bureau." "Hello, Director Lu." Ye Qing promptly set his task aside. "What can I do for you?" The response to that batch of curbstones has been quite enthusiastic. "This afternoon, I received numerous calls from citizens asking if we could also replace the curbstones on their streets with those beautifully sculpted ones. Of course, however, we cannot fulfill the wishes of those citizens at this time. Many streets have been recently renovated. Even if our finances were ample, we cannot afford such extravagance." After some small talk, Director Lu shifted the topic. "By the way, Boss Y, which country did you order the machine capable of mass-producing those curbstones from?" "I happen to have a friend who runs a stone processing factory in Xi'an County. He saw the curbstones on CI Street posted by someone in his circle and insisted that I help him order a few of those machines." Chapter 32. The Natural Cave Beneath the Cliff. "No problem, Director Lu. Since you've brought it up, I shall certainly assist you in resolving this matter." However, Ye Qing shifted the topic slightly. "Director Lu, you may not be aware that such machine tools do not have comparable products abroad. It is a new product currently under development in our factory and is presently in the testing phase. As you know, our factory specializes in cutting and processing machinery. The market is saturated and business is challenging. Thus, we have endeavored to improve our metal engraving machine, leading to the development of this new product." "Still in testing?" Director Lu inquired with interest. "How long until the testing is complete, my friend? After all, we are friends now. I've already arranged the first batch of machine tool orders for you. A friend of mine has expressed interest in purchasing 5 of these engraving machines. As long as the engraving machines are not sold to the Jiangshan Stone Factory of Shangqing, Ye Qing is more than willing to sell to anyone else." Ye Qing was quite pleased to have secured the first batch of orders for Director Lu, as it spared him the trouble of running business himself. He quickly calculated in his mind how long it would take to manufacture this engraving machine. The Metal Rapid Engraving Machine, ordinary quality, comes with strict design specifications. The blueprints detail which types of processing machinery are required, along with the involvement of at least 1 skilled master and several laborers. The necessary machinery has been procured, and 2 skilled masters are available. The laborers are also in abundance. The only remaining task is to procure raw materials, with the reference time indicated on the blueprints being 2 days. If the processing materials can be purchased tomorrow, The first product should be ready by the third day. Things are progressing swiftly, indeed, just a matter of a few days. I look forward to your good news. Director Lu said cheerfully as he prepared to hang up the phone, only to remember something else. By the way, please send me your email. I have asked the Design Institute to draft several stone carving blueprints that reflect our unique cultural characteristics for the Urban Construction Bureau. The curbstones for your other streets should be processed according to the patterns I send you. Ye Qing agreed and promptly sent over his email after ending the call. With business coming in, Ye Qing felt even more invigorated. He had already set the price for the engraving machines in his mind, 500,000 each. With costs around 30 to 50,000, the profits would be astronomical, far exceeding mere robbery. This is the allure of high technology. Previously, he toiled to produce machine tools at the lowest prices in the city, yet struggled to sell them. Now, even before officially commencing production, millions in orders had already come pouring in. Humming a joyful tune while working, Ye Qing finally completed his tasks as the sun began to set over the horizon, the waves crashing against the rocky shore and the pier as the tide rose. Upon stepping into the yard, he was taken aback by the enormous transformation. The wall had been constructed to a height of about 1 meter by the creatures. The ground here was comprised of hard sandy stone, with many exposed rocks buried beneath. Remarkably, these creatures had managed to excavate the foundation and erect a 1-meter-high cement brick wall within just a few hours. If he could lead them to undertake city construction projects, Ye Qing could hardly fathom the efficiency of these human-like excavators. He eagerly anticipated whether the upgraded monster factory would resolve his most pressing challenge, the identity of these creatures. These anthropomorphic beasts, adorned in shades of green, sported coarse manes and protruding tusks. Their appearance would surely terrify any ordinary person, even the bravest of souls. Previously, Ye Qing had attempted to disguise them as black individuals using hair dye, but after resting in the monster factory for a while, their skin tone quickly reverted, and even the trimmed tusks began to grow back. The regenerative capabilities of the monster factory were astonishing, allowing Ye Qing to exert pressure on these creatures while lamenting the loss of his carefully crafted disguise. For now, he could only focus on leveling up the monster factory to level 3 and see what solutions it could provide. The system had previously suggested that level 3 could yield black technology, potentially offering a means to resolve the identity of the monsters. The requirement for upgrading from level 1 was to recruit 10 laborers. Now, for the transition from level 2 to 3. The conditions were divided into 2 steps. The first step required the completion of a set of blueprints, while the second step remained undisclosed until the first condition was met. Creating tangible objects from the blueprints was not difficult, and the system had indicated that upgrading before level 3 was relatively straightforward, as it falls within a developmental phase. Only upon reaching level 3 does the process become formal, necessitating surpassing other industrial manufacturing sectors to advance. On another note, the owner of the shipyard had mentioned a natural cave beneath the cliff, connected to the sea, which remains warm in winter and cool in summer, and is quite spacious. Ye Qing decided to investigate. A natural cave that maintains such a temperate climate could potentially serve as his secret base. Though he does not engage in illicit activities, what boy does not harbor dreams of a secret hideout? Rolling up his pant legs, Ye Qing navigated the rocky shore towards the cliff, gazing at the western face. At that moment, the tide was rising, and the waves were crashing fiercely against the cliff. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a small entrance to a cave nestled closely to the water, cleverly concealed behind a protruding rock. If he hadn't known its location, it would have been nearly impossible to spot. However, with the tide rising and the waves swirling, it would be quite challenging to climb over. Moreover, the interior was shrouded in darkness, causing Ye Qing to feel a twinge of trepidation. Slapping his forehead, he quickly summoned his lord's battle vehicle from the monster factory. This versatile vehicle, capable of traversing both land and water, was perfectly suited for cave exploration. The sleek, aerodynamic exterior of the lord's battle vehicle and its powerful self-propelling tracks allowed it to navigate the rocky terrain with ease. Its dual mechanical arms could assist in overcoming substantial obstacles. The cave entrance, measuring about 1.5 meters in height, allowed the vehicle to enter smoothly. Once inside, Ye Qing activated the searchlight and rotated the camera, scanning the cave with radar-like precision. What he discovered was a rather ordinary natural cave, with a stark rocky ceiling, an 8-meter-high space, and an area close to 300 square meters. There were no stalactites or amethyst deposits. Nonetheless, the cave offered several advantages. It was spacious, dry, and devoid of the dampness commonly found in many limestone caves that necessitate visitors to don raincoats. As Ye Qing maneuvered the Lord's battle vehicle around the cave, a clear image from the screen revealed a small pool of water at the far end. Given the dry air, how could there be a pool? Curiosity piqued. He directed the vehicle closer, only for the water to suddenly erupt in a splash. The unexpected eruption startled Ye Qing, causing his hair to stand on end as he nearly dropped his phone connected to the monster factory. What on earth is that? Just as he was about to instruct Nyo E and Nyo Air to investigate, a large black base leapt from the pool, splashing water everywhere. This black base weighed over 10 pounds, leaving Ye Qing perplexed as to how it had survived in this car-sized pool without any apparent food source. The only plausible explanation was that the pool was connected to the sea, and this unfortunate fish had inadvertently ventured into the underground cave system, commonly found along the coast. This wild specimen was worth a bit of money, but Ye Qing had no intention of eating it. The fish appeared to be in suboptimal health, with its normally dark skin now showing signs of redness and white spots scattered across its body. Over a decade ago, Longxi Beach boasted excellent water quality, abundant marine life, and was a popular spot for fishermen to collect oysters. Subsequently, the water quality gradually deteriorated, leading to the gradual extinction of oysters. The fishermen abandoned their trades, and the shipyard succumbed to closure, leaving Ye Qing to seize an unexpected opportunity. This unfortunate black rock base seemed to have suffered greatly as well, nearing a state of becoming unrecognizable. The control of the Lord's War Chariot plunged into the waterhole, revealing a dark passage at the bottom, winding its way toward the ocean. Ye Qing activated the underwater propulsion mode of the Lord's War Chariot, maneuvering it through the passage like a torpedo. The underwater tunnel was extensive and spacious, its floor littered with the remnants of shellfish, including numerous abalone shells. Ye Qing even discovered several abalone shell remains as large as a sea bowl. Had it not been for the pollution in this area, merely controlling the Lord's War Chariot to catch abalones would have yielded a substantial profit. After navigating the underwater passage for over 10 minutes, Ye Qing finally completed the exploration. According to the data on his mobile device, the Lord's War Chariot was now positioned east-west relative to Ye Qing, approximately 5 miles away. The cave's exit was situated on an underwater slope, and as Ye Qing guided the Lord's War Chariot to surface, he noted the poor visibility of the surrounding seawater. Rotating the control camera, Ye Qing intended to search for any nearby underwater attractions worthy of exploration. Not far from the cave's entrance, a metallic pipeline, encrusted with numerous shell remnants and sediment, extended straight toward the land. At the pipeline's terminus, a rusted outlet lay on the seabed slope, continuously spewing forth dark green wastewater from the pipe. Chapter 33. Governance of Sewage Pipelines. It is no wonder that the water quality at Longxi Beach has deteriorated in recent years. It turns out that a factory has been clandestinely discharging polluted water into the sea. This murky green wastewater bears a striking resemblance to the effluents produced by the chemical industry. Furthermore, the severe rust and the thick accumulation of deposits on the pipeline indicate that this sewage line has been in operation for several years. The discharge of wastewater by enterprises is indeed a technical endeavor. On a lower tier, some resort to secretly burying pipes leading to rivers and lakes, swiftly transforming entire water bodies into vividly colored cesspools, or causing them to emit unbearable odors. Such actions are easily spotted, leading to fines from the industrial and environmental authorities. Thus, the culprits are often unscrupulous, dismantling the pipeline after receiving a fine, only to relocate and continue their illicit activities elsewhere. In a more sophisticated approach, some drill deep into underground water sources, employing high-pressure pumps to discharge waste into the depths of the earth. This method is less likely to be discovered, as modern residents primarily utilize tap water, and even those who might drill wells typically do so at shallow depths. However, this technique has its limitations. The capacity of deep underground water is finite, making it suitable only for smaller-scale enterprises. The pipeline adjacent to the Lord's Chariot, for instance, would likely saturate the nearby underground water layer within a fortnight. Discharging waste into the depths of the ocean undoubtedly represents the most covert method. The tides and various ocean currents ensure that wastewater is rapidly diluted upon release, and the deep green color of the effluent closely matches the oceanic backdrop, making it even harder to detect. Constructing such a deep-sea discharge pipeline incurs exorbitant costs, often beyond the means of most enterprises. Yet, once such an investment is made, it provides a long-term solution, significantly reducing wastewater treatment expenses. At Longxi Beach, Ye Qing is the sole individual engaged in this venture, with the vast shoreline tainted by pollution. Upon inadvertently discovering the source of contamination, decisive action must be taken. Ye Qing's initial thought is to seal the outlet, rendering the clandestine factory temporarily blind. They would need to cut open the discharge point anew in order to resume operations. Underwater work is perpetually challenging, and merely locating the discharge point would require considerable effort. Additionally, sealing it through welding might arouse the factory owner's suspicions, as only 2 companies in Zhongyun City possess underwater welding technology. Thus, Ye Qing retrieves the Lord's chariot back into the monster factory, instructing the laborers to find a piece of broken wood from the warehouse and carve it into a sizable wooden plug resembling a bullet head. He meticulously engraves a logo on the wood, depicting a whale and a circle of English letters, the emblem of the Ocean Guardians Association. This formidable international organization frequently appears in the news, known for employing water cannons and stink bombs against whaling ships. Ye Qing harbors neither fondness nor aversion for these energetic foreigners. He feels no moral burden in letting them take the blame. After a brief interlude, the Lord's chariot, with its mechanical arm grasping the wooden plug, glides through the underwater passageway, re-emerging beside the sewage pipeline. The discharge rate of this pipeline is sluggish, allowing the mechanical arm to effortlessly lift several hundred pounds, making it a trivial task to drive the wooden plug into the wastewater outlet. Moreover, the wood will expand upon soaking in water, making it an ideal material for sealing the pipeline. Meanwhile, at the end of the straight pipeline resting on the ocean floor, a large chemical factory is situated over 10 miles from Longxi Beach, specializing in the production of various plastic materials. An advanced automated pumping system, equipped with a large pressurization tower, is operating at full capacity, transferring wastewater from the industrial effluent pool into the underwater pipeline. This pressurization system, known as the non-negative pressure pipeline boosting system, is typically installed only at water treatment plants for long-distance water transport. As the pressurization proceeds merrily, a sudden, jarring alarm blares from the control panel, causing the motor to halt immediately. A duty operator, leisurely watching television, is startled and rushes over to investigate. The interruption in pressure indicates that the pipeline is blocked. The operator hastily increases the pressure settings, hoping to dislodge the debris obstructing the pipeline. After adjusting the settings, the pressurization system resumes its operation. However, minutes later, it shuts down again. The inability to discharge wastewater disrupts the entire production process. In a state of panic, the operator frantically calls the boss's office. Moments later, a rotund man adorned with a gold watch bursts into the room. The water pipe seems to be blocked by something, the operator explains cautiously. Increase the pressure immediately. If the pipe is blocked, the wastewater pool will overflow in less than half an hour. The boss, infuriated, exclaims, "Are you suggesting I halt the entire production line? I've already set the pressure to the maximum limit," the operator replies, feeling the heat of the boss's ire. The factory owner, fuming, insists, "Keep it running. I refuse to believe we can't clear the pipeline." The employee in charge of monitoring the equipment nods in agreement and rushes to the control panel, adjusting parameters to bypass the automatic shutdown feature. Half a minute later, the pressurization system resumes operation. With restrictions lifted, high-pressure air surges exuberantly into the pressurization tower. As the pressure gauge readings escalate, the factory owner's expression darkens. Typically, blockages occur during non-discharge periods when currents can carry a significant amount of algae and debris, occasionally obstructing the outlet. However, it is unusual for such a blockage to occur while discharging wastewater. The obstruction is severe, and the pressure is insufficient to dislodge it. A resounding bang interrupts his contemplation as the spring safety valve on the pipeline suddenly springs open, unleashing a torrent of wastewater akin to a fire hose. The duty operator and the factory owner scream in shock, unable to escape before being knocked to the ground by the deluge of foul, murky water. The stench is overwhelming. Even a single breath could incapacitate them. Now, they find themselves submerged in the noxious liquid. "Help, ugh." Before the factory owner can fully articulate his plea, he is violently overcome with nausea, retching uncontrollably. At this very moment, Ye Qing is tidying up his tools, standing on the Ring Sea Avenue, awaiting the arrival of Rong Wei, the owner of the Jinjia Chemical Company, who insisted on treating him to dinner as a token of gratitude. Following their meal, he is eager to take Ye Qing to enjoy a night out at the priciest venue in Zhongyan City. Well, Ye Qing admits to being intrigued. He had researched this exclusive establishment online, known as the Silver Palace Entertainment Club, which is rumored to be member-only, inaccessible to the average person. A rose-red Bentley Mulsanne pulls up beside Ye Qing, the rear window sliding down to reveal Rong Wei's smug visage. "Little Ye, hop in." Chapter 34, Gift's Goodness. Last time, Rong Wei was sobbing pitifully, which made Ye Qing overlook his identity. I never imagined this fellow would now exude such confidence. The Bentley Mulsanne, designed by Bentley's chief designer, was specifically created to compete with heavyweight luxury cars like Maybach and Rolls-Royce Phantom. Naturally, its price is equally remarkable, with even the standard version nearing 6 million. Ye Qing could not discern whether this vehicle was a standard or a custom version. Once they settled into the back seat, Rong Wei instructed the driver to head straight to Tianranju, enthusiastically boasting about his recent batch of materials. He claimed that the quality of the materials, for reasons unknown, turned out exceptionally well, with even the procurement team from BASF singing praises for it. Ye Qing suggested that perhaps they accidentally stumbled upon some alternative reaction techniques. Or maybe the two chemistry experts from Zhongyun University performed remarkably well on the spot. Rong Wei laughed heartily, asserting that regardless of their performance, without Ye Qing's assistance, he would be left to weep under the car. Later, we shall enjoy a hearty meal together. If you encounter any troubles in the future, just give me a shout. I have some influence in Zhongyun City, he said. From the center console, Rong Wei retrieved a beautifully packaged black box and handed it to Ye Qing. This is a watch gifted to me by a business partner, an exquisite piece from the brand Piaget, and it hasn't even been unwrapped yet. It would suit you young folks perfectly. Gift for me. Ye Qing recalled that Piaget watches were indeed luxurious, with even the least expensive models costing several tens of thousands. What was Rong Wei up to? Haha, I'm about to strike it rich, you know? Rong Wei exclaimed with the joy of someone who has just won the lottery. My orders are progressing swiftly with excellent quality, and BASF is keen on establishing a long-term partnership with us. BASF, being one of the top chemical conglomerates globally, could indeed provide him with substantial profits. Without your help, I would be doomed, haha. Rong Wei insisted that Ye Qing examine the watch, saying, "What do you think of the design? Capitalists are inherently profit-driven." Rong Wei's gift of an expensive watch was not merely an act of gratitude. Given Ye Qing's development of an underwater welding robot, his financial prospects were bound to be immense. Once the machine hit the market and became a bestseller, it would be Ye Qing's time to soar. Establishing a good rapport with Ye Qing now would ensure a powerful ally in the future. After all, in the business realm, networking is crucial. Having influential friends can open many doors. With Rong Wei displaying such sincerity, Ye Qing graciously accepted the luxury timepiece. Planning to introduce some business opportunities to Rong Wei once his factory expanded, he realized that receiving such gifts would likely become more frequent and increasingly extravagant. This thought brightened Ye Qing's mood. Previously, he had been the one giving gifts, like fuel cards and supermarket vouchers. Now, others were generously offering him luxury watches. The watch was a high-end mechanical timepiece from Piaget's Altiplano collection, designed specifically for young gentlemen, with a platinum dial and a black crocodile leather strap. It was not only visually stunning, but also quite costly, priced at over 115,000. Ye Qing adjusted the time on his phone and, feeling rather ostentatious, donned the watch. Perhaps it was the thrill of wearing a timepiece worth over 100,000 that made him feel inclined to raise his left hand while speaking to others. As they chatted, the Bentley soon glided into the illuminated Two Rivers Road. The driver expertly parked the car in front of Tianranju and swiftly exited to open the door for Ye Qing. As the guest and a valued invitee of Rong Wei, the driver naturally prioritized him. Upon stepping out, Ye Qing immediately sensed several piercing gazes scrutinizing him. Even the two receptionists hidden behind the intricately carved ancient wooden door approached him, bending slightly and sweetly greeting, "Hello, sir." Today, a distinguished guest had been specifically requested to be warmly welcomed, and the receptionists were well aware that Ye Qing was the honored guest. They were momentarily taken aback. For the last time a certain boss instructed them to treat a guest with utmost care, it was also this young man. Who is he? The receptionists were somewhat dumbfounded. This young man certainly made a grand entrance, being treated like royalty by those wealthy patrons each time he dined there. Dear viewers of the Douyu platform, hello. Dodo is back with you all, announced a strikingly beautiful girl with snow-white skin, holding her phone beside the entrance of Tianranju, capturing the gilded sign. This plaque has historical significance, purportedly left by the patriotic warlord General Nong Yinghua during the Republic of China era. In the previous episode, we interviewed a young boss who praised the seafood at Tianranju. Sporting an elegant and refined appearance, Dodo playfully smiled at the hundreds of thousands of viewers, saying, "Today, I am here at Tianranju, and I'm treating you all to seafood." The comments flooded in, with many viewers from the last episode mockingly quipping, "If that person is the boss, then I must be the CEO of a public company." Encountering a mysterious CEO at a roadside stall, this CEO seems rather shabby. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. That person is quite the blabbermouth. I bet he has never even set foot in Tianranju. In this day and age, even workers dare to act like big shots, and he is quite the storyteller. Look below the sign, there's a Bentley. Upon this astute viewer's remark, the comments exploded. "Oh my goodness, a Bentley Mulsanne, worth millions." Some viewers exclaimed, "Who brought my car here?" Others rushed towards Dodo, urging her to film the interior of the Mulsanne, eager for a glimpse. Luxury cars serve as excellent mood enhancers and are a highlight in outdoor broadcasts, so Dodo stepped forward, zooming in with her camera to capture the magnificent vehicle. As she did so, the comments transformed from mere excitement to a frenzy akin to a carpet bombing by hundreds of B-52s. Hundreds of thousands of viewers clearly witnessed a highly competent driver swiftly jogging over from the driver's side to open the door for the young man seated in the rear, presenting an inviting gesture for him to disembark. Such scenes, typically reserved for films, are rare to encounter in real life. The Bentley Mulsanne, on par with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, sent the audience into a collective frenzy. They immersed themselves in the scene, and the flood of accolades could hardly capture their sentiments. Jealousy and envy spilled forth in the comments, while a third of the audience urged Dodo to approach this powerful and charismatic young man. Dodo hesitated for a moment, then instinctively took a few steps closer, directing her camera towards the young man being respectfully welcomed inside. "Look, who is he?" Chapter 35. "Please don't do this, young man, look, who is he?" Dodo exclaimed with excitement, as if witnessing something astonishing. As the camera steadied, the audience expressed their confusion over the identity of this striking figure. This young man was not a celebrity. Why should they know him? Dodo belonged to me. A steadfast illusion shared by most viewers. Look closely, she urged. Dodo stepped a few paces closer to Ye Qing, her voice trembling with anticipation. The audience, instinctively widening their eyes, leaned in towards the screen. Then, a comment flashed across the screen. "Wow, that's the young man from last episode's interview." This remark seemed to trigger a cascade of reactions. Countless viewers who had watched the previous episode began to affirm that this indeed was the same young man they had interviewed. Observant viewers expressed their astonishment with comments that words could scarcely convey. They were incredulous that the once derided street vendor they had mocked for his boastfulness was now seated in a Bentley, accompanied by a driver, being welcomed by several beautiful hostesses like a formidable king. Once Ye Qing's identity was confirmed, a hush fell over the hundreds of thousands of viewers. Silence enveloped the virtual space, as if the internet itself had paused. However, the stillness was fleeting. After about 10 seconds, the viewers snapped back to reality. The floodgates of comments burst open, pouring forth like a deluge. "Your humility is unforgettable. I am ashamed. I have sinned. Please accept my kneeling. Mr. CEO, I was wrong. Forgive my ignorance. I'm on my knees. Even the wealthiest in our small county cannot afford a Bentley. Last time this guy was so low-key, walking to eat at a street stall. No more talk. I must go eat at a street stall now. I have sinned. I must go to natural residence to apologize to the young man." The audience, nearly in unison, showered Ye Qing with their most exquisite praise. At this moment, Dodo's astonishment rivaled that of the viewers. During her last interview with this young man, he had been so unassuming, blending seamlessly with the patrons in the establishment. Yet today, he radiated brilliance, adorned in fine attire, exuding an air of elegance. It seemed that the fervor of the audience had alerted Ye Qing to their attention. He turned slightly and noticed a cartoonishly cute girl, her cheeks flushed with surprise as she gazed at him. Beautiful girls are always memorable. And having only a few days passed, Ye Qing immediately recognized her. "Dodo, hello?" Ye Qing greeted her. "What a coincidence. Are you here to dine at natural residence too?" "Ah, yes," Dodo stammered, her face reddening. Unlike many in the audience, she had never considered Ye Qing to be a wealthy entrepreneur. Little did she know, he was more than just a big boss. He was a young tycoon. The comments in the chat were filled with expressions of heartbreak, as countless viewers lamented Ye Qing's perceived arrogance and brilliance, while simultaneously noting Dodo's flushed cheeks, suggesting her potential betrayal. "It's over. Dodo is going to become a young lady. She will surely look down on us common folk." Upon hearing this, many viewers concurred, clamoring to unsubscribe. Rong Wei, having stepped out of the car, exuded the confidence of one riding high on success. Unfortunately, due to preconceived notions, the audience mistook him for merely the driver, as he had opened the door for Ye Qing. "Mr. Yi, with such a beautiful friend, why not introduce her?" Rong Wei chuckled. "Little girl, did you come here to dine alone? This is Dodo. She is working on a food-related program," Ye Qing briefly introduced. Then turned to Dodo. "Would you like to join us? Rong and I are just here for a casual meal, not discussing business." "Yes. We have reserved a private room for just 3 or 4 people," Rong Wei added, extending the invitation. However, Dodo's face flushed even more as she quickly declined. No, I couldn't. It was absurd. He was a member of the upper class, and they were not familiar enough for such an invitation to be sincere. The barrage of comments in the chat implored her to accept, as they were eager to witness the lifestyle of the elite. Feeling embarrassed, Dodo hesitated to read the comments. I still have to work on my program. It would disturb you." "No, please, don't trouble yourselves. By the way, my name is Baidoer." She politely extended her left hand for a handshake. Normally, one would extend the right hand, but Dodo needed her right hand to hold her phone for the live broadcast. "I am Ye Qing," he replied, extending his left hand in return. Unbeknownst to him, the striking count watch on his left wrist caught the attention of the viewers. The comments erupted anew, filled with envious lamentations. "Young man, please don't. Don't do this." Those with discerning eyes recognized the luxury watch. The chorus of dismay grew louder. How could such a young millionaire exist? Since Dodo had declined the invitation, Ye Qing no longer insisted on politeness. "All right then, you carry on with your work. We will head upstairs." As they bid farewell to Baidoer and entered the elevator under the guidance of the host, Rong Wei flashed a sly grin. "Mr. Yi is truly a gentleman. Such a beautiful lady, and you didn't invite her more. Since you were so upright, how about we find a proper place to unwind tonight? Perhaps a karaoke bar?" "Rong Wei, have you ever heard the phrase 'a promise is a promise'?" Ye Qing replied with a chuckle. Rong Wei's reserved private room was located on the 5th floor, offering a splendid view of the illuminated streets of Lianjiang. Inside, four elegantly dressed waitresses in short cheongsams were already present, along with 2 company managers who had been waiting. As the star of the evening, Ye Qing had a selection of exquisite dishes tailored to his tastes, alongside a few signature dishes that required prior reservation. Naturally, with 4 men dining together, the atmosphere was lively, filled with discussions of masculine topics, setting a positive tone for upcoming projects. As the lights twinkled and the moon hung high, Rong Wei cheerfully swiped his card to settle the bill. He skillfully inquired with the lobby manager if the girl had left. Upon learning she had not, he decided to cover her bill as well. The diligent driver had already brought the Bentley to the entrance, gesturing professionally for Ye Qing to enter. "To the Silver Palace Entertainment Club," Rong Wei exclaimed with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 36. 9 o'clock operation. The Silver Palace Entertainment Club was situated on New Delhi Road, a somewhat secluded location. Yet it was undeniably one of the most upscale establishments in Zhongyun. As the Bentley glided to a halt before the palatial Byzantine-style edifice, its grandeur rivaling that of a government building, it was nearly 9 o'clock. This was the prime time for gentlemen to revel, the peak hours for entertainment clubs and rejuvenating sauna experiences. The Bentley proceeded directly to the club's colossal, triumphal archway, before the chauffeur could even disembark. A line of welcoming attendants in scarlet evening gowns materialized to greet them. "Mr. Rong, your reserved suite awaits. Please, come this way." A comely woman in a Chanel suit and wire-rimmed glasses courteously ushered them past the foyer to the opulent elevator. As the elevator doors parted automatically, Ye Qing inwardly marveled at the advanced technology. 2 formidable young men with watchful eyes and a middle-aged gentleman with a slight paunch emerged from within. Ye Qing chuckled at his own naivete, realizing that the elevator was not, in fact, automated. The 2 burly men, likely bodyguards, cast wary glances at Ye Qing's group as they passed. Once inside the elevator, Rong Wei's driver muttered, "Those 3 didn't look like good people." Rong Wei chuckled. "Who cares who they are? Not even the king of hell would dare cause trouble here." Their suite was on the 7th floor. They traversed corridors adorned with museum-worthy sculptures and paintings, treading upon plush wool carpets, until they reached a dimly lit, retro-style chamber. An Eros fountain graced a corner, and the walls were clad in sleek, obsidian panels. Ye Qing was taken aback. While obsidian was a common gemstone, covering a room of this size, capable of accommodating dozens, would undoubtedly cost millions. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Rong Wei proudly gestured for Ye Qing to take a seat, then nodded to the poised manager at the door, signaling her to commence the proceedings. "A grand undertaking," Ye Qing remarked, sinking into the luxurious leather sofa. "Who owns this place? The hardware alone must have cost hundreds of millions." He wondered where the screen was, as well as the microphones and speakers typically found in such establishments. Instead, there were 8 recessed pools in front of the sofa, their bottoms embellished with a mosaic of colorful stones, yet devoid of water. What sort of entertainment is this? Shouldn't there be a large projection screen and a group of girls to sing? Come what may, I'm here now. I'll find out soon enough. One magnate couldn't manage this place. I know of at least 6 major shareholders, each more influential than the last, Rong Wei said with a satisfied grin. This is Zhongyun's premier money pit. A VIP card alone requires a deposit of 880,000. As Rong Wei spoke, a gentle gouging melody filled the obsidian chamber. The fountain in the corner awakened, its sapphire-like jets of water dancing in time with the music, illuminated by underwater lights. The chamber doors glided open, and a bevy of beauties in off-the-shoulder, courtly gowns entered, bearing archaic soapstone platters laden with an array of fruits and plump nuts. The wine was served in unique, earthenware flagons. If not for the dim lighting and the soft sofa beneath him, Ye Qing might have believed he had journeyed back to ancient times, finding himself in a prehistoric cave. The mystery was soon unraveled. The 6 women in pure white gowns bowed in unison, murmuring, "Welcome, gentlemen," before gracefully approaching the pools with colorful stones. They manipulated hidden switches, and with a faint mechanical whir, panels in the pool walls slid open, allowing steaming, fragrant water to flow into the basins. The remaining attendants beckoned Ye Qing, Rong Wei, and his driver to change into robes in the concealed dressing rooms. It dawned on Ye Qing that Rong Wei had indeed mentioned a sauna. But the opulence of this experience was beyond compare. The eager driver, like a fish out of water, hurried into the dressing room. Rong Wei declined the attendant's assistance, opting to change himself. Ye Qing followed suit, grateful for the privacy. Despite his anticipation for the evening, he felt self-conscious about being undressed by strangers. The dressing room provided short-sleeved robes and disposable wooden sandals. Ye Qing held on to both of his cell phones, placing them in the waterproof storage boxes near the misty pools. Ah, bliss! The warm water was the perfect temperature. Immersing himself halfway, Ye Qing felt his muscles melt away. The attendants discreetly spread woolen rugs around the pools and offered platters of grapes, lychees, peeled pomegranates, and small flagons of wine and milk. This is capitalist indulgence. The women, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the hems of their gowns were soaked by the pool water, meticulously peeled the succulent grapes and placed them in Ye Qing's mouth. Others knelt behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with delicate fingers. In the misty, dreamlike atmosphere, accompanied by the crystalline gouging music, Ye Qing yawned contentedly, stretched, and savored the moment. Observing the men's expressions of relaxation and pleasure, the 6 women exchanged knowing smiles. They rose in unison and retrieved pristine white curtains from a hidden cabinet, enclosing each pool in a private alcove. The 2 attendants serving Ye Qing then entered his alcove, smiled sweetly, and reached behind their necks to unfasten the black ceramic clasps. Before the extravagantly luxurious triumphal arch of the Silver Palace, 2 rows of welcoming attendants stood in perfect formation. When a luxury car approached, they would hasten to greet it. The roar of an engine grew louder, and the women looked up, anticipating another lucrative arrival. But as they readied themselves, a nondescript Jinbei van screeched to a halt beside the archway. The attendants were dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. In all the years that the Silver Palace had been open, they had never seen anyone arrive in a van. It was understood that even a BMW 7 Series was considered too modest to park here. Could it be some drunken rural entrepreneur who mistook the lights for a karaoke bar? The attendants whispered, sneering, ready to show the bumpkin what a members-only club was all about. Before they could approach, the sliding door of the van flew open, and a woman in a fitted black leather jacket, her legs long enough to make the attendants feel inferior, stepped out. She was a striking beauty, commanding attention even from other women. Her sleek, short hair accentuated her aura of confident grace. Following her, 6 men, including the driver, emerged with remarkable agility. They stood behind the woman, arms crossed, their postures as rigid as flagpoles, their gazes stern and piercing. Trouble. It must be a woman who came to catch a cheating man. As the stunned attendants reached for their headsets to summon security, the woman in the lead silenced them with a cool voice. I am Zhang Zhitong, a second-level officer in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Zhongyun City Public Security Bureau. This poised and spirited young woman presented her credentials, assuring, rest assured, no one will disrupt this establishment. She continued, please summon your manager. We have received intelligence indicating that 3 suspects may be concealed within, and we require your cooperation. At this moment, the clock struck 9. Chapter 37. Action. As the police arrived to inspect the premises, the atmosphere grew tense, while they might not take it seriously. The presence of detectives pursuing fugitives was an entirely different matter. The manager of the Silver Palace arrived promptly, and Zhang Zhitong, along with several colleagues, was escorted to a corner of the opulent lobby. A rather short man, whose eyes flitted nervously, was brought over by a hostess. Are you the manager here? Inquired one of Zhang Zhitong's colleagues, standing up. Could you provide me with the current guest list? I am Chao Weihua, the general manager here, he replied, opening a pack of Huangalu 1916 cigarettes and distributing them among the detectives. After the cigarettes were shared, Chao Weihua looked somewhat troubled. We operate on a membership basis. Those who frequent our establishment are prominent figures in Zhongyun. I fear that if I disclose their names, the owners of Silver Palace might hold me accountable. I understand your concerns, but I kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. A detective signaled for everyone to take a seat on the sofa. While Silver Palace is indeed a members-only venue, the fact that a suspect has infiltrated this space could tarnish its reputation. Indeed, assisting the police is a duty for us law-abiding citizens, Chao Weihua said, his face a mask of forced smiles. Let me consult with our owner. The call was quickly connected, and after explaining the situation, Chao Weihua informed the detectives the list can be provided. But our owner has instructed that if any suspects are identified, please be discreet during their apprehension. Rest assured, we will maintain your confidentiality. Zhang Zhitong nodded from her central position, exuding an air of authority. The front desk staff soon printed the list of current patrons, yet after a lengthy search, the detectives found no leads among the names. As the manager had said, The clientele of Silver Palace was not composed of ordinary individuals. Many were well-known local entrepreneurs. Of course, public officials would not appear on such lists, as they would only attend if invited, never spending their own money at such establishments. Please pull up the surveillance footage from tonight, one detective commanded sternly. We can't access that, Chao Weihua explained cautiously. The surveillance room can only monitor public areas in real time. The recorded footage is stored on an encrypted server, and without the owner's key, our staff cannot access it. After all, our club often hosts individuals of high status. If we could access the footage freely, it might displease some of them. Contact your owner and have him come here. We must access the footage to investigate the suspect's network, Zhang Zhitong insisted, directing Chao Weihua to make the call. The list does not contain the individuals we seek. They might be using aliases. As Chao Weihua hurried to make the call, Zhang Zhitong's attention shifted to the hostesses. Did a middle-aged man enter today, accompanied by two young men? The middle-aged man appeared quite distinguished, and the two young men stood around 6 feet tall, looking quite spirited. She added, Yes. Mr. Rong brought 2 people in around 8 o'clock. 2 hostesses chimed in eagerly, eager to provide information. Which Mr. Rong? One of the prominent owners in the park, named Rong Wei. I can't recall which factory he owns. But only a few of the owners have backups of the detailed member list on their computers, Chao Weihua recollected. However, he doesn't seem like a bad person. He has visited several times this year. Think carefully. Are there any others who match the description? A detective interjected, extinguishing his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the elevator. Our leads are reliable. Those 3 individuals must be inside your establishment. We're being considerate and not conducting a large-scale search of each room, he continued. However, if you mislead us and we apprehend the wrong individuals, we will be compelled to seal the exits and conduct a thorough search. A cold sweat broke out on Chao Weihua's brow at the thought of a mass search disrupting business at Silver Palace. After all, with several influential figures present, it was unlikely they would ever face such scrutiny. The establishment had never been raided in its many years of operation. Yet, Chao Weihua had primarily dealt with fire safety and public order, having no prior experience with detectives, and he was uncertain of their investigative methods. What if they truly decided to conduct a widespread search without regard for anyone's status? Please wait a moment. I will summon team leader Xue. Mr. Rong was under her care tonight. Chao Weihua quickly used his walkie-talkie to request Xue to come down. A woman in a Chanel uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, soon approached on her high heels. The detectives finally shifted their focus from the entrance and the elevator. Mr. Rong? He's been a long-time member, Xue said, her demeanor exuding charm. His chemical factory earns millions annually. Why would he engage in criminal activities? By the way, when I escorted Mr. Rong to the elevator earlier, I encountered 3 individuals who seemed to regard him with disdain. They stared at him as they exited the elevator. The detectives sprang to attention, their demeanor serious. You're saying Mr. Rong operates a chemical factory? Could it really be him? Xue gasped, her eyes wide with fear. But earlier, I saw 3 people in the elevator. Could they be involved? The detectives quickly gathered around Zhang Zhitong, whispering as they analyzed this lead. Now, 2 groups matched the descriptions, and crucially, they might be acquainted with one another. They were on the hunt for a group daring enough to traffic in highly regulated precursors for drug production, specifically the highly dangerous chemical trichloromethane. Once utilized in medical anesthetics, its toxicity and side effects had led to it being gradually replaced by other chemicals. Yet, these very drawbacks made it a coveted item among criminals. Reports indicated that this group intended to negotiate a substantial deal for trichloromethane with a chemical factory owner from Zhongyun at Silver Palace tonight. The 2 groups had exchanged glances in the elevator. After further inquiries with the staff, the whereabouts of the 3 individuals who had encountered Rong Wei in the elevator were swiftly revealed. They had been at the establishment since the previous day, and the team leader responsible for their reception was off duty today. Upon contacting her, it was discovered that she had hosted a rather unfamiliar member who had checked in around 3 in the morning and had since been silent. It seemed they had just left their private room. After exiting the elevator, they had not departed but rather made their way to the western dining area. Seated at a table by the entrance, enjoying a meal while listening to the pianist. Based on the current leads, it appeared that the 2 groups were merely in the early stages of their dealings. After dining, they would likely ascend to finalize the details. Thus, capturing them during the exchange of contracts and money would undoubtedly yield a more fruitful outcome. The 7 detectives split into 2 groups. Zhang Zhitong led 3 of her colleagues to position themselves in the adjacent room to Rong Wei, while the remaining 4 concealed themselves at the western dining area's exit, monitoring the situation through the staff passage. The identities of the 3 individuals in the dining area had been confirmed as the suspects they were pursuing. Rong Wei was under significant suspicion. Once these 3 finished their meal and met with him, they would be poised to catch them in the act. Attention, the 3 suspects are rising. came the report from Zhang Zhitong's team below. Not good. They are leaving and heading towards the main entrance, a colleague below suddenly said, his voice low and urgent. Let us move to apprehend them. Zhang Zhitong called out, and soon after, a strikingly slender figure leaped from the room opposite Roan Wei. Her jade-like legs gracefully lifting as she kicked open the intricately carved wooden door before her. Chapter 38. How to explain when Zhang Zhitong burst into the room. Ye Qing was reclining by the pool, her body stretched out, blissfully indulging in the massages from two young women, one on each side. However, the girls' techniques left much to be desired. They had just applied precious rose essential oil to Ye Qing's back when a group of armed men stormed in, their presence radiating menace. The sound of the door being kicked open startled everyone, and Ye Qing initially thought a fight had broken out in the corridor, affecting the innocent bystanders in this sanctuary. The tranquil and fragrant atmosphere was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps. As the girls screamed, attempting to rise, the pristine white curtains were ripped apart, and a dark, cold weapon silenced their cries in an instant. Don't move, came three authoritative shouts, each distinct in tone. Ye Qing and Zhang Zhitong were both taken aback, their firearms seemingly frozen in midair by some unseen force. It's you. How is it you? Neither party had anticipated encountering each other again so soon after sharing drinks at noon, especially under such circumstances. This bewilderment swiftly registered in their eyes. Roan Wei and his driver, however, were not as fortunate. The two skilled detectives swiftly subdued them without exerting much effort. The six fair-skinned young women huddled together in panic, their eyes wide with fear as three fierce men glared at them. How could they not be terrified? We are the police. Put on your clothes, immediately. In such a tense situation, even the seriousness of the moment caused Zhang Zhitong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Upon entering, she had caught sight of the graceful figures of the young women kneeling and massaging someone. Now, as the curtains were drawn back, she was confronted with the shocking sight of her old classmate, sprawled in the hot spring, enjoying herself with several men. What could be more embarrassing than this? Time seemed to stagnate in a quagmire of disbelief, as immense surprise left both individuals ensnared in a whirlpool of thoughts. An uncontainable fury surged from Roan Wei's face. Even pinned down by the detectives, he could not suppress his anger. Have you lost your minds? Do you know who I am? On what grounds are you arresting me? What law have I broken? His driver, far calmer, understood the implications of the Silver Palace. If someone could bypass the security here and storm into the room, it must have been sanctioned by the establishment. Thus, their identities as law enforcement could not be questioned. Check your facts and you will see, he urged. The detectives, having already established control over the situation, opted for restraint. The atmosphere around Zhang Zhitong was delicate. She crouched beside the pool, rigid and motionless, holding her weapon as though it were a hot potato, neither knowing whether to keep it nor to discard it. Upon seeing Ye Qing, she realized they might have apprehended the wrong person. Everyone knew that Ye Qing's family owned a machinery manufacturing factory, a fact well discussed among their classmates. They had even talked about how the factory had survived financial hardships and secured government contracts during their earlier drinks. Thus, it seemed illogical for her to have so quickly switched to a subordinate role in the chemical industry. While understanding the situation, Zhang Zhitong was puzzled as to why Ye Qing was present there. Just earlier, she had appeared the very picture of propriety. Yet now she lay sprawled in a den of iniquity, engaging in such scandalous activities with men. This was a predicament no woman could accept, let alone the justice-driven Zhang Zhitong. Hey, you said there would be action at 9. How did it end up on my head? At this critical moment, Ye Qing, with a thicker skin than most men, grabbed a nearby bathrobe to cover herself, soothing her racing heart. The shock was overwhelming. One moment, she was relishing a rare pleasure, and the next she was encircled by armed officers, all thanks to a female classmate's actions. The impact was profound and shocking, something Ye Qing had never experienced before. As several girls shivered into their gowns, hastily retrieving Ye Qing's and Roan Wei's clothes, they fled the scene like startled deer. One detective approached to inspect the discarded garments. Finding no weapons concealed within, Zhang Zhitong turned to the group, her voice laced with frustration as she urged them to dress quickly. The detectives, amused, exchanged glances as they observed the unfolding scene. They had overheard enough to realize Ye Qing not only knew Officer Zhang, but had also been drinking with her earlier that day. This unexpected encounter was rich with irony. Roan Wei, like an enraged bull, sat on the sofa, breathing heavily. Just wait. I know the district chief at the city bureau. You are Roan Wei. A detective, seemingly oblivious to the mention of the district chief, interrogated. Yes, do you want to see my ID? Roan Wei shot them a disdainful glance. Don't tell me you're here to crack down on prostitution. You saw it yourself. We were just getting massages. Did you recognize those 3 men you encountered in the elevator? What, do you suspect me of collusion with them? Rong Wei deduced the crux of the misunderstanding stemmed from their brief encounter in the elevator. I don't know them. You're jumping to conclusions with no evidence. Just wait. I'll call the district chief to explain how I was wrongfully detained. It's possible there has been a mistake. Let us have old Wang bring those 3 suspects in for preliminary questioning, Zhang Zhitong suggested, having secured her firearm, and now sat awkwardly on the crystal coffee table in front of her. She cradled her flushed face in her hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and ire at having seen Ye Qing in such a compromising position, especially after their pleasant lunch together. By the way, we secured the area, but why is there still no movement downstairs? Zhang Zhitong stood, pressing the communicator at her collar. Old Wang, what is the situation downstairs? After what felt like an eternity, the response came, tinged with awkwardness. We encountered a bit of a problem. We only managed to capture the older suspect. The other 2. What happened to the other 2? Zhang Zhitong and her colleagues' expressions darkened. They Haven T escaped the club. We cornered them in a storage room, but is there a hostage inside? Zhang Zhitong asked, her voice tense. No, the manager is here with me. And there are no other exits, but we can't open the storage room door. That is good. Hold your position, we're coming down immediately. Zhang Zhitong turned, her voice filled with frustration. Ye Qing, you all need to come with us downstairs. The main suspect has been apprehended. Things will be clarified soon. Rong Wei scoffed, tugging his coat over his arm. The detectives formed a protective perimeter as they moved through the corridor to the elevator, where they found a line of security personnel dressed in black suits standing in the lobby. These slippery characters had vanished during the arrest, but now reappeared in full display. As they navigated through the employee passage behind the western dining area, Zhang Zhitong's group reached the end of the corridor, where several suited guards were escorting a middle-aged man, bound hand and foot. For detectives, weapons drawn, surrounded a large silver metal door, their faces painted with shame. Manager Chao Weihua awaited them in the corridor. His face flushed deep red, while 2 individuals, presumably security captains, frantically dialed their phones at machine gun speed. Do not gaze upon me. I am utterly unable to open this door. Before Zhang Zhitong could inquire further, Chao Weihua preemptively lamented, this is the storeroom where we keep our cigarettes, cigars, and beverages. A server had previously entered to fetch some drinks, and the door was left ajar, allowing those 2 rascals to sneak in. Their vigilance was extraordinary. As soon as we approached, they bolted away, faster than a hare. A detective, filled with shame, explained, fortunately, we managed to seal the main entrance with our weapons. And they, in their panic, fled here. Zhang Zhitong nodded, stepping forward to tap on the silvery metal door, the profoundly dull echo resonating for all to hear, indicating its formidable thickness. Manager Chao, what secrets does this door hold that you cannot open it? This door is equipped with multiple deadbolts. Those scoundrels locked it from the inside, Chao Weihua replied helplessly, shaking his head. This is a specialized explosion-proof door imported from the INSA Insurance Equipment Company in the United States, designed for vaults containing gold and jewels. Once locked from within, not even a demolition company would be able to breach it. A sharply dressed man, flanked by 2 delicate ladies, hurriedly pushed through the automatic door of the employee passage and rushed over. Upon seeing Rong Wei, he paused momentarily before quickly offering his apologies. Mr. Lu Tianyong, I presume. Rong Wei maintained a stern demeanor, articulating each word. A situation has arisen involving my friend and I at your establishment. How do you intend to address this? Mr. Rong, please allow me and this gentleman a moment. Once we have dealt with those 2 rogues, I shall personally visit to offer my sincerest apologies, Lu Tianyong replied, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of contrition towards both Rong Wei and Ye Qing. Boss, Chao Weihua hastily approached. What is the police doing? You cannot even apprehend a single individual. Lu Tianyong's complexion was so pallid it seemed suited for a zombie film. Do you have any idea what I store in my vault? Hundreds of limited edition Cohiba 40th anniversary cigars, dozens of boxes of Arturo Fuente, and brands like Hennessy stacked high, vintage Roman E. Conti and Massanera red wines, all meticulously aged in oak barrels. Louis XIII and similar brands could fill a bathtub. Do you comprehend? As he recounted his grievances, Lu Tianyong nearly erupted. Now you have allowed 2 thieves to enter. Are you seeking to endanger the lives of us shareholders? An Apple laptop was handed to Lu Tianyong from behind. With reddened eyes, he entered a series of passwords into a surveillance software interface. When the screen changed, for surveillance feeds emerged. The footage revealed an array of exquisite liquor packaging and elegantly crafted wooden boxes filling the storeroom. 2 furtive young men were seen. One with a cigar clenched between his teeth, rummaging through the shelves as if searching for treasure. Scattered cigars littered the ground beneath them, while a wooden barrel rolled about, crimson liquid spilling everywhere. With a sudden thud, the Apple laptop slipped from Lu Tianyong's grasp, his face turning ghastly pale as he gasped for air and collapsed backward. Boss! Boss! Several security guards rushed forward to catch him. Chapter 39. The professional cutting team Rong Wei chuckled coldly, finding great satisfaction in Lu Tianyang's expression. The limited edition 40th anniversary cigars from Cohiba cost over 100,000 RMB per box. Arturo Fuente's prices are similarly steep, while aged wines soar to even more exorbitant heights, available only at auction houses and virtually impossible to acquire on the open market. In the opulent Silver Palace, such items could easily fetch double their value, a mere member's discount. After incurring a minor loss in the Silver Palace, which inadvertently ensnared Ye Qing, Rong Wei felt a pang of guilt. Now, with two suspects trapped in the storage room, the police were at a standstill, unable to extract them, while the suspects, resigned to their fate, wreaked havoc on the stored goods. Lu Tianyang's misfortune mirrored theirs. With everyone suffering, Rong Wei felt a sense of equilibrium restored. Ye Qing stood to the side, arms crossed, stifling laughter. Zhang Zhitong and several detectives had interrupted his moment of glee. Who could find joy in such a predicament? Team leader, please contact the largest registered locksmith company, Zhang Zhitong instructed, casting a glare at the chuckling Ye Qing, her gaze akin to that of a woman catching her unfaithful husband in the act. Ye Qing shot back a defiant look. As a few subordinates called for him, Lu Tianyang inhaled deeply and stood upright once more. I don't care what methods you employ. You must extract these two individuals from the storage room immediately, he seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration at the detectives. Lu boss, please remain calm. The locksmith is on their way. They may have a solution, Zhang Zhitong reassured. Scrutinizing the imposing door, contemplating whether a megaphone might coax the suspects into surrendering. Before long, two locksmiths clad in red vests, hauling an oversized toolbox, were ushered in by the host. Clearly inexperienced in high-stakes situations, they gazed around in awe at the Silver Palace's extravagant decor, only regaining their composure upon encountering the massive silver-white door at the end of the corridor. My goodness, is this a blast door? One locksmith exclaimed. After placing the toolbox down and examining the lock and the stamped identification plate, glancing at the detectives. This is a B-class blast door produced by the American ENSA Security Equipment Company, specifically designed for the jewelry industry. Its design anticipates potential robberies, featuring a dual opening mechanism. The inner lock is manually operated, requiring neither key nor code, allowing employees to retreat into the vault to fend off intruders. It also boasts a cutting-resistant feature, with a high-strength tempered glass panel inside. The glass is secured at all four corners with a heavy-duty relocking mechanism. Any attempt at drilling or cutting would inevitably shatter the glass. Once broken, the relock will drop, sealing all latches, rendering the door impassable from both sides. The detectives listened with grim expressions, turning to Lu Tianyang in frustration. Why fortify a door like this when you aren't even storing gold? Lu Tianyang dismissed their concerns with disdain, refusing to engage further. We could consider breaching the surrounding wall. This blast door is constructed from specialized steel, and even a flame-cutting torch would struggle to penetrate it. It's a load-bearing wall. The storage room has been specially reinforced to a full meter in thickness, filled with seismic-resistant rebar. Lu Tianyang sneered. Let us not even discuss whether it can be breached. If you damage the structural integrity of the load-bearing wall, will I then relocate the Silver Palace into your office building? Soon, someone brought over a laptop, connecting it to the surveillance system. Lu Tianyang was shocked to discover that the two suspects were indulging in Hennessy Richard, sipping and spitting it out like mouthwash. After much effort, he restrained the impulse to smash the computer into pieces. The storage room spanned over 70 square meters, equipped with a computer-controlled temperature and humidity system to safeguard these precious cigars and spirits. Aside from the main entrance, there were no windows. One detective, armed with a megaphone, shouted against the blast door. Individuals inside, listen. If you open the door and surrender now, we can offer leniency based on your cooperation. However, if you continue to vandalize the property within, you will only exacerbate your charges. Come in and catch me if you can. If you lack the capability, spare us your noise. A defiant voice dripped with arrogance from behind the blast door. Once I've destroyed all the liquor and cigars, I'll consider coming out. Unruly and unrepentant, Zhang Zhitong fumed, clenching her fists and seizing the megaphone. You'd better prepare to serve time once you emerge. The suspects continued to taunt, exuding a bravado that belied their circumstances. Realizing that relying on the detectives was futile, Lu Tianyang scrolled through his contacts until he found a phone number for a Silver Palace member. This member was a key figure at Hongqing Shipbuilding Factory, a major player in the industry having constructed numerous ocean-going vessels. Enlisting their cutting team would undoubtedly yield results. While Lu Tianyang reached out to a client adept at metal cutting, the detectives found themselves at an impasse and opted to interrogate the bound suspect on site. Utilizing the surveillance footage alongside the suspect's testimony, the detectives quickly exonerated Ye Qing. Coincidentally, the suspects had checked in the day before, intending to negotiate a large-scale purchase of precursors for narcotics with a chemical plant owner. When Ye Qing and his companions entered the elevator, they inadvertently crossed paths with the suspects. The suspects, keenly observant, fixed their gazes on Ye Qing and his group, who retaliated with equally defiant stares. With Wei being a chemical plant owner himself, the police's tension escalated. Several detectives approached to apologize, but Wei merely gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Seemingly unperturbed. "Yes, I'm sorry," Zhang Zhitong stammered. Her face flushed as she stood before Ye Qing, her fingers nervously twisting together. Eyes fixed on the floor as if it held 5 million. Forget it. I'll graciously forgive you once more." Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively. Having clarified the situation, Ye Qing was free to leave. Just then, a team clad in work attire, pushing industrial oxygen and acetylene tanks, and carrying large cutting equipment, entered the premises. This was the team Lu Tianyang had secured through a series of generous offers, including complimentary rooms, projects, and beverages, numerous free services that had drawn the crew from Hongqing Shipbuilding Factory. If one were to identify the most formidable cutting team in Zhongyan City, it would undoubtedly be Hongqing Shipbuilding Factory, renowned for their daily dealings with varying grades of marine steel. Constructing a large vessel requires vast quantities of steel, which must be meticulously cut into various shapes. For instance, the F40 marine steel, a high-strength alloy, possesses astonishing yield and tensile strength, retaining its ductility even in temperatures as low as -60 degrees, allowing it to brave the Antarctic as an icebreaker. The high strength translates to high cut resistance, with some marine vessel components requiring steel up to 60 centimeters thick. Hence, one can only imagine the formidable metal cutting capabilities of Hongqing Shipbuilding Factory. Chapter 40. I am the most professional at this moment. Not only Ye Qing, but even Wei was reluctant to leave. Cutting through the vault door. This scenario was something only the daring thieves of the silver screen would dare to enact. In reality, who had ever witnessed such an event? Upon seeing this group arrive, Lu Tianyang felt as though a savior had appeared, and he eagerly advanced to greet them, while the security personnel behind him hurriedly offered them the finest of cigars. Such high-caliber hospitality left these rugged men, accustomed to the sea breeze, utterly flabbergasted. Even the police officers stationed at the entrance approached, eager to curry favor with their apparent rescuers. The leading figure among them, after receiving fine cigarettes and praises, thumped his chest with a resounding thud, confidently assuring that within half an hour, they could reduce the door to mere Play-Doh. He then produced a small hammer, striking it a few times to gauge the door's thickness by the resonance. It appeared to be approximately 30 centimeters thick, resembling stainless steel in its silvery sheen. Yet, what did the type of steel matter? The foreman hastily adjusted the oxygen and acetylene gas, wielding the cutting torch toward the door. In the face of the 3,000-degree heat produced by the oxyacetylene flame, even transformers would find themselves dismantled. The blazing fire roared, accompanied by a thunderous sound that sent chills down one's spine. The terrifyingly high temperatures generated by the oxyacetylene torch, if directed toward a person, would undoubtedly prove more effective than a lightsaber. However, this silver metal door was impervious to such tactics. After being scorched for several seconds, a large, basin-sized area glowed red. Yet there was no sign of melting in the metal beneath the flames. Suddenly, a dull crash echoed, akin to shattering glass, startling the foreman mid-cut. "What was that?" he exclaimed. "It must be the door's anti-cutting mechanism activating. The intense heat has likely shattered the glass inside." "Don't worry about it. Continue cutting," a police officer waved, signaling him to disregard it. If the police officers were the robbers, we could easily imagine them indulging in the world's finest wines and cigars, relishing their spoils without a care. With two individuals inside, who had no intention of emerging, the complete locking of the door now seemed inconsequential. A minute passed, and the metal door was glowing a deep red. Even Ye Qing could feel waves of heat washing over him. Yet, under the flames, the metal had only yielded a shallow indentation. At this rate, one could hardly expect to carve a passage large enough for a person to pass through in less than a month. Clearly, the door was coated with a high-temperature resistant layer. The foreman, drenched in sweat, sheepishly extinguished the flame and suggested, "Let me try another approach." Meanwhile, on the monitor, the two suspects lounged in a corner, puffing on cigars and sipping fine wine, completely oblivious to the heat, thanks to the advanced temperature control system in the vault. A cumbersome device, resembling a machine tool, was pushed over by several workers. Once connected to power, a worker holding a cutting torch signaled everyone to avert their gaze, lest they suffer eye damage. "What is that?" Wei inquired, intrigued by the rectangular machine. "A plasma cutter," came the response. "Its principle is somewhat akin to electric welding, but the temperature is far more terrifying. This device is specifically designed for cutting high-temperature metals, capable even of slicing through stainless steel. Ye Qing advised Rong Wei against recklessly peering at the cutting arc. He turned his attention back to the task at hand. However, I find this situation precarious. The high-temperature coating on this door is exceedingly formidable. The small pit created by the oxyacetylene cutting revealed blackened metal underneath, likely containing nickel. While plasma cutting can penetrate nickel alloys, it possesses a critical flaw. It is unsuitable for cutting excessively thick metals, especially with such small machinery. No sooner had Ye Qing finished speaking than an even more fearsome white arc lashed against the silver door. Amidst the cacophony, the coating on the door began to melt gradually. As the compressed air from the gun blew away the molten layer, the nickel alloy beneath became visible, slightly improving the cutting efficiency. However, regardless of how much the workers increased the current output, the cutting torch could not entirely pierce the 30-centimeter thick door. The sensation was akin to attempting to drive a 10-centimeter nail through a 20-centimeter thick plank. No matter how sharp the nail, it simply could not penetrate. As time passed, many distinguished members, having concluded their leisure activities, noticed the commotion, observing workers bustling about with equipment. The entire venue's staff engaged in fervent discussions, causing excitement akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. Their eyes sparkled with glee, and laughter erupted, with some even taking out their phones to snap pictures. The security personnel found themselves in a predicament. These clients were of significant standing, and even a single hair plucked from their legs could serve as a formidable spear. They lacked the courage to seize the phones of such prominent individuals. Lu Tianyong, witnessing the throngs of clientele gathered to spectate, felt his spirit dampen. Zhang Zhitong and several police officers grew increasingly anxious as they waited. Phones rang incessantly, their screens illuminating with messages from equally important figures, all inquiring about the situation, questioning how such a colossal blunder had occurred, with rumors swirling on the Zhongyun forum, complete with images. Zhang Zhitong felt a surge of frustration, nearly in tears. It was one thing for other leaders to admonish her, but even the commander, who had placed his trust in her to lead this operation, had reprimanded her sharply. Gazing at the shallow cut, barely 20 centimeters long, which had taken over 20 minutes to create, despair flickered in the eyes of Zhang Zhitong and her fellow officers. Even if they waited a day for the workers to carve out a small door, what would they do about the thickness of several centimeters? Surely, they could not simply kick it open. This was a riot door. Were they to employ a shoulder-mounted anti-tank rocket for the task? The crowd of onlookers grew, and the mocking laughter intensified. These magnates showed no regard for the police officers, who were already displeased at having to apprehend someone in the Silver Palace. Now, witnessing the officers struggle, they could not resist taunting them. Perhaps you should consider transforming this place into a prison. It would be far more secure than an actual prison. Lock them up for a decade or so. I know Lu Qian. If we invite him, he surely has a way. He might just zip right through that door. Get the director of Stealing Heaven here. He can open any bank vault. Several male officers turned into ostriches, burying their heads against the wall at the door, adopting a stance of denial. The girls, however, were more sensitive. Zhang Zhitong shot them an exasperated glare. At that moment, Ye Qing caught sight of her clear, tearful eyes. Humiliation, helplessness, sorrow, these emotions deeply wounded Zhang Zhitong while simultaneously stirring discomfort within Ye Qing. After all, Zhang Zhitong was his middle school classmate. He felt compelled to lend a hand. Stepping forward, Ye Qing offered a comforting smile. Do not be disheartened. Leave this door to me. I will cut it open. You? Zhang Zhitong turned around, her beautiful eyes misty with surprise as she regarded Ye Qing. Indeed, I possess a method. Ye Qing's smile radiated warmth, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman, quite unlike the persona he had adopted earlier while receiving a massage in the room. You may have forgotten that my family has been operating a cutting machine manufacturing factory for over a decade, specializing in cutting. Cutting special metals is not particularly challenging, provided one selects the appropriate machinery. The detectives, who had been idly standing in the corner, swiftly turned their heads, their movements more rapid than when pursuing a suspect. As they darted to Ye Qing's side, "Young man, do you truly have a solution?" one inquired. "I admit my earlier fault and offer my sincere apologies." Lu Tianyong, his eyes sparkling with excitement, approached as well. The phrase professional cutting machine manufacturing factory resonated with him like celestial music. Indeed, had Ye Qing merely claimed he could succeed, these detectives would likely have deemed him boastful. However, when Ye Qing spoke of his family's well-established factory, the implication was profoundly different. "If you can overlook past grievances and cut through this door," Lu Tianyong declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm, "you shall be granted platinum membership here." "Huh, of course. Brother Yi possesses the skill to cut through," Rong Wei exclaimed, joining the fray. He proceeded to enlighten the others. "Previously, our factory's equipment experienced a significant malfunction. and it was Brother Yi who skillfully repaired it using highly advanced machinery. Cutting through this door is but a trifle. What are you waiting for? Zhang Zhidong, with a pout that could cradle a bottle, cast a sorrowful, pleading glance at Ye Qing. I shall return to fetch the equipment. Ye Qing confidently snapped his fingers. I will escort you. Rong Wei quickly instructed his driver to fetch the car. The Bentley sped away, leaving behind a crowd of eager faces, yearning for the return of their savior. Ye Qing directed Rong Wei to take him to Tsai Street, where his van awaited him in the parking lot. Upon arrival, he urged Rong Wei to return home, explaining that the Bentley could not possibly accommodate the cutting equipment. Certainly, they could not strap it to the roof. Then, Brother Yi, I shall take my leave. We shall gather again another day. Rong Wei, now feeling somewhat fatigued, was reminded of his age and the fright instilled by the fierce detectives. Having witnessed enough excitement, it was time for him to rest. After bidding farewell to Rong Wei, Ye Qing climbed into his van. Where could he enhance the cutting equipment? Naturally, it would be the Lord's battle chariot, with its extensive modification capabilities. With a slight alteration to the mechanical arm, the task could be accomplished. However, modifying the Lord's battle chariot's mechanical arm could be costly in terms of gold coins, and reverting it back after use would incur additional fees. In the prop store, a plethora of metal cutting machinery was available for purchase. Chapter 41. The Celestial Body Surrounded by Stars at Present. The props marketplace offers an array of ordinary quality processing tools for purchase, along with a limited selection of small, refined quality tools. Among these, Ye Qing acquired a mobile pulse plasma cutter of ordinary quality. This device represents an upgraded version of traditional plasma cutters, utilizing high-frequency pulses to create arc-like projectiles that impact the cutting material. The technological disparity between this advanced machine and a conventional plasma cutter is akin to the difference between a handheld drill and a hammer drill. Moreover, this pulse plasma cutter is equipped with a cutting ability of 15 and a cutting efficiency of 5. Ye Qing expended 80 gold coins on this machine, which would soon play a pivotal role in the production of the flagship product at the Monster Factory. Upon Ye Qing's return to the Silver Palace Club, the corridor was teeming with people. Among them was a television crew, complete with a cameraman and a young female reporter holding a microphone. The cameraman sported a red vest emblazoned with the logo of the Zhongyun City television station, while the reporter, youthful and with a ponytail, bore faint freckles on her face, suggesting she had rushed over without proper makeup for the interview. Unfortunately, their attempts to gain entry for the interview were thwarted by 2 security personnel who barred their passage. As Ye Qing walked ahead, 4 security guards pushed a sophisticated device, roughly the size of a refrigerator, behind him. The reporter hurriedly approached, microphone in hand, inquiring if they intended to use this equipment to cut through the door. Indeed, we are representatives from the Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Plant, Ye Qing responded, seizing the opportunity to promote his factory. We possess multiple advanced processing devices, and breaching this door poses no challenge. He further noted that the cutting team from the Red Star shipbuilding factory had recently returned in defeat. The reporter, amused, expressed skepticism, questioning Ye Qing's confidence given that the Red Star team had brought a plethora of specialized equipment. It is not merely a matter of equipment quantity, but rather the disparity in technical prowess, she retorted. Had the Red Star team heard his claims, they would undoubtedly have sought him out for a contest. According to reports, the door in question was a high-tech, explosion-proof model produced in the United States, reputedly impervious to explosive breaching. The reporter, perhaps exhibiting a touch of Western admiration, concealed a hint of derision within her formulaic smile. I must apologize. I am not familiar with your factory's name. However, I am well acquainted with the Red Star shipbuilding factory, which boasts substantial strength. Just last month, we covered the launch ceremony of a 70,000-ton vessel. Ye Qing, exuding confidence, smiled at the camera as he strode into the corridor, flanked by the 2 security guards. The following day at noon, many families settled comfortably on their sofas after lunch, tuning into the midday news broadcast on Zhongyun City Television. In recent years, the station had struggled with ratings, leading to the cancellation of numerous programs. However, the arrival of a new female leader last year brought sweeping reforms. She prioritized capability over seniority, promoting many distinctive newcomers to host various segments. Consequently, the revitalized program content incorporated contemporary elements, refreshing the previously dreary atmosphere. Within less than 6 months, the ratings soared to heights reminiscent of 2007, before mobile internet became widespread. The midday news anchor, a slow-talking young man, possessed a significant flaw. While he delivered news calmly, he became tongue-tied during more sensational stories. In most other television stations, such a tendency would warrant severe reprimand. Yet the bold female leader at Zhongyun City saw it as an asset, capable of stirring audience emotions. Her judgment proved correct. as the midday news ratings tripled, with many housewives developing a fondness for the excitable young host. Today's midday news also promised excitement, following several statements from officials urging citizens to unite in enhancing Zhongyun City sanitation and striving for national recognition as a civilized city. The broadcast highlighted an amusing incident on Tsai Street. The curbstones there had been replaced with stone-carved ones, a matter of great interest to residents, who envisioned the exquisite sculptures lining their own streets. Before the warmth of the curbstones could dissipate, the host excitedly announced a significant story: 3 suspects, daring to engage in large-scale trafficking of precursors for illegal drugs, had been apprehended in a high-end club, with the capture unfolding in a manner reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster. Although the host did not disclose the club's name, the on-site reporters, frustrated by their inability to capture real-time footage in the corridor, inadvertently revealed the establishment sign in a sweeping exterior shot. Viewers, filled with anticipation, leaned in to witness the unfolding drama. The narrative did not disappoint. Reporters provided a textual and visual account of the arrest. During the operation, 2 officers boldly disregarded the threat of gunfire and dashed into the club's valuable goods storage. The scene shifted to a video evidently filmed on a mobile device, showing 2 locksmiths circling a silvery metal door. Their account of the door's origin was clearly recorded, specifically designed for gold and jewelry vaults, manufactured in the United States, featuring multiple security measures that made it nearly impossible to breach, even with explosives. Viewers found this comical. These locksmiths, whose advertisements were well known, now stood like clowns beside the door, lacking even the courage to attempt a breach. The subsequent video, also filmed on a mobile device, displayed a team clad in uniforms from the Red Star Shipbuilding Factory arriving with numerous cutting tools. The name of Red Star Shipbuilding was familiar to the citizens of Zhongyun City, having recently launched a massive cargo ship, an event attended by the deputy mayor. Many viewers anticipated that cutting through the door would be a straightforward task for such a renowned factory. They eagerly awaited the spectacle of the suspects being captured. However, after several minutes of using an oxyacetylene torch, they had made barely a centimeter of progress. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, oxycutting was synonymous with power, capable of slicing through cars and steel plates. Yet, before this formidable door, it appeared utterly ineffective. The high-tech door, crafted in the United States, left a profound impression on all viewers. When a large device was wheeled in, and the host, in a stuttering manner, extolled its might and capabilities, the harsh reality shattered the audience's expectations once more. This machine took over 20 minutes merely to create a 10-centimeter deep incision, while the door itself boasted a thickness of 30 centimeters. With their tails between their legs, the Red Star shipbuilding team hastily packed up their equipment and departed the scene. Amidst the laughter of the audience, a surge of frustration and helplessness arose. The technological prowess of the United States was overwhelming. A single door had rendered police officers, professional locksmiths, and a major shipbuilding factory utterly powerless. Was there truly no means to breach it? A door stood resolutely, impervious to all manner of cutting devices, leaving a profound sense of inadequacy in its wake. Is our Zhongyun City truly so backward? At a moment when the situation seemed utterly hopeless, a young man entered the scene, accompanied by an exquisitely designed piece of equipment. This time, it was a professional camera capturing high-definition footage, complemented by a journalist conducting interviews. The young man's blatant self-promotion for his factory elicited both laughter and irritation from the audience. A group from the Red Star Shipbuilding Factory struggled with numerous machines, unable to resolve their issues. Yet here stood a solitary individual with a single machine from an obscure workshop, claiming he could breach that technologically advanced American door. This was not merely a matter of equipment, but a profound disparity in technical expertise. The young man's audacious proclamations incited fury among the audience, who felt their pride was being tarnished. It is essential to note that the midday news is not only popular among Zhongyun City residents, but also among the millions in the surrounding 3 counties and 72 townships. Many now knew of the boastful young man from Zhongyun City. Before the reporter could complete her interview, the young man swaggered down the corridor with an air of arrogance, much to the discontent of the journalist and cameraman. Unable to pursue him for an interview, they resorted to critiquing his brashness from the lobby, praising the technological marvel of the door while harshly criticizing the young man's arrogance. The female reporter spoke rapidly, constrained by her profession to express her thoughts delicately. Suddenly, the television screen jolted violently, and as the reporter looked quizzically at the cameraman dashed away. The trembling footage, accompanied by the reporter's panicked voice, soon froze. A squad of security personnel in black suits, flanked by detectives, emerged, escorting 2 suspects, their faces bruised, like captured thieves. The audience was stunned, bewildered by the unexpected appearance of the 2 suspects. No one answered their questions as the suspects were led into the lobby, where a group of seemingly successful individuals materialized. At the center of this crowd stood the previously arrogant young man, surrounded like a star among admirers. The reporter, once articulate, now stammered incoherently, her voice resembling a malfunctioning radio, rendering her words unintelligible. The young man maintained his confident demeanor, striding forward with pride. 13 minutes later, the host excitedly announced the young man's project timeline. The scene shifted to a video captured on a mobile device. The young man was now positioned beside the grand entrance, swiftly adjusting his equipment, when a blinding white light erupted upon the silver door. The sharp crack of a small, lightning-like arc, even after sound reduction, pierced the air, leaving the audience unsettled. Astonishingly, the American high-tech door, once deemed enigmatic, melted like wax under the fierce electric arc. Viewers across countless televisions erupted in astonishment, feeling a deep sense of shame for their earlier judgments. Yet, shame was inconsequential. The pivotal moment was that the high-tech door had been effortlessly breached by our Zhongyun. Just look at how confidently he entered, with such an imposing stride. Indeed, Zhongyun possesses remarkable talent. Witnessing a single individual and a solitary device effortlessly dismantle what was thought to be advanced American technology was enlightening. The audience's prior feelings of helplessness were vehemently dispelled. By the way, what was the name of that factory? Quickly search online to discover their products. If they offer something suitable for households, we should promptly order one. The quality of their products is certainly bound to surpass that of American counterparts. Chapter 42. The products of the old factory. At this moment, Ye Qing was immersed in procuring materials for the construction of a metal rapid engraving machine. Compared to the cutting machines previously manufactured at the factory, this new apparatus undoubtedly possessed a far superior technological sophistication. First and foremost was precision. The former cutting machines scarcely acknowledged the concept of precision, only requiring that there be no significant deviation in the cutting path or misalignment of the guide rails, allowing them to be sold at a low price. The metal rapid engraving machine, however, was a different matter entirely. The blueprints obtained through a lottery demanded an inhuman level of exacting precision regarding tolerances. The precision of the guide rails, spindle, and transmission chain were all paramount. None of these posed an issue, as the capabilities of the monsters surpassed ordinary standards. With precision not being a concern, the remaining challenge was sourcing the materials. Components such as motors, transmission chains, and computer control panels were beyond Ye Qing's capacity to fabricate at this time, necessitating their purchase instead. These parts were not particularly high-tech and could be readily acquired in the market. The only question was their price. At noon, while Ye Qing was enjoying a somewhat lukewarm takeout meal, he observed the monsters diligently at work. The framework of the new factory by the seaside had already been erected, with two master craftsmen resembling Gollum from The Lord of the Rings overseeing the machining of precision components for the metal rapid engraving machine. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 muscular laborers continued to process curbstones. Just then, his phone rang. It was his father, Ye Jiangning. On the line, Ye Jiangning expressed his bewilderment regarding the numerous unfamiliar calls received that afternoon, including one from Zhongyun television station requesting an interview. Several women had inquired about the factory's products, having found the factory's number on Alibaba, asking if they produced rice cookers or vacuum cleaners. They also mentioned seeing advertisements for the factory during the noon news, praising the factory's technological prowess, claiming it could even cut through American riot doors, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Zhongyun people. Ye Qing was aware of the news from the previous evening, but had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction. A female classmate of his, who served as a criminal police officer, had recently encountered a mishap while apprehending a suspect, leading the fugitive to hide in a valuable item storage room of a club. Ye Qing stepped out of the noisy metal shed and gazed at the sea, reflecting, "Our family specializes in cutting machine manufacturing." She thought of me and contacted me for assistance in cutting the door. The Red Star shipbuilding factory had been hired by the club owner, and when they failed to complete the task, Ye Qing succeeded. He had just viewed the news online. "Did you purchase a plasma cutting machine?" "It is a pulsed plasma cutting machine," Ye Qing corrected with a smile. "This cutting technology has only gained popularity in the past couple of years. It is utilized primarily in precision manufacturing factories, and the machine I used was borrowed from a client who provides curbstone processing. Regrettably, their factory did not produce rice cookers or vacuum cleaners. Otherwise, they could have capitalized on this opportunity for a brief surge in popularity." Ye Jiangning did not delve into further details, acknowledging that pulsed plasma cutting technology had been trending in recent years, and it was entirely normal for products to emerge. It was merely that their factory had no use for it. Who would buy a cutting machine for their home? One cannot possibly purchase it to cut ribs. Ye Jiangning lamented, increasingly regretting the missed opportunity. "Now my phone is incessantly ringing. Even Zhongyun television station has invited me for an interview." The more he contemplated, the more he felt the loss. Previously, We sought customers to purchase our products, yet now others are seeking us, but we have nothing to sell. Sighing, Ye Qing suddenly recalled something. Indeed, after the monster factory advanced to level 2, a new mechanical research institute had emerged, currently offering 12 blueprints for selection. 6 of these were for consumer products, while the other 6 were for industrial products. Among the consumer items were blueprints for rice cookers, electric vehicles, washing machines, and more. The names of these products were impressive: non-stick rice cooker, fast-charging electric tricycle, powerful stain-removing washing machine. How magnificent! The industrial blueprints were equally grand, featuring rapid stamping, rapid engraving, and automatic drilling. Previously, Ye Qing had primarily engaged with machine tool products and was most familiar with that domain. Hence, he had not considered the consumer product blueprints. Nor did he immediately recall them. Manufacturing industrial equipment was certainly lucrative, yet household industrial goods also yielded substantial profits. Ye Qing had long intended for his father to reclaim management of the old factory in the park and to utilize the components produced by the monsters to supply the old factory, thereby enhancing its reputation and expanding its operations. This approach would allow the public to overlook the advanced technology associated with Ye Qing's venture and the monsters, while simultaneously diversifying the factory's development. After all, no manufacturing enterprise could claim to be the world's best by solely producing machine tools. Whether it was Mitsubishi or General Motors, they all operated countless subsidiaries, their industrial chains spanning various sectors. If Ye Qing aspired to surpass them and propel the monster factory to the pinnacle of the rankings, it was imperative to diversify their product offerings and expand the scale of the monster factory from multiple avenues. Now, an exceptional opportunity lay before him. One that could revitalize the old factory and enable his father to continue building his own career. Hanging up the phone, Ye Qing promptly seated himself by the sea, retrieved the monster factory's mobile device, and accessed the Mechanical Research Institute. The blueprints could be acquired not only through luck, but also through direct purchase with gold coins. Earlier, Ye Qing had refrained from pursuing additional blueprints, fearing he might overextend himself. Now he sought to select one consumer product blueprint to present to the old factory, allowing his father to recruit ordinary employees for manufacturing and sales, which undoubtedly held great promise. Rice cookers, washing machines, electric bicycles, tricycles, range hoods, refrigerators. Ye Qing needed to select one from these blueprints, preferably one that could be manufactured swiftly. From the descriptions, rice cookers and range hoods appeared relatively easy to produce. However, as someone familiar with processing, Ye Qing understood that while the structure of the rice cooker was simple, its inner pot was the most challenging component among the 6 blueprints, requiring sophisticated coating and stamping techniques. The range hood seemed to be the second simplest option, yet it demanded numerous sheet metal tools, and the materials required had to be of high mirror quality. The electric tricycle and bicycle? Those were straightforward, requiring only commonly found parts, primarily involving assembly techniques. As long as the assembly precision was high, even at its worst, it would still result in a durable electric vehicle. The pricing could be substantial. With the market demand being considerable, a 2-wheeled vehicle could easily sell for around 2,000 yuan, while a 3-wheeled one could fetch 6 to 7,000, even exceeding 10,000. After carefully analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of several blueprints, Ye Qing ultimately decided to purchase the manufacturing blueprint for the 2-wheeled electric vehicle. The market demand for this product was immense, its assembly was simple, and businesses that sold electric vehicles could easily produce a few units to generate profit, all while commanding a fair price. However, the blueprint was quite expensive, requiring 1,000 gold coins. With no other option, Ye Qing wrote a cash check for 100,000 yuan and submitted it to the monster factory for conversion. Ding! Congratulations, you have purchased your second blueprint. Chapter 43. The first product of the monster factory, ultra-long-range electric vehicle. Introduction. This is a civilian product, a distinguished creation of the monster factory. It boasts double the cruising range of ordinary electric vehicles available on the market, yet this alone does not suffice to demonstrate the prowess of the monster factory. The ultra-long-range electric vehicle, ordinary quality saleable, features a charging speed of 20 and a braking performance of 10. Although the asset value has diminished by 100,000, Ye Qing remains confident that such a robust electric vehicle will find buyers. After acquiring the blueprints, Ye Qing promptly called his father. Ye Jiangning was currently troubled, pondering how to leverage the advertising effect to sell a product. Upon hearing that Ye Qing intended to purchase a batch of electric vehicle components for assembly and resale, he felt a mixture of excitement and concern. What if they did not sell? They decided to produce 100 vehicles as a trial. If they failed to sell, they could offload them at cost to electric vehicle retailers, at worst making only a slight loss. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, Ye Jiangning resolved, taking a gamble as he struggled to find a path for factory development. After hanging up, Ye Qing went online to Taobao to procure the list of components that he could not manufacture himself. The number of parts for electric vehicles was overwhelming: batteries, motors, headlights, controllers, elements that Ye Qing could not produce. In truth, many components were beyond his manufacturing capability, either due to complexity or prohibitive costs. However, the most critical components, the steel frame structure, hubs, brake pads, and other metallic parts, were within reach of his production capabilities. These unique-sized parts were not available in the market. The plastic shell presented a challenge, as the vehicle's design was sleek and compact, resembling a futuristic sports car. He would need to contact a specialized electric vehicle shell manufacturing factory to create new injection molds. Although the shell itself was not expensive, the cost for a complete set of molds was $80,000. After some negotiation, Ye Qing managed to reduce the mold fee to $75,000. Without investment, how can there be returns? The components were sourced from the province with free shipping, and delivery was expected by noon the following day. That evening, a large batch of curbstones was delivered, which could yield 50,000 processed units. Currently, Ye Qing's finances were dwindling. After paying a $1 million deposit for the curbstones to Xiamuqing, only 600,000 remained. However, this batch of curbstones, once processed, could fetch $3 million, and selling 5 metal rapid engraving machines would bring in another 250,000, making the total $3 million an easy target. With 50,000 curbstones to process, the personnel at the monster factory became notably busy. The metal rapid engraving machines required 2 skilled artisans, and without them, the processing of the curbstones would lack guidance. Ye Qing, undeterred, decided to invest 200,000 in cash and summoned 4 skilled artisans along with 4 strong laborers. This brought the total number of monsters to 20. The maximum limit for a second-tier monster factory, with the potential to double the summoning capacity upon leveling up. That night, all the monsters took turns laboring, while Ye Qing rested soundly in a nearby concrete room. As the fiery sun gradually rose above the horizon, casting a faint briny scent through the air, Ye Qing awoke, stretched leisurely, and prepared to wash up before heading to the market to assess the electric vehicle landscape. Upon stretching toward the rising sun, Ye Qing noticed in the distance, to the east and west of the cliff, a construction vessel with a crane hovering over the water. He distinctly remembered this location as the site of a clandestine sewage discharge pipe. It appeared that a subcontracted underwater construction company had been summoned for repairs. Once they finish, I shall obstruct them again. With just a flick of his finger, he could delay their work for 2 to 3 days at considerable expense. Even the wealthiest factories would find themselves at a loss in such circumstances. Meanwhile, Ye Qing leisurely sought to rent a storefront in the city. While the workers aboard the construction vessel were frantically occupied, the sewage pipeline lay buried 30 meters beneath the surface, a depth that marked the limits of underwater construction capabilities. Divers were required to don pressure-resistant deep-sea suits and fully enclosed helmets to perform their tasks. After several hours of searching, the divers finally located the sewage pipe. Expecting to simply remove the wooden plug was unrealistic. They would need to cut away a whole section of steel pipe with fire. After spending 200,000, they retrieved a damaged segment of pipe. Wang Jinlong, owner of Jinlong Plastic Chemical Company, was on the verge of losing his composure. "Boss, look at this." One of the divers, who had previously met Ye Qing, turned the steel pipe over to reveal what inside. A whale logo, along with a series of English letters, emerged before their eyes. This was the emblem of an international marine conservation organization known as the Ocean Guardians Association. The diver hesitated, stating, "This marine association wields significant influence. Not only private enterprises, but even many nations find themselves powerless against them. The technology to insert wood into such a deep-sea pipeline is extraordinary. Ordinary divers lack the capability. How did they locate something buried so deep?" Wang Jinlong's face turned crimson with anger as he paced anxiously back and forth along the ship's railing, suspecting that a diver from the Ocean Guardians Association was lurking nearby. Who knows? Their human resources and equipment are exceptionally strong, and they have produced numerous authoritative reports on national marine environmental surveys. It's possible they came to evaluate our country's marine environment and detected this pollution source with their equipment. I'll commence work immediately. I refuse to believe these foreigners will come here daily to obstruct us. Wang Jinlong, fuming, ordered the construction vessel to return. Meanwhile, Ye Qing's market research progressed smoothly. While long-range electric vehicles were available, none claimed to achieve twice the range of standard models, and truly rapid-charging electric vehicles were non-existent. As such practices would severely damage battery longevity. Ye Qing also visited the hospital, where his father, Yu Jiangning, had recovered sufficiently to walk, provided he refrained from excessive movement that might strain his ribs. Since assembling electric vehicles required a substantial workforce, Ye Qing instructed his father to recruit some workers back to the old factory. leaving him with 200,000 as startup capital. That evening, Ye Qing maneuvered the Lord's chariot to circle the sewage pipeline area, discovering that the wooden plug had indeed been removed. However, he refrained from further sabotage, noting that the sewage pipeline was not currently discharging waste, indicating that the factory had not yet resumed operations. If the entire production line were to commence and then suddenly fail to discharge sewage, it would disrupt the entire system, leading to a chaotic situation. Upon returning to the production workshop, illuminated brightly, Ye Qing found 20 monsters working tirelessly, their bare arms glistening with sweat as they tirelessly processed various long curbstones and metals, categorizing them meticulously. This bustling scene echoed the fervent atmosphere of decades past, reminiscent of factory workers passionately laboring for the advancement of national industry. Ye Qing remained in the workshop, eagerly awaiting the completion of the Monster Factory's inaugural industrial product. Chapter 44. The Camouflage of Monsters. The metal rapid engraving machine, ordinary quality, boasts thousands of components, each exhibiting remarkable precision, with a deviation from the blueprint not exceeding 0.002 millimeters. Workers often use terms like a thread or a line to describe machining accuracy. Precision machine parts produced by CNC machines are considered to have an error of 0.01 millimeters, referred to as a thread. Now, these monsters are energetically operating the machine as if racing, producing parts with an error 5 times greater than this standard. Precision signifies quality. The higher the precision of a machine, the more stable its operation, resulting in fewer malfunctions and superior product quality. 2 skilled masters and 2 robust laborers swiftly assemble these components. Numerous sections require welding, prompting Ye Qing to summon the Lord's war chariot, employing fully automated welding arms for processing. Components such as the infinite motor, positioning bearings, ball screw, linear guide rails, rack, and magnetic workbench are meticulously assembled. At the final step, when the purchased CNC machine control panel is installed by the adept master knowledgeable in circuitry, the machine, initially appearing ordinary but possessing exceptional internal precision and flawless design, is suddenly enveloped in a bluish glow. Concurrently, the Monster Factory's mobile device emits a red alert, detection in progress. The independent manufacturing portion of this product's components exceeds 60, meeting the minimum requirements for ordinary quality. Detection successful. Metal rapid engraving machine, ordinary quality saleable, operation program being written, attributes and skills being generated. Congratulations! Through your diligent efforts, you have finally created the first exclusive product of the Monster Factory. You have taken a significant first step in the field of manufacturing, simultaneously completing the initial phase of the Monster Factory's formal establishment. With a unique product, it is only natural to open the market to generate development gold coins for the continued expansion of the Monster Factory. Once you sell 50 units, ordinary quality saleable, of this exclusive product, the Monster Factory will upgrade to the 3rd stage, ushering you into a new journey. Tip: upon reaching level 3, the Monster Factory will unlock the Regional Manufacturing Industry Leaderboard. You can expand your factory, surpassing other industrial manufacturing enterprises on the list. When the Monster Factory ranks first in the world and ascends to level 9, you will receive an ultimate mysterious reward. Additionally, at the 3rd level, the Monster Factory can purchase camouflage work uniforms specifically designed for monsters using honor points. With this uniform, the monsters will automatically enter a camouflage effect. To anyone other than you, they will appear as humans, complete with an absolutely secure identification document, synthesized without any loopholes. As these notifications gradually fade, the engraving machine before Ye Qing seems to undergo a transformation, radiating an inexplicable aura. This sensation is extraordinary. It feels as though the engraving machine has been imbued with a spirit. The metal rapid engraving machine, ordinary quality saleable, stands in stark contrast to Ye Qing's personal rare quality machine, which is 2 tiers superior. Naturally, the products produced by this machine will not match the quality or speed of Ye Qing's device. However, there are advantages. Selling an extraordinary machine from the outset would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It is wiser to begin with an ordinary quality product, gradually expanding the market and establishing a foundation for future improvements and upgrades. Standing before this machine, Ye Qing feels a peculiar lightness in his legs, as if infected by a delightful virus called happiness. Finally, he has discovered a method to camouflage the monsters. The Monster Factory has proven its worth by directly providing camouflage work uniforms, simultaneously resolving the monsters' identity issues. Ye Qing's previous method of disguising with blackened fangs pales in comparison to this high-tech solution. Imagine these monsters, clad in camouflage uniforms, walking down the street, appearing as ordinary people yet capable of delivering a punch strong enough to send a polar bear sprawling, proficient in various skills such as milling, turning, grinding, drilling, and welding. What are you waiting for? Hurry and sell 50 units of ordinary quality equipment to elevate the factory to level 3. In Xian County, Sichuanjie, the owner of the Gangshan stone processing factory has been feeling rather distracted lately, unable to focus on his work or meals. This preoccupation stems from several images he has seen. Pictures of curbstones shared in social media, thousands of them, all adorned with exquisite patterns akin to artistic depictions of maidens. Even through the screen, Su Shuangjia, with his professional sensitivity, can sense the incredible craftsmanship behind these stunning stone carvings. The uniformity of the patterns across thousands of curbstones indicates that this processing factory has mastered large-scale rapid stone engraving technology. The low price of the curbstone suggests that the engraving equipment is not exorbitantly priced. The emergence of such machinery is akin to dropping an atomic bomb in the stone processing industry, undoubtedly provoking a chain reaction. Fortunately, the director of the Urban Construction Bureau in Zhongyun City is a friend of Su Shuangjia. He promptly called to ask if he could procure such processing equipment. The news soon came back. Director Liu informed him that the manufacturing factory agreed to produce the machines in a few days, although at a somewhat steep price of 500,000 per unit. Director Liu, unfamiliar with the market conditions of the stone processing industry, found the price somewhat high. However, Su Shuangjia deemed it reasonable. If he could indeed engrave the patterns on the curbstones, it would be worth every penny. 500,000 could be recouped in a few months with profit. Consequently, Su Shuangjia felt a sense of incredulity. When Ye Qing, through Director Liu Zhongdong, contacted Su Shuangjia, he was having dinner at home. Upon hearing that the first engraving machine was ready for shipment, Su Shuangjia was so excited that he dropped his chopsticks and rushed to explain to his wife, before hastily arranging for the factory's delivery driver to take a truck to Zhongyun City for the pickup. Ye Qing advised against him coming, offering to deliver the goods personally. With monsters at the new factory and no one at the old one, it would be simpler to send the items directly rather than concoct excuses. Xian County lies under the jurisdiction of Zhongyun City, about 100 miles apart. Ye Qing arranged for a truck and, after an hour and a half, arrived at the Gangshan stone factory. Boss Su Shuangjia was already waiting at the factory entrance, anxiously scanning the horizon. Chapter 45. Establishing a research laboratory when the truck bearing the license plate of Zhongyun City drove into the Gangshan stone processing factory. Ye Qing was met with a reception akin to that of a returning hero. Su Shuangjia led a throng of workers, applauding at the entrance. And this warm welcome filled Ye Qing with joy and a touch of nostalgia. Reflecting on his earlier visit to Sangqing's processing plant to deliver machinery, he recalled how coldly he had been received. Later, when he returned for repairs, he had not even been offered a simple breakfast. The thought of Sangqing brought a wry smile to Ye Qing's face. He wondered how many days Sangqing had been detained. After all, a DUI incident could warrant a minimum of 15 days of administrative detention. This period was typically reserved for those without connections. And given that Zhongyun City was currently focused on promoting civil development and striving for the title of a national model city for hygiene and civility, even those with influence would find themselves powerless in this context. The vigorous push for sanitary and civil development was the paramount goal for all departments. Who would dare to intervene? Welcome, welcome, it is an honor to have you here, Boss Yi. Su Shuangjia exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Ye Qing chuckled, responding, you are too kind. Let us first set up the machine and test its performance. A forklift, already prepared, carefully transported the machine, along with its wooden base, into the metal shed of the stone factory under the watchful eye of the driver. The power supply had been arranged in advance, and even the ground had been leveled with a spirit level by Su Shuangjia, who had taken great care in preparation. Once the machine was in place, Ye Qing activated the power switch and pressed the start button. The driving program within the engraving machine was no different from those commonly found in the market. Su Shuangjia and the workers eagerly awaited as the 10-inch LCD screen displayed the PLC Universal Control Program. This program was user-friendly and familiar to those who had experience with CNC machines. It was widely used in many small CNC machines. By simply setting the X, Y, and Z axis coordinates and fine-tuning them, one could accurately position the three axes to operate most processing machines. However, to enable this universal program to read and execute CAD drawings, it would require hiring a programmer to create decoding and conversion scripts. The Monster Factory had directly preloaded the program, and although these were common programs, they were flawless and required no modifications or adjustments. With the engraving machine powered on and the three axes reset, Su Shuangjia took a deep breath, calming his anxious heart, and inserted a USB drive into the control panel. The attentive workers promptly raised a 1 meter by 1 meter stone slab and placed it on the workbench. They then equipped the engraving machine with a high-precision engraving bit and a water spray system. The working table of the engraving machine could process slabs with a maximum dimension of 1 meter in both length and width. Once everything was set, Su Shuangjia Trembling with anticipation, pressed the start button. As the button was pressed, the conical diamond engraving bit whirled into action at an astonishing speed, and the vertical axis descended, causing the rapidly spinning bit to make contact with the stone surface. In that instant, the once clear water became murky, mixed with a substantial amount of stone dust flowing into the waste tank. The stone slab on the workbench was swiftly carved away, revealing a breathtaking stone sculpture. All spectators, including Su Shuangjia, were left utterly astounded. Ordinary engraving machines, even those designed for metal, were often associated with sluggishness, akin to a slow-moving ox laboring to produce but a small output. Relying on such machines for large-scale engraving would surely test the patience of any customer. Now, the engraving machine before them was nothing short of a fighter jet among its peers. In merely 2 minutes, the ordinary stone slab had transformed into a remarkable sculpture of guanyin. Su Shuangjia had chosen a design of guanyin seated on a lotus, although the complexity of this stone carving did not compare to that of a curved stone. An ordinary engraving machine would struggle to achieve the intricate lines that characterized this depiction of guanyin. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Ye Qing asked, unfazed by the reaction. This machine for sale was merely a stripped-down version. The control program was different, and the engraving speed paled in comparison to his personal machine, which operated at several times the efficiency and clarity. In Ye Qing's eyes, these discrepancies were trivial to Su Shuangjia. Although the resulting effect was somewhat inferior to the curved stone carvings produced in their factory using high-precision machining centers and skilled engineers, compared to an ordinary engraving machine, it was on an entirely different level, with an astonishing speed to match. Satisfied, extremely satisfied, Su Shuangjia exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire as he caressed the machine as if it were a treasured gem. The only drawback of this engraving machine was its limited processing size, which restricted it from working on larger slabs. However, why do I feel that the engraving quality is a notch below what you produced for the curbstones? He queried. That was produced in our factory using high-precision machining centers, combined with the craftsmanship of our engineers, Ye Qing explained reasonably. A mass-produced model simply cannot achieve that level of detail, otherwise, the price would skyrocket. That's sufficient. This level of precision is enough, Su Shuangjia conceded, not daring to ask for more. With this engraving machine, he felt confident he could dominate all the stone processing factories in the county. Shall we settle the payment for this engraving machine? Su Shuangjia did not attempt to negotiate. He understood that upsetting Ye Qing might jeopardize his financial prospects. To avoid any lengthy delays, he also paid the deposit for the remaining 4 machines, totaling 1,500,000, transferring the amount to Ye Qing's company account. Once Ye Qing confirmed the transaction, he issued an invoice from his old company to Su Shuangjia and promised a 6-month warranty. Boss Ye, please don't leave tonight, Su Shuangjia insisted, his face beaming with flattery. I'd like to treat you to some game meat, and then enjoy a relaxing evening at a club. Afterward, I will arrange for someone to drive you home. No, I have other matters to attend to this evening, Ye Qing replied, wary of venturing to any clubs. It was best for him to return home. Su Shuangjia's eagerness to please was evident, or perhaps he simply wished to curry favor with Ye Qing. Ultimately, when he could not convince Ye Qing to stay, he handed him a stack of supermarket gift cards. After bidding farewell to the hospitable Su Shuangjia, Ye Qing returned to Zhongyun City just in time to receive a call from the intermediary company, informing him that the license for his registered company, Beast Heavy Industry, was ready for collection. As the sole legal representative and chairman of Beast Heavy Industry, Ye Qing noted that the scale of this heavy manufacturing enterprise was indeed modest, with a registered capital of only 10 million, and he had spent 80,000 on the intermediary to facilitate the verification of funds. When Monster Factory reaches level 3, it will be possible to purchase disguises for the workers. At that point, the monsters would automatically possess human identification, allowing Ye Qing to include them within the company to meet the required numbers. After collecting the license, tax registration certificate, and organizational code certificate, Ye Qing inquired further with the intermediary about the necessary procedures to establish a research laboratory. Chapter 46. Images in the circle of friends. The staff member responsible for receiving Ye Qing's arrival was initially taken aback, perceiving her as somewhat eccentric. A legitimate laboratory possesses the qualifications to issue authoritative identification reports and is capable of undertaking advanced research projects. When awarded government contracts, such establishments can also benefit from financial grants. For enterprises aspiring to establish a formal laboratory, even at the municipal level, they must be among the most reputable in the city and possess relevant scientific research equipment, otherwise, approval will not be granted. As such matters require scrutiny from the municipal committee, which is beyond our capability. What about laboratories at levels below the city? One could simply find a location, put up a sign, and operate independently. The staff presumed that Ye Qing was merely a naive graduate eager to venture into entrepreneurship. Chuckling at the notion, some small factories have their own product laboratories, but they are merely for self-entertainment. They cannot accept external work and lack any authority. Merely engaging in advertising to deceive people. After expressing her gratitude and settling the remaining fees for the services rendered, Ye Qing departed. Her intention to establish a laboratory was both simple and necessary. Currently, the monster factory operates on 2 levels, producing remarkably powerful products. As it ascends to higher tiers, the manufactured items are sure to be even more astonishing. According to the initial prompt, the 3rd-level monster factory is entering a formal phase, promising the emergence of groundbreaking technology. Yet, lacking a scientific background herself, Ye Qing feared that the sudden appearance of advanced technologies might raise suspicions. However, if she could establish a research laboratory, all of this would have a logical explanation. During her last assistance to Roan Wei in repairing steam pipes, 2 professors from her alma mater's materials chemistry engineering laboratory had provided chemical expertise. If Ye Qing were to possess a similar laboratory, the advanced technologies could be attributed to research conducted there. As for the experiments, one could simply insert those monsters into the mix to confound others. Even if the FBI were to investigate, they would find it impossible to extract any secrets from the monsters. Moreover, if she were to acquire an array of expensive equipment for the lab, the outside world might even laud it as the Eastern equivalent of the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory. Regrettably, the stringent hardware standards required for a legitimate laboratory were beyond Ye Qing's reach. On the other hand, the informal laboratories were rife with advertisements for counterfeit medicines. However, even laypersons could see through such deceptions, compelling Ye Qing to postpone her plans. Upon returning to the seaside factory, Ye Qing hung her business license in the modest office. Just as she affixed the license, a notification chimed from the monster factory. Congratulations, you now own a 2nd factory. The branch factory will enjoy a 1/3 attribute bonus from the main factory. Would you like to choose to bind it as a branch factory? Ye Qing unbound the old factory, allowing it to become a branch facility. A 2nd-level monster factory can only bind to 1 branch, while a 3rd-level factory can bind to 2. The 1/3 attribute bonus implies that the branch will only benefit from less than 1% in manufacturing efficiency, lifespan, and precision, rendering the significance rather minimal. Currently, for powerful monsters were engaged in processing parts for electric bicycles. The steel frames of the electric vehicles were constructed from thick-walled steel pipes. Ye Qing had ordered a substantial quantity of Q195 welded steel pipes and Q235 seamless steel pipes. These pipes needed to be bent to specific angles, with the monsters manually operating the pipe benders. The battery boxes and screw hangers were directly cut and welded together. While processing the wheel hubs, challenges arose. The mass production of electric bicycle hubs typically involves molds for casting. Ye Qing had procured some aluminum alloy pipes and sheets for processing. Given the monster's skills and the equipment available in the workshop, fabricating the hubs should not pose a significant challenge, if all else fails. There was also a CNC machining center at her disposal. However, Ye Qing observed that material waste was exceedingly severe. Given that aluminum alloy sheets were already quite expensive, cutting a curved hub support often resulted in substantial waste. Casting would have simplified the process considerably, requiring merely an aluminum electric melting furnace and a mold. Setting that aside, she decided to complete the processing of all parts before attempting assembly. With some time on her hands, Ye Qing summoned the Lord's chariot, maneuvering it through the subterranean caverns to inspect whether the drainage pipes continued to discharge waste. As the Lord's chariot emerged from the underground, she noticed that the surrounding seawater had turned murky, significantly reducing visibility. Glancing at the images transmitted back to her, Ye Qing chuckled softly. The wooden materials had already been prepared, complete with the emblem of the Ocean Guardians Association. Without hesitation, she directed the Lord's chariot to seal the drainage pipe. Though the Longxi Beach appeared visually similar to other marine areas, characterized by rippling azure waves, the water quality in this region was appallingly poor, much to Ye Qing's dismay. Seafood was a delicacy she relished, but given the pollution, even if she were to catch something, it would be inedible. After successfully blocking the pipe, Ye Qing felt rejuvenated and logged into WeChat to scroll through her friends' posts. Ye Qing had few friends on WeChat, predominantly classmates. Rarely did she post, and she often neglected to like her classmates' updates. A plethora of advertisements cluttered her feed. Ye Qing grimaced, continuing to scroll in search of any beautiful selfies. Many of her classmates had transitioned to become micro-business operators, some even knowing they were being scammed, yet maintaining their pride by promoting products as if miraculous, leaving Ye Qing thoroughly disenchanted with her WeChat feed. There were advertisements for calcium supplements, miraculous soaps, and Korean face masks, under the grandiose claims of her classmates. The miraculous soap had become a panacea, purportedly capable of curing hormonal imbalances, while the face mask promised transformative effects, even turning pigs into beauties. Were it not for her laziness, Ye Qing would have certainly blocked all these individuals. After scrolling through several rounds of advertisements, she was about to exit when a thought struck her, prompting her to scroll back up. Upon a quick glance, she noticed a cartoon cat avatar had posted something. Seemingly another advertisement. It appeared that Xia Muqing used this cartoon cat, and Ye Qing swiftly located the post among the sea of promotions. Indeed, it was Xia Muqing. Ye Qing remembered her voice distinctly. She was the general manager of Tiansheng Mining Group, a figure with an impressive background. Xia Muqing had shared two photographs. The first image depicted an endless line of equipment draped in red silk, resembling excavators but featuring long, extended arms. Ye Qing recognized this equipment as high-end rock drilling rigs used in mining operations, each typically costing over $1 million. Huaxing Heavy Industries, a leading manufacturing enterprise in Zhongyan City, produced such machinery, and Ye Qing had seen numerous trucks from Huaxing transporting these engineering vehicles across the country. The second image appeared to showcase a signing ceremony, filled with a crowd of people. Ye Qing quickly enlarged the photo to see if any beauties were present. To her disappointment, the second image featured a man and a woman seated at a table adorned with red flowers, both engrossed in signing documents, flanked by a throng of onlookers. While the female protagonist was undeniably beautiful and exuded grace, her attire and demeanor suggested she belonged to a different age group, likely in her 30s or possibly even 40s. The gentleman signing beside her bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Huaxing, the head of Huaxing Heavy Industries. The young and vivacious attendants flanking them were certainly not Xia Muqing, and the crowd consisted predominantly of formally dressed men. Typically, at signing ceremonies, the backdrop would prominently display the names of both companies and the collaborative project. However, the focus of this particular image was on the two individuals signing, and the company names were conspicuously absent from the top of the frame. No way. I absolutely refuse to believe that this is Xia Muqing. The voice that surpassed even that of a lark could not possibly belong to this woman. Ye Qing reassured herself that the individual taking the photo must have been her. Suddenly, a deep and powerful horn sounded from outside, piercing through the air and reaching Ye Qing's ears. Ye Qing was momentarily taken aback. Whose automobile horn was so formidable? The factory had been encircled by monsters who had erected a wall of hollow bricks and cement. A large gate faced the sea, which was usually kept closed, ensuring that no prying eyes could glimpse the conditions within the production workshop. However, given the desolation of Longxi Beach and the fact that the ordered goods had already been delivered, who could possibly be outside? Exiting the production area, Ye Qing peered through the gate, only to find the surroundings devoid of vehicles. Was it an apparition? The deep, resonant horn sounded again, and without the workshop's barrier, Ye Qing felt a chill run down his spine, hastily covering his ears. This time, Ye Qing discerned that the sound emanated from the direction of the sea. With a profound sense of curiosity, he opened the westward gate that faced the ocean, only to be left astounded. A stunning white double-decker yacht, approximately 15 meters in length, was docked beside the remnants of the former shipyard. The peculiar horn noise was indeed produced by this vessel. Chapter 47. Our acquaintance. This yacht is truly exquisite, featuring a streamlined hull and a pristine wooden deck, complete with a fishing platform at the stern. Although Ye Qing had encountered yachts before, particularly in the coastal city of Zhongyun, where affluent individuals often procure them to flaunt their status, this was his first opportunity to observe one up close. He could not help but wonder, what was this yacht doing docked here? The desolate Longxi Beach was so barren that even birds seemed reluctant to relieve themselves here. Why would such a valuable vessel, measuring over 10 meters in length, choose to anchor in such an uninviting location? Regardless of its purpose, this territory belonged to Ye Qing. Standing atop the solitary small pier, he surveyed the yacht's bow and cockpit. The tinted glass of the cockpit obstructed his view, but soon enough, a side door swung open, revealing a man clad in a white shirt and trousers. The fellow's attire resembled that of a captain, albeit lacking the epaulets and military cap. Excuse me, is this a shipyard? The man waved at Ye Qing. I saw on the navigation system that there was a shipyard here. It has long since closed down. Ye Qing replied, gesturing at the tall wall behind him. I've purchased it and repurposed it for other endeavors. Repurposed? The man paused, then apologized. I'm sorry, but our yacht has encountered some issues. Would it be possible to use your dock? This area is fraught with rocks. Our yacht has damaged its propeller nearby. It's a miracle we managed to reach this dock. Now the yacht is completely powerless, and we need to replace the propeller. Replacing the propeller requires a dry dock. But I don't have one here. Ye Qing surmised that this individual was likely a captain for the wealthy, given his courteous demeanor. There is some open space nearby. During high tide, we can drag the yacht over there and secure it with supports. When the tide recedes, we can proceed. The man, demonstrating some knowledge of marine maintenance. Pointed toward a vacant stretch of land, indicating it was once used by the shipyard for hauling vessels ashore, complete with a dedicated slipway. Ye Qing rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. We only need to dock for one night. Replacing the propeller will be quick. I'll contact another shipyard to bring over a propeller, and we can depart by tomorrow morning. Please, could you assist us? We'll pay double the docking fee. Very well, you may stay for one night. Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively, indicating the matter was settled, although he was initially reluctant to allow them to dock, as their presence would require him to call back the monster to avoid exposure. He feared that sending them away might raise suspicions about illicit activities. Given that they likely wouldn't stay on the yacht overnight, he decided it was a reasonable compromise to lend a hand. Thank you, thank you. The yacht's captain expressed his gratitude eagerly. The dock was slightly higher than the yacht, and the captain inquired if Ye Qing had a dinghy they could borrow. There are some old planks lying around. The previous shipyard owner left quite a few behind. Ye Qing retrieved a severely weathered dinghy from the corner of the yard. Its appearance was far from appealing, riddled with dents that made one doubt its durability. After setting up the dinghy, the yacht's captain dashed back to the cockpit, presumably to fetch the owner. Such grandiosity, Ye Qing thought disdainfully. If it were him, he would have leaped onto the 1-meter-high dock without hesitation. Soon, a girl emerged from the cockpit, adorned in a light floral dress and a sun hat. Ye Qing blinked in disbelief, captivated by the sight of this young and lovely girl. It was not that he recognized her. Rather, her strikingly youthful features were a surprise. He had anticipated a short, rotund figure, thus requiring the dinghy for assistance. The girl appeared delicate, her hair flowing with the breeze, complemented by her smooth shoulders and long, fair legs, evoking a strong protective instinct in men. Ye Qing smiled at her and graciously gestured for her to proceed. The charming girl returned his smile sweetly, leaving Ye Qing feeling utterly enchanted. The yacht's captain bounded onto the dock, likely because he deemed the dinghy too precarious. He intentionally jumped around in the middle. No problem. The yacht's captain leaped onto the dock, steadying the dinghy with his hands, signaling for her to come aboard. The girl, displaying poise, lifted her skirt and stepped onto the dinghy. The waters of Longxi Beach were calm, and the yacht was stable. However, just as they approached the dock, the weathered dinghy suddenly cracked with a loud noise, breaking in half. 3 gasps echoed simultaneously. As the girl fell towards the dinghy, she instinctively reached out her delicate arm toward the dock, but the yacht's captain, crouched on the ground, could not react in time. Ye Qing swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her up with a firm grip. The yacht's captain hurriedly stood, attempting to assist. With a strong arm, Ye Qing lifted the girl back to safety. Weighing approximately 90 pounds, Ye Qing had recently developed a reliable sense of weight through his interactions with stone curbs, using an 80-pound curb as a reference. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, the girl stammered, her once rosy complexion now paler from the fright of the incident. What did you say? Ye Qing was momentarily taken aback, still holding onto her soft fingers. I said thank you for saving me. The beautiful girl patted her chest, still shaken, yet her voice remained melodious as a lark. Your voice. Ye Qing, still skeptical, murmured her name. You are Xia Muqing? Ah. She had yet to recover from her shock and was now frozen in disbelief at Ye Qing's recognition. How do you know my name? Xia Muqing removed her charmingly woven sun hat, revealing her exquisitely delicate features. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment, in an unfamiliar city far from her home province. A man she did not recognize was able to accurately call her name simply by hearing her voice. Had Ye Qing recognized her at first glance? Xia Muqing might have found it more acceptable, given that she was the cherished daughter of the president of Tianqing Mining Group and also served as the general manager, thus enjoying some degree of notoriety. Yet, Ye Qing's initial expression had been one of a complete stranger. Ye Qing was equally astonished. Xia Muqing's WeChat did not contain any pictures of her, but her voice was distinctly memorable. The moment she spoke, Ye Qing effortlessly matched her voice to the name. What a coincidence! Ye Qing mused that perhaps he should try his luck at the lottery. It now seemed clear that the 2 photos circulating in her social circle must have been from a signing ceremony with Huaxing Heavy Industry for a substantial procurement of mining equipment. Yet he never anticipated encountering her in this desolate corner of Longxi Beach. Chapter 48. Apologies for my misunderstanding. Wait, don't say anything just yet. Xia Muqing made a gesture for silence, as if a realization dawned upon her. You are our client? Let me guess, you must be Zhang Ludong? Ye Qing had been eagerly anticipating her to utter his name, but as soon as it was spoken, his expression turned rigid. I am Ye Qing. He rolled his eyes at her. My sincerest apologies, Xia Muqing said, covering the floral collar of her blouse and bowing repeatedly in remorse. One could only blame Ye Qing's unremarkable voice and Xia Muqing's carefree demeanor. After signing a 10 million yuan order for curbstones with Ye Qing, she hardly paid it any mind. Consider yourself forgiven, Ye Qing replied, pursing his lips. This gesture elicited an uncontrollable giggle from Xia Muqing, who smiled with abandon, momentarily disregarding her image. "You are youthful and full of vitality," she remarked, circling around Ye Qing. "I see in you the confidence essential to successful individuals, along with the unique spirit of diligence and ambition characteristic of your age. Judging by your appearance, you seem younger than me." Ye Qing gestured to the yacht's helmsman, who had been standing by. "Come on, let's not linger here. Since we are acquaintances, let us head to my factory for a cup of hot water." "I'm certainly older than you," Xia Muqing retorted, her smile radiating pride as she followed behind Ye Qing like a charming little deer. The factory's monstrous machines had already been stowed away by Ye Qing, and the yard was piled high with curbstones, the cut and carved pieces neatly arranged in the metal fabrication workshop. As Ye Qing led them to his modest office, he pondered whether to showcase the capabilities of the high-speed metal engraving machine to Xia Muqing, hoping to impress her enough that she might impulsively sign a substantial contract. However, he worried that the advanced technology might make her suspect he was an extraterrestrial. The prototype of the machine was still under construction, so it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to contact her again. Upon entering the humble office, Ye Qing invited both of them to take a seat on the simple wooden chairs and activated the water dispenser, pouring them cups of hot water. Lacking tea leaves, he could only offer boiled water. Neither Xia Muqing nor her driver seemed to mind, as they had not come specifically as guests. After expressing his gratitude, the driver stepped outside to make a phone call to arrange for yacht repairs. "You boss, what a coincidence," Xia Muqing said, gently blowing on her hot water, her eyelashes fluttering. "Just yesterday, our company signed a cooperation agreement with Zhongyun and Huaxing Heavy Industries. Today, I borrowed the chairman's yacht for a little outing. As you know, our province is mountainous, and opportunities to sail the seas are rare. It is indeed a coincidence. When I first saw you, I thought you were some celebrity," Ye Qing replied, discreetly admiring her fair legs, though his expression remained impassive. "Thank you for your kind words. I am truly honored," Xia Muqing smiled. "How is that batch of curbstones? I noticed there aren't many piled up in the yard. Have they all been sold?" "The quality is excellent. I can't find any faults," Ye Qing assured her. "By the way, since your factory is by the sea, you must be familiar with fishing?" Xia Muqing asked eagerly. "Are there many fish in these waters? I see there are several fishing rods on the yacht." "What fish? The water quality here is quite poor," Ye Qing replied. "But the sea looks so blue, and it doesn't seem to have any unpleasant odor," Xia Muqing countered. Ye Qing thought to himself that the blue water was merely a result of chemical pollution, and as for any odor, he had no knowledge. It seemed there was a chemical factory discharging waste nearby. Even if they caught fish, they would likely be inedible. "Then I shall try fishing elsewhere. I have never fished in the ocean before," Xia Muqing exclaimed, reluctant to let such a rare opportunity slip away during her vacation. At that moment, the yacht driver returned, carrying an exquisite handbag which he handed to Xia Muqing. "Miss, I have contacted a shipyard. They will send someone right over." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Xia Muqing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the handbag, Xia Muqing took out a small jade ruby, playing with it in her palm while engaging Ye Qing in conversation. This white jade ruby, resembling congealed fat, appeared charming and seemingly ancient, exuding a delightful quality. It must be of mutton fat jade, giving off an air of luxury. Time passed swiftly in the company of such beauty. Ye Qing felt as though only 20 minutes had elapsed, while nearly an hour had gone by. A truck arrived at the factory wall, and 7 or 8 young men clad in Red Star Shipbuilding Factory uniforms emerged, carrying long ropes and toolboxes. Under the direction of the yacht driver, they made their way to the seaside dock. Ye Qing and Xia Muqing rushed over to observe, only to find that the young men's fiery gazes quickly shifted from the yacht to Xia Muqing. "Get to work," barked the team leader, kicking a nearby worker. What a coincidence! This leader was the same one who had come to cut the blast-proof door at the Silver Palace Club last time. Although their faces had not been revealed then, Ye Qing had inadvertently stolen the spotlight. It was early summer. The mornings and evenings were cool, but the afternoons were warm. One of the young men, eager to impress Xia Muqing, removed his outer clothing, revealing his swimming trunks, and donned a diving mask along with an underwater camera before diving into the sea with a splash. With a beauty nearby, he showed off his diving skills, surfacing from the yacht's stern a full minute and a half later. "Awesome," Xia Muqing exclaimed with a charming smile. Instantly, several nearby young men were compelled to loosen their work uniforms. The team leader took the underwater camera, backlit, and reviewed a few photos, selecting the clearest one to show the yacht driver. At the yacht's stern, 2 propellers had been twisted into a helix, likely after striking a flat rock. This yacht is produced by Sunbird Yacht Factory, and the propellers are high-curve, high-speed blades imported from Germany, featuring 7 blades. "I need to check if we have any similar models in stock," the team leader said, dialing back to the factory while addressing Xiao Muqing and the others, reporting the yacht's model and the approximate size of the propellers. About 5 minutes later, a response came through. I apologize, boss, but we do not have that type of propeller in stock. We don't even have any close dimensions. We contacted Sunbird Yacht Factory, and they also have no inventory. Yachts are only produced upon receiving orders, so we must request a pair to be shipped from Germany. It could take a week via International Express. A week? The driver appeared anxious. Since he had damaged the yacht, the longer the delay, the more displeased the owner would be. Xiao Muqing felt somewhat disheartened. As she was scheduled to return the following afternoon, Ye Qing leaned in to examine the propeller photos. The workers measured the size with a tape measure, estimating that the propeller was approximately 70 centimeters long. Can't you just mill a pair? Ye Qing suggested. A week seemed excessive. The yacht would remain docked here for far too long, and he couldn't tolerate having outsiders coming and going in his factory. I've looked at the propeller. It has a simple structure and is not large. Ye Qing crossed his arms. Surely your shipyard has a CNC machining center. It should be feasible to mill a pair. No. What did you say? The team leader, who had only started working after the others had left last time, did not recognize Ye Qing. Upon hearing the suggestion to mill a pair of propellers, both the team leader and the young workers couldn't help but burst into laughter, their amusement ringing loud and clear. My apologies, I didn't quite catch that, the team leader said, clearing his ears. Are you suggesting milling a pair of 7-blade, high-curve, high-speed propellers? Chapter 49. I'm sorry, but this is superior to the original. Do you know how to mill a propeller? No factory in the entire Zhongyun dares to boast about their capability to mill propellers, not even Huaxing Heavy Industries. You undoubtedly lack an understanding of what complex surface machining entails, nor do you grasp that milling a propeller with a 5-axis machining center requires a complete redesign. The precision requirements for a high-speed propeller with 7 blades are exceedingly stringent, which you are even less likely to comprehend. A conventional 5-axis machine can only utilize a ball-end mill for machining such intricate surfaces, with the central axis speed of the ball-end mill being 0. How can you ensure precision? You are utterly ignorant yet expect us to mill a propeller? The foreman, both irritated and amused, was at a loss for words. Nearby, several workers began to enlighten Ye Qing, explaining that without a specialized vertical 5-axis linkage, attempting to manufacture a qualified high-speed 7-blade propeller is nothing short of a jest. It is guaranteed that after only a few nautical miles, the propeller will suffer uneven stress and break. Look at you pretending to know something. It's utterly laughable, especially with your talk of CNC machining centers. The young man who had just jumped into the water to take pictures, perhaps wanting to impress the ladies, treated the elegantly dressed Ye Qing as if she were an enemy. Naturally, Xiao Muqing sided with Ye Qing. Not only were they partners, but Ye Qing had also saved her once, compelling her to stand unwaveringly by his side. If it cannot be manufactured, why mock others? Xiao Muqing glared at the group with a cold expression. All right, enough laughter. Get back to work. The foreman barked. Yet he could hardly maintain his stern demeanor for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter again. Your inability to mill the propeller is a reflection of your technical shortcomings. Ye Qing remained unfazed, smiling at Xiao Muqing to indicate that all was well. If milling a propeller is so challenging, I must ask, how much does a pair of imported propellers cost? Not much. A pair of 7-blade ones is merely 24,000. There are some domestic factories capable of manufacturing them, albeit with slightly lower precision. The foreman knew Ye Qing was affluent. That watch on his wrist could likely buy multiple propellers. However, this did not imply that he would concede that their shipbuilding factory lacked technical prowess. Given such a low price, if you cannot produce them, what else could it be but a technical issue? The foreman scoffed. If you have the ability, go ahead and produce them. I'll give you a year. If you succeed, I'll pay you 100,000. I'll offer 1 million. Interjected a worker who was tying ropes to a yacht, preparing to pull it away from the dock. Ye Qing sighed and turned to walk towards the factory yard. Xiao Muqing quickly followed, urging, Mr. Ye, please don't be upset. Upset? Not at all, Ye Qing replied, genuinely unperturbed. Then Xiao Muqing assumed Ye Qing was indeed infuriated and wished to leave the dock. I'll make the propellers myself. Ye Qing smiled at her. What did you say? At that moment, Xiao Muqing wore an expression of disbelief. Although Tiansheng Mining Group lacked a machining center, it was overflowing with machine tools, more than enough to fill Longxi Beach. Xiao Muqing, familiar with machining to a certain extent, was astonished, thinking Ye Qing was speaking nonsense. Dear brother, surely you wouldn't let your frustration lead you this far. Had they been closer, Xiao Muqing would have touched Ye Qing's forehead to check for fever. Propellers can only be manufactured by specialized propeller factories. You understand that expertise is necessary. I understand. Ye Qing feigned a melancholic expression. However, for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing that it would take a week to repair by the dock, I felt quite disheartened. Thus, I've decided to handcraft a pair of propellers as a gift for you. At this moment, Xia Muqing was no longer merely incredulous. Her expression reflected an indescribable complexity akin to witnessing an angel kissing a devil. Haha. Ye Qing could no longer contain himself upon seeing her astonished demeanor, laughing heartily. His intention to create the propellers stemmed solely from a desire to avoid prolonged delays for the yacht, combined with the availability of suitable materials in the workshop. Common materials for civilian propellers include copper alloys, aluminum alloys, and stainless steel, as ordinary metals are prone to rust and corrosion. The workshop was stocked with ample aluminum alloy, sufficient to fabricate a 7-blade propeller. The fewer the blades, the greater the required curvature for each blade, necessitating thicker materials. Conversely, more blades require lesser material thickness. Yet the curvature can be quite substantial, some even bending into a hook shape. The aluminum alloy sheets Ye Qing procured were adequately thick. Moreover, civilian propellers do not demand the stringent quality standards of military ones. No heat treatment processes are required, and they can be utilized immediately after machining. With a simple layer of anti-corrosion paint for those seeking quality. Xia Muqing, fully aware that Ye Qing was jesting, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, this did not indicate any romantic feelings for Ye Qing. She had encountered many exceptional men, and her blush stemmed purely from shyness. Then go ahead. After regaining her composure, Xia Muqing found the situation amusing, firmly believing that Ye Qing could not possibly manufacture a high-speed propeller. Ye Qing first headed to the office, and Xia Muqing followed him to see what he was up to, only to discover him playing on the computer at his desk. Make sure to notify me once you're done. Xia Muqing stretched her supple waist and winked at Ye Qing. I'll take a nap on the yacht while waiting for your gift. Absolutely. Ye Qing snapped his fingers. To manufacture the propellers, one must possess the propeller designs. Ye Qing logged onto the official website of the Sunbird Yacht Manufacturing Company, but after searching extensively, he could not locate the detailed specifications for the propeller. He directly contacted customer service via QQ, expressing his desire to order a yacht of the same model as the one at the dock. Customer service quickly sent an abundance of information, including detailed dimensions for the propeller, with the manufacturer being lauded in writing, emphasizing its German origin. After noting the model, Ye Qing searched for the CAD CNC drawings of the propeller. Information regarding civilian propellers is abundantly available, with countless resources online. Notably, Ye Qing even came across a few drawings purportedly of nuclear submarine propellers. Before long, Ye Qing found CD drawings identical to those at the dock and downloaded them onto a USB drive. This process took a mere 10 minutes. As Xia Muqing returned to the yacht for her nap, no one disturbed Ye Qing. After securely closing the production workshop door, Ye Qing summoned 2 skilled craftsmen. They inherently possessed an 8 machining accuracy and an 8 efficiency attribute, coupled with the 2 precision of their secondary factory. It could be said that no workers in the world could rival the capabilities of these skilled artisans in terms of sheer machining precision. 2 square aluminum alloy sheets were swiftly cut out and placed onto Ye Qing's personal, cutting-edge metal engraving machine. This machine is designed for engraving soft metals such as gold, silver, copper, aluminum, and lead, making it ill-suited for harder materials like stone. Due to the superior toughness of aluminum alloy compared to stone, the engraving speed was somewhat slower. Ye Qing periodically glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and approximately 20 minutes later, the 2 propeller blanks were freshly produced. There were 2 CNC machining centers in the workshop, allowing both propellers to be processed simultaneously, first drilling holes, then tapping threads. Finally, during the finishing process, the 2 craftsmen, akin to human machine tools, directly polished the surfaces using polishing machines and 2000 grit fine sandpaper. Ye Qing took a brief stroll outside, where the shipyard workers had spent the better part of the day dragging the yacht to the sandy area in front of the dock. At this moment, the tide had not yet risen, rendering it impossible for the yacht to run aground. Thus, it was necessary to secure it with mooring lines to keep it stable. After returning to the office and taking a moment to indulge in procrastination, Ye Qing rose and made his way to the production workshop. 2 meticulously crafted 7-blade high-speed propellers, radiating a silvery sheen, lay quietly on the floor. Perfect. Flawless to the point of being beyond reproach. Even the most fastidious engineer would find it impossible to identify even the slightest imperfection. The human eye can discern a margin of error up to 0.1 millimeters. Skilled craftsmen can manually create tools with precision controlled to an astonishing 0.03 millimeters. This raises a question. What about non-human entities? The master craftsmen are not particularly extraordinary. Rather, the system highlights their exceptional aptitude for the fabrication of precision components. Coupled with an attribute of 8 precision and an additional 2 precision and longevity bonus from the monster factory. This amalgamation endows the master craftsman with unparalleled skills that rival even the most seasoned artisans. Thus, these two propellers, having initially been sculpted from raw material by advanced technological metal carving machines, were subsequently refined by the master craftsman, achieving a level of precision that surpasses that of the original manufacturers. Even the esteemed German company, specialized in producing propellers for luxury yachts, would find their top engineers at a disadvantage in a competition of manual processing precision against the master craftsmen. The prospect of the third-tier monster factory emerging, possibly accompanied by these master craftsmen to showcase their prowess in high-precision manufacturing facilities, filled Ye Qing's mind with delightful visions. Chapter 50. Unmatched processing capability. As Ye Qing arrived at the dock, pushing two propellers on a cart, the yacht was just barely secured. Several laborers, drenched in sweat, squatted at the dock, smoking and boasting. Their conversation primarily revolved around women, often veering into crude territory. When Ye Qing approached, the foreman glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, dismissively turning back to his cigarette. Just as he took a deep drag, an unexpected fit of coughing overtook him, as if he had been struck by a sudden jolt. Turning back again, he was met with a look of sheer disbelief. 7 pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards Ye Qing, first scanning him, then instinctively focusing on the flatbed cart in front of him. The sight left the 7 workers reeling in shock, their cigarettes falling to the ground. The foreman rushed to the cart, his face a mask of horror. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, stroking the 7-blade propellers resting on the cart as if they were artifacts of divine origin. "Where did you acquire these?" "Oh, this?" Ye Qing replied coolly, crossing his arms. "I just milled them. The workshop had 2 processing centers and some aluminum alloy sheets, so I casually milled 2 out." "This cannot be." The foreman, as if entranced, circled the propellers, murmuring to himself, "Even with a specialized multi-axis machining center, milling a propeller would take 4 to 5 hours. How long has it been?" The 7 young workers stood dumbfounded, their expressions vacant as they stared at Ye Qing. Their astonishment was understandable. 2 high-end propellers that needed to be imported from Germany had been crafted by a little-known workshop in just over an hour. Anyone would be just as incredulous. The workers in the tin shed had seen the commotion but assumed it was merely the metal workshop cutting stone slabs. They never imagined that hidden within that tin shed were 2 5-axis machining centers. Yet, even with 5-axis centers, it seemed implausible to mill such a large curved propeller in such a short time. Not even specialized machines for complex surfaces could achieve that speed. Unless, there was only one possibility. The centers in the workshop must be either the DMG 2000 TC or an even higher model. This German industrial marvel had captivated the attention of machinists worldwide with its demonstration videos showcasing the machining of intricate parts. With automatic tool changes and precise operations, it could perform any complex machining task. This machine had been banned from export until after the 2008 financial crisis, when truncated versions began to be sold domestically. Nicknamed the Universal Machine, it came at a steep price, with just a tool library costing several million. The cost of the machine itself depended on the chosen functionalities. The more features, the higher the price. Moreover, the software was equally demanding. Only those engaged in high-precision machining could afford such a machine. If one wished to add a plug-in for quick processing of parts, it could cost an additional $50,000, and further enhancements would incur similar expenses. But money alone wouldn't suffice. There was a waiting list for orders that could stretch from 1 to 2 years for the truncated versions to be produced. Once acquired, such a machine was akin to wielding a divine tool, capable of handling complex parts and surfaces with ease. The sensation was comparable to a worker returning home to find a humble farmer suddenly piloting a private jet. If this were indeed that type of machine, milling civilian propellers would be nothing short of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The foreman squatted on the ground, fearfully caressing the silvery propeller before him. The heat from the machining process still lingered, and the warmth of the metal evoked sensations akin to touching youthful skin. How did you achieve this quality?" he stammered. "Is your workshop equipped with a DMG 2000 or 3000 TC machining center?" "DMG?" Ye Qing thought to himself. "DMG is nothing compared to the black technology one possess." Naturally, he kept this to himself, feigning an air of mystery, as if to say, "Why should I divulge this to you?" The 7 workers gathered closer, all of them seasoned in maritime dealings. The propellers before them were the finest they had ever seen. Even the most discerning among them could not find a single flaw, no matter how hard they searched, to disprove Ye Qing's exceptional craftsmanship. Their excited chatter roused Xia Muqing from her rest. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she approached the yacht's railing, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the 2 propellers. The driver stumbled out of the cockpit, nearly tripping over the threshold as he beheld the remarkable propellers. "Can you truly mill propellers?" Xia Muqing exclaimed, hopping onto the dock and caressing the silver propellers with a mix of disbelief and awe. Just over an hour ago, Ye Qing had jokingly claimed he would mill 2 propellers to gift himself for a journey at sea. Now, that just had transformed into reality. What kind of machine did you use? This is more miraculous than magic. It must be a DMG 3000 CT or WFL's M35G turning milling composite machine, the foreman lamented, ashamed for having mocked Ye Qing earlier. Now, the propellers before him surpassed factory quality. Each of those machines, along with their tools, cost tens of millions, and even then, they would be truncated versions. Our shipyard has machining centers too, but they are domestic models. It would take 10 of them just to afford a single tool set for such a machine. No factory in Zhongyun has such equipment. One worker sourly commented. During the Cold War, the Soviets acquired a few banned large CNC machining centers from Japan. The propellers produced with those machines made it impossible for the West to track Soviet submarines. Xia Muqing turned her gaze back to Ye Qing, as if she were looking at a supreme being in possession of forbidden technology. Ye Qing smiled with smug satisfaction, wearing an expression that suggested he had no intention of revealing his secrets. Xia Muqing also found the notion preposterous. Crafting civilian yacht propellers hardly required such advanced machines. Nonetheless, Ye Qing's unmatched rapid and precise processing capabilities were undeniable. Weren't you the ones who scoffed, saying it would take a year to produce? Xia Muqing mimicked Ye Qing's stance, crossing her arms. Now that the propellers are complete, do you still want to buy them for $1 million? Calm down, my dear. We were merely jesting. Perhaps a bit too much wine has led us astray. Please don't take it to heart. The foremen were filled with embarrassment, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Chapter 51. The electric vehicle freshly rolled out. All right. Crafting a propeller is no great feat. Ye Qing stepped in to mediate. Thank you for your generosity, young man. The foreman felt a twinge of embarrassment. By the way, could you sell us these 2 propellers at the German import price? I already mentioned that these 2 propellers won't cost you anything. Ye Qing winked at Xia Muqing. Don't look at me. I'm not the one footing the bill for the yacht repairs. Xia Muqing chuckled, amused at the unusual situation. It was her first encounter with someone eager to gift her propellers. It's our boss who will cover the expenses, the yacht driver chimed in. How about you just give them to me instead? The import price is what? 24,000, right? I could offer you a discount. Let's say 22,000. Since you possess a high-end CNC machining center, are you interested in manufacturing propellers? The foreman flattered. Considering your quality, our shipyard would purchase directly at foreign import prices. Manufacturing propellers? That is not too difficult, but currently, the workload for the monsters is quite heavy, making it challenging to allocate time for mass production, Ye Qing replied. I'm processing a batch of parts right now. We can discuss this once that is completed. Ye Qing exchanged contact information with the foreman. Indeed, using your machinery for propeller production seems somewhat excessive, the foreman conceded, feeling fortunate to have exchanged contacts. Everyone was pleased, and Ye Qing no longer had to worry about the yacht's docking inconveniencing him. Xia Muqing would be able to enjoy another day on the yacht and even try her hand at sea fishing. Now the yacht merely awaited the tide, with a few workers keeping watch. As dinner time approached, Ye Qing, lacking a stove, was invited by Xia Muqing to join her for a meal. Had it been just Xia Muqing, he would have acquiesced. However, that evening, a networking event hosted by Huaxing Heavy Industry was set to occur, expecting at least a couple of hundred attendees. Ye Qing, uninterested in such bustle, politely declined, citing prior commitments. Xia Muqing sincerely invited him, remembering that Ye Qing had helped her and was one of the company's clients. Naturally, she couldn't force him to attend. The yacht driver arranged for a company Mercedes to take Xia Muqing to the event. At that moment, the sea began to rise, the tranquil surface gradually undulating with waves surging towards the shore. A few workers pulled the yacht onto the beach, securing it with support stands beneath the hull, ensuring that they could work on it once the tide receded the next day. With everyone gone, Longxi Beach returned to its serene state. Ye Qing returned to the workshop to continue working, intending to produce more rapid engraving machines. To upgrade the monster factory, he needed to sell 50 units of their exclusive products, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Summoning all 20 monsters, Ye Qing instructed them to commence work immediately. Just then, his father called, informing him that the old factory had recruited around 10 new workers. These workers were skilled and formally recruited from the labor center under the park management, albeit at a slightly higher wage. After the previous incident, both Ye Qing and Ye Jiangning agreed that this expense was justified. Meanwhile, several sets of metal components for the electric vehicle had been processed, although the material for the wheels was severely wasted. Shortly after hanging up the phone, a logistics company called to inform Ye Qing that a shipment had arrived and he needed to pick it up. It was undoubtedly the electric vehicle shells that had arrived, and Ye Qing delightedly requested them to be delivered. The cost was not a concern. 40 minutes later, a truck delivered 100 sets of plastic shells for the electric vehicle. As the truck departed, Ye Qing immediately instructed the workers to transport the shells into the production workshop. He was eager to assemble an electric vehicle and test its performance. Under the bright incandescent lights, a set of sleek red plastic shells and all the components lay patiently on the floor, awaiting assembly by the monsters. Ye Qing called over 2 skilled craftsmen to begin the assembly. The electric vehicle contained numerous wiring and electronic controllers, which the laborers were unfamiliar with. Only the skilled craftsmen had the necessary expertise. Tools such as electric drills, wrenches, screwdrivers, and wire cutters had been prepped in advance. Following the schematic, the craftsmen swiftly assembled the scattered components. Each part of the electric vehicle had to be secured to the main frame, a process devoid of technical difficulty, merely time-consuming. The precision of the supports manufactured by the monsters was exceedingly high, unlike those produced by substandard manufacturers, where even the naked eye could detect discrepancies, let alone during installation. 20 minutes later, a stylish electric vehicle, equipped with 6 ultra-power batteries, was freshly assembled. Typically, 2-wheeled electric vehicles are fitted with only 4 lead-acid batteries. This new vehicle utilized 6 standard batteries. However, relying solely on additional battery capacity to achieve extended range was a mere fantasy. Without proper battery management technology, blindly stacking batteries would lead to a severe wastage of power. A blue glow enveloped the electric vehicle as the Monster Factory's mobile app sent a notification, undergoing inspection. Attention! The components of this product, independently manufactured by the monsters, comprise only 43. Below the 60 threshold, it does not meet the minimum quality standards. Quality degradation. Extended range electric vehicle, subpar quality saleable, battery management technology, and rapid charging technology are being generated. Generation complete. Notification. This defective product has performance only 2/3 that of a compliant product. Defective? Ye Qing pondered, somewhat dazed. Many parts of the electric vehicle could not be produced by the monsters and had to be purchased as finished products for assembly. It appeared that assembling these parts was unreliable, yielding only 2/3 of the performance of authentic components. 2/3 was still 2/3. Even 1/3 of the performance could surpass a significant portion of what was available on the market. The wheels, main frame, support frame, brake drum, handlebars, and the meticulously welded wiring crafted by top engineers were already sufficient to earn the user's praise. Not to mention, the vehicle's controller and charger had been optimized by the system. Given this, Ye Qing decided to take a bold step, utilizing a phone charger interface. To have the skilled craftsman modify it and drill a hole in the vehicle's control panel to connect it to the wiring. Ye Qing's concept was simple: to install a USB phone charging port on the electric vehicle. In this era, people's dependence on their phones has only grown. A dead phone is more unsettling than an empty wallet. Carrying around a power bank can be cumbersome, so having a phone charging port on the electric vehicle would undoubtedly be convenient. Adding a phone charging port is a task that anyone with a bit of circuit knowledge could accomplish, let alone the skilled craftsman proficient in electronic circuits. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the simplicity of adding a small interface that could benefit countless individuals, no electric vehicle company has pursued such an initiative. The electric vehicle operates at 72 V, while phones run on 5 V. A simple addition of a few inexpensive components, a 5 V output voltage regulator and a 50 ohm resistor, would suffice to facilitate phone charging. These electronic components could be readily found in any phone charger. Once everything was set up, Ye Qing inflated the tires using an air pump, inserted the key, and took the vehicle out for a spin on the road. With new batteries on board, there was ample power available. Twisting the throttle, the electric vehicle shot forward with remarkable speed. The factory's access road to Huanhai Avenue was quite aged, and its condition was surely less than ideal. Ye Qing observed the speedometer hit 40 miles per hour, the maximum limit of the speed regulator. Initially intending to slow down, Ye Qing found that the electric vehicle handled beautifully, providing a smooth ride devoid of any jarring sensation. The weight distribution of this electric vehicle was expertly designed. The placement of the 6 batteries, combined with the rider's weight, created a stable forward center of gravity, ensuring the front remained steady. Unlike typical small electric vehicles, which wobble dangerously at high speeds, this one exhibited remarkable stability. Along the coastal highway, Ye Qing rode his electric bike, reveling in the exhilarating comfort and impeccable control akin to that of a professional racing vehicle. This intoxicating experience captivated him. Initially intending to deplete the battery, he astonishingly covered 50 kilometers before the charge dwindled to half. This remarkable performance could be attributed not only to the optimizations from the Monster Factory, but also to its exquisite structural design and the high-precision components crafted by the monsters, all of which were instrumental. The following day, when the shipyard workers arrived to replace the propellers, Ye Qing had already prepared 20 sets of electric bike components for the delivery driver to transport to the old factory. This facility served as a branch of the Monster Factory, where ordinary workers enjoyed a minor attribute enhancement of less than 1. The assembly process posed no significant challenges. The sole concern was that upon completion, the monster factory would conduct inspections on the products, emitting a radiant glow. After a lengthy search, Ye Qing finally discovered the option to disable the visual effects within a control panel resembling a gear. For safety's sake, he also set up an experimental unit, which, as anticipated, exhibited no luminous effects. Meanwhile, at the old factory, Ye Jiangning, secured with a harness, awaited alongside his wife. The revival of the factory hinged upon whether this batch of assembled electric bikes could be successfully sold. Chapter 52. An extraordinary vehicle. The electric vehicle, named Storm by Ye Qing, symbolizes a powerful surge into the market. At noon, Ye Jiangning brought 10 assembled electric vehicles to a friend's specialty store. This shop sold IMA electric bikes and IMA Star models. Whenever customers inquired, the owner would explain that IMA Star is a brand under IMA, assuring quality and reliability. The name IMA closely resembles the legitimate brand, leading uninformed customers to genuinely believe it was an authentic subsidiary. In reality, these were merely counterfeit products from a small factory. Nonetheless, with the current maturity of electric vehicle technology, these smaller manufacturers offered competitive pricing without compromising quality. Since Ye Jiangning had previously informed him, the owner, Huang Ranjun, exhibited little surprise upon his arrival with the electric vehicles. Although several major cities had implemented restrictions, there were no such regulations in Zhongyun yet. However, electric tricycles faced stricter scrutiny, requiring AD license to avoid fines. Initially, Huang Ranjun doubted that Ye Jiangning's factory would succeed, but he was willing to assist a friend. When the 10 intricately designed electric vehicles adorned with the Storm emblem arrived, Huang Ranjun was instantly captivated by their stunning, somewhat futuristic aesthetics. The appearance of a product is a crucial determinant of consumer desire, and Huang Ranjun believed that with an appropriate price, these vehicles would sell effortlessly. After exchanging greetings with his old friend, Huang Ranjun invited Ye Jiangning into the store, shielding their conversation from outsiders. He inquired about the specifications of the electric vehicles and the intended selling price. The cost of the components for these vehicles was 1,300, and after factoring in the wages for around 10 workers and electricity costs, Ye Jiangning concluded that a selling price of 2,000 was necessary for profitability. However, given the design, a price of 2,000 would be considered too low, so he set the purchase price at 2,500. Ye Jiangning planned to adjust prices based on sales performance, raising them if the vehicles sold well or lowering them if they did not. Huang Ranjun found the 2,500 price reasonable, yet he noted that the lack of formal documentation would require him to provide warranty services. He expressed concern that if the vehicles were merely visually appealing but of poor quality, it could be problematic. The workers who assembled the electric vehicles had praised the quality of the components, particularly the metal parts, which were deemed exceptional. Ye Jiangning felt confident in their quality and suggested that they sell the vehicles at his store, leaving a deposit of 1,500 for each. With the remaining balance settled upon sale, you must promptly obtain a production license, Huang Ranjun advised. If you intend to pursue electric vehicles long-term, operating without a license is unwise. Competitors might create trouble. He discreetly revealed that although his IMA Star models were imitations, they sold well without scrutiny due to possessing the necessary production license. Are these licenses expensive to obtain? Ye Jiangning inquired. The cost depends on the type of qualifications needed, Huang Ranjun replied, recalling details from other electric vehicle companies. The 3C certification for standard two-wheeled vehicles and production licenses should not be overly complicated, provided the products meet quality standards. There are specialized agencies available. However, certifications for electric motorcycles and cars are indeed challenging to acquire, requiring approval from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, as they are classified as motor vehicles that must be registered. Ye Jiangning nodded, understanding the 3C safety certification as his factory had previously achieved it when profits were robust. After bidding farewell to Huang Ranjun, he intended to first amend the business scope of his factory's license before seeking connections to secure the 3C certification and permits. Not long after Ye Jiangning departed, several mothers accompanied by their children arrived to view the electric vehicles. Since he had heeded Ye Qing's suggestion to transition into selling electric vehicles, he had been messaging local citizens who had previously shown interest. A few expressed their intent to purchase an electric vehicle and were eager to take a look. With potential customers present, Huang Ranjun enthusiastically promoted the vehicles, but when the mothers learned that the electric vehicles were priced at 3,000 and were not from a renowned manufacturer, they quickly turned their attention to the IMA Star models instead. The children were immediately drawn to the stylish design of the Storm electric vehicles, insisting on making a purchase. 1,200. Huang Ranjun encouraged the children, hoping their enthusiasm might sway the adults. As hours passed, not a single Storm electric vehicle was sold. While several IMA Star models found new homes, Coincidentally, the owner of a nearby food delivery establishment approached to borrow an electric vehicle for deliveries, prompting Huang Ranjun to lend him a brand new one. The food delivery service was thriving, employing 7 delivery personnel and requiring at least 10 new electric vehicles and 100 batteries annually, making him a significant client. Thus, Huang Ranjun generously allowed them to test the new model, Storm. The delivery personnel would quickly ascertain the vehicle's quality after a half day of usage. The electric bike, with its eye-catching design, was commandeered by the owner's nephew, who secured a delivery box and exclaimed about the comfort and thrilling experience it provided. Upon returning from a longer delivery, the nephew's expression changed. He recounted an incident where he had to brake suddenly for a car that ran a red light, fearing for his safety, yet the electric vehicle halted instantly, as if anchored to the ground. He noted the stability and comfort while riding, likening it to driving a car. "Look, it even has a phone charging port, so we no longer need to carry power banks," he exclaimed. The vehicle's endurance was impressive, despite having just replaced the battery. He managed to cover 40 kilometers on a single charge, with power still remaining. Could the display be faulty? Someone wondered. It shouldn't be. I feel the power is still strong. Other vehicles would have already lost their charge. The nephew decided to make another delivery run. After completing his deliveries, he returned with the same vigor, the electric vehicle still performing exceptionally well. The owner of the delivery service approached Huang Ranjun, eager to know the price of the electric vehicles. $3,500, but for you, it's $3,300, Huang Ranjun remarked, noticing the glimmer of desire in the owner's eyes, which prompted him to slightly increase the price by $300. How many do you have? The owner inquired. 10. I'll take them all. But you must lower the price to $3,200. Huang Ranjun hesitated, contemplating whether to argue but ultimately decided to concede, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll earn less. But after all, we are neighbors. The owner promptly paid in cash and took all the electric vehicles. Huang Ranjun then called Ye Qing to place an immediate order for 50 additional Storm electric vehicles. At that moment, Ye Qing was at an agency consulting about obtaining the production license and 3C certification. The agent informed him that while the 3C certification was straightforward, the production license was more complex, requiring on-site inspections of the factory to ensure compliance with area and machinery standards. If the agency deemed the process complex, it implied that it was indeed achievable. If every factory met the standards, there would be no need for intermediaries. The factory's premises are undoubtedly up to standard, yet it is lacking the necessary equipment. The agent indicated that for a sum of $100,000, they could assist in procuring a set of equipment, ensuring it would pass inspection. Ye Qing found himself in a state of indecision when Huang Ranjun called, urgently requesting an additional order of 50 electric vehicles. 50 units? Not a problem, not a problem. Ye Qing was so exhilarated that he coughed repeatedly, his ribs aching. However, the price will need to be adjusted. As you know, the product is in high demand, and manufacturers are raising their prices. This is simply the market trend. All right, that is acceptable, but you'll need to secure the production license. I am currently inquiring about that matter. Ye Qing smiled with delight. After hanging up, the agent inquired whether he wished to process the necessary documentation. Yes, but can it be expedited? It can, although it will incur an additional cost. Chapter 53. Inspection Room. While Ye Qing immersed himself in production, the 6 master artisans and 14 Herculean laborers were fully engaged. Even Ye Qing personally oversaw the leader battle chariot, utilizing automated welding arms for the intricate welding of sculpting machines. With another batch of stone curbstones delivered, Ye Qing now possessed a substantial $3.7 million in available funds. To expedite the process, he procured 2 additional compact machining centers and an aluminum electric furnace. Machining wheel hubs was deemed too wasteful of both material and time. The aluminum electric furnace enabled direct melting of aluminum alloy materials, facilitating mold casting production. A single precision mold cost $100,000. After acquiring these devices, Ye Qing had $2.8 million remaining. Expenditures accumulated rapidly, yet revenue generation proved even swifter. Dispatching 2 sculpting machines to the Gangshan stone processing factory, Ye Qing retained one, intending to demonstrate it to Xiaomuqing. TNSH Mining Group, an industry behemoth in stone materials, could provide orders that would keep smaller factories occupied for 3 years. Given the exceptional performance of the sculpting machines, securing a substantial order seemed inevitable. Upon observing the yacht anchored a few nautical miles offshore after its propeller replacement, Ye Qing surmised that Xiaomuqing was indulging in sea fishing. However, the yacht had vanished by now. Ye Qing attempted to contact her, but his calls went unanswered. Shortly thereafter, Ye Qing's phone rang. It was not Xiaomuqing, but his father. On the call, Ye Qing was beside himself with excitement, informing Ye Qing that the second batch of 20 assembled electric vehicles had been completely sold out. Primarily, merchants involved in food delivery services were purchasing them, with many potential buyers missing out. It's incredibly popular. You need to ramp up production. Even 500 units might not satisfy the demand, Ye Qing declared jubilantly. I've already arranged the 3C certification and production license. The certification process will commence tomorrow afternoon, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, approval should be granted the following day. Is there enough money to cover the certification expenses? I have ample cash available. Should I transfer some funds to you? It's sufficient. Today's sales revenue alone amounted to nearly 100,000. Very well, I'll contact the suppliers immediately to arrange for shipment. After terminating the call, Ye Qing promptly accessed Taobao, located the suppliers in his purchase history, and requested the expedited dispatch of 400 additional sets of components. 400 sets constituted a legitimate large-scale order. Situated within the Greater Bayou province, the suppliers waived express delivery fees, opting to transport the components directly via truck. Following payment, Ye Qing sent a message to all of them, expressing his satisfaction with the collaboration. The following morning, as Ye Qing commenced work at 6 o'clock, Xia Muqing contacted him. Her voice sounded somewhat weary, leading Ye Qing to believe that she had overexerted herself during her sea fishing excursion. I apologize, Mr. Ye. I was not in the best of spirits last night and failed to return your call, Xia Muqing said in a particularly gentle tone. It's of no consequence. It wasn't anything urgent. Recalling that Xia Muqing had mentioned her impending return, Ye Qing inquired whether she had arrived home. Not yet. While fishing on the yacht's deck yesterday afternoon, I lost the jade ruby scepter that my grandmother bequeathed to me. It fell directly into the sea. Xia Muqing sighed, adding mournfully, it's the same jade ruby scepter that you saw in the office. That jade ruby scepter holds immense sentimental value for me. I've engaged 2 divers to search for it, but they have yet to locate it. That jade ruby scepter is likely mutton fat jade of exceptional quality. Regardless of its monetary value, such heirloom jade pendants are typically passed down through generations, witnessing the progression of elders from youth to old age. Its significance is paramount. Was GPS positioning established? If the depth is not excessive, it can be found with sufficient time. Positioning was established, but the yacht was in motion at the time. In the vast ocean, devoid of reference points, GPS inaccuracies make locating the jade ruby scepter exceptionally difficult. I refuse to relinquish hope. I'm willing to dedicate a year to finding it. Consider acquiring an underwater photography robot. They are available for purchase on Taobao. Industrial-grade models are priced at approximately 200,000. Ye Qing suggested, having researched underwater robots extensively. They expedite the search process significantly and can remain submerged for extended periods. Really? Xia Muqing exclaimed excitedly. She immediately searched Taobao on her phone, and upon sorting by the highest price, a range of professional-grade underwater robots appeared. Rescue models, exploration models, and retrieval models. They were perfectly suited for locating the jade ruby scepter on the seabed. Thank you immensely, Mr. Ye. I'm truly grateful. Xia Muqing simultaneously ordered 2 Jiangtuan underwater recovery robots, totaling 900,000, and expressed her gratitude to Ye Qing. By the way, Mr. Ye, what was the purpose of your call yesterday? Our factory has developed a novel sculpting machine capable of engraving soft metals and stone. I wanted to invite you to visit and inspect it. Attend to your affairs first. I'll visit once the jade pendant has been recovered. Very well, I'll visit once I've recovered the jade pendant. Xia Muqing's voice trembled slightly. Since Xia Muqing was preoccupied with locating the jade pendant, Ye Qing packaged the sculpting machine and arranged for its shipment to the Gangshan Stone Processing Factory. The Gangshan Stone Processing Factory promptly remitted payment. Upon receiving notification of shipment from Ye Qing, the owner, Su Shuangjia, transferred the remaining balance. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Jiangning called, informing Ye Qing that the certification review team from the Quality Supervision Bureau had concluded their inspection and departed from the factory. The intermediary company guaranteed that certification would be approved and documents issued by tomorrow. Very well, I'll contact an advertising agency to create electric vehicle warranty cards and product manuals. Ye Qing was delighted by the news. With a production license and 3C certification, the electric vehicles could be sold across the country with peace of mind. Advertising agencies were readily available. As Ye Qing drove his van toward the advertising agency, he happened to spot a Storm electric vehicle adorned with a Matewan delivery bag on the road. The striking design allowed Ye Qing to instantly recognize his product. The food delivery driver was maneuvering the electric vehicle with remarkable agility, weaving through pedestrians on the sidewalk. Drive cautiously. Prioritize safety, Ye Qing shouted, lowering his car window. This is a food delivery chariot. The food delivery driver replied with a boisterous laugh. After approximately 15 minutes, Ye Qing arrived at the agreed-upon advertising agency. The agency was relatively small. A copywriter received Ye Qing and, after reviewing the electric vehicle photographs, suggested that while the manual was feasible, using only a single electric vehicle as the cover might appear too simplistic. Nowadays, brands prefer to engage celebrity endorsements and feature attractive images on product packaging and manuals. Endorsements? Ye Qing mused, stroking his chin. Surely, we need to find someone young and attractive, but wouldn't hiring celebrities be prohibitively expensive? It depends on their level of recognition. Many lesser-known actors are undeniably attractive, but lack widespread recognition. Engaging them would cost around $300,000 to $400,000 per year. Would simply hiring someone suffice? Ye Qing felt that featuring only an electric vehicle would be too basic, yet he was hesitant to engage minor celebrities due to concerns about their perceived quality. Perhaps someone without any recognition, as long as they are attractive? As long as the endorsement contract is properly executed, anyone is acceptable. Ye Qing instructed him to proceed with the manual and warranty card, postponing the endorsement until a suitable candidate could be identified. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the third batch of 20 electric vehicles was assembled at the old factory. Huang Renjun, the owner of the electric vehicle dealership, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon unloading the 20 electric vehicles, they were immediately purchased by 3 Meituan delivery services. The reputation of the electric vehicles had spread rapidly among food delivery merchants in the vicinity of the electric vehicle dealership. A newly launched electric vehicle boasts remarkable endurance and an array of advantages, all at a modest price. Naturally, local food delivery businesses are the first to seize this opportunity, leaving ordinary consumers in a challenging position to procure one. To date, only 50 of these electric vehicles have been sold, with just one fortunate individual managing to secure one after waiting from noon until dusk amidst a throng of delivery merchants. At 6:30, this lucky buyer, cautiously riding their Storm brand electric bike, stealthily navigated through a small entrance into a sprawling factory, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The factory's main entrance displayed a row of gilded artistic characters inscribed with the words Owen Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Company, Limited, shimmering brilliantly. Although the factory had closed for the day, the owner and several technicians awaited eagerly in a specialized electric vehicle testing room. Chapter 54, Counterfeits. Owen Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Company, Limited has been established for several decades. The proprietor, Lu Wenhu, built his fortune by imitating renowned electric vehicle brands. After more than a decade of hard work, he has cultivated a thriving factory with total assets nearing 30 million. Given his origins in the counterfeit industry, he is naturally vigilant about new electric vehicle models emerging in the market. To this end, Lu Wenhu specifically employed 2 workers whose sole task was to roam the electric vehicle market in Zhongyun, promptly purchasing any recently launched, high-selling models for analysis upon discovery. Yesterday, one of the workers returned with a report stating that a strikingly beautiful electric vehicle had just hit the market, selling like hotcakes. Nearby delivery personnel praised this vehicle to the skies, extolling its long-range capabilities, rapid charging, and exceptional comfort. Furthermore, it was being sold by only one dealer. Today, this worker spent an entire afternoon waiting in line before finally acquiring the vehicle. As it was wheeled into the testing room, Lu Wenhu and several technicians quickly gathered around. The vehicle boasted an attractive design. Although it retained the traditional structure of a small electric scooter, its streamlined front and body created an illusion of motion even while stationary. Lu Wenhu chuckled heartily, exclaiming that its appearance alone warranted vigorous imitation, far surpassing the conventional electric vehicles on the market. Look, this vehicle even has a mobile charging port. One worker pointed out, gesturing at the control panel. What a splendid design. We must replicate it. Lu Wenhu directed the technicians to meticulously document the features. After examining the exterior, the team proceeded to assess the vehicle's performance. The technicians carefully placed the electric scooter on an electronic scale, diligently recording its weight. They then proceeded to disassemble the plastic casing, meticulously documenting 3-dimensional coordinates and capturing detailed photographs. Once the casing was removed, the main frame of the scooter was revealed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Lu Wenhu and the technicians. In the eyes of professionals, every flaw in a product is laid bare, yet this frame exhibited no discernible defects. Even when measured with a vernier caliper, there was perfect symmetry along the central axis. The main frame represents the most technically demanding phase of electric vehicle production. Much like human bones, a poorly developed skeleton can lead to injury with the simplest of movements. Achieving such precision in production is tantamount to increasing costs, which is counterproductive. The higher the precision, the more expensive the manufacturing process becomes. Lu Wenhu and the technicians exchanged glances, all convinced that the manufacturer of this electric vehicle must be out of their minds. The welding seams on the main frame were uniformly identical. Clearly the work of automated welding robots. Had the competitive landscape shifted such that constructing an electric vehicle now necessitates the use of fully automated welding assembly lines typically reserved for automobiles? Having taken the measurements of the main frame, the technicians activated various instruments. The core technologies of this electric vehicle lay not in the frame, but in the long-range and rapid charging capabilities, since both the battery and motor were standard brands. The secret must reside within the vehicle's controller. Even batteries from the same brand possess differing charge and discharge parameters. Merely stacking these batteries would lead to conflicting data, resulting in significant energy wastage. The longer the batteries operate, the greater the discrepancies in their parameters, exacerbating energy loss. A specialized manager is essential to accurately assess each individual battery and intelligently coordinate their output and input coefficients to maximize efficiency and achieve extended range. The technicians diligently connected various instruments to the electric scooter, securing it on a dedicated testing track. They twirled the control handle, causing the scooter to spin rapidly. The instruments faithfully recorded the operational data and battery performance until the battery was completely depleted. Lu Wenhu and the technicians were nearly astounded as the data revealed that the scooter's range reached an impressive 90 kilometers, even under simulated conditions with a rider and normal wind resistance. Next came the charging test, which lasted half an hour before Lu Wenhu ordered the technicians to cease. Continuing was unnecessary, as the instruments could easily estimate the charging time based on the resistance changes. I must investigate the intricacies within its controller, Lu Wenhu declared, instructing the technicians to carefully dismantle it. They proceeded to open the controller's casing, exposing the electronic components, which were then sent to the electronic component testing station for more precise analysis. The results, however, left Lu Wenhu perplexed. The electronic components within the controller were all standard fare found in ordinary electric vehicles. Aside from differing power parameters, they bore no distinction from typical controllers. The controller governs the electric current of the vehicle and provides safety protections under abnormal operating conditions. If merely altering electronic component power parameters could yield long-range capabilities, it would render the designer's expertise moot. Every mature product is the result of countless trials and experimentation, distilled into the most scientifically sound structural principles. If parameter adjustments could solve the issue of extended range, then the designers ought to hang their heads in shame. Nevertheless, Lu Wenhu resolved to pursue reverse engineering, instructing the technicians to promptly replicate the controller's design and manufacture a new one. He neglected to eat dinner, awaiting the completion of the controller replication. Finally, the technicians finished the controller, eager to test it on an electric vehicle. However, as Lu Wenhu inserted the key and activated the power switch, the controller short-circuited with a loud pop, emitting clouds of smoke. "This makes no sense," the technician exclaimed, bewildered. "The electronic components are all common market items. Why does their configuration work while ours fails? Let us try again. Produce 3 more units," Lu Wenhu commanded with a frown. The technicians worked tirelessly to replicate 3 additional controllers, yet each one met the same fate, instantly burning out upon power activation. The relentless string of failures left Lu Wenhu utterly confounded. This was the first time he encountered such an inexplicable situation. Seemingly simple electronic components repeatedly short-circuited despite being meticulously copied. Let us set the controller aside for now and focus on fabricating its casing and mainframe structure. Lu Wenhu paced the room. This electric vehicle is flying off the shelves, yet supplies are woefully scarce. We must expedite the launch of our imitation model to seize market share. But how will we address the range issue? Charging can be overlooked for now, but range is the vehicle's primary selling point. A technician inquired. We will utilize 6 batteries with a standard controller. Achieving a range exceeding ordinary electric vehicles by over 10 kilometers should suffice. Lu Wenhu suddenly had a revelation. Aside from the brand, there is no other manufacturer information available. The warranty cards are issued by the dealer. They are undoubtedly a 3-no product. They won't be able to take legal action against us. I will call the mold technician and instruct him to come over immediately to create the mold, aiming to finish the casing molds by tomorrow. You are to arrange production based on this electric vehicle structure. Once the plastic casing molds are complete, the rest will be a breeze. The Owen Electric Vehicle Company specializes in the production of electric vehicles, equipped with a comprehensive set of manufacturing facilities. The dedicated workforce operates with remarkable determination, capable of producing 300 electric vehicles in a single day. Chapter 55. The factory's upgrade on the afternoon of the second day. Ye Qing stood by the aluminum electric melting route, observing the diligent workers as they poured a magma-like aluminum alloy solution into several high-precision molds. After waiting for it to solidify, 2 sets of aluminum alloy wheel hubs emerged, still radiating heat. Moreover, using this method, components such as electric vehicle brake drums and rear seat brackets could also be cast, significantly saving time. All 5 engraving machines had been dispatched, with 2 remaining in the workshop, as the curbs along several main roads in Zhongyun were laid. Many stone processing industries inquired at the Urban Construction Bureau about the machinery used for these curbs. Running a factory as a proprietor hinges on one's network through familiar contacts. They eventually found their way to Ye Qing. However, these stone processing factories were relatively small, only willing to order one engraving machine, priced at 500,000. To test its efficacy, 2 advertising companies also reached out, asking if the engraving machine could carve soft metals. After Ye Qing assured them, one company placed an order, albeit contingent on a machine inspection before payment. Originally, given Zhongyun's predominantly flat terrain, it was unsurprising that there were no large-scale stone processing factories. Numerous advertising firms existed, but few dared to invest 500,000 in an engraving machine, as the market reputation was still nascent. The largest stone processing factory, Jiangshan Stone Factory, owned by Sang Qing, was not a potential buyer for Ye Qing. Initially, Ye Qing had hoped to gain fame through the engraving machines, yet unexpectedly, the electric vehicles were selling exceptionally well. This was understandable. The engraving machine cost 500,000, yielding Ye Qing over 400,000 in profit, while the electric vehicle sold for 2,800, netting him around 1,500. To match the profit from one engraving machine, he would need to sell 250 electric vehicles. The only regret was that the electric vehicles could not achieve ordinary quality. Otherwise, Monster Factory would have already upgraded to a level 3 facility. Just as he was preparing to deliver 50 newly produced electric vehicle components to the old factory for assembly, his father called, informing him that the batch of assembled electric vehicles had sold out. Yet, instead of joy, Ye Jiangning's tone was grave. He relayed that, unexpectedly, 30 identical electric vehicles had appeared in the market that afternoon, differing only in brand, while every other aspect was identical to those assembled at their factory. These counterfeit vehicles, despite inferior details, were selling at the same price and were quickly snatched up. Ye Qing consulted a friend at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, who explained that it's challenging to pursue accountability in cases of imitation. Without a registered design patent, there was little recourse unless the name was also mimicked. It appeared the only solution lay in improving quality, as the details of the counterfeit products were atrocious. Ye Jiangning felt disheartened. Just as business was flourishing, imitation products began to surface. They could only proceed to register design and structural patents. Yet Ye Qing suspected that even with patents, their efficacy would be limited, as slight modifications would allow others to sell similar products. Imitation has always been a bane in the business world, affecting everything from automobiles to simple nail clippers. No successful product is immune to counterfeiting. Of course, imitation remains imitation. Many mobile manufacturers have tried to replicate Apple, yet none have succeeded in creating the Apple ecosystem. Consumers purchasing counterfeit electric vehicles would eventually discern the truth after a few days of use. But by then, they would have already fallen prey to the deceit. Where were these fakes being sold? Right across from Uncle Huang's shop, where the electric vehicles had just gained traction. They might not be recognized elsewhere. After hanging up, Ye Qing drove to the Ima Electric Vehicle Specialty Store on Zhujiang Road. The store selling counterfeit products was easy to locate, as his father's friend, Huang Ranjun, was outside, engaged in a heated argument with the proprietor. The saying goes, rivals are like enemies, and the relationship between the two competing store owners had completely soured under the pressure of profit. How dare you sell counterfeit products? Look at your frame. It's all over the place. Why are you the only one allowed to sell? I'm selling too. The other owner retorted defiantly. Aren't you an IMA specialty store? Why do you sell IMA Star as well? Huang Ranjun was furious. My IMA Star merely resembles the name. The design is completely different from IMA. Look at yours. Aside from the name, it could have come from the same mold. How about we compare and see whose electric vehicle has better endurance? What good is shouting at me? The other owner, sensing the growing crowd, faltered slightly. This electric vehicle is from Aowen Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Company, the new windy model with extended range. They came to promote it. How could I refuse? Ye Qing squeezed into the crowd, where both electric vehicle specialty stores had displayed one vehicle as a sample. If one overlooked the artistic lettering of Windy and Storm, even Ye Qing would find it challenging to distinguish between the two vehicles. Lacking a professional plastic injection machine, he could not produce the electric vehicle's casing and would have to outsource the manufacturing to a specialized company. It became evident that this Aowen Electric Vehicle Company not only possessed injection machines but also experienced mold makers, enabling them to replicate the appearance so convincingly. Having gathered useful information, Ye Qing drove back to the factory in Longxi Beach. He pondered in the production workshop how to address this issue. Blaming external factors was not in Ye Qing's nature, nor did he consider legal action. If legal measures were effective, those brands like Kong Shui Fu, Pepsi, and Sanjiao toothpaste would have long vanished from the market. Even with his abilities, Ye Qing could not rival those colossal enterprises worth over 100 billion. However, this did not mean he would refrain from confronting Awan Electric Vehicle Company. Just as the electric vehicle's reputation was starting to flourish, the emergence of counterfeit products could tarnish the old factory's reputation. Yet, relying solely on creating trouble would yield little, as the sales of windy electric vehicles surged. Variants like Awan 2, Awan 4, and True Awan would inevitably emerge. What could distinguish genuine products from counterfeit ones in the eyes of consumers? Reflecting on the nearly identical electric vehicles he had just seen, even Huang Ranjun, a professional, had claimed they looked as if they came from the same mold. From the same mold. Wait. Ye Qing glanced at the corner, where diligent workers were pouring aluminum into molds to create electric vehicle wheel hubs, and suddenly conceived a pivotal idea. Produce from the mold. Ye Qing promptly took out his phone and called the manufacturer that had crafted the wheel hub molds, requesting 3 sets of high-precision molds for the aluminum alloy casings of the electric vehicles to be made overnight. The molds for casting aluminum alloys were made using sand casting, which is a rapid process. The only drawback was that the surface of the aluminum alloy would have a rough texture, requiring polishing. The molds, ordered at noon the following day, arrived. Once the molds were set up, Ye Qing instructed the workers to pour in the aluminum. As the aluminum alloy cooled within the molds, a set of silver-white electric vehicle casings emerged. After polishing, Ye Qing selected the front casing and utilized the metal engraving machine to carve an exquisite relief of a dragon with a fierce gaze, exhaling clouds. Once the electric vehicle, adorned with its silver aluminum alloy shell and the beautifully sculpted dragon relief under the headlights, was fully assembled, it unveiled itself before Ye Qing, a dazzling electric vehicle that radiated a futuristic, sci-fi essence. Ye Qing was momentarily stunned. Who had ever seen an electric vehicle with an aluminum alloy shell? The creatures possessed attributes that enhanced precision and efficiency, and even with just a single polish. The aluminum alloy exterior of the electric vehicle gleamed as brilliantly as a sports car. Why was it an electric vehicle? At that moment, Ye Qing wished fervently to bring in his van, transforming it into a sleek silver aluminum alloy shell, intricately adorned with relief carvings. Of course, covering it entirely with dragons would be somewhat kitschy. Elegant depictions of beautiful maidens would be far more tasteful. Just wait and see who could replicate this. Ye Qing chuckled to himself. While the aluminum alloy shell was relatively straightforward to produce, the polishing and carving processes were another matter entirely. Ye Qing could accomplish these tasks with merely a few cents worth of electricity, but for others attempting to carve such a dragon, it would pose a daunting challenge for many processing factories. Suddenly, the mobile phone from the monster factory emitted a series of beeps. Initially, Ye Qing paid it no mind, as all previous notifications had been failure alerts. However, this time, the sound was distinctly different. He pulled out his phone to check. Detection passed. The components of the product, specifically the independently processed manufacturing parts by the creatures, exceeded 60, meeting the minimum quality requirements for standard products. The long-range electric vehicle, standard quality saleable, was in the process of generating battery management technology and rapid charging technology. The happiness arrived so abruptly that Ye Qing felt as if his brain had short-circuited from the overwhelming surprise. Previously, the independent completion rate for the electric vehicle had stood at only 43. To his astonishment, the creatures had surpassed 60 after independently processing the shell, achieving the minimum standard quality requirement. By selling 50 units of standard quality products, the monster factory could ascend to level 3, entering an entirely new mode. So far, they had sold 5 engraving machines and several hundred inferior quality electric vehicles. Did this mean that upgrading the electric vehicles to standard quality could potentially allow the monster factory to reach level 3 by tomorrow? Initially, the plan was to sell enough engraving machines to reach 50. However, the production of these machines was quite intricate. Even with 6 skilled artisans working together, it would take at least half a month to complete. Now, producing 50 electric vehicles was merely a matter of having the creatures work an extra shift. Level 3. A brand new mode would not only unlock the manufacturing rankings, but also allow the purchase of disguiser uniforms, enabling the creatures to exist in plain sight. Additionally, the Lord's Chariot would also receive an upgrade. Upon reaching level 3, Ye Qing could lead this group of creatures to stir up trouble at Owen Electric Vehicle Company. And then there was Sang Qing. That fellow had surely been released from detention and was undoubtedly searching for him everywhere. Who else? With this group of creatures capable of basking in the sunlight, Ye Qing felt an overwhelming urge to grab a loudspeaker and proclaim from the mountaintop. Is there anyone else? Chapter 56. Upgrade complete. That night, Ye Qing was so filled with excitement that he found it difficult to sleep. In the production workshop, 20 mechanical beasts were tirelessly engaged in processing. Tomorrow would unfold without any unforeseen mishaps. the factory was destined to ascend to level 3. This new upgraded aluminum alloy electric vehicle, once launched, would inevitably captivate the entire market, with 50 units sold in mere hours. Of course, the cost of the aluminum alloy shell was significantly higher than that of plastic, and the pricing of the electric vehicle would need to reflect this increase. As for the pricing strategy, he would leave that to his father, who had been in the business for over 20 years and was well-versed in such matters. Ye Qing did not intend to interfere excessively in the electric vehicle project, as it was designed to revitalize the old factory and help his father realize the ambitions he had long harbored. Indeed, what owner does not aspire for their factory to grow and prosper, to reach the pinnacle of success? Ye Qing reminisced about his middle school days when the factory was thriving. His father wore a constant smile, envisioning buying a car in 2 years, a villa in 5, and perhaps a Ferrari for Ye Qing upon his graduation from university a decade later. Unfortunately, all that materialized was a single Wuling Hongguang, which had seen better days. Unable to sleep, Ye Qing took out his phone and calculated his assets. The roadside project had generated approximately 3 million, with the total expected to reach 6 million upon completion. Rongwei contributed 1.5 million, while Yin Gong provided a full-value VIP card worth 880,000. The CNC machine earned 2 million, and the electric vehicle brought in around 400 to 500,000, but Ye Qing had not taken a penny. He left it all for his father to recruit new workers and expand the factory. Ye Qing earned quickly but spent just as swiftly. The manufacturing industry is an endless abyss. Establishing a single production line requires an investment of tens of millions, with no upper limit. Ye Qing's factory had merely transitioned from a manual workshop, yet over 2 million had already been invested. Presently, with nearly 4 million in savings, it seemed prudent to save further before purchasing a luxury car. It all hinged on what technological marvels the Level 3 factory could produce. On a sunny morning, perhaps heralded by the warm breezes of early summer, even the sparse weeds on the surrounding hills began to sprout. Ye Qing, facing the sun, performed stretching exercises on the concrete ground of the yard. The first batch of 50 aluminum alloy electric vehicles had already been sent to the old factory, with his father as specially hired driver arriving to collect them. Seeing the booming sales of electric vehicles, Ye Jiangning promptly acquired a brand new Jianghuai truck to handle the incoming and outgoing goods. Ye Qing waited eagerly for the data from the mechanical beast factory to fluctuate. They had already sold 5 ordinary quality CNC machines and only needed to sell 45 more electric vehicles for the factory to achieve level 3 status. By 11 o'clock, the 50 shiny aluminum alloy electric vehicles were assembled. The silvery electric vehicle was so striking that not only Ye Jiangning, but even the workers at the factory were envious. They had assembled these vehicles themselves, and naturally, they were more aware than anyone of the quality. The eye-catching supercar-like exterior even led some workers to inquire whether they could purchase one at internal pricing. Ye Jiangning readily agreed. Selling to dealers or workers alike was equally beneficial. At noon, this batch of electric vehicles was delivered to his friend Huang Ranjuan's specialty store. Across the street, a competitor was selling counterfeit models that were surprisingly popular. To be fair, even without long-range capabilities, the appearance of these electric vehicles could draw a significant crowd. Nearby food delivery businesses, initially unaware, quickly realized that aside from aesthetics, the counterfeit vehicles were severely lacking in performance. Their endurance was only marginally better than regular electric vehicles, but the riding experience was abysmal compared to the Storm brand. Akin to comparing a cheetah to a Ferrari, the owner of the counterfeit vehicle business pragmatically slashed prices, dropping them to 25,000. This move attracted a flood of ordinary customers. With such an attractive design and low price, who wouldn't want to buy one? However, when Huang Ranjuan's store welcomed the arrival of 50 of these stunning silver aluminum alloy electric vehicles, even passing drivers stopped to gawk. What kind of electric vehicle is this? How does it resemble those luxurious, chrome-plated supercars online? Even more astonishing was the front of the vehicle, intricately carved with a fierce, clawed dragon. The dragon, a mythical creature familiar to all in Huaxiao, often evokes more recognition than the sight of oneself in the absence of clothing. Though accustomed to seeing dragon motifs, few had encountered such a three-dimensional representation, as if a silver dragon were truly poised to leap forth. Riding such an electric vehicle on the street would undoubtedly be more impressive than riding a Harley. Many onlookers, riding their own plastic shell electric bikes, glanced enviously at the sleek, supercar-like exterior of this new model, feeling an impulse to discard their own in favor of this futuristic marvel. Don't crowd, step back, or I won't sell. Huang Ranjun nearly lost his mind amidst the throng of eager customers. 5,000 each. Have your cash ready and line up. What? That's so expensive. I'll buy. Can I pay with a card? It's a bit pricey, but I still want one. At the Longxi Beach factory, Ye Qing held the mechanical beast factory's phone, so enraptured that he neglected to eat. Since noon, the completed target, 5:50, in the mechanical beast factory had begun to increment steadily. Almost every minute, the count increased without any delay. 40 minutes later, the interface of the mechanical beast factory suddenly transformed. A dazzling firework display erupted at the center, scattering and then rapidly converging again, ultimately coalescing into the words "Congratulations. Congratulations. Through relentless effort, you have achieved the requirements for upgrading to a Level 3 factory." The Level 3 mechanical beast factory would now enter a formal phase, unlocking the industrial rankings and various wondrous technologies. System upgrading. Ye Qing decided to remain seated, waiting for the system upgrade. He waited for 2 hours before the upgrade finally arrived. When the progress bar reached 100 and the notification of completion flashed, the mechanical beast factory phone suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. Ye Qing instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the mechanical beast factory phone appeared unchanged, retaining its original form. However, the operational interface had evolved, adopting a more futuristic aesthetic with a pronounced metallic style. Beneath the previously displayed gold coin section, a new label read Manufacturing Industry Rankings. Upon clicking the rankings, a scrolling list appeared, detailing the regional manufacturing rankings based on each factory's technology, equipment, financial standing, and product sales. Only those in the top 10 would qualify for advancement to the next stage. Adjacent to the regional rankings were the rankings for the greater region, the nation, the continent, and the world. Ye Qing scrolled down the list for quite some time before finally spotting the unique golden name within the regional rankings: Mechanical Beast Factory, bound to Giant Beast Heavy Industries. Industrial Index 536. Regionally ranked 903rd, globally ranked 8, 542, 657. Ye Qing noted that the top positions in the regional rankings were occupied by well-known enterprises, with Huaxia Heavy Industries firmly in first place and Rome Wei's factory at 13th. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this regional ranking was strictly for industrial manufacturing within Zhongyan City, excluding companies engaged in finance, real estate, or foreign trade. It appeared that the regional ranking was confined to Zhongyan City, while the greater region likely referred to the province. The realization struck him with surprise. Despite the factory's several million scale, it had failed to even make it into the top 500 of Zhongyun. Indeed, while currently sitting at the bottom of the rankings, the ascent can be remarkably swift. With the monster factory at hand, breaking into the top 10 will not take long. Ye Qing, however, is not preoccupied with this matter. The pressing need is for the disguiser work attire, which is of paramount importance. With this, the monster will be able to venture out and meet others. Chapter 57. Approaching the door of Owen Electric Vehicle Company, Ye Qing clicked through the icons, commencing his search for the disguiser work attire. The revamped interface took him a considerable amount of time before he finally located a branch titled the Honor Mall. Within the Honor Mall, items could only be purchased using honor points. Presently, Ye Qing possessed 536 points of honor, equivalent to his industrial index. And the only item available in the Honor Mall was the disguiser work attire. Disguiser work attire. This garment enables monsters to disguise themselves, automatically acquiring human appearance and identity. Note that the disguise effect of this work attire is ineffective against monsters that exceed the limits of human body shape. Each piece costs 100 honor points. And without hesitation, Ye Qing purchased 3. Upon clicking to use the attire, the system prompted him to select the recipients. Ye Qing swiftly chose a skilled master, alongside 2 immensely strong laborers, Niu Yi and Niu Er. These 2 had been the first monsters he summoned, and he shared a deep emotional bond with them. Currently laboring in the workshop, Ye Qing hurried over to see them. In Ye Qing's eyes, Niu Yi and Niu Er still resembled fearsome monsters, but they now donned well-fitted dark blue work attire and black work boots. It seemed there had been a prior indication that the disguiser work attire was only effective in the eyes of outsiders and under any technological surveillance. Ye Qing took out his Apple phone and activated the recording function, aiming it at Niu Yi and Niu Er. Indeed, on the phone screen, Niu Yi and Niu Er had transformed into 2 bald men with the muscular builds of NBA players, their yellow-skinned faces adorned with excess flesh and exaggerated bronze muscles. Goodness! Ye Qing gasped, taken aback by their fierce appearance. When he turned the camera towards the skilled master, Qiao Yi, the sight was considerably more pleasing. Standing over 1.60 meters, slightly hunched, and possessing a sorrowful expression akin to a wretched man whose wife had left him, he appeared less intimidating. Although unattractive, his underdeveloped stature projected an air of harmlessness. The system also confirmed that their identity issues were resolved. Ye Qing inquired of the more intelligent Qiao Yi, who then charmingly produced an identification card and a household registration booklet from the pocket of his work attire. Xiyun Province, Xujing City, Honghe Prefecture, Weibeifeng Town, Moyazai. A series of tongue-twisting place names left Ye Qing somewhat bewildered. Neo E and Neo Air's identification documents were similarly located in the vicinity, albeit with different town names. A quick online search revealed that such a place indeed existed, categorized as a severely impoverished county. Some travelers who had visited the county described the local customs as exceedingly fierce. Having resolved the monster duplication issue, Ye Qing was elated. He then summoned the Lord's battle vehicle to examine its upgraded form. It resembled a small excavator, featuring a cockpit that could barely accommodate two Ye Qings. Equipped with two impressively sci-fi mechanical arms. Second-level Lord's battle vehicle. Current rare quality upgradable. This is a unique battle vehicle designed specifically for you. With it, you can navigate the industrial realm, invincible in battle. Its powerful modification capabilities only require gold coins for upgrades. The fully automated mechanical arms possess cutting, drilling, and welding functionalities. The high-precision digital cameras can accurately measure various objects' dimensions, automatically generating three-dimensional schematics. Impressive indeed. Ye Qing joyfully clambered into the cockpit. There was ample space for one person. And the Lord's battle vehicle could now be operated remotely or via the cockpit's control system. By simply gesturing towards the dynamic capture device on the control panel, it could transmit the captured data to the mechanical arms. The operating system inside was both simple and powerful, and the cockpit shell could withstand high pressure at depths of 200 meters. With 4 high-speed thrusters, it could navigate underwater even without a pressure chamber, relying solely on its formidable propulsion. This was undoubtedly a formidable tool. Underwater construction with this would outperform 100 divers. Eagerly, Ye Qing maneuvered the Lord's battle vehicle, rumbling towards the dock and then plunging into the sea with a splash. As the vehicle submerged, Ye Qing observed the water enveloping the cockpit, reminiscent of visiting an underwater world. While not overwhelmingly shocking, it was still a curious experience, as such encounters in a submarine were rare among the masses. Regrettably, the water quality in this area was poor, revealing nothing but barren sand and rocks beneath the dock, devoid of any coral. After some time of exploration, Ye Qing steered the Lord's battle vehicle back ashore, realizing that its primary function was industrial work, with limited entertainment capabilities. Upon reaching land, Ye Qing summoned Neo E and Neo Air, along with Xiao E, to the van. He intended to test whether ordinary people could truly perceive them as nothing but humans, devoid of any discernible flaws. The van traveled to the city center, where Ye Qing selected a sparsely populated area and first instructed Xiao E to exit the vehicle. With his short limbs and slightly hunched posture, Xiao E, despite having an identification card stating he was 35, appeared closer to 55. Clad in a clean dark blue work attire, passers-by regarded him with sympathetic glances rather than astonishment. Next, Ye Qing summoned Neo E, and this time, the onlookers could not remain composed. In their eyes, Neo E was a hulking figure with a face full of excess flesh, his arms thicker than their waists, evoking fear even in the most intimidating of individuals. While the onlookers expressed surprise, no one uttered words like monster or beast. The experiment was a success, and Ye Qing drove the van directly to the entrance of Owen Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Company. Owen Electric Vehicle Company occupied a vast area, ranking among the top 200 in the Monster Factory leaderboard. 2 security guards stood at the entrance, and a freshly posted recruitment advertisement for welders and machinists offered a salary of $3,500 upon completion. Ye Qing parked the van at the entrance and walked inside. He intended to have a discussion with the factory owner about refraining from imitating his electric vehicle model. Although Ye Qing had launched an aluminum alloy sculpted version to prevent counterfeiting, this electric vehicle manufacturer could still produce plastic versions. Considering the situation, Ye Qing reasoned that if his factory were to imitate another's product, he would certainly cease upon the original owner's arrival. Uncertain of the owner's moral standing, Ye Qing decided to initiate a conversation. If successful, it would save him from future troubles. To be fair, even without the monsters, Ye Qing's network in Zhongyun was quite advantageous. He could easily converse with the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, and minor inconveniences with Rongwei would resolve themselves without question, while he still had personal favors owed to him from the Silver Palace. Yet, since Ye Qing was confident he could handle this matter alone, he saw no need to involve those influential figures. The security guard inquired about Ye Qing's purpose for entering, to which Ye Qing replied that he wished to discuss cooperation on electric vehicles with the owner. After being granted access, Ye Qing encountered a worker exiting for a restroom break and asked about the owner's whereabouts. The worker indicated that the owner was likely in the product testing room and provided directions. The expansive production workshop featured an office building to the south. Following the directions, Ye Qing arrived on the first floor, where the door to the product testing room was firmly shut. However, through the glass, he could vaguely discern figures moving within. Ye Qing knocked, and a middle-aged man in work attire opened the door, clearly taken aback. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm here to see your boss." Ye Qing, with a stoic expression, forcibly pushed open the security door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an aluminum shell electric vehicle currently resting on a shelf, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals engaged in discussion about it. Chapter 58. You won't change, so bite me. Who are you, and what do you want from me? A sharply dressed man approached, his gaze laced with suspicion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Wenhu, the owner of this electric vehicle company. Lu Wenhu scrutinized Ye Qing from top to bottom. Mr. Lu, you are quite swift in your actions. We have just launched this brand new electric vehicle, and here you are already examining it. Ye Qing stated directly. This vehicle is produced by our factory. Mr. Lu, while I do not oppose your desire to emulate our design, I kindly request that you modify it somewhat. Do not make 2 brands appear as if they were crafted from the same mold. The sudden confrontation caught Lu Wenhu and several technicians off guard. It was their first encounter with the original creator. Previously, they had only received inconsequential cease and desist letters from lawyers, followed by minor alterations to their designs, allowing them to continue selling their products. Naturally, the changes were minimal, as major electric vehicle brands were not inclined to pursue every imitation. After all, there were countless imitators nationwide. For every one taken down, 3 more would arise. As long as the appearance was not an exact replica, the larger companies often turned a blind eye. However, the electric vehicle at hand was a different story. Its design and structure were exquisitely flawless. Any alteration would compromise its overall aesthetic. This particular model, known as the Storm electric vehicle, was produced by a local small factory. Although the latest batch came with product manuals and 3C certification, it had not applied for a design patent, or perhaps it had. But the approval process at the National Patent Office was lengthy. Thus, as long as the design patent was not secured, imitation was not illegal. My apologies, my apologies. Lu Wenhu quickly devised a response, his face adorned with a smile. This electric vehicle is truly remarkable. As a fellow industry player, it is imperative for us to acquire one for research and to learn from your advanced techniques. Rest assured, we will not imitate your new aluminum alloy model. Lu Wenhu spoke with righteous fervor, as if he possessed the technical expertise to replicate such a shell and engrave it himself. And what of the old model? Ye Qing's voice simmered with barely contained anger, the audacity of Lu Wenhu igniting a desire to confront him physically. Of course, we shall continue producing the old model. Did you not just release a new version? Lu Wenhu replied, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. In the realm of business, there is still much for you to learn. You see, while you have designed a scientifically advanced form and structure, you have not secured the relevant patents. Is that not gifting your competitors the opportunity to replicate your work? I am neither breaking the law nor producing counterfeit goods. Where lies the wrongdoing? This is the Windstorm brand, distinct from yours. Lu Wenhu was exuberant and confident. His technicians had already assessed that the cost of such a mirror-finished aluminum alloy shell was exceedingly high, as the irregular shape required manual polishing with specialized machines. One worker could only polish out 1 set of shells per day, and the intricate engravings would further inflate the costs. Although Lu Wenhu's factory lacked engraving machines, he had consulted a friend in metal processing, who informed him that creating such vivid, 3-dimensional patterns necessitated highly specialized CNC engraving machines, typically only available through imported high-grade machinery. With this validated information, Lu Wenhu felt reassured. The price of such aluminum alloy shells was steep, and mass production was virtually impossible. Thus, he had little to worry about. Once this electric vehicle captured the market, the opponent's unassuming small factory would take time to grow into an industry leader. By the time the patent was approved, he would have already profited immensely. In business, one must be unscrupulous. As long as profit is involved, why fear complications? The Owen Electric Vehicle Company received numerous cease and desist letters annually, yet they continued to thrive. What good would it do to adhere strictly to principles? One might as well abandon business and return to farming. Lu Wenhu's attitude incensed Ye Qing. Why are there so many who would forsake their dignity for profit? I ask you one last time. Please think carefully before responding. Will you modify the design of this electric vehicle, or will you not? Ye Qing's tone was frigid. Why should I change it? I am neither breaking the law nor producing counterfeit goods. Lu Wenhu guffawed heartily. Young man, once you secure your design patent, I may make slight modifications. As Lu Wenhu spoke, a few technicians gathered around him, exuding confidence despite their roles as researchers. Then I shall take my leave. I will not ask you this question a 3rd time. Ye Qing nodded toward the crowd in the room. Take care. Lu Wenhu cheerfully waved goodbye. Threatened? Lu Wenhu felt no fear. He was merely exploiting legal loopholes and employing wit. What could Ye Qing possibly do to him? Suppressing his mounting fury, Ye Qing departed. Upon entering the van, he leaned toward the skilled master and whispered a few instructions. Neo E and Neo Air were diligent workers, yet their communication skills were lacking, rendering them rather one-dimensional. The skilled master, however, possessed a decent intellect, adept at flattering Ye Qing and comprehending his intricate directives. Upon receiving Ye Qing's instructions, the skilled master nodded enthusiastically, indicating his understanding. Once the orders were conveyed, Ye Qing instructed Niu Yi and Niu Er to heed the skilled master's guidance. A few minutes later, the van exited the premises of Owen Electric Vehicle Company and parked by the roadside. 10 minutes later, the skilled master opened the door and, accompanied by the two imposing figures of Niu Yi and Niu Er, stepped out. This striking trio strolled leisurely toward the entrance of Owen Electric Vehicle Company. The security guards, two elderly gentlemen, nearly dove under their desks at the sight of the formidable duo, having just been warned by their boss to be vigilant against unwelcome visitors. Not just unwelcome, they resembled two fearsome giants. The guards contemplated calling their boss, but hesitated, for the leading figure, a frail-looking, short man, was gazing at a recruitment advertisement with a look of surprise. "Excuse me, are you hiring?" the skilled master exclaimed, his excitement tinged with a hint of mischief. "Wonderful. My two large nephews and I have just arrived in Zhongyun looking for work, and here we are, finding your hiring notice. Are you hiring welders and lathe operators?" One guard stammered, momentarily dazed. "We are skilled in all aspects: turning, milling, planing, grinding, drilling, welding. Do not let my two hefty nephews fool you. Though they may seem a bit simple and struggle to articulate, when it comes to work and processing, they surpass anyone from our mountain village," the skilled master boasted. The guards, though intimidated, dared not challenge the claims of this diminutive figure. Regardless of whether these men were capable, they had to verify their skills. One guard led the trio directly to the workshop. Upon hearing about the arrival of potential workers, Lu Wenhu personally attended to the matter. With only 60 employees in total, he found it essential to engage directly in the hiring process. Upon encountering Niu Yi and Niu Er, Lu Wenhu was momentarily taken aback, nearly mistaking them for troublemakers sent by the young man from earlier. However, after observing them closely, he realized that the two towering figures indeed seemed somewhat dim-witted. Their eyes appeared glazed, and they only responded to the short man before them, emitting grunts of acknowledgement, no matter how loudly others spoke to them. The two muscular men remained indifferent. These two hulking figures are clearly brothers. Such simple-minded individuals could hardly be the source of trouble. It was precisely due to their naivete that Lu Wenhu, initially reluctant, was swayed by the fanciful tale spun by Qiao Yi and decided to let them try their hand at welding and machining parts. This trial left Lu Wenhu and all the workers in the workshop utterly astonished. Following his uncle's command, Niu Yi and Niu Er displayed an unexpected agility that belied their imposing physiques. One darted to the welding machine, while the other rushed to the lathe. Adjusting the welding wire took less than 3 seconds. A piece of scrap weighing over 100 pounds was effortlessly grasped by Niu Yi as if it were a mere chick, and with a decisive click, the welding gun sparked to life. The welding rod moved seamlessly, with no interruptions, as if performed by a machine, flawlessly fusing the two pieces of scrap together. Niu Er's performance was even more remarkable. A worker at the lathe, upon hearing about the test of skill, immediately scrambled the settings, allowing Niu Er to take over. Without even glancing at the dials, Niu Er deftly adjusted the settings with the precision of someone calculating on an abacus. While the worker dared to set the spindle speed at 40 RPM for steel parts, Niu Er confidently cranked it up to 60. To everyone's astonishment, despite the higher speed, the machine operated smoothly, and the part took shape under his control, the cutting swarf trailing like long strands of noodles without breaking. Among the workshop's seasoned craftsmen, many of whom had spent decades honing their skills and prided themselves on their expertise before the younger workers, a wave of dizziness swept over them as they compared themselves to these two formidable men. The initial shock quickly transformed into elation. Lu Wenhu, leading the applause, felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Previously skeptical of the online claims that geniuses like Einstein struggled with daily life and that Newton had mental health issues, he was now convinced. These two might lack conventional intellect, but their craftsmanship was indeed superior to that of a level 8 machinist. "I'll pay you 3,000 each, and you'll start work immediately with meals and accommodation provided," he announced. Qiao Yi, perceptive and obedient, promptly presented 3 identification cards. As all employees were required to register their IDs, Lu Wenhu's doubts dissipated upon inspecting them. The addresses on these cards were from impoverished mountain regions thousands of miles away, and the individuals bore the unmistakable appearance of rustic folk. Chapter 59. The tragic misfortune of Boss Lu. Though unattractive, even a lack of intellect could be overlooked. For half an hour, the two towering figures worked tirelessly, showing no signs of pause. In that brief span, they accomplished the workload of 5 individuals, and the quality of their output was exceptional, far surpassing that of the distracted workers nearby. The efficiency of their labor was impeccable, a true model of diligence. Lu Wenhu relished the thought that in a few days, once he had built a rapport with the elderly gentleman, he would enlist him and his two nephews to assist in collecting debts. In business, some bad debts are inevitable. With these two by his side, he was confident that even the most outdated debts from the last century could be recovered. The onboarding process was swiftly completed, and Lu Wenhu handed a copy of the documents to Qiao Yi, inquiring about his bank account number for monthly salary deposits on the 15th. However, Qiao Yi explained that in such a remote area, a trip to the bank required several days, and cash would suffice. Lu Wenhu, though excited, remained adamant about not compromising on salaries. Qiao Yi nodded eagerly in agreement. As they were pressed for time with shipments, they planned to work late into the night. Lu Wenhu, content, began to oversee the production, feeling reassured by the performance of the trio. Although Qiao Yi lacked physical strength, his leadership skills were remarkably adept. He could pinpoint the deficiencies of seasoned workers with just a few precise words, earning their respect. Amidst the bustling assembly line, 2 large injection molding machines and 4 CNC lathes stood as the most valuable assets in the workshop. Other equipment, such as arc welding machines and stainless steel cutters, were relatively inexpensive, easily obtainable in the second-hand market. The central assembly line, however, was invaluable, enabling Owen Electric Vehicle Company to mass-produce electric vehicles. At that moment, workers were operating a self-propelled hoist to transport a row of vehicle frames, cleverly strung together with specialized steel pipes to suspend 2 rows of 20 frames. The hoist glided along the aisle, where no machinery was present beneath. Normally, one would avoid walking underneath such a hoist. After all, a sudden failure could be fatal. For reasons unknown, Nyo Yi and Nyo Air abandoned their tasks and, like starstruck fans, dashed beneath the hoist. "Hey, what are you two doing?" the seasoned operator of the hoist exclaimed, nearly losing his composure at the sight of the 2 clumsy giants wandering beneath the machinery. "You can't stand under the hoist." Lu Wenhu, hearing the commotion while surveying the production line, rushed over in a fit of anger. "What is going on? I just praised these 2. And now they're acting foolishly?" "It's nothing, boss," Qiao Yi replied nonchalantly as he approached. "They just love chasing the hoist. They practiced Iron Head Kung Fu as kids and wait for things to fall from above." Iron Head Kung Fu. These 2 giants know martial arts? Workers gathered nearby, looking at the towering figures with a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. If they practiced martial arts from a young age, then how can I operate this hoist if they're around? Lu Wenhu's eyes widened in exasperation, feeling an overwhelming urge to demand a solution from the operator. "I don't think these frames are too heavy. Why not have them carry them over?" Qiao Yi suggested, digging at his nose. "Back when we worked in another province, we did it like this. Light items go with them, and for heavier ones, we use the hoist when they're not around. The previous boss was too stingy, always complaining that my nephews ate too much, unwilling to offer a decent salary unlike you, Boss Lu." What was this old man saying? The frames were light? Workers and Lu Wenhu alike wore expressions of disbelief. 20 frames along with 2 solid transport rods weighed over 1,300 pounds. When the hoist malfunctioned, it would take several workers to lift those frames, and they would require breaks in between. "Are you underestimating them?" Qiao Yi scoffed. "My 2 nephews are naturally strong. They've trained with the village martial artist and can carry wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds up the mountains. Just give the order. They'll all listen to you now that you're their boss." Skeptical yet intrigued, Lu Wenhu issued the command, and indeed, Nyo Yi and Nyo Air obediently stepped aside. Once the hoist descended, the 2 giants grasped the transport rods, hoisting them onto their shoulders like a delicate maiden, effortlessly transporting the 20 frames to the end of the assembly line. Lu Wenhu's mouth fell agape, akin to a hippo awaiting dental work, realizing that with these 2, he could save on hoist maintenance costs. Hoists consume electricity, and the tracks and gears require regular lubrication. Now he could save a significant sum. Since the factory didn't need to move heavy objects, Lu Wenhu decided to stow away the hoist's remote control to prevent further reckless pursuits by the duo. With the addition of these human-like machines, Lu Wenhu's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Standing in the workshop like a triumphant general, he commanded the 2 giants to transport the frames once more. 40 imitation Stormbrand plastic electric vehicles were the task for the night. Watching the 2 hefty figures comply under his direction, Lu Wenhu was overjoyed, planning to discreetly pull aside the elderly gentleman later to assure him of a salary increase to 5,000 after his probation period. As they lifted the frames again, Nyo Yi and Nyo Air appeared even more at ease, proudly brandishing a long row of frames as they approached Lu Wenhu. The other workers couldn't contain their astonishment, recalling the legendary strength of Wang Tyrant from the oil fields, which paled in comparison to these 2. Lu Wenhu laughed heartily, but soon his laughter was stifled. As Nyo Yi and Nyo Air showcased their strength by raising the frames, A slip of their hands resulted in the frames crashing down upon them, sending them sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao Yi smirked momentarily before feigning horror, exclaiming, "Oh no, someone has been crushed." Lu Wenhu and the workers were paralyzed with fear, imagining the worst. Over 1,000 pounds of weight falling upon them could not result in anything less than a disaster. Xiao Yi joined in the ruckus, though he remained rooted to the spot. Lu Wenhu and the workers rushed forward, straining with all their might to lift the frames. "This is a disaster. A disaster." Lu Wenhu lamented, tears streaming down his face, realizing that he would be held accountable for a work-related injury. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the frames, causing Lu Wenhu and the workers to freeze in shock as an immense force propelled them aside. Niu Yi and Niu Er, now standing with fierce expressions, slowly rose from the ground. "Oh, my poor nephews. Their heads must be crushed," Xiao Yi cried, already retreating to a safe distance, relishing the chaos. Just as Lu Wenhu emerged from his daze, he witnessed Niu Yi and Niu Er, their massive fists hammering their heads in agony, charging toward the central assembly line like tanks. The assembly line, equipped with a stainless steel skin base and a complete transmission system, was the very heart of production. As Niu Yi swung his arm against the hanging support of the production line, the thick steel pipe collapsed like cut wheat under the force of their might. Subsequently, Niu Yi leaped onto the production line, extending his arms along the transmission system and roaring as he charged forth. Niu Er transformed into a colossal green giant, fists clenched, relentlessly pounding the transmission base. With each thunderous strike, he created a massive crater, scattering the outer transmission plates like mere scraps of paper. The entire production line resembled a battlefield ravaged by tank treads, the transmission base disintegrating into a pile of shredded remnants, while the suspended processing equipment, pneumatic devices, and lighting apparatus had long since been sent flying into oblivion. "Alas, my dear nephew, his head has been shattered, and he has succumbed to madness." Xiao Yi grasped the dazed Lu Wenhu by the arm, his eyes flickering with cunning shadows. "You heartless boss, seeing the strength of my nephews. You have ordered them to lift equipment weighing thousands of pounds. Are you out of your mind?" Lu Wenhu exclaimed, awakening from his stupor. "Was it not you who claimed they could lift it, prompting me to instruct them to do so? Clearly, you perceive their honest and simple nature and, in an effort to save on crane rental costs, directed them to lift it, and now their minds have been shattered." Xiao Yi lamented, wailing. "I said the chassis was not heavy, yet you had them lift 20 of them? All the workers heard you. It was you who ordered them to lift it. This is a grave violation of production safety regulations, a flagrant disregard for human life." Another thunderous crash, reminiscent of a catastrophic accident, jolted Lu Wenhu from the quarrel. To his horror, he discovered that the two towering men, now driven to madness, were each assaulting an injection molding machine, hurling plastic components through the air. The casing? It was merely thin iron, easily torn apart by brute force, while the various wiring, pneumatic tubes, and circuit boards were either smashed or yanked free. Just then, they found numerous seamless pipes within the injection machine's pneumatic system, which Niu Yi and Niu Er seized, wielding them like golden staffs in a chaotic dance. In less than a minute, two highly intricate injection molding machines, each valued at over $1 million, had been reduced to a state that would leave even their creators shaking their heads in despair, declaring them irreparable wrecks. "Please, I implore you, make them stop." Lu Wenhu, disregarding the argument, grasped Xiao Yi's withered hand, tears streaming down his face. "If they continue this madness, the entire production workshop will be rendered obsolete. Alas, my dear nephew, his head has been shattered, and he has succumbed to madness." Xiao Yi, undeterred, continued to echo his lamentations. After devastating the expensive injection machines, Niu Yi and Niu Er fixed their ferocious gazes on the CNC machines, ranked third in value. "Quickly stop them." Lu Wenhu cast a desperate glance toward the astonished workers. All the workers took a collective step back, bewildered, thinking, what kind of international joke is this? Chapter 60. The ill-gotten gains of a decade have vanished 5 minutes later. Niu Yi and Niu Er swaggered over, their shoulders swaying. Behind them, several CNC machines lay reduced to worthless scraps. Lu Wenhui was horrified, retreating step by step. "Boss Lu, how do you account for the injuries sustained by my two nephews?" Xiao Yi, a full head shorter than Lu Wenhui, did not even deign to glance at him. At that moment, Niu Yi and Niu Er resumed their previous demeanor of simplicity, standing before Xiao Yi like sentinels. Gazing at the wreckage in the workshop, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic scene, Lu Wenhui's face turned pale. The moment these two hulking figures began to wreak havoc on the workshop equipment, doubts had already begun to fester within him. These two brutes seemed to have a penchant for causing destruction, raising suspicions that their actions were intentional. Yet, Lu Wenhui hesitated to draw conclusions. Who would dare risk their life to fabricate a pretext for smashing machinery? 1,000-pound weight crashing onto their heads would deter even the most towering giants. Regardless of their size, their cervical spines and skulls were not forged from iron. If they had managed to emerge unscathed from a fall of over 1,000 pounds, it would indeed be a miracle, a stroke of luck for Lu Wenhui. To suggest that these individuals would go to such reckless lengths for the sake of causing him trouble seemed laughable. Lu Wenhui recalled the young man from earlier, harboring doubts about his capabilities. The speed with which the young man had departed, barely 10 minutes before these three arrived seeking employment, was suspect. Reflecting on the other small electric vehicle companies he had sabotaged with counterfeit goods, Lu Wenhui found no credible suspects among them. Given the qualities exhibited by these two hulks, any discerning employer would treat them as prized assets, cherishing their presence. With such formidable figures at his disposal, whether as bodyguards or debt collectors, they were the epitome of excellence. Who would dare to put these treasures at risk? The more he pondered, the less likely it seemed. Yet, his teeth ground together in frustration as he questioned, "Were you sent here by that young man?" Had it not been for the imposing stature of Niu Yi and Niu Er, Lu Wenhui would have torn Xiaoyi to shreds by now. "We are merely here seeking work. And you, Boss Lu, have violated regulations by having my nephews lift heavy objects, resulting in their injuries," Xiaoyi reiterated. "If you were dissatisfied, why not call the police?" As Lu Wenhui took out his phone, his finger hesitated over the first number. As someone well-versed in the murky waters of commerce, he quickly unraveled the entire sequence of events. To his despair, he realized that reporting the incident to the Labor Bureau and police would likely result in him receiving nothing and potentially having to cover the medical expenses for these two oafs. He glanced at the filthy giants, their bronze skin marred by bruises that could result from either the heavy objects that had fallen on them or the damage they had inflicted on the machinery. It was difficult for Lu Wenhui to fathom how their physical prowess could withstand such a weight without serious harm. Yet, when it came to regulations, the outcome was clear. These three were bona fide employees he had recruited, having completed their onboarding procedures. The fact that they were struck by heavy objects was undeniable. No one would believe someone would dare to hurl a 1,000-pound weight at themselves to provoke a conflict. The most damning evidence lay in the fact that Lu Wenhui himself had issued the order for them to move heavy items. And he had done so on 2 separate occasions. What kind of implications did that carry? At best, it was a serious violation. At worst, it was tantamount to endangering lives. However, the most critical issue was not Lu Wenhui's misconduct, but rather the evident lack of intelligence exhibited by these two brutes. It was apparent to anyone with vision that these individuals belonged to a category of persons lacking discernment and control, rendering them exempt from culpability. Processing their employment signified Lu Wenhui's acknowledgement of their capacity for normal labor, making him liable for their actions. The workshop's surveillance cameras would attest to their diligence, which surpassed that of machines. They epitomized the spirit of self-improvement, the ideal candidates for a showcase of exemplary citizens. Yet, this embodiment of resilience had been toppled by the reckless actions of an unscrupulous employer. Lu Wenhui's mind raced with the realization that provoking individuals with diminished faculties was common knowledge, for they could easily be incited to irrational acts of destruction. It was evident that Niu Yi and Niu Er could easily be linked to numerous medical cases supporting their symptoms. As for the wrecked machinery, it could only be said that their strength had led to excessive destruction. Surely, strength alone could not be criminalized. Lu Wenhui felt a wave of despair wash over him. Would he truly have to endure the loss of his million-dollar equipment in silence? The thought of tearing these three to shreds for his own satisfaction was tempting. But the wreckage surrounding him imparted an unmistakable lesson. Engaging these two simpletons in a physical confrontation would require an army of 20 world boxing champions, each wielding titanium alloy clubs. How could he appeal to their sense of reason and humanity, urging them to recognize the gravity of their actions and seek restitution? The thought of their identities, rooted in impoverished villages thousands of miles away, filled him with hopelessness. In such places, selling their entire community would barely yield the price of a single machine. Alas, Lu Wenhui lamented, clutching his head in despair. Is this the consequence of my misdeeds? He spiraled into confusion. The workshop was irreparably damaged, and the machinery, worth more than 10 million, was the fruit of his years of unethical labor. To have it all destroyed in an instant rendered recovery nearly impossible. Get out. You're fired. Leave. Lu Wenhui roared. Dismissing them without cause would require him to pay 3 months' wages. Xiaoyi, hiding behind Niu Yi and Niu Er, did not genuinely expect compensation and retorted, "We've worked hard. You can't just dismiss us like that. Do you think we're made of clay? In our village, no one dares speak to us in such a manner." He patted Niu Yi's broad back, adding, "My 2 nephews may not speak much, but their tempers are not as mild as you might think." Accountant. Calculate their 3 months' wages, Lu Wenhui hissed venomously, fixating on Xiaoyi. B-boss, a trembling worker approached. "I also want to resign." More workers stepped forward, with the machinery gone. Who among them would remain to endure Lu Wenhui's wrath? Chapter 61. The enraged miner within the factory at Longxi Beach. Ye Qing could not contain his laughter after listening to Qiao Yi's report. It was astonishing how efficiently the monsters had operated, bringing the Owen Electric Vehicle Company to a standstill in just one afternoon. However, after this moment of amusement, Ye Qing had to return to the serious task of strategizing the factory's development. The monster factory had recently launched a manufacturing industry ranking, and each time Ye Qing saw his factory languishing in the lower echelons, currently over 900th, he felt an overwhelming urge to bury himself in shame. Despite acquiring such a remarkable application, he had yet to break into the top 500 of the Zhongyun manufacturing sector. Of course, this was largely due to a low starting point and the short time frame. In less than a month, he had transformed from nothing to a net worth of millions. Truthfully, he could easily deliver an emotional speech at a dream showcase. At present, it was clear that merely accumulating wealth would not suffice to ascend the manufacturing rankings. After all, there were countless affluent tycoons, with investors and real estate moguls wielding increasingly vast sums of money. Yet when it came to influence collectively, they could not rival the renown of Li Huaxing, the helm of Huaxing heavy industry. These individuals might possess wealth, but a slight policy shift or market fluctuation could deliver a devastating blow to their ventures. In contrast, Huaxing heavy industry, while perhaps not ranking among the top 5 in personal savings within Zhongyun, represented a conglomerate of immense value. This leading enterprise in Zhongyun's manufacturing sector contributed billions in taxes annually and resolved employment issues for thousands. The ancillary value brought forth by Huaxing heavy industry, alongside the stimulated domestic demand, were pivotal elements in propelling Zhongyun's GDP growth. Whenever a supervisory group visited, Huaxing heavy industry was invariably on their itinerary. It served as the industrial calling card of Zhongyun and the pride of its leadership. From this, it was evident that if Ye Qing wished to ascend the rankings, he must enhance both the scale and influence of his factory. In simpler terms, this entailed expanding real estate and boosting product sales. He recalled that the Tier 3 monster factory was set to unveil groundbreaking technology. Previously preoccupied with resolving counterfeit issues, he had not investigated further. But now he could delve into research. Indeed, cutting-edge technology was the ultimate key to strengthening the factory. And Ye Qing quickly discovered updated technical blueprints within the Mechanical Research Institute. Humanoid motion mechanical arm, alloy metal smelting center not for sale, ionized environment purifier, nickel titanium memory alloy process. With 4 new blueprints, each appeared formidable. However, the alloy metal smelting center not for sale left Ye Qing somewhat perplexed. The blueprints were rather costly, priced at 1,000 gold coins each. Undoubtedly, these blueprints held significant value. For instance, the humanoid motion mechanical arm had long been a major challenge in mechanical dynamics and a popular research subject with vast potential. Applications spanned remote surgical operations in medical fields, high-temperature, toxic, and hazardous environments for unmanned operations, and civilian uses like household robotic assistants, long-distance interaction for couples, and massage services. Nevertheless, the current mechanical arms faced numerous technical hurdles, such as rigidity in motion and difficulty in controlling force. A human hand comprises 14 phalanges, 5 metacarpals, and 8 carpal bones, a total of 27 bones. To perfectly replicate human arm movement, at least 27 transmission systems were necessary. Achieving seamless cooperation among these systems to emulate human flexibility would undoubtedly challenge even the most seasoned mechanical engineers. Additionally, the Tier 3 monster factory had introduced a new summonable monster, the enraged miner. Upon clicking on the monster S icon, Ye Qing felt a shiver of fear. This was no ordinary creature. It was a terrifying beast with twisted horns, blood-red eyes, and a dragon-like head, clad in black, chitinous armor, and adorned with triangular bone spines along its back. It possessed razor-sharp claws akin to those of a wolverine and a tail lined with serrations. The summoning cost was 500 gold coins, exorbitant, yet the creature's striking appearance was undeniably impressive, reminiscent of a death claw, epitomizing its efficiency as a miner. Without investment, there could be no growth. Ye Qing gritted his teeth and infused 600,000 into the venture, converting it into 7,000 gold coins. He promptly purchased all 4 newly released high-tech blueprints and summoned 3 enraged miners in swift succession. As the white mist dissipated, the enclosed courtyard was graced by 3 terrifying monsters, each measuring 6 meters in length, their claws and horns seemingly forged from alloy. The 3 enraged miners stood upright on their powerful, dinosaur-like hind legs, towering over the walls, while Ye Qing could barely reach their thighs. The enraged miners were the shining stars of the mining world, natural rock destroyers, and masters of excavation. No metallic mineral could evade their keen detection. After reading their description, Ye Qing sensed that it was somewhat understated. These colossal creatures, with claws sharper than a wolverine's and horns capable of piercing through tanks, seemed better suited to hunt colossal beasts in the Cretaceous era than to toil as miners. The stark height difference filled Ye Qing with astonishment and a hint of trepidation. It was clear that such formidable beasts could not don disguiser's work attire, nor could the production workshop accommodate their immense forms. Just as Ye Qing contemplated sending them back to the monster factory, a thought struck him. There was a hidden cavern in the nearby Huangshan Mountains. The space within was ample, though he was uncertain about the presence of metal ores. However, it was evident that these creatures could easily excavate a massive hole within the mountain. With this in mind, Ye Qing swiftly recalled the three enraged miners, and, seizing the opportunity before the tide rose, ventured into the concealed cavern to summon them anew. The lighting was poor within the cave, and the 6 orange-sized red eyes made Ye Qing uneasy. He summoned the Lord's war chariot to serve as a beacon. The once spacious cave now felt cramped. Ye Qing retreated into the chariot and assigned the task of enlarging the cavern to the miners. With a roar, the 3 enraged miners advanced to the cave's end. Their forelimbs, each with 3 clawed toes, bore razor-sharp talons nearly half a meter long. With Ye Qing watching, one enraged miner charged headlong into the stone wall at the cave's terminus. With every collision, Ye Qing's heart raced, and the Lord's war chariot trembled. The solid wall cracked and splintered, as if experiencing the sensation of tofu being crushed. The enraged miners merely pawed at the rocks, and within a minute, piles of debris had accumulated at their feet. Subsequently, the long tail of one enraged miner swept through the rubble, sending a cascade of stones raining down upon Ye Qing, akin to being struck by a blow from a transformer. Ye Qing stood in shock as the debris clattered against the glass of the Lord's war chariot. One of the miners, having caused the ruckus, turned its head, scratching its horn with a claw, and exhaled 2 jets of air from its nostrils. Its dragon-like face displaying what seemed to be an apologetic expression. Ye Qing dared not look further, even with the protection of the Lord's war chariot. He felt it was too perilous to remain among these mountain-shattering giants. He hastily exited the cavern, leaving them to their excavation. Outside lay the vast sea. No matter how much debris was generated, there was ample space to dispose of it, or perhaps he could gather the rubble as construction material. Back at the factory, Ye Qing resumed his study of the blueprints, having already purchased the 4 blueprints. It was only upon examining their contents that he comprehended the true meaning of Alloy Metal Smelting Center Not for Sale. To be precise, this is a structure, an exclusive edifice belonging to a monstrous factory. The architecture exudes a robust metallic and mechanical aesthetic, featuring colossal metal furnaces, immense stamping hammers, and vast quenching pools. Furthermore, it is an indispensable facility for the production of nickel-titanium memory alloys. With its existence, Ye Qing can fabricate materials that surpass current human alloy technologies in both yield strength and tensile strength. Chapter 62. The enormous mechanical hand, strictly speaking. Ye Qing's monster factory only produces one product, a metal rapid engraving machine. The electric vehicles are assembled and sold by his father's old factory. Thus, the question arises, is it not ludicrous for a factory to aim for expansion while offering only a single product? Therefore, Ye Qing must select a few of the 3 available cutting-edge technologies that are relatively easy to produce, and subsequently promote them to broaden the scope of operations. Among these, the needy memory alloy technology appears to be the simplest. However, it necessitates the establishment of an alloy smelting center, which is exceptionally complex and large. Ye Qing plans to wait until the enraged miners expand the cave to a sufficient extent before constructing the alloy smelting center deep within. He opens the blueprints and meticulously studies the humanoid motion robotic arm. During his university days, his mentor once remarked that mechanical motion is both the simplest and the most intricate aspect of mechanical engineering. The movement of a single mechanical object is quite straightforward, easily accomplished with a magnet. However, achieving coordinated motion among multiple machines, particularly irregular precise movements, presents a geometrically escalating challenge. Machine tools exemplify this perfectly. During the heyday of 5-axis machining centers abroad, the domestic industry was still reliant on 3-axis machines, with 5-axis technology deemed an unattainable marvel. The 5-axis machining axis resembles a human arm, capable of multi-angle bending for precision work, yet it lacks a palm. A human hand consists of 14 phalangeal bones and 5 metacarpal bones, while a 5-axis machine has merely a single drill bit. This disparity underscores the formidable challenge of fully simulating the precise movements of a human arm. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in precision. Without it, current humanoid robotic hands are merely instruments of destruction, and one might expect a remote surgery to inadvertently excise a kidney while attempting to remove an appendix, ultimately stitching up the navel. Consequently, Ye Qing harbors immense expectations for the humanoid motion robotic arm. Should he thoroughly research this technology, it could yield considerable wealth. Whether in the medical field or through industrial applications, a digging machine that mimics the dexterity of a human arm could outperform 3 conventional excavators in efficiency. While remote-controlled robots operating in harsh environments, equipped with 2 mechanical arms as agile as human hands, could assist in bomb disposal or even aerial support. Moreover, the challenge of vehicles traversing mountainous terrains could be resolved by equipping them with 4 mechanical arms to scale hills like a leopard, or even 8 legs like a spider. Currently, there are 3 modes of robotic arm movement: pneumatic, hydraulic, and electric. Pneumatic systems are the simplest, hydraulic systems offer significant power, and electric systems provide high precision. The provided blueprint for an electro-hydraulic-driven machine combines the advantages of both hydraulic and electric systems. The details are exceptionally thorough. Upon magnifying the plans, one can discern the structural diagrams of every component, down to the number of coils in the servo motor and the power of a resistor within the controller. After studying for over 10 minutes, Ye Qing's head spins from the complexity of the electro-hydraulic system, particularly the servo motors and hydraulic oil, which threaten to overwhelm him. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore the ionization environmental purifier instead. This device appears to be an upgraded version of a negative ion air purifier or an electrostatic dust collector. Ye Qing understands the principles behind both devices, as many factories employ electrostatic dust collection systems. The principle is straightforward. By releasing ions, oxygen molecules or dust in the air become charged, causing them to attract each other and increase in mass, either falling to the ground or adhering to a metal dust collection plate with an opposite charge. However, upon further investigation, Ye Qing realizes he has underestimated this black technology. The ionization environmental purifier can operate not only in the air but also in water, emitting specific ions based on the nature of pollutants, causing the charged molecules to move towards the generator. The ion emission device is the core of this technology, and upon examining the structural diagram, Ye Qing concedes defeat. Its complexity rivals that of a particle accelerator. Thus, he resolves to concentrate on the humanoid motion robotic arm, as the servo motors and hydraulic oil can be substituted with existing products, while the intricately precise components can be crafted by skilled artisans. The robotic arm must be integrated with dynamic capture devices, which are relatively straightforward to produce with current technological advancements. Without hesitation, Ye Qing summons a few skilled artisans to collaborate on how to utilize the existing materials in the production workshop to manufacture the humanoid motion robotic arm. This arm is a quintessential embodiment of black technology, with its structural design capable of eclipsing that of all mechanical engineers. The disparity is akin to pitting the F-22 Raptor stealth fighter against the World War II fighter plane. The servo motors contained within are groundbreaking products. After discussions with the artisans, they discover that utilizing existing materials would render the arm too small. It must be enlarged at least tenfold. The hydraulic drive, once scaled, is relatively straightforward to produce, using stainless steel to fabricate hydraulic components and valves. The workshop is stocked with an abundance of servo and stepper motors, all intended for machine tools. Once the processes are finalized, Ye Qing instructs the skilled artisans to commence work immediately. The hydraulic drive mechanism of the robotic arm shares similarities with that of an excavator, but is significantly more complex. Ye Qing accesses the props marketplace of the monster factory, preparing to purchase several high-precision drilling platforms and stainless steel cutting machines to enhance processing efficiency. Just as he finalizes the machine tool order, the phone rings. It is a call from his father. "Tomorrow at noon, your uncle and Xiao Hu are coming to Zhongyun to visit. I've made reservations at the Marriott for a grand feast to celebrate." Recently, Ye Jiangning has been in high spirits, as the soaring sales of electric vehicles have rekindled his confidence from years past. "Your uncle is coming?" Ye Qing responds with surprise, as his uncle lives in another province and they seldom meet, though the families have always maintained a good relationship. "Yes, Xiao Hu has been accepted into Zhongyun University. Your uncle specifically brought him to explore the city." Zhongyun University is Ye Qing's alma mater, ranked among the top 20 universities nationwide, a prestigious institution indeed. Xiao Hu's full name is Su Xiaohu, and he is the grandson of Ye Qing's uncle. When he was younger, he stayed at Ye Qing's house for a while, and Ye Qing has fond memories of the spirited little boy. Ye Jiangning, with a hint of curiosity in his voice, asks, "Have you run ads on television or online?" "I've received numerous calls today from electric vehicle dealers across the country eager to place orders, some even from remote regions." "No, how could I afford to advertise nationwide? That would cost a fortune," Ye Qing muses, considering that even the sales from both the old and new factories wouldn't suffice. "It's strange. Our electric vehicles are only well known in Zhongyun. Yet today over a dozen dealers from all over the country have called. with orders stacking up to 300 units. Another unfamiliar number appears on the call log, likely another inquiry for electric vehicles. The call is placed on hold. 2 minutes later, Ye Qing concludes his conversation and informs Ye Qing. Indeed, it was a dealer's call from another province, wanting to order 20 electric vehicles. I inquired how they learned about our model, and the dealer mentioned that a few young people visited their store and said they saw this attractive aluminum alloy electric vehicle online, noting its impressive range. They were keen to purchase it. This is perplexing. I haven't done any advertising. Ye Qing reflects, having been too busy to even browse the internet. Could it be that some user posted about it on a well-known forum? Yet, that explanation seems implausible. If such a post could generate this kind of response, why would those owners bother hiring celebrities or producing television ads, or employing water armies to promote their products? Well, unless the posts weren't deleted. Certainly, the substantial expansion of the old factory's market reach is a positive development. On Ye Qing's side, the supply of spare parts is entirely up to par. However, the old factory will need to further recruit workers and possibly even expand its premises. It would be beneficial to send a skilled master craftsman to train the workers at the old factory. Previously, during a discussion with Xiao Yi about his experience at the Owen Electric Vehicle Company, where he guided a group of workers, Ye Qing became acutely aware of the master craftsman's exceptional abilities. The master craftsman's expertise in mechanical processing is truly more profound than that of the mechanical engineering professors Ye Qing encountered during his university studies. Having the master craftsman instruct the ordinary workers is certain to significantly enhance their work efficiency. Tomorrow, it would be worthwhile to put this plan into action. Besides, with the disguise work uniforms available, there is no need to fear exposure to the monsters. As the night passed in silence, the following morning, when Ye Qing rose, he found a peculiar, strikingly Terminator-style large mechanical arm standing upright on the ground. Chapter 63. The expansion of robotic arm products. How large is this robotic arm? When standing upright, it is just the size of an executive chair. Beneath it lies a metallic base, upon which the mechanical arm is securely mounted to ensure stability. Xiao Yi and Xiao Air are currently conducting the final adjustments. Through software akin to that used for machine tool controls, the robotic arm opens and closes, emitting a rhythmic clanking of metal in motion. Boss, as per your request, the robotic arm is now complete. Xiao Yi, clad in a dark blue work uniform, chuckled. Dynamic capture is currently unfeasible, but there are no issues with mechanical motion. Ye Qing took over the control console and manipulated the joystick for a few moments. The joints of the robotic arm moved somewhat sluggishly, accompanied by considerable noise. Throughout its operation, one could sense the rigidity inherent in its mechanical design. If traditional robotic arms are likened to World War II's Zero fighter planes, the design of this robotic arm resembles the F-22 Raptor stealth fighter. In contrast, the contraption Ye Qing fashioned from severely substandard materials in the workshop could only be deemed a prototype jet, lacking radar and weapon systems. Alas, the limited scale of Ye Qing's factory imposed such constraints. Resting his chin on his hand, Ye Qing circled around the chair-sized robotic arm, contemplating how to expand it into a marketable product. At present, if its drive components were enlarged, it could be adapted for excavators. Alternatively, it could be transformed into a remote-controlled robotic platform for those engaged in hazardous tasks. The remote-controlled platform could be simplified by purchasing an off-the-shelf tracked robot and making modifications, though this would require authorization from the manufacturers. Simultaneously, the design of the robotic arm would need to be simplified. It should be significantly superior to similar products on the market, yet not so advanced as to be intimidating. From both a technological and profit maximization perspective, presenting the finest product at once would be an impulsive and imprudent move. For instance, Apple Incorporated began with its groundbreaking iPhone 4, releasing a new model each year with minor upgrades, thereby tantalizing user interest while amassing astronomical profits. No one would willingly forego financial gain. With Apple as a shining example, Ye Qing resolved to emulate their product sales strategy. However, the thought remained. The ideas seemed flawless, yet whether for excavators or remote-controlled robots, a substantial investment was required. Simply put, Ye Qing was low on funds, with only 2 to 3 million at his disposal. The dream of entering the excavator and remote-controlled robot manufacturing industry was but a fantasy. In dire need of capital, he considered selling technology to large machinery manufacturers, such as Huaxing Heavy Industry. While this could yield substantial profits, Ye Qing was resolute in his refusal. His ambition was to become the premier manufacturer globally, and the companies on those rankings were formidable adversaries that needed to be surpassed. Selling technology to them would enable them to leverage their already established vast sales channels to swiftly distribute products worldwide, allowing them to ascend to the pinnacle of the industry and significantly enhance their rankings. This would be tantamount to aiding the enemy, akin to selling the rope that would eventually strangle him. Thus, regardless of the challenges, Ye Qing was determined to take matters into his own hands and gradually expand his factory. Whether through the eventual success of the engraving machine to generate more funds or devising a rapid means to acquire capital. After pondering for quite some time without a clear direction, he noticed the robotic arm standing there, resembling a chair. Ye Qing promptly seated himself in the palm of the robotic arm, using its upright fingers as a backrest to reflect on his thoughts. As the weather grew warmer, sitting on the stainless steel felt pleasantly cool. However, the positioning of the robotic fingers at the back was somewhat uncomfortable. So Ye Qing retrieved the control console and adjusted the 5 mechanical fingers of the robotic arm into a more comfortable configuration. He remembered that those gaming streamers often sat in ergonomic gaming chairs equipped with lumbar support. He tilted the rear of the mechanical fingers slightly forward to create a lumbar support shape. The arm was a bit high, so he curved the robotic arm a little, with the palm slightly leaning back to allow his head to rest on the middle finger of the mechanical hand. Well, don't executive chairs typically have 2 armrests? Ye Qing lowered the thumb and pinky of the robotic arm to serve as armrests. Remarkably, the 3 mechanical fingers provided a suitable backrest, while the other 2 served as armrests, creating a perfect fit. With 40 adjustable joints across the 5 mechanical fingers, Ye Qing was able to adjust them into the most comfortable and relaxed seating posture. Discovering this new toy, he eagerly embraced the control console and commanded the primary joint of the robotic arm to sway back and forth, relishing the sensation akin to a rocking chair. With 14 adjustable mechanical joints in the back, Ye Qing, now thoroughly engrossed, took control of the 3 mechanical fingers at the back to give himself a gentle wave-like massage. Even amidst the cacophony of machine tools in the workshop, his soft hums of pleasure were unmistakable. What could he do? After all, Ye Qing had engineered a robotic arm that simulated human motion. Though it was a simplified version, it possessed all the fundamental functionalities of human fingers. Moreover, its ample size allowed the main arm to rest horizontally, with the forearm slightly inclined, creating a natural executive chair. It was akin to a person resting their chin on their hand while leaning on a table. If the arm were large enough, akin to an executive chair, it could comfortably support a person. The mechanical palm also featured 5 adjustable points, so Ye Qing made slight modifications to achieve the utmost comfort. As he enjoyed the massage while rocking back and forth, he could also rotate and sway side to side, moving up and down. The key distinction was that this massage, unlike that of an ordinary massage therapist who lightly tapped the back, could utilize the dexterity of every joint in the fingers. The robotic hand, with its 14 finger joints and 5 palm joints, could move in harmony to execute any complex massage technique, allowing Ye Qing to experience the sensation of being massaged by 10 expert therapists simultaneously. This exemplified the stark contrast between biological and mechanical capabilities, akin to the inability of humans to produce 2 distinct sounds simultaneously, while a speaker could emit thousands of different tones at once. Chow air. Ye Qing exclaimed excitedly. Immediately construct another robotic arm of this size and ensure it is symmetrical. I want to outfit it with a cushion and transform it into an executive chair. Absolutely, boss. You shall be satisfied. The world's most advanced executive chair is in my possession. Ye Qing mused, realizing that simply adding a cushion wouldn't suffice. It needed to be covered in first-layer soft cowhide to truly be a complete executive chair. Suddenly, Ye Qing leaped from the incomplete executive chair. If I lack funds for excavators, I can create this type of chair. He slapped his thigh, realizing that producing such executive chairs could lead to fortune. Then, he could invest heavily in excavators. Those gaming streamers love to flaunt their gaming chairs, claiming ergonomic designs with adjustable lumbar and neck support, as well as customizable armrests. A genuine chair like this could cost several thousand, but this combination offers limitless adjustability for those suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Simply curling the palm of the mechanical hand slightly could provide support, lifting their rear off the surface. Adjustable armrests? My armrest can rotate a full 360 degrees and gently massage your thighs. Imagine installing a device like a fleshlight on the armrest, liberating your hands and allowing you to experience unparalleled pleasure. A high-end executive chair with massage functions? I'm sorry, but once I input the massage program, it's akin to having the world's top massage masters at your service, all 10 of them working on you simultaneously. A rocking chair? Imagine your girlfriend sitting on your lap, while the mechanical palm opens and closes effortlessly, allowing you to maintain the perfect rhythm. The 2 armrests could assist in various intimate actions, especially with the right props. A rotating rocking chair? 2 armrests gently embrace you like a safety belt, while flexible mechanical arms allow you to experience all the amusement park attractions. With a VR headset, you could traverse realms, Wouldn't that be delightful? This chair, enveloped in memory foam and genuine leather, surely commands a price of 30 to 50,000, doesn't it? What is the cost? At most, it could be 3,000. Yet selling it at 10 times that amount does not seem extravagant to Ye Qing at all. Once this chair is launched, which magnate would not desire it? Which man would not covet it? Which woman would not? Most importantly, this chair does not require the complex modifications that an excavator or a drone robot demands. Presently, with only 2 to 3 million in savings, Ye Qing finds the idea of creating excavators exhilarating and industrially appealing. However, investing such funds into a drone excavator is akin to a novice attempting to slay a dragon with a mere novice ring. Constructing a chair is remarkably straightforward. A control console programmed with various functionalities can achieve all the aforementioned capabilities. The only limitation is the imagination, not the execution. In the future, one could emulate Apple, introducing S versions and Plus versions. The lower-end model would target those with limited purchasing power, while the mid-range and high-end versions would cater to affluent professionals who frequently occupy offices or use computers. Once financial stability is attained, manufacturing excavators would become a simple endeavor, which conveniently elucidates why Ye Qing possesses such extraordinary excavator technology. The inspiration stemmed from the chair, utilizing its patented technology to be transplanted into the excavator. Oh, and this high-tech chair must be bestowed with an intriguing name. Chapter 64. So that's what it is. What should it be called? Ye Qing pondered deeply. Referring to it as a boss chair would undoubtedly be inadequate, too mundane to highlight the chair's unique features. Currently, ergonomic chairs are all the rage. Perhaps this one could be termed a mechanical ergonomic chair? Ye Qing found this suggestion viable, as the chair's primary selling point lies in its intricate mechanical movements. And such a name would also convey a sense of understated elegance. With this thought, Ye Qing hurried to the office, ordering specialized memory foam and finished leather for the chair's production online. To launch the finished product, the design of the mechanical arm also needed refinement. It could not resemble a robotic hand too closely. The sides must be symmetrical, the base sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, and the mechanical arm should be shortened. These design adjustments could be made seamlessly, thanks to the dexterous hands of skilled artisans, who could craft the chair beautifully without any issues. The following morning, Ye Qing visited the metal market to order a batch of alloy materials for chair manufacturing. Using stainless steel would be excessively heavy and wasteful. Its robust toughness also made it difficult to process. For merely supporting a person, there was ample opportunity to economize on materials and the power system by substituting lightweight aluminum alloy. Additionally, he needed to register a patent. At noon, with his uncle and Su Xiaohu arriving, Ye Qing felt compelled to acknowledge Su Xiaohu's recent admission to Zhongyun University as a proud cousin. With time on his hands, he purchased a Shenzhou laptop as a gift and took the opportunity to visit the old factory. Upon arriving at the industrial park's old factory, Ye Qing was nearly convinced he had taken a wrong turn. A dozen container trucks were parked at the factory entrance, with drivers lounging in 2 groups on the ground, engaged in a game of do di zhu to alleviate their boredom. Most of these trucks bore advertisements for various brands, including Yongyuan Electric Vehicles, Jillian Electric Vehicle Specialty Store, and Modern Car Dealership. Inside the factory, the atmosphere was lively, resembling a bustling market rather than a place of industry. Once spacious, the factory floor was now crowded with over 30 workers, each assembling electric bike frames. Ye Qing's father, Ye Jiangning, was cornered by 7 or 8 individuals. And from a distance, Ye Qing could hear their complaints. I've come from afar, and if I don't get the goods today, it'll hinder my business. Mr. Ye, your efficiency is lacking. Major electric vehicle companies operate on assembly lines. I don't care. I want to leave without my vehicle. You'll have to provide lunch. Or else. Ye Jiangning was overwhelmed by the pressure of orders and had yet to notice Ye Qing's presence. Ye Qing wandered among the workers, accustomed to the terrifying efficiency of machines, now found the workers' pace rather sluggish, akin to snails. Moreover, there were numerous inefficiencies in the production process, including non-standard operations. Returning to the van, Ye Qing used his modest savings to purchase a disguise as a worker, subsequently recruiting a skilled artisan. This artisan possessed a high level of intelligence, as evidenced by his actions at the Owen Electric Vehicle Company, where he effortlessly directed the workers and imparted mechanical processing knowledge. When Ye Qing re-entered the production area with the artisan, the crowd's attention was instantly drawn to them. The artisan, standing just over 1.6 meters tall and slightly hunched, appeared as if he had emerged from a remote mountain village, yet any man could find confidence in his presence. Through the throng, Ye Jiangning spotted Ye Qing and waved, soon sweating profusely as he made his way through the crowd. Hello. Ye Jiangning mistook the artisan for one of Ye Qing's friends and enthusiastically extended his hand. Greetings. The artisan replied with a charming smile. His name was Qiao Qi, and he excelled in mechanical processing. Ye Qing patted the artisan on the shoulder, explaining that he would manage the workers for 2 months, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Ye Jiangning, upon hearing Ye Qing's introduction, wasted no time in calling the workers over, briefly introducing Qiao Qi and promoting him to workshop manager. The burly men chuckled at Qiao Qi's slight stature and malnourished appearance. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Now, let's get back to it, Ye Jiangning commanded. This one do. Ye Jiangning pulled Ye Qing aside to speak. Today, even more distributors have called to place orders for electric vehicles from all corners of the country. The orders are piling up for a month ahead. Then we must swiftly upgrade the factory, expand our scale, and increase our equipment. Ye Qing agreed, puzzled by the sudden surge in electric vehicle sales. As if there were unseen forces promoting them across the nation. I currently have about $1 million in cash, and with the factory's strong performance, I should be able to secure $8 million from the bank with the help of classmates. Ye Jiangning expressed his hopes for the factory's growth. Otherwise, the current scale would not suffice to meet the orders. It would be absurd to run a business like this. We have unused land on both sides of the factory. We can easily obtain permission from the park management to commence expansion. However, the old factory's name no longer fits. It must be changed. Ye Jiangning suggested renaming the old factory, which was called Qingyun Cutting Machinery Manufacturing Plant, to Storm Electric Vehicle Company. How about Storm Technology? Ye Qing felt that naming the company after electric vehicles lacked elegance, while Storm Technology sounded far more sophisticated. Excellent, let's go with Storm Technology. Ye Jiangning was pleased with the name. I'll head to the business registration office for the change. You'll need to sign off on it. As the father and son shared their excitement, Ye Qing's mother called, informing him that his brother and Xiaohu had arrived in Zhongyun and inquiring whether her husband should head to the restaurant or home first. Checking the time, Ye Jiangning decided they should go to the restaurant first, as the long journey would have tired them, and they needed to replenish their energy. You go to the restaurant to accompany your uncle. I'll head over once the workers finish for the day. There is no need for you to handle everything personally. Qiao Qi is reliable, and his management skills are commendable. You can entrust the production matters to him. Haha, after working so hard to turn things around, I'm more than willing to take on the tasks, no matter how busy or tired I become. Ye Jiangning laughed heartily, urging Ye Qing to hurry to the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel was not far from home, and Ye Qing had often visited when the factory was thriving. As he drove the van to the hotel, he spotted his mother, Su Lan, engaged in conversation with a tall man dressed in an old-fashioned shirt, his hair slightly graying. Beside them stood a well-built, handsome young man with a buzz cut. This was Su Xiaohu, the son of Ye Qing's uncle, his cousin's child. After a few years of absence, Ye Qing was surprised to find that he had become significantly more handsome than in his childhood. The young man seemed bored, absorbed in watching videos on his phone. Ye Qing's uncle, now in his 60s, had served in the military before becoming an ordinary worker at Anshan Steel Plant until retirement. Perhaps inheriting the demeanor of the steel workers and soldiers of old, his uncle always stood tall and spoke with a booming voice. Uncle, Ye Qing greeted warmly, giving him a bear hug. Goodness, you've become quite handsome after 2 years. His uncle exclaimed, standing up joyfully and patting Ye Qing on the shoulder. Why didn't you bring your girlfriend along? How could I? Ye Qing replied helplessly, realizing that relatives now often inquired about relationships rather than careers upon meeting. Well, you should hurry and find one. Just look at your little cousin. He has already had several girlfriends. His uncle shot a glance at the young man beside him. What are you doing on that phone? Come over and greet your cousin. Hello, cousin. Su Xiaohu had the quintessential sunny, handsome face and a tall, robust figure. Even Ye Qing had to admit that he could easily attract numerous girls based solely on his looks. What are you up to, little cousin? Ye Qing laughed as he sat down beside him. While watching a video, the female streamer named Ai demonstrated remarkable prowess in playing ADC. Though her appearance left much to be desired, Su Xiaohu turned his Huawei phone around so that Ye Qing could see. Naturally, Ye Qing was well versed in League of Legends. Yet his skills were merely at a silver level, having been too occupied to engage in play recently. He preferred watching the streamer Bingfan excel in playing Nidalee, dominating matches with ease, only to deflect blame when losing. Ye Qing also took out his phone to connect to the wireless network, but merely to scroll through the news. Su Xiaohu gazed at Ye Qing's 6PS with an expression akin to admiration for a wealthy individual. Given that iPhones were ubiquitous nowadays, Su Xiaohu merely glanced at it, feeling that this relative must be rather affluent. Bingfan's singing was unbearable. It was simply intolerable. Lowering his head, Su Xiaohu inquired about a stunningly beautiful and charming streamer named Dodo, who, like him, hailed from Zhongyun and was studying at Zhongyun Broadcasting and Television University. Have you seen her livestream? Of course I have, Ye Qing replied, feigning a mysterious smile. I even ran into her on the street. She is far more attractive in person than on video. Once you come to Zhongyun for university, you will surely encounter her. Absolutely. Zhongyun University is not far from her school. I have researched it online, Su Xiaohu said, clenching his fist in a display of confidence. Just then, as they were quietly discussing Dodo, Su Xiaohu suddenly exclaimed in excitement that she was online, and he had followed her. The wireless network here was exceptionally smooth. And as Su Xiaohu entered Dodo's live stream, a high-definition image quickly appeared. Dodo, whose full name was Baidoer, had previously introduced herself to Ye Qing, though he had not anticipated that she was still studying. Spotting a familiar face, Ye Qing squeezed in to watch the live stream. Hello, dear viewers. I am your most adorable Dodo, and today I will introduce you to a unique Zhongyun snack, Lupanzai fried noodles. In the frame, Dodo, adorned in a light blue long dress and a pristine white sun hat, waved sweetly at the camera. The lens swept across her delicate and fair visage, accentuating her pure and innocent beauty. Both Ye Qing and Su Xiaohu instinctively made a swallowing gesture. Hey, dear viewers, please fasten your seatbelts, as Dodo is about to embark on an adventure aboard my silver little sheep. After the introduction, Baidoer secured her phone onto a sleek silver electric vehicle, exuding a strong sense of sportiness and futuristic appeal. This electric vehicle featured a dedicated phone charging interface, perfectly suited to keep Dodo's phone powered. Wow. What kind of electric vehicle is this? It looks as flashy as a Ferrari. Dodo, please show us more of your vehicle. I want to see it. I have already reserved this car. Bow before me, my loyal fans. Same here. I seek your admiration. Haha. Our dealer has already gone to Zhongyun to procure stock. Once he returns, I will ride an electric vehicle of the same brand as Dodo. I feel for my dear Dodo. All the attention has been snatched away by an electric vehicle. Allow me, in my benevolence, to enlighten you. This electric vehicle has been introduced by Dodo countless times. Chapter 65. The stimulated client manager, Ye Qing's expression was dramatically theatrical, shifting like a mask. To her astonishment, Dodo had been assisting the old factory in promoting their electric vehicles, providing viewers nationwide with the most vivid and detailed insights into the exceptional performance of the Storm brand electric bike. Even though television advertisements reach millions, they only offer a meager few seconds to showcase such remarkable qualities. In contrast, Dodo's live streams last 1 or 2 hours, during which she rides the electric bike around. How many viewers were in Dodo's live stream? Ye Qing glanced at the viewer count, which had surpassed 500,000, trailing only behind the popular 55K stream. This was a significant concept. Even if the data from Douyu had its inconsistencies, viewers were constantly coming and going. If Dodo streamed for just a few days, conservatively, 2 million viewers across the nation would have seen the electric bike. Consequently, the old factory began receiving an increasing number of order calls from around the country, with delivery schedules extending a month ahead. It could be said that the nationwide orders were solely attributable to Dodo's efforts. 8,000 electric bikes as a starting point for monthly orders translates to immense potential. With 200,000 viewers, it is certain that many would be curious enough to inquire about this bike at specialty stores. However, the actual number of purchases may not be as high. Dealers would not make the long trek to stock just 1 unit. At a minimum, they would acquire 5. These dealers were quite well informed. The fact that many were being asked by young customers whether the Storm brand electric bike was available indicated that it had gained popularity and had the potential to sell well. Were it not for the regulations limiting 2-wheeled electric vehicles in some major cities, this number might have doubled. What does a monthly sale of 8,000 units signify? With a pure profit of $1,500 per bike, the old factory stands to earn a remarkable $12 million in pure profit each month. This is not a beautiful illusion, but a tangible reality that has already occurred. All of this was inadvertently generated by Dodo through her daily live streaming, creating an advertising effect. Riding the electric bike to explore the local delicacies of Zhongyun, Dodo merely answered viewer questions while casually introducing her newly purchased electric bike. Thus, the bike became popular across the nation almost effortlessly. Of course, the bike's powerful performance and eye-catching design were reasons for the audience's inquiries. Ordinary electric bikes would have been overlooked. Yet, without Dodo's unintentional promotion, the old factory's products would have struggled to gain a national presence for an indefinite period. This mystery was now completely unraveled. Ye Qing stepped outside to call her father, explaining the sudden surge in popularity of the electric bike. Although Ye Jiangning did not watch live streams, he was quite adept at navigating the internet. He had begun exploring QQ forums back when broadband first gained traction in Zhongyun City. Thus, when he opened the link sent by Ye Qing, he was greeted by the sight of their electric bike being ridden by a girl who looked like a fairy, with a flurry of comments inquiring about the bike. Ye Jiangning realized that this young girl had inadvertently brought about an unimaginable advertising effect for the factory and profits that he had never dared to dream of. After lunch, While driving her uncle home for a visit, Ye Qing took the opportunity, as her uncle conversed with her mother, to discreetly pull Su Xiaohu aside and present him with a gift for his studies, a brand new, unopened Shenzhou gaming laptop, priced at over 4,800. This gift was exceedingly lavish, and coming from a modest background, Su Xiaohu hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Although he had overheard during the meal that the factory had overcome its difficulties and was thriving, he knew that if his grandfather found out, he would absolutely not be allowed to accept such a gift. Ye Qing understood her uncle's character. If she offered a gift worth a few hundred, he would undoubtedly encourage his grandson to accept it. However, a laptop would be a different matter entirely. Even if accepted, he would find a way to reciprocate with a gift of equal value. This was precisely why Ye Qing had refrained from bringing the laptop to the table. She gently patted the laptop's packaging and smiled, saying, "You can leave it with me for now. After all, you will be coming to Zhongyun for school after the summer break, and you can take it to school then." "Uncle, you are my dear uncle," Su Xiaohu gasped, clinging to the laptop packaging with affection. "How about this? I will work at your factory, and as long as my meals and lodging are covered, I won't need a salary. I'll just tell my family that I bought this laptop with my wages. That won't do. Didn't your uncle say at the meal that he would help you enroll in a driving school? You can learn here in Zhongyun." Su Xiaohu's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. "I used to live at your place when I was younger. My dad and grandpa will agree." He continued, "I can learn to drive here while getting familiar with Zhongyun. I'll work at your factory while studying for my driver's license." Su Xiaohu pleaded, "Uncle, if my grandfather finds out that you gifted me the laptop, he will definitely not allow me to accept it. The only way he will agree is if I work for it." "All right, we'll do as you say." Ye Qing readily agreed, and her willingness to let Su Xiaohu work at the factory was merely a gesture for her uncle to see. As expected, when her uncle heard that Su Xiaohu wanted to work at the factory to earn money for the laptop, he was overjoyed and praised Su Xiaohu's awareness, stating that the factory was an excellent place for personal growth. After all, the factory was owned by his sister's family, and they would ensure their grandson would not be mistreated. "I have a friend who runs a driving school over in the industrial park," Ye Jiangning, the epitome of a good-natured person, said, knowing many acquaintances though not all were particularly close. "Getting a discount of a few hundred won't be a problem." Her uncle immediately pulled out a bank card, instructing Su Xiaohu to withdraw the money for his driving school fees. Ye Jiangning, familiar with his uncle's temperament, refrained from offering to cover the tuition. When Su Xiaohu returned from the ATM with the driving school tuition, it was time for the factory to commence operations. Ye Jiangning then took his uncle and Su Xiaohu to enroll at the driving school. Ye Qing went downstairs to retrieve the laptop from the van, instructing her mother to wait until her uncle left before handing it over to Su Xiaohu. Afterward, Ye Qing returned to the factory in Longshitan, where the skilled craftsmen had already completed the modified ergonomic chairs. However, Ye Qing had no time to admire them. She needed to reward Dodo. After lunch, her father transferred a sum of money, designated as advertising fees for Dodo. By tipping her, Dodo could enhance her popularity while fulfilling both their needs. Logging into the Douyu website, Ye Qing found that Dodo was already home, perhaps due to the summer break. Dodo announced that she would be singing for her audience in the afternoon. Viewers clamored to hear Su Ningong's latest song, "I Heard Love Had Once Arrived." At that moment, Ye Qing attempted to log into her Douyu account, only to discover through the bullet screen that Su Ningong had released a new song. Indeed, when a man is busy pursuing his career, he can be oblivious to even his wife. Su Ningong had been Ye Qing's crush since elementary school, and she was unaware of the new release. Just as Dodo announced she would sing it for everyone, Ye Qing could enjoy the song as well. Unfortunately, she had forgotten her account password or something similar. The system persistently indicated that the account or password was incorrect, leading Ye Qing to create a new account. She whimsically named it "No Mistake, I Have Been Here" as a nod to Su Ningong's new song. After completing the registration, Ye Qing watched the live stream while selecting the option to recharge her Douyu account via UnionPay. She opted for the maximum recharge amount of 10,000 with a quantity of 10. UnionPay allowed large transactions, resulting in a total of 100,000 in a single payment. As she continued recharging, on the fourth attempt, it suddenly failed, indicating that she had exceeded her bank card's daily payment limit. Just as Ye Qing prepared to call the bank's customer service to request a limit increase, a call from a number starting with 400 and ending with 95,533 came in. This was the customer service number for the bank, and upon answering, Ye Qing intended to inquire about the purpose of the call. However, a man claiming to be a manager hurriedly inquired with an anxious tone, "Is this Mr. Ye? May I inquire if the recent substantial deduction from your account for 4 online payments was conducted by you personally?" "Indeed, I was recharging my account on Douyu." "Douyu Live?" The customer service manager's voice abruptly cut off, and it took a full 5 seconds for him to regain composure. "Mr. Ye, May I ask what you intend to do with the 400,000 you just deposited? With the rising prevalence of online scams, one must exercise utmost caution to avoid being deceived. I did it willingly. By the way, I was just about to call you, Ye Qing said, producing the bank card used for the payment. Please assist me in raising the online payment limit on this card to 1 million. I wish to deposit 1 million. You plan to deposit 1 million? The customer service manager's voice cracked. Mr. Yi, I also watched Douyu live. May I ask who you intend to reward with such a sum? You must think this through. It's merely a live broadcast. Such an act may not be worthwhile. I have the means, and I am more than willing, Ye Qing replied, flipping the card back and forth. Hurry and adjust the limit. I am acting of my own volition, and I am not being deceived. I apologize, Mr. Yi, but this requires you to visit the counter in person with your identification. The customer service manager seemed profoundly affected. How could a young individual, as indicated by the records, so casually present 1 million for a reward? Why? His tone grew somber, laden with exhaustion. Mr. Yi, may I inquire which streamer you intend to reward? You'll find out once I start sending rockets, Ye Qing replied curtly, unwilling to continue the conversation. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. 1 million could easily afford several nights of luxury. The customer service manager abruptly ceased his musings, dejectedly ending the call. This card had a daily online payment limit of 400,000. Yet the online banking transfer was capped at 2 million. Ye Qing transferred the remaining 600,000 to 2 other cards and continued to recharge his account through online banking. After half an hour of diligent effort, he had successfully converted 1 million into Douyu virtual currency. Clearing his throat and adjusting his posture, he flexed his fingers. 2,000 rockets were now at the ready, and the tipping was about to commence. Chapter 66. The Real Deal. White jade as the hull, gold as the steed. To be candid, Ye Qing had never sent rockets on Douyu before, nor had he ever presented even a simple like. If one were to draw parallels, the closest experience would be when he favored an author on Shijian by giving them a red envelope, which led to their posts being pinned for an extended period, eliciting admiration from numerous readers. Of course, Ye Qing had never sent a red envelope, but he certainly envied those affluent readers who did. Now he could relish the experience of being a tycoon himself. At this moment, the live stream featured Dodo, who was seated at her computer, adjusting her condenser microphone. Unlike some female streamers who indulged in flashy visual effects, Dodo's broadcasts were refreshingly pure, devoid of any gimmicks. This purity served to highlight her unblemished charm. Hello everyone. Dodo greeted sweetly after fine-tuning her microphone. Since the audience wishes to hear Su Ningong's new song I Heard Love Once Came, I shall humbly sing it for you. The beautiful accompaniment began, causing even Ye Qing to slightly increase the volume on his computer speakers. I heard someone once loved me. I heard someone quietly confessed their feelings to me. I heard someone followed my shadow, traversing every corner I had walked. I want you to tell me directly, to make me understand that love once visited. The comments section was abuzz with expressions of admiration. 666. The taste of first love. I want to cry. I must find my first love. The melodious voice captivated Ye Qing, drawing him into a reverie. After all, the very first love letter in Su Ningong's life had been penned by him in the 4th grade. He could confidently assert that no one had written to her before him. 5 seconds later, Ye Qing was jolted back to the cold reality, as someone clarified that this was the ending theme for an upcoming film, in which Su Ningong played the lead. Thank you to He Chu Heat Sung for the airplane gift, and to Are You Bookless? And I Love Fantasy for the fishballs. As the instrumental section played, Dodo performed a fist gesture of gratitude towards the audience for their support during her song. Almost forgetting this aspect, Ye Qing was momentarily distracted by the music, nearly overlooking the astronomical sum of virtual currency lying dormant in his account. His intention was not merely to listen to the song, but to express his gratitude to Dodo. Thus, he moved his cursor to the gift section in the lower right corner and selected the largest rocket available. This was Ye Qing's first time tipping, and inexplicably, he felt a rush of excitement. Upon clicking the rocket, he expected a prompt to write a message of well wishes. But to his surprise, as soon as he clicked, a rocket zoomed past the top right corner of the screen. Ye Qing's username was indeed I Came, and as the rocket soared, the audience began to spam 666. With the advent of the rocket, viewers could seize fishball rewards from treasure chests, and the rocket would scroll through all live rooms, allowing anyone to click and join the frenzy for fishballs. Thank you to Indeed, I Came for the rocket. When a rocket was sent, Dodo's joy was palpable. It was the utmost affirmation of support from her audience. Dodo enjoyed considerable popularity, having captured a loyal following with her exceptional commentary and tantalizing culinary presentations on her Douyu food show. Thus, she had received a few rockets before. Dodo distinctly remembered that since the start of the broadcast, she had received a total of 73 rockets. Each time she received one, she made it a point to send a thank you message to the generous viewer. Consequently, Ye Qing quickly received 2 private messages. One was a note of gratitude from Dodo, and the other was from a moderator in her live stream, providing Ye Qing with a VIP fan group number for him to join. Ye Qing did not join, but continued sending rockets. The thrill was exhilarating. Countless viewers were praising him, and his name was scrolling across the banner for all Douyu's audience to see. At that moment, many were spamming 666, and the rocket's animated effects caused Ye Qing's research computer to lag. After a few more clicks on rockets without any response, he continued to click wildly, and the screen froze momentarily before releasing a torrent of rockets. Dodo, focused on her singing, suddenly paused, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight, covering her mouth with astonishment, her clear eyes blinking in disbelief. With hundreds of thousands of viewers, it seemed as if they collectively saw a ghost, halting their spamming to gaze in awe at the sight of 40 rockets soaring past. Many viewers' computers began to lag due to the influx of audiences from other streams clicking to join the rush for fishballs. Instantly, the popularity surged. Rich person. Do you need a lackey? My legs have gone weak. I kneel before the tycoon. 40 in an instant. My heart is eternal. May I ask why you suddenly sent so many rockets? Dodo stuttered, her speech faltering. She even suspected that this viewer had mistakenly entered the wrong room. At that moment, due to the substantial tipping, Ye Qing was granted moderator status, with his messages appearing in color and a prefix. Ye Qing commented that there had been a lag, and he had clicked for quite some time without response, resulting in such an outpouring. Poor tycoon. Why spend so much virtual currency for no reason? For reasons unknown, Dodo experienced a sense of relief when she saw a viewer mention lag. While she might have been delighted by 1 or 2 rockets, the barrage of over 40, worth more than 20,000, created a kind of pressure. Consequently, she promptly sent a private message to Ye Qing, reassuring him that it was fine. She would reimburse him once she received the proceeds from the tips, albeit with some deductions by the website. Ye Qing replied, reassuring her that it was of no consequence. He intended to exhaust the currency in his account anyway. Lag or no lag. Then, Ye Qing afforded neither Dodo the time to ponder nor the audience the opportunity to savor the moment. He began clicking the rocket button in the gift section, one after another. 50, 60, 70, 100. As a continuous stream of rockets traversed the screen, the entire live stream room, indeed, the entire website, bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle of wealth. The number of viewers surged from over 400,000, escalating at an unbelievable rate, soon surpassing 1 million. Yet, this generous patron, yes, I was here, showed no signs of abating the rocket launches. Many viewers' computers began to falter. Even with the subtitles disabled, the rocket animations, occurring every second, placed a significant strain on graphics cards. Fortunately, there was an option to disable the gift effects, which Ye Qing activated. Some viewers spent money to display colorful subtitles. Ordinarily, a small donation would warrant a thank you from the streamer on camera. However, now, they had to spend money to ensure their comments were not lost in the deluge. The rockets persisted, now soaring past 300. At this point, the rocket treasure chest entered its opening phase, and the long-awaiting viewers eagerly scrambled to claim the fishballs within. Dodo was in no state to sing. She was rendered speechless in astonishment. The viewers were equally flabbergasted. It seemed the most extravagant rocket display previously recorded was just over 200, a record now effortlessly shattered. Moreover, this benefactor defied convention. Typically, affluent patrons would wait for each rocket to fully traverse the screen before launching another, allowing their name to linger in all live stream rooms for a longer duration. Yet, this benefactor? He behaved as if he were seizing a treasure chest, clicking the mouse incessantly. Like a character from a story, Ye Qing's ostentatious display of wealth utterly stunned everyone. Chapter 67. The young man takes action as the rocket continued its ascent. Countless spectators flocked to familiar forums to post, employing the most exquisite vocabulary to convey their excitement about the unfolding events in Dodo's livestream, complete with links. When some forum users were lured by these posts and witnessed the scene before them, the comment section recorded the rocket count, which had already soared past 500. While everyone remembered Dodo's livestream, they also took note of a mysterious benefactor known as Indeed, I have been here. The treasure chest filled with fishballs seemed impossible to deplete, and the audience was so exhilarated that they ceased to spam 666, instead rallying behind the rising numbers, assisting Ye Qing in elevating the rocket count. 551, 552, 553. At that moment, the popularity of Dodo's livestream had surged to over 3 million. And with each refresh, the numbers climbed dramatically. In other live streams, some singing and dancing hosts had despaired and ceased their performances, staring blankly as the hard-earned viewership evaporated in an instant. Indeed, all these viewers had flocked to Dodo's live stream to witness the miraculous rocket extravaganza and seize the treasure chests. Some streamers even switched their screens to Dodo's live stream, watching their peers shatter record after record in awe. The host, affectionately dubbed Ugly Kai, was currently engaged in a fierce battle in League of Legends, controlling Lucian as he fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. Despite the grim fate of his teammates, he maneuvered around the crystal base, showcasing exceptional skill to eliminate for enemy heroes, thus averting impending defeat. When the last enemy hero fell, he exhaled deeply, exclaiming in excitement, "Wasn't that thrilling? Quickly, let us see those 660 SIXS. Typically, such hosts would manage dual screens, one for gaming and another for viewing their livestream. However, today the second screen was down for maintenance. As the opposing team took their time to respawn, he swiftly switched to his livestream to behold the spectacle of his chat inundated with 666. However, upon switching, a chill ran down his spine. His own livestream appeared desolate, and were it not for a flurry of rockets soaring past, he would have believed he had disconnected. A glance at his viewer count revealed a mere few tens of thousands, most of whom were likely idling. Confounded, he instinctively clicked into the rocket-laden livestream. Noting the viewer count, the same phenomenon unfolded across all live streams. At this moment, Ye Qing's private messages were overflowing, yet he paid them no heed, joyfully tapping away at the rockets. It was undeniably exhilarating to witness such eye-popping donations. Although the computer's effects were disabled, Ye Qing accessed the livestream on his phone, able to clearly observe the commotion he had incited. Dodo, overwhelmed and in a voice unfamiliar to her, urged Ye Qing to refrain from sending more rockets. Yes, Dodo was anxious. This viewer was a complete stranger who had unexpectedly begun showering her with rockets, time and again surpassing her expectations and breaking through her perceived limits. Who was he? This question echoed in the minds of all the spectators. The 666 messages had become a blur, prompting a fervent discussion in the comments about the identity of the enigmatic benefactor. Indeed, I have been here. Some speculated it might be a university president, but this was swiftly dismissed. Others wondered if it could be one of the renowned wealthy patrons, yet this too was quickly negated. For such extravagant donations were not their style, and they would never don a disguise to deliver such unprecedented generosity. Observing the comments, Ye Qing, who had already amassed over 800 rockets, reveled in the delight of their futile guesses. They would never guess correctly. Meanwhile, viewers without colored usernames frantically compiled the rocket count, synchronously reporting statistics like 893-1000. Wealthy patrons typically favored whole numbers in their donations, 10, 20, 50, 60, while it was not unheard of to send 100 rockets. Such occurrences were rare. Now, an obscure new ID had emerged, dazzling all with astonishing speed, breaking record after record, likely aiming for 1,000 rockets. At this moment, the viewer count had surpassed 5 million, and numerous gaming forums were ablaze with speculation about which livestream could have attracted such a lavish benefactor. However, Dodo's demeanor was less than encouraging. She covered her face with her hands, unable to bear witnessing the soaring numbers. After a few moments, she cautiously peeked through her fingers at the escalating figures before quickly closing her hands again. 998-1000, 999-1000, 1000, 1000. When the rocket count exceeded 1,000, the audience erupted, flooding the screen with vibrant text. Many renowned streamers sent lengthy congratulatory messages to Dodo for achieving this unfathomable milestone. Major online media outlets had already picked up on this sensational news, with recordings rolling. Congratulations filled the screen. The live stream transformed into a sea of jubilation, with host Dodo and the mysterious benefactor, "Indeed, I have been here," destined to become the talk of many websites. Meanwhile, the vigilant moderators swiftly captured screenshots of this historic moment for promotional purposes. Suddenly, without warning, the previously orderly numbers surged upward. It changed to 1001. Why? Why did the numbers jump? Ye Qing's action caused an unsettling ripple among the audience. The perfect conclusion at 1000 was ruthlessly disrupted by him. Many viewers with obsessive tendencies wished fervently to deduct that one digit. Haha, my apologies, I clicked too much and made a small mistake. Ye Qing typed playfully on the keyboard. However, if you can guess who I am, I will send another 999 rockets to make it a round number. After a moment of silence, the audience's excitement ignited as if detonated by an atomic bomb. Who are you, mysterious benefactor? The benefactor has spoken. Everyone, come and guess. My eyes are blinded by the brilliance of the benefactor. You must take responsibility for the rest of your life. Benefactor, come with me. These rascals intend to do you harm. Who could this benefactor be? Please, benefactor, give us a hint. Please, benefactor, a hint. As these words echoed, the veteran viewers perked up, abandoning their fishball pursuits to flood the comments with colorful text. The benefactor's promise to donate another 999 rockets left no doubt in their minds that he would follow through, but the question remained, who was he? It was evident that the ensuing 999 rockets would be sent by Ye Qing, and the ensuing buzz generated exceeded their expectations, undoubtedly. Even more eyes would now be drawn to Dodo's livestream. His hints were merely a display of pride and a bit of whimsy. Here is a hint. Dodo and I first met at a Yun snack shop. This clue ignited a fervor among many longtime viewers. The unassuming young man from a Yun snack shop and the radiant figure by the entrance of Tianran residence lingered in their memories, cementing Ye Qing's status as an idol of perseverance for many. Little did they expect. Young man, it was you all along. Oh no, it has happened. The young man has made his move, and Dodo is set to elope with him. Please, dear sir, do not act in such a manner. We are utterly defenseless against your charm. My admiration for the young man knows no bounds. I once harbored doubts, suspecting he was merely a hired performer, and I dared to question his authenticity. It is a lament that I am not a daughter, unable to accompany him for the rest of my days. I was mistaken. Initially, I too doubted his genuineness, unaware that he was indeed the young man. Idol. In this lifetime, I shall pledge my allegiance solely to you. Amidst the fervent adulation from the audience and the astonished expression on Dodo's face, Ye Qing Shuang soared into the air, joyfully commencing a frenzied display of rocket emojis. Chapter 68. This time it's truly over 2,000 rockets, exactly 2,000. Ye Qing fulfilled his promise, astonishing everyone in the process. That very evening, Dodo's live broadcast transformed into a veritable ocean of joy. With the viewer count frozen at over 2.5 million, the audience seemed to discover a new source of entertainment. How delightful. Ye Qing's grand gesture not only dazzled the viewers, but also left Dodo in a state of awe. Like many others, she instinctively believed that their two chance encounters at the snack shop and the natural residence had sparked Ye Qing's affection for her. Thus, he had come to the live stream, employing this unprecedentedly extravagant method to win her heart. Even various portals echoed the speculations of the seasoned viewers, proclaiming, mysterious tycoon pursues a girl with a novel approach. Forget luxury cars, he gifts rockets. It's no wonder the audience thought this way. Dodo was not only beautiful, but also possessed an amiable disposition and a wealth of talent. Any normal man would undoubtedly entertain such thoughts. The only difference lay in whether or not he took action. No one could have guessed that the entire situation had stemmed from an eye-catching electric vehicle. Now, numerous veteran viewers jested with Dodo, teasing her about becoming a young mistress. This time it's truly over. Look at Dodo's flushed cheeks. Alas, I'm a man, yet I wish I could devote myself to her. Indeed, it's over. Didn't you see how the young man made his move? Numerous forums are buzzing with discussions about this. Dodo is destined for fame, yet she may soon depart from us and into the arms of the young man. With her cheeks aflame, Dodo declined to respond to the audience's playful jabs. It was surely unrealistic to assume that Dodo would develop feelings for Ye Qing, a man with whom she had exchanged only a few words. Yet, this did not deter her from unilaterally believing that Ye Qing was pursuing her. He was understated, exceptional, refined, and successful, radiating brilliance. Such a man, embodying the fantasies many women hold regarding ideal partners, could only be a source of admiration for Dodo. She couldn't help but feel a sense of enchantment, akin to a prince emerging from a fairy tale, leaving her even more bashful. As the rockets surpassed 1,000, Dodo attempted to send a private message to Ye Qing. She believed he need not go to such lengths, regardless of their first or second meeting. Ye Qing had left a profound and positive impression on her. He was approachable, devoid of any air of superiority, exuding a captivating confidence. Indeed, Dodo felt Ye Qing's extravagant display was unnecessary. Even without such a lavish expenditure, she would have been delighted to befriend him. Conversely, his lavish spending only amplified her shyness and concern that he might be too radiant. If romance were to blossom, would there not be a multitude of women, even more exceptional than herself, vying for his attention? Regardless, Dodo remained resolute in her belief that Ye Qing's actions were overly extravagant. Once she received her earnings from the stream, she intended to find a way to repay him. A direct return of gifts felt inappropriate. If Ye Qing were to bestow upon her $1 million, she would certainly draw a line, deeming him questionable. To return the cash directly would be too disheartening, wouldn't it? Instead, she contemplated gifting him something special. Having exchanged QQ contacts during their brief introductions at the natural residence, she eagerly awaited her salary. Yet, if he were to invite her out before then, should she accept? Dodo vowed she had not begun to harbor feelings for him. Yet her mind could not help but wander, leaving her unable to focus on the live stream. At this moment, Ye Qing remained composed, motivated purely by gratitude towards Dodo, devoid of any ulterior motives. Currently, he was in the production workshop, observing the diligent workers as they packaged a row of engraving machines. He had recently received orders for 8 rapid engraving machines, all from advertising companies, and even some calls from counties under the jurisdiction of Zhongyan City. There were only a handful of stone processing factories in Zhongyan City. Even small-scale ones rarely exceeded an asset value of 500,000 and were thus unwilling to invest in expensive engraving machines. However, the numerous advertising companies found the machines ideal for engraving soft metals, leading to a burgeoning reputation among them. Yet, like the electric vehicle, Ye Qing faced a journey of getting his product recognized in the market. There had been no updates from Xia Muqing, and he was uncertain if Yurui had been found. Regardless, relying on others was no match for self-reliance. The engraving machines had already begun to penetrate the surrounding counties, and it was only a matter of time before they reached a national audience. The modified technology, derived from humanoid robotic arms, had also been successfully applied to ergonomic chairs. With 5 units now in mass production, he intended to keep one for himself, gift 2 to his parents, and provide another to Roan Wei, whose circle of friends consisted of prominent business figures eager to purchase. Online, a shop could be established, targeting office elites and those who spend extensive hours on computers, individuals who were particularly inclined towards online shopping. Ye Qing was confident that selling even one ergonomic chair would lead to rapid word-of-mouth promotion. The diligent workers were busy packaging the engraving machines, while the skilled craftsmen were assembling the external features of the ergonomic chairs. Ye Qing had sourced genuine leather and memory foam online. The craftsmen's installation methods were rather rudimentary. They used electric heated knives to cut the desired shapes, covering them with mesh fabric, and then sewn the leather together using a newly purchased electric sewing machine. The fixation methods involved traditional stitching and riveting. Due to the numerous moving joints of the ergonomic chair, the memory foam had to be segmented to prevent tearing during movement. Once the external features were complete, Ye Qing was thoroughly impressed by the craftsmen. What was once leather and foam had been transformed into something reminiscent of metal and machinery. The craftsmen were not aesthetic masters, and the external design lacked finesse. However, the precision of their work was remarkable, with negligible discrepancies undetectable to the naked eye, appearing both neat and comfortable. Ye Qing believed that assigning these skilled craftsmen to such tasks was a misallocation of talent. Once the chair sales surged, he would need to hire dedicated employees for the production of the exterior finishes. With satisfaction, he instructed the diligent workers to carry an ergonomic chair to his office. After connecting the power supply, Ye Qing was ready to recline and enjoy a moment of relaxation. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar, seemingly filled with excitement, reverberated from the surrounding mountains, accompanied by the vibrations of earth-shaking impacts and the faint sound of cracking rocks. What could be happening? Ye Qing quickly rose to his feet. 3 prehistoric beasts, resembling enraged miners, had begun excavating the mountain. But what was the source of their fervor? Surely, there were no treasures hidden here. Yet, the miners' palpable excitement indicated they had discovered something significant. Rushing towards the cliff facing the sea, Ye Qing found that the entrance to the cave had been expanded to accommodate vehicles. The once jagged terrain had transformed into a flat expanse paved with debris. Ye Qing instructed the miners to discard the rubble generated from the excavation into the sea. It appeared the miners had done an excellent job, even leveling the entrance. Entering the cave, Ye Qing summoned the Lord's War Chariot, climbed into the cockpit, and activated the searchlight, maneuvering through the passage excavated by the miners like an excavator. Chapter 69. The underground secret base. In less than 2 days, the 3 furious miners had excavated a considerable portion of the desolate mountain. The original cavern now featured a gently sloping tunnel leading deeper into the earth. This clandestine base was inspired by the declassified subterranean permanent facilities that Ye Qing had studied. They drilled into the mountainside, burrowing vigorously towards the depths. Some nuclear bunkers could even be excavated hundreds of meters deep in the heart of the mountain, gradually expanding to establish a base. Surrounded by the barren mountain, the factory enjoyed a unique environmental advantage, coupled with the astonishing excavation speed of the enraged miners, making the establishment of a personal secret base an inevitable endeavor. The tunnel was remarkably spacious, accommodating 2 trucks side by side. After Ye Qing maneuvered his excavator-like war machine forward for over 20 meters, the scene illuminated by the searchlight revealed a vast underground chamber, roughly the size of a basketball court, carved out by the furious miners. The air was noticeably hot and stagnant. The 3 furious miners were gathered around a mound of metallic-looking stones, which bore a resemblance to silver tinged with brass. Under the searchlight, their crimson eyes glimmered with excitement as their dragon-like heads hovered over the peculiar stones, sniffing intently and occasionally flicking their long tongues. This was a type of metallic ore, yet Ye Qing could not discern what metal it was. If it were silver ore, they would strike it rich. As the furious miners continued to excavate the rock, his phone began to buzz with notifications from the monster factory. Upon checking, he found the alert. Furious miners have discovered high-purity titanium ore with a titanium content of 63, possessing immense mining value. True to the monster factory's reputation, no metallic mineral could elude their detection. A mere taste revealed its metallic content. Titanium? Those engaged in mechanical manufacturing were certainly familiar with titanium, one of the most sought-after metals of the century. Light in weight, strong in structure, resistant to high temperatures, and impervious to corrosion, this metal was immediately embraced by nations upon its discovery, leading to the creation of numerous alloy formulas applied across various cutting-edge industries. To illustrate, if titanium alloy technology were employed in an aircraft engine, not only would the weight significantly decrease, but the wear resistance and high-temperature tolerance would also see substantial improvement. With aircraft engines costing millions, reducing weight translates to fuel savings and increased payload capacity. Enhanced wear resistance implies extended lifespan and reduced maintenance, presenting a multitude of benefits that are nothing short of enticing. However, the very attributes that made titanium so exceptional also hindered its mass production. Its high-temperature resistance rendered it nearly impossible to extract on a large scale from steel furnaces, and its remarkable toughness and strength complicated processing. Consequently, titanium alloy production remained critically low, leaving countless manufacturing sectors yearning for more. Titanium ore is abundant in nature. A handful of soil often contains trace amounts of titanium. Coastal areas, in particular, are rich in titanium deposits, with beachgoers occasionally noticing coarse black sand, a remnant of titanium ore washed ashore over millennia. However, these titanium ores generally hold little value due to low purity and the presence of other metallic components. The titanium ore with a purity of 63 was of immense worth. Now, the furious miners had discovered rock-associated titanium ore within the mountain's belly, and it was of exceptionally high purity. Most crucially, Ye Qing possessed the methods for large-scale titanium alloy production, as the monster factory housed a metal smelting center and nickel-titanium memory alloy technology. The very name nickel-titanium memory alloy hinted at its impressive capabilities. Observing the furious miners' enthusiasm, it was evident that significant titanium reserves lay beneath the surface, revealing just the tip of the iceberg. The issue remained. Establishing a metal smelting center would require a substantial financial investment. A 50-ton electric arc furnace and a 10,000-ton press would cost around $20 million, while the monsters had the capability to construct the remaining components. Material procurement would also demand millions. $30 million was merely the cost price to create this several-ton metal smelting center, though this would undoubtedly propel the monster factory's ranking. Ye Qing found himself lacking the necessary funds. With finances tight, he decided to prioritize the excavation of the underground base. Gritting his teeth, Ye Qing recruited another ferocious miner, bringing their number to 4, instructing them to expand the base around the high-quality titanium ore. He opted for a triangular structure for the base, as it is the most stable geometrically with an increasing area as it descends. Once profits were generated, Ye Qing planned to establish the metal smelting center within the subterranean secret base. At that point, he would reopen a passage and restore the coastal entrance to its original state, sealing the tunnel to minimize the risk of base exposure. After issuing new orders to the furious miners, Ye Qing returned to the surface, exhilarated by the discovery of high-purity titanium ore in such an inhospitable location. This revelation fueled his eagerness to earn more money. He registered an online store and called Rome Wei, promising to send him a high-tech massage chair. With the store registration complete and the deposit paid, he anticipated that the staff at Taobao would approve it by the next working day. At this moment, his father called, inquiring why he had been unreachable. Ye Qing explained that he was likely in an area with poor signal. When asked about the matter at hand, Ye Jiangning's tone was peculiar yet excited. He questioned Ye Qing about the origins of Qiao Qi, noting that the workers in the workshop seemed entranced. Lingering long after working hours, eager to consult Qiao Qi about mechanical processing issues. Even Ye Jiangning, who had decades of experience in mechanical processing, found himself humbled in the presence of the unassuming elder, feeling like a novice apprentice, filled with admiration. I've opened a processing factory by the seaside, he continued, currently specializing in curbstone processing and electric vehicle parts. Qiao Qi was recommended by one of my workers. I noticed his expertise in mechanical processing and thought it beneficial to introduce him. Ye Qing had landed a significant contract worth over 10 million from the Urban Construction Bureau, a fact Ye Jiangning was already aware of. Not only is he knowledgeable, but he is practically a master in his field, Ye Jiangning praised. Today, the workers' efficiency under his guidance has more than doubled. One worker asked him how to ensure manual drilling remains precise, and he provided 5 solutions in one breath. He could easily teach at a university instead of working as a production supervisor. Though lacking formal credentials, Xiao Qi's knowledge stemmed from years of accumulated experience. Hearing about the improvements in productivity at the old factory filled Ye Qing with joy. I must hurry to attend his classes, he mused, realizing that these workers genuinely possessed a strong desire to learn. Several had even purchased notebooks to take notes. After hanging up, Ye Qing was drenched in sweat, realizing that Xiao Qi's true identity was that of a master craftsman, a prodigious talent cultivated within the monster factory. Not only did he possess profound knowledge, but he also came equipped with exceptional skills. It was as though a world-class expert were imparting wisdom to ordinary workers. The following day, Ye Qing sat at his computer, frequently refreshing the web page in anticipation of his Taobao shop's approval. It was a curious sensation. Despite being a millionaire, he felt a thrill of excitement, eagerly envisioning the moment his store would sell its first product and garner a plethora of positive reviews. At 9 in the morning, the shop was successfully approved, and Ye Qing hurriedly filled out a myriad of details. He hastily uploaded high-resolution images of the mechanical engineering chairs he had previously photographed, foregoing any store decoration. Mechanical engineering chair. Our company's technical team has dedicated 2 years to the development of a revolutionary chair equipped with patented technology. It features programmable CNC capabilities, offering an unparalleled experience. With 10,000 massage techniques, thousands of functional experiences, and nearly 100 VR sports simulation features. The innovation flows through Ye Qing's mind as she rapidly composes an introduction. She believes this promotional text is far from exaggerated. After users experience it, they would deem the description overly conservative. Ultimately, she bravely prices the chair at $49,999. With the sole product launched in the store, it remains to be seen if any affluent individual will be eager to be the first to indulge. This chair cannot be priced cheaply. At worst, after Ronway's experience, when introducing it to other business owners, she will suggest they purchase it online to boost sales. Ye Qing does not expect the first product to sell online. Merely 10 minutes after the mechanical engineering chair's release, the chat tool she uses to connect with buyers buzzes with notifications. Would you like to enhance your store's popularity? We possess the most professional order-boosting techniques. She dismissively replies with a curt message. Only a fool would purchase such a chair. Why not just rob a bank for 51,000? The individual with the ID store promotion expert sends a mocking emoji, confident in her product. Ye Qing is not worried about future sales. However, apart from the advertising pest, she receives no genuine inquiries from potential buyers throughout the afternoon. Only a few users teasing her about the price. The high price makes it easy for others to find similar mechanical engineering chairs when sorting from high to low. With no sales, Ye Qing decides to package a chair to gift to Ron Wei, hoping he will assist with advertising. Suddenly, her phone chimes with a new message. Boss, did you misprice this chair? Inquires a user with the ID Changyu. I find the design very sophisticated and appealing, but why is the price so steep? If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. This chair is not within your means. After being taunted multiple times that afternoon, Ye Qing has resolved to embrace the situation. Has she been looked down upon? Changyu sends a sweating emoji and continues typing. Do you realize how much these few lines I sent you are worth? How much is it worth? Ye Qing chuckles, intending to tease him back. Not too much, really. Just enough to replicate your chair's introduction and publish it, which would suffice to purchase a chair like yours. Chapter 70. A gathering of authors observing a chair. The chair in question is not particularly valuable. It merely serves as a vessel for sharing the description of this particular model. Upon receiving the information, Ye Qing chuckled and typed a response. I clicked the mouse yesterday and spent $1 million. Both parties were speaking the truth, yet neither trusted the other. Within a luxurious apartment in the first ring of Yanjing, a handsome young man sat on a Herman Miller ergonomic chair, typing rhythmically as he conversed with Ye Qing. This young man was Changyu, a rising star in the literary world, renowned on the largest original platform in the country, Chidian Novel Network. His success was undeniably intertwined with his dedication, spending at least 8 to 9 hours a day in front of the computer, crafting his narratives. Prolonged hours at the desk without the support of an ergonomic chair poses a risk to one's health, potentially leading to lumbar disc herniation and cervical spondylosis. The chair he currently occupied was a flagship product from the American Herman Miller Company, retailing for over 8,000 yuan when imported. While he found it quite comfortable and of good quality, the chair had seen better days, with several adjustment joints becoming loose from extended use. Thus, Chang Yu resolved to purchase a new chair. Herman Miller was his ideal choice, but shopping inherently involves a process of careful selection. He casually set the price filter to the highest range, as higher prices typically indicate fewer customers. Indeed, the first page yielded no sales. The offerings included mahogany chairs, deer-hide chairs, and presidential chairs, items that, while visually appealing, were ultimately impractical for prolonged sitting. However, one chair, distinctly different from traditional designs, captured Chang Yu's attention: a mechanical ergonomic chair. This chair lacked the essential height-adjustable gas lift and mobility casters found in conventional ergonomic designs. A chair without a gas lift is synonymous with inferiority. The robust and seemingly large mechanical ergonomic chair featured a unique folding mechanism reminiscent of robotic arms. The description indicated that the mechanical structure beneath could be adjusted freely and rotated a full 180 degrees. If the advertisement was not exaggerating, it was akin to something from a high-tech excavator. With promises of thousands of functional experiences, Chang Yu remained skeptical, yet the chair's aesthetic was undeniably captivating. In stark contrast to the ornate and gaudy designs of many executive chairs, which often merely masquerade as luxurious through excessive embellishments, this chair's simplicity was striking. Its unadorned lines evoked the image of a high-tech spacecraft seat. This mechanical ergonomic chair epitomized simplicity and mechanical beauty, although its price was somewhat steep. However, a high price does not equate to unaffordability. Chang Yu mused that if the seller could provide a brief introduction to the chair, he might be persuaded to make a purchase. Yet, it seemed the seller had no intention of selling. Some sellers often employ marketing tactics, such as placing an exorbitantly priced item in their store to attract attention, while offering reasonably priced products alongside to encourage purchases. This serves as a form of free advertising, with uncertain results but no financial loss. This particular store, however, had no other products, leaving Chang Yu perplexed. Upon receiving a message from Ye Qing, who mentioned having clicked the mouse and spent $1 million, Chang Yu laughed and decided to demonstrate through action that he was not merely boasting. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was instructing his diligent workers to load the packaged mechanical ergonomic chair onto the delivery vehicle. Given its substantial size, the van could only accommodate 2 chairs. As they drove out of Huanghai Avenue and into the city, Ye Qing suddenly received a notification indicating that someone had purchased the item and requested prompt shipping. Surprised, Ye Qing checked the order and discovered it was indeed Chang Yu who had made the purchase. He retracted his previous judgment and internally marked Chang Yu as discerning. Coincidentally, a Shun phone courier service was nearby, and since the chair was already packaged, Ye Qing promptly arranged for express shipping, opting for air freight. In less than 10 minutes, Chang Yu was left astounded on his end. He believed Ye Qing would never actually ship the item, considering it was likely a false advertisement with no actual product. Naturally, if there was nothing to ship, the seller would sweet-talk him into canceling the order. Yet, the package was indeed shipped. Ye Qing did not respond to Chang Yu's messages, and neither did Chang Yu reply, both parties content in their respective silence. The following afternoon, while engaged in a lively chat with fellow authors, Chang Yu received a call from the courier. Having ordered numerous items online recently, he was uncertain which product had arrived and instructed the courier to deliver it. "Come on down to help me lift it. It's over 100 pounds. Over 100 pounds? Chang Yu pondered for a moment, concluding that the only item that could weigh that much was the chair. Clearly, the seller was serious about shipping it via express. After descending and assisting the courier with the chair into the elevator, he was already sweating from the exertion by the time they maneuvered it into his study. Even if the seller was a fraud, they were a committed one. The chair's packaging was exceptionally sturdy and neatly assembled. The layers of tape wrapped as if by a machine, showing no signs of slant. While fetching scissors, Chang Yu snapped a picture to share in the author group, announcing that the mechanical ergonomic chair he had purchased for 50,000 yuan had arrived. Having previously detailed the chair in their conversations, he included a link to the product in the chat, jokingly suggesting he would share his experience to warn others against impulsive purchases. Once the picture was posted, the author's interest peaked immediately. "Open it quickly. I can't wait to see it," exclaimed a fellow author. "Why not just return it unopened? You'd save the hassle of repackaging," suggested another. "Quick, hurry up. A 50,000 yuan chair? I want to take pictures to brag about knowing a tycoon," chimed in another. "How about a live video? Let us all appreciate this marvel together." As soon as this suggestion was made, the group erupted in excitement, urging Chang Yu to start a live video to showcase the innovative mechanical ergonomic chair. The group consisted of esteemed authors, many of whom had spent years hunched over their keyboards. Thus their standards for chairs were exceptionally high, and they frequently replaced their ergonomic seats. Chang Yu confidently initiated the video, considering them all friends and feeling no hesitation in sharing a laugh. Once the video commenced, over 70 participants joined, all prominent authors whose search indices rivaled those of celebrities. Chapter 71. Bye. As the video commenced, the number of participants surged to over 70, comprising well-known, popular authors whose IDs often garnered search indices surpassing even those of celebrities. The computer used by Chang Yu was of top-tier configuration, boasting exceptionally high clarity. He brandished a pair of scissors towards the camera, mimicking a cutting gesture. Haha, you all have been snipped away, he exclaimed merrily as he began to unbox the packaging. This process was time-consuming, yet the authors were filled with excitement, eager to witness Chang Yu's antics. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he struggled for several minutes to tear open the outer packaging. Then, all the authors widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight that appeared on the screen, a square object resembling an oversized box. The authors nearly burst into laughter. For what they beheld was far from a chair. It was clearly a large box. A box worth 50,000, exclaimed Ao Wuchang. Haha, I must inform my readers. Chime Tianxia Dai Bai. Quickly return it. It looks nothing like a chair, urged Jia Yu Bu Shigui. Chang Yu seemed oblivious to the comments, his expression one of disbelief. Before him lay a product that revealed intricate details more vividly than any of the others could perceive. This was neither a box nor a chair. It exuded a sense of technological sophistication, yet its true nature remained elusive. Carefully extracting the power cord, Chang Yu connected it, hesitantly pressing the power button on the 5-inch LCD control panel above. A series of mechanical sounds echoed through the network, captivating the attention of all the authors. In their astonished gaze, what they had assumed to be a large box began to transform, standing upright like a transformer, its leather-clad mechanical joints moving in a spectacularly sci-fi manner. The scene unfolded before the authors, who, despite their vivid imaginations, could not have envisioned a transformer materializing on screen. The silver metallic base, interlaced with shades of gray, sported mechanical arms that exuded industrial charm, wrapped in sleek leather. The exaggerated mechanical movements revealed the complexity hidden beneath the faade. As the intricate mechanical motions concluded, a chair identical to the one in the images emerged. Its design simplistic yet imbued with a robust mechanical essence, leaving everyone in awe. This chair shattered their preconceived notions of ergonomic seating. Is this truly a chair? It feels more like a transformer, gasped Huadao Taizi. No wonder it's called a mechanical ergonomic chair, mused Changfeng. Reality is stranger than fiction. I genuinely thought it was a box, added Wisher Dianzhong. Quick, take a seat and experience it. I read that this chair boasts thousands of functions, urged Lu Xiaohi Ben. Yes, do try it out, echoed Quan Jinshu Dan. Chang Yu circled the mechanical ergonomic chair, ensuring it had ceased movement before cautiously sitting down. How to describe it? He began to articulate his feelings through voice. It's exceedingly comfortable. The backrest is sufficiently high, providing excellent support for my neck and head, surpassing my previous ergonomic chair. Placing his hands on the armrests, he tested their sturdiness. The armrests were well designed. Unlike the slight wobble of his previous chair's armrests, these were remarkably stable. However, he noted that the lumbar support had a slight deficiency, lacking the curvature necessary for complete support. Yet, he recalled that all these structures were adjustable. Chang Yu then activated the LCD display on the side of the armrest. The number of authors viewing the video continued to rise, yet no one spoke. They were all quietly engrossed in Chang Yu's introduction of the chair. Upon accessing the LCD display, 4 functional options emerged: mode selection, function selection, manual adjustment, and VR mode. He casually selected manual adjustment, only for the screen to transform into a calculator-like interface filled with numbers and symbols, with only a handful of recognizable Chinese characters. This is an industrial control display. Many CNC machines utilize this. It appears to be a simulation software interface. Let me point the camera at it so I can teach you how to adjust it, he explained. Interest peaked among the authors. They wondered if this mechanical ergonomic chair could be programmed like CNC machines. How powerful and professional it seemed. Chang Yu too became intrigued, directing the camera towards the control display. Do you see the red numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Those represent the chair's 5 movement axes. 1 and 5 for the armrests, 2, 3, and 4 for the seat, explained Ye Qing. ABCD corresponds to the movement joints on each axis. Select 1A and try adjusting it up and down, he continued. Taking heed, Chang Yu selected A1 and pressed the upward symbol. To his astonishment, the top of the right armrest began to elevate slowly. Pressing the downward symbol made it descend, while the left and right symbols prompted lateral movement. Each joint was responsive. Even the seat beneath him could be contoured into any shape. Despite the seemingly complex interface, the mechanical ergonomic chair's exterior had precisely delineated every controllable structure, allowing for effortless angle adjustments by referencing the numbers on the controller. After 5 minutes of meticulous adjustments, he configured the chair to the utmost comfort, and chose to save the settings. Changyu reveled in the experience, activating the rocking feature as he gently swayed back and forth in front of the camera. The primary mechanical support arms of the chair oscillated rhythmically, providing him comfort while simultaneously captivating the attention of all the viewers. Their gazes were filled with envy, astonishment, and a longing for possession. It was no exaggeration to say that these authors spent more time seated in chairs than they did sleeping, their pursuit of ergonomic comfort rivaling even the most discerning romantic preferences. Ha! Changyu was now laughing uncontrollably, more excited than if he had discovered extraterrestrial life. Thoroughly enjoying his time with the mechanical ergonomic chair, he secured himself within the armrests, allowing the chair's primary mechanical arms to bounce him playfully. After a while, he activated the massage feature, despite many options appearing grayed out, indicating they had yet to be programmed by the manufacturer. Nonetheless, he selected lumbar and cervical massages, reveling in the sensation akin to consuming a heavenly fruit, reclining in the mechanical ergonomic chair with a blissful expression that surpassed even that of a well-cherished sword. On the other side of the screen, the authors were consumed by a fervent desire, their eyes aflame with avarice, their actions frantic. Had it not been for the digital barrier, they would have surely yanked Changyu away to claim the chair for themselves. Changyu, please share your feelings with everyone, urged Qinji Tanghongdo. Haha, I can hardly articulate my delight, Changyu exclaimed, laughter escaping him. Imagine trekking through a desert for 2 days without a drop of water, only to suddenly find yourself in an extended RV with the air conditioning set to the lowest. Rows of chilled juices before you, and a foot massage coming your way. Have you ever experienced such bliss? Haha, that is precisely how I feel right now. I'm so content that I don't wish to converse further. I have decided to sleep in this mechanical ergonomic chair tonight. The chat group had erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The discourse revolves entirely around this mechanical ergonomic chair. Some authors specializing in mechanics are particularly exhilarated, proclaiming it a marvel. They assert that the manufacturing facility must possess extraordinary expertise in machine tools and cutting-edge technology in mechanical motion. Otherwise, such a remarkable seat could not possibly exist. The owner of this mechanical ergonomic chair has inadvertently become the object of everyone's envy. August Eagle exclaims, I am astonished to see that the operating interface includes rather amusing functional options. I give the manufacturer 1,000 praises. Store manager responds, I am in awe. Domestic products have advanced to such a degree while I naively purchased an American ergonomic chair. Downstairs, Hepburn chimes in, I too feel compelled to discard my American product. This comparison is akin to the disparity between a flashlight and a high-powered laser generator. Audrey interjects, wake up, Changyu. This chair possesses magic. You are merely hallucinating. You should return the chair. The return address is simply mine. The all-metal shell remains silent, directly sharing a screenshot of a successful payment, revealing that the item purchased is indeed the mechanical ergonomic chair that Changyu was boasting about. After sharing the image, the all-metal shell sends a series of joyful emojis, remarking, the response to my new book has been rather lackluster. Spending all day pondering plot lines before the computer has exacerbated my lumbar disc protrusion. However, the all-metal shell sends another screenshot, accompanied by a mischievous grin. 2 minutes later, August Eagle first shares a screenshot highlighting the previous claims by several individuals that this chair is a scam, and then follows suit with a purchase screenshot, pairing it with a sly smile. Subsequently, Hepburn, store manager, and a host of others, Flower Knife Prince, 32, Naval Orange, Qinji Tanghongdo, Pride of the Unpredictable, Huang Fuqi, and Shifa Xuanjiao, each take turns sharing their own purchase screenshots in rapid succession. In a mere span of 10 minutes, over 50 units of the mechanical ergonomic chair, priced at 50,000 each, have been sold. Is it expensive? Indeed, but it is worth every penny. It brings joy and health. One cannot put a price on the lightness of being, so let us indulge in shopping. Chapter 72. Visitors outside the factory. Ye Qing had just exited an advertising agency. He was there to collect payments, as the entire Zhongyun city was abuzz with rumors about a newly released metal engraving machine, which was astonishingly fast and remarkably precise, even surpassing the beauty of handcrafted engravings. Priced at 500,000 each, customers were required to pay a deposit in advance, with the remaining balance due upon delivery. Otherwise, the goods would not be dispatched. In negotiations, delaying payment was not an option. Ye Qing's advertising slogan was straightforward, buy if you wish, if not, then step aside. This was the extent of his bravado. Previously, when his old factory sold machine tools, customers were like emperors. Now, however, despite the machines not yet being delivered, the owners of advertising firms awaited eagerly downstairs, clutching cash and checks. So far, a total of 26 engraving machines had been sold. The inventory of engraving machines was abundant. with no fewer than 20 units stacked in the factory's warehouse. No one had defaulted on payments. For possessing this engraving machine granted one a significant advantage in soft metal engraving. Whether it be metallic nameplates, advertising decorations, metallic artworks, commemorative crafts, metal business cards, or copper name signs, all engraving orders could be fulfilled faster, with superior results, and at lower prices than competitors. If one failed to profit from this, they could only be deemed foolish. As others prospered, Ye Qing naturally sought to share in that fortune. Not only had he amassed a considerable sum, but his monster factory had also ascended the local rankings from 903rd to 801st. Currently, it stood at 801st among the manufacturing enterprises in Zhongyuan, with its industrial index rising from 536 to 839. This increase in index signified an accumulation of 303 honor points and the opportunity to purchase 3 sets of disguise uniforms. However, to achieve a significant surge in both index and ranking, the factory scale must be vigorously expanded and products sold in large quantities, thus facilitating swift data growth. Money is a consumable, easily spent. The rise of 303 points in the industrial index was primarily due to product sales. Upon reaching the parking lot, before Ye Qing could enter his vehicle, a barrage of order notifications erupted from his phone, sounding like an alarm. He stood before the van, momentarily stunned. There were 60 orders for ergonomic chairs, astonishingly, from across various regions. What was happening? Ye Qing pondered, as these chairs were priced at 50,000 each. The authenticity of the orders was undeniable, indicating that a user named Chong Yu had received the chairs and promoted them within his social circle, effectively showcasing their merits to his affluent friends who could afford such luxury. Indeed, a good product guarantees its own market, as countless users would advocate for it, providing free advertising. Elated, Ye Qing hurried back to the Longxi Beach factory. With 13 chairs in stock, he resolved to ship to distant customers first, intending to expedite production for the local clientele thereafter. Additionally, he decided to gift Chong Yu 2 chairs as a token of gratitude for his promotional efforts, which had resulted in numerous orders. The third-tier monster factory could recruit up to 40 monster workers. Without hesitation, Ye Qing filled the remaining 15 recruitment slots, deploying 5 laborers and 10 skilled craftsmen to commence the production of ergonomic chairs. With 13 chairs ready for dispatch, the van was too small to accommodate them all. Given the remote location of Longxi Beach, it was impractical for couriers or logistics services to pick up the goods. Ye Qing called his father, requesting a truck. Concurrently, he resolved to purchase 2 trucks, as his recent efforts in production and sales had propelled his bank balance to 8 million. Moreover, the construction of the metal smelting center could now be prioritized, prompting Ye Qing to venture out for procurement. 2 trucks would facilitate the acquisition of vast quantities of steel for the smelting center, and he also contemplated acquiring a luxury vehicle. For quite some time, Ye Qing had envisioned owning a high-end car, ever since he spotted a young man, covered in acne, flaunting a Jaguar while accompanied by a beautiful woman at the natural residence parking lot. Though the old, paint-chipped van had accompanied him through thick and thin, witnessing his journey from rags to riches, its value depreciated as Ye Qing's wealth grew. He held sentimental attachment to the van and had no intention of discarding it. Perhaps he could send it for a makeover, complete with a fresh coat of paint and new interior. Ye Qing believed that spending 2 to 3 million on a car would be entirely feasible, as he could earn that amount in just a couple of days. Keeping his word, when the dedicated driver from the old factory arrived to collect the ergonomic chairs, Ye Qing stepped out. Now, he could confidently allow the monsters to continue their work in the workshop. The factory was securely enclosed by high walls, with the main entrance locked and one monster clad in disguise keeping watch outside, ready to alert the others if any unusual activity arose. Once the chairs were shipped and the steel ordered, Ye Qing headed straight to the automotive sales district, where he procured 2 large Dongfeng trucks with a front 4 and rear 8 configuration. He requested his father to assist with hiring drivers, as he trusted his father's experience more than his own. At 4 in the afternoon, Ye Qing hailed a taxi to take him to Construction Road, a hub for luxurious car dealerships featuring Ferraris, Benzes, Bentleys, Aston Martins, and more. The first stop was a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Ye Qing entered and perused the showroom. Greeted warmly by a sales representative, he requested a brochure and settled onto a sofa to browse leisurely. The Mercedes models were predominantly well-established, appealing to seasoned, successful individuals. Yet, shopping was about relishing the process of selection. Sipping tea while flipping through the brochure, he was assisted by a young woman in a short skirt uniform, who provided information on the vehicles. A phone call abruptly interrupted Ye Qing's delightful shopping experience. The number was peculiar, as it belonged to the skilled craftsman he had entrusted with the factory's operations in his absence. "Boss, a car has arrived outside the factory," the craftsman reported calmly. A robust figure has exited the vehicle and is knocking at the door. "What type of car?" Ye Qing inquired, standing up. Given the remote location of Longxi Beach, it was evident that someone coming to the factory was seeking him. He speculated it could be Xiao Muqing, though she had his number and would likely call if the factory gate was locked. The craftsman, though unmatched in mechanical processing, lacked knowledge of vehicles and could not identify the license plate, but he was capable of describing its appearance. There's a bird-like figure with long wings on the front, and the car has a rather square design, resembling a truck, he described. The craftsman had keen eyesight, able to discern minute details even through the door. A square front end, somewhat truck-like, adorned with a winged figure. Was that not a Rolls-Royce? Ye Qing's heart raced at the realization. The imposing figure knocking was surely a bodyguard or chauffeur. Open the door to greet them, but do not allow them into the yard. Inform them that the boss is unavailable and that outsiders are forbidden from entering due to confidentiality regarding processing matters. Mention that you have already contacted the boss, who will arrive shortly. After giving these instructions, Ye Qing excused himself from the sales representative, apologizing as he had urgent matters to attend to. Chapter 73. There must be a world-class master here. Ye Qing hurriedly hailed a taxi back to the factory. A sleek, jet-black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the entrance of Ye Qing's factory, where a master craftsman stood beside a robust man clad in a suit. As the taxi came to a halt, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, revealing a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, dressed in a dark long-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting trousers. His complexion rosy and exuding an air of confidence. Although not particularly tall, he radiated a formidable presence that commanded attention. Upon his descent from the vehicle, the driver and bodyguard, who had been incessantly complaining beside the master craftsman, fell silent and approached him with respect. He was Li Huaxing, the titan of the manufacturing industry in Zhongyun City, a guest of honor at the municipal committee, and the captain of Huaxing Heavy Industries. In the realm of manufacturing, Li Huaxing's name was synonymous with prestige. At the age of 50, he was a paragon of success, blessed with a son and a daughter, admired by all in Zhongyun City. For any entrepreneur in Zhongyun, forging a connection with Li Huaxing was akin to donning an aura of enhancement. This aura was so potent that even banks would regard them with elevated interest should Li Huaxing serve as a guarantor for a loan. Financial institutions would gladly bombard them with generous credit lines. Even the mayor would require the personal intervention of his chief secretary to secure a meeting with Li Huaxing regarding economic or corporate matters. The chief secretary's involvement did not guarantee an immediate audience with Li Huaxing. Should the mayor witness Li Huaxing waiting for 40 minutes at the entrance of a small factory, solely to meet an inconspicuous individual, he would surely be astounded. The individual for whom Li Huaxing awaited was none other than Ye Qing. Despite the long wait, Li Huaxing displayed no signs of impatience. The origins of this meeting trace back to the recent signing of an agreement with Tianqing Group. Huaxing Heavy Industries had entered into a substantial procurement contract with Tianqing Mining for 5 240-ton wheeled dump trucks, its largest wheeled vehicle offering. These landbound steel behemoths stood 6 meters tall and 12.5 meters long, boasting an impressive 500 horsepower and a weight nearing 200 tons, with tires towering at 3 meters. The ability to manufacture large-scale mining vehicles served as a benchmark for evaluating the capabilities of heavy industry enterprises. Even Huaxing Heavy Industries produced only 40 such vehicles annually, yet each truck contributed to a staggering total output value of $920 million. Each of these colossal machines commanded a price of $23 million. The remarkable Three Gorges project, once heralded as a global marvel, relied solely on imported mining vehicles to transport stones across the Yangtze River. Now, domestic production could also create these industrial giants, which required 5 tons of fuel for a single fill-up, albeit with significant quality differences compared to established foreign brands. Nonetheless, the lower price point remained attractive. The 240-ton wheeled dump truck represented a cutting-edge product developed by Huaxing Heavy Industries, building upon the foundation of their 190-ton vehicle. After successfully constructing a prototype and conducting trial runs without any issues, they eagerly launched a marketing campaign and secured 5 orders. However, once Huaxing Heavy Industries commenced mass production, serious problems unexpectedly arose. Problems necessitated solutions. Otherwise, delays in fulfilling orders or critical issues with a newly launched product could jeopardize the hard-earned reputation of Huaxing Heavy Industries. Yet, who could resolve the technical difficulties associated with the 240-ton wheeled dump truck? There were few domestic manufacturers capable of producing vehicles of similar caliber, such as Sany, Shugong, Xiangdian, and Lugong. Seeking assistance from these competitors would likely earn Li Huaxing scornful remarks about ambition exceeding capability. Turning to foreign expertise posed its own challenges. The established heavy machinery companies abroad, particularly Caterpillar, the global giant in mining equipment, were unlikely to offer support. When the domestic heavy industry was still nascent, Caterpillar thrived in the Chinese market, only to see their sales plummet by a third with each new domestic competitor. Seeking their assistance seemed futile, prompting Li Huaxing to convene 3 technical press conferences in desperation. However, even the most seasoned technicians found themselves at a loss, their frustration rising. In a moment of urgency, Li Huaxing recalled a small machining factory in Longsitang, sparked by a report from his yacht captain. Tianqing Mining had recently procured 5 vehicles along with other large-scale mining equipment, much to Li Huaxing's delight. When he learned that Tianqing's prized asset, Xiaomu, wished to indulge in deep-sea fishing, he readily lent her his private yacht, complete with its captain. Unfortunately, their outing was marred by misfortune. The yacht's propellers were rendered inoperable near Longsitang. Upon hearing this news, Li Huaxing felt no pang of regret. The cost of 2 propellers was negligible, especially since the mishap was orchestrated by his own captain. However, this minor incident piqued his curiosity. The captain mentioned that, following the navigation instructions, he had sought a nearby shipyard for repairs, only to discover it had closed down and been replaced by a machining factory under new ownership. In terms of machining prowess, Hu and Zhongyun could rival Li Huaxing's expertise and scale. Yet, this small factory had imparted a valuable lesson to him. The captain claimed the factory's owner, perhaps finding the yacht size cumbersome and knowing Xiaomu, had crafted 2 pairs of propellers from aluminum alloy to replace the damaged ones. The 7-blade, high-angled propellers were a feat that even Huaxing Heavy Industries would struggle to produce in a short time frame. Of course, producing such components would necessitate specialized equipment. Li Huaxing, intrigued yet skeptical, pondered whether this factory possessed unique machining techniques or perhaps boasted the presence of an exceptional craftsman. As for the shipyard workers who bragged about their DMG machining centers and superior precision, Li Huaxing could barely contain his laughter. Huaxing Heavy Industries had its own DMG centers. Did he not understand the feasibility of crafting propellers? Yet, should they be pure, unmodified foreign versions, he saw no issue. However, he deemed that possibility exceedingly slim, suspecting that handcrafting was the most likely scenario. After all, the world's first screw-propelled vessel had been constructed in 1836, long before the advent of CNC machining centers or vertical milling machines, relying solely on manual craftsmanship. The precision achieved through hurried manual labor could not possibly compare to that of the original manufacturers. Li Huaxing, who harbored an obsessive fixation on precision, promptly ordered 2 original propellers from abroad. When they arrived the previous day, he seized the opportunity to have workers replace the damaged units on the yacht while it returned to the dock. The workshop-made propellers were also brought back, as Li Huaxing was eager to examine the capabilities of this small factory that had managed to produce 2 propellers in a mere half-day. When the 2 propellers, which he deemed subpar in terms of precision, were presented before him, Li Huaxing was nearly driven to drop his crystal cup worth several thousand. What he beheld was not the work of a mere workshop. It was the pinnacle of craftsmanship. He meticulously employed calipers, micrometers, roundness gauges, and angle measuring instruments to assess every conceivable measurement technique. The conclusion reached left Li Huaxing fuming, denouncing the 2 original factory propellers as worthless, mere trinkets meant to deceive. After the workers dejectedly reattached the 2 propellers, Li Huaxing suddenly rose from his chair. Indeed, the challenge faced by Huaxing Heavy Industry was, after all, a conundrum in mechanical processing. The opposing party undoubtedly possessed specialized machining techniques and was likely overseen by a master craftsman of world-class caliber. The following day, Li Huaxing made a special trip, having his driver take him to a small processing factory at Longxi Beach, intending to pay a visit to the owner there. Chapter 74. The master appears. Li Huaxing, filled with sincere intentions, encountered a rather amusing incident upon his visit. He was stopped at the entrance by a gatekeeper. Indeed, a rather pompous old man, with his fingers lodged in his nostrils, declared with a haughty demeanor, "I don't care who Li Huaxing is. If the boss is not here, you cannot enter." This gatekeeper, lacking in discernment, further remarked, "The machining techniques in our factory are confidential. What if you learn something inside?" Li Huaxing's bodyguard was infuriated. It was one thing for this old man not to recognize the name of his boss, but to obstinately refuse entry was intolerable. What secrets could possibly reside in such a humble workshop? Had the gatekeeper not appeared so rustic and seemingly uneducated, the bodyguard would have felt compelled to enlighten him on the true meaning of manufacturing confidentiality. In their esteemed Huaxing Heavy Industry, when provincial leaders came to visit, intricate high-precision machining of large components was never undertaken lightly. Even when faced with the insistence of officials who wished to see a demonstration, photography was strictly prohibited. That is what true manufacturing confidentiality entails. However, This individual stood there, guarding the gate. It was best not to argue with an ignorant fool. The bodyguard. Seething with anger, yet Li Huaxing found himself in high spirits. It was entirely reasonable that the gatekeeper had not heard of his illustrious name. Li Huaxing had no intention of holding a grudge against a mere gatekeeper. However, with his luxury vehicle and the imposing presence of his bodyguard, the gatekeeper surely had an inkling that Li Huaxing might be there to discuss business with his boss. Therefore, being denied entry only served to confirm that the factory indeed harbored significant manufacturing secrets. Moreover, upon observing the high walls that surrounded the premises, which evidently obstructed visibility, Li Huaxing felt even more pleased. The greater the secrecy, the more his spirits soared. Thus, when Ye Qing finally arrived after a 40-minute taxi ride, Li Huaxing bore no resentment. The moment Li Huaxing stepped out of the car, Ye Qing instantly recognized him. Who in the business park was unaware of the illustrious name of Li Huaxing? He was a target for all, having appeared on television more frequently than the mayor. And Huaxing Heavy Industry was a neighboring old factory. Ye Qing viewed him as an aspirational figure. As soon as he alighted, Ye Qing rushed forward, eagerly extending his hands. Yet, Ye Qing was perplexed. What could Li Huaxing possibly want from him? Welcome, welcome, Chairman Li. It is an honor to have you here. As Ye Qing shook hands with him, he felt exhilarated, suddenly considering the prospect of showcasing this moment on social media. Chairman Li, you truly appear youthful. Li Huaxing reciprocated the handshake, attempting to temper his usual authority, and replied politely, at your age, I was still repairing bicycles on the streets, while you have already carved out a significant territory and established yourself in the manufacturing realm. Ye Qing smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to Li Huaxing's flattery. Given his own confusion regarding the purpose of this visit, the tale of Li Huaxing's rise was nothing short of legendary, and when he mentioned repairing bicycles, it was likely a mere fade for secretly amassing parts to assemble and sell bicycles. Li Huaxing, well-versed in reading people, quickly discerned Ye Qing's discomfort with his customary pleasantries. Thus, he cut to the chase, articulating the purpose of his visit with remarkable directness. Chairman Ye, your factory's capabilities in machining are truly impressive. With a sigh, Li Huaxing invited Ye Qing to sit in the luxurious back seat of his Rolls-Royce for their discussion. The gatekeeper's refusal to allow Li Huaxing entry was of no concern to him. He preferred to avoid any suspicion of espionage. The backseat of the Rolls-Royce was an exquisite setting for conversation, complete with a refrigerator stocked with the finest wines and juices. Drawing from his prior experience in a Bentley, Ye Qing was not overly surprised, yet his resolve to acquire a luxury vehicle only strengthened. Chairman Ye, I am sure you are curious as to why I sought you out, Li Huaxing began as he retrieved 2 premium cigars from a storage compartment, cutting the ends before offering one to Ye Qing. As he lit his cigar, he sighed and continued, you surely recall the 2 propellers I commissioned from Xiamuqing. Their quality astonished me and confirmed that your factory houses world-class craftsmen. As Li Huaxing savored the rich cigar, the smoke was deftly whisked away by the advanced ventilation system. Currently, my Huaxing Heavy Industry is grappling with a technical challenge regarding the production of 240-ton mining dump trucks. Preliminary analyses suggest a power structure issue, yet we have been unable to pinpoint the exact cause. I wish to enlist the expertise of your factory's skilled craftsmen to assist in troubleshooting. Li Huaxing gazed expectantly at Ye Qing. In mechanical processing, I trust you understand that once you grasp the principles of power, identifying issues becomes a matter of experience. 240-ton mining trucks? Ye Qing was envious upon hearing this. They were colossal beasts of steel. He recalled watching Jackie Chan's film, The Last Good Man, where the hero drove such a monstrous vehicle, crushing the villas of villains and demolishing a trail of luxury cars like Porsches and Rolls-Royces, all of which were akin to mining dump trucks. The memory of that behemoth, with tires towering higher than 4 sedans stacked atop one another, left a lasting impression on him. It was a Caterpillar product, the 797 series mining dump truck, larger even than Li Huaxing's offering. Now the question arose. Li Huaxing was facing difficulties, as their latest product could not proceed to production due to technical issues. Should Ye Qing offer his assistance? Knowledge in mechanical processing is a domain where even the most skilled craftsmen excel. However, just as Ye Qing had initially hesitated to sell his expertise, if these craftsmen resolved the issue, it would only bolster Li Huaxing's position. Huaxing Heavy Industry was the manufacturing leader in Zhongyun and Ye Qing's primary target to surpass. Yet, assisting Li Huaxing, while it might extend Ye Qing's journey, was not without merit. The challenges Li Huaxing faced were temporary. Larger trucks than the 240-ton model existed in the market. If others could produce them, so too could Li Huaxing. It was merely a matter of time for technical resolution. By aiding him, Ye Qing would not only avoid providing entirely new technology, but also secure a handsome reward and the invaluable friendship of Li Huaxing. something every entrepreneur in Zhongyan coveted. This was a favor worth granting. Failure to resolve the technical issue would render Li Huaxing's advertisements mere bluster, tarnishing his reputation and incurring substantial penalty fees for delayed deliveries. At this juncture, time was of the essence for Li Huaxing. By assisting him in overcoming this hurdle, Ye Qing would naturally reap significant benefits. Having made his decision, Ye Qing readily agreed to help. Upon hearing Ye Qing's affirmation, Li Huaxing could hardly maintain his composure, excitement overtaking him as he grasped Ye Qing's hand, his expression brimming with anticipation as he inquired if they could set off immediately. Not a problem. I will inform the workers, Ye Qing replied, though he felt the need to temper his enthusiasm with a word of caution. Chairman Li, if our craftsmen are unable to identify the issue, please do not take offense. How could I? I would be immensely grateful for your assistance, Li Huaxing exclaimed, personally opening the car door for Ye Qing. I will sit in the front. You and the master can occupy the back. Right away. Upon disembarking, Ye Qing called out to the skilled craftsman who had been standing nearby. Boss, what is the situation? The craftsman, temporarily acting as the gatekeeper, hurried over. Fetch some measuring tools from the workshop and come with me. Ye Qing gestured towards Li Huaxing. We are going to assist Chairman Li in troubleshooting a technical fault at his factory. Chao Air, now at leisure and clad in the garb of a technician, was naturally called upon by Ye Qing. After all, it made little difference whom among the array of skilled artisans was summoned. Very well, the adept replied without hesitation, promptly heading to the workshop to retrieve tools. Their personal detection instruments were of rare-grade craftsmanship, endowed with significant attribute enhancements. At that moment, the bodyguard and driver, who was about to take the passenger seat, was momentarily taken aback. Their movements froze, and their expressions became rigid with disbelief. Indeed, they could affirm that they had not misheard. The gatekeeper was accompanying them to investigate the mechanical malfunction. Truly, he was merely a gatekeeper. The bodyguard and Li Huaxing exchanged glances, bewildered as to his purpose. When the skilled artisan, laden with his toolbox, nonchalantly settled into the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce, the bodyguard's expression morphed into one of profound discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. Seeking to clarify, he posed a rather tactful inquiry to the artisan. Master, are you familiar with the power principles of a 240-ton mining truck? Such rudimentary technology could be comprehended with merely a glance. The adept, unfazed, provocatively retorted. What could possibly be of merit in learning the principles of such elementary technology? If I could articulate it, would I still be here driving? The bodyguard, incensed, was tempted to unleash his frustration upon the elderly gentleman. Meanwhile, Li Huaxing, seated in the front, visibly flinched. However, as he was in need of assistance, he stifled his myriad questions. Upon their arrival at the factory, the gatekeeper was introduced to what it meant to encounter world-class machinery and the essence of true heavy industry, leading Li Huaxing to believe that his dignity could indeed be restored. Chapter 75. All are unqualified upon arriving at the factory. The security guard witnessed the epitome of world-class processing equipment and the essence of heavy industry. Li Huaxing felt that his dignity could be restored. Previously, the guard had refused him entry, but Li Huaxing bore no grudge. Now, witnessing the magnificent industrial behemoth, a product of the collective effort of thousands and his own relentless dedication, being dismissed as merely a low-level technical principle, Li Huaxing could hardly contain his displeasure. Thus, upon arriving at Huaxing Heavy Industry, he resolved to enlighten the old gentleman and reclaim his lost face. 27 minutes later, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly into the second phase of Huaxing Heavy Industry. The company comprises 3 expansive factories, each sprawling enough to astonish, with automation that escalates in sophistication. The first and second factories are adjacent, separated only by a scenic river, while the third phase is already under construction nearby the original site. Back on his home turf, Li Huaxing felt a sense of restored pride. Inviting Ye Qing and Master Qiao to disembark, Master Qiao maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, while Ye Qing stood in awe, struggling to articulate his admiration. The sheer scale of Huaxing Heavy Industry was overwhelming, presenting a vast ocean of machinery and steel. Gigantic steel-structured factories dotted the landscape. Colossal gantry cranes loomed overhead, and freight tracks crisscrossed the grounds, while the open parking lot bustled with rows of brand-new construction vehicles. Industrial vehicles scuttled about in abundance, some of which even Ye Qing could not name, hoisting gargantuan, intimidating mechanical components that occasionally crossed his line of sight. With pride etched on his face, Li Huaxing turned to inquire about the factory's merit from Master Qiao. Though the old man refrained from disparaging the establishment, his eyes conveyed a clear disdain, suggesting that he found the facility woefully outdated. Li Huaxing nearly choked on the implications of that look. After all, Hadn't the visiting clients and inspection teams sung praises and expressed wonder? This old man couldn't even muster a single word of flattery. Frustrated, Li Huaxing instructed the driver to fetch an electric tour vehicle, leading the group directly to the wheeled mining vehicle production workshop. He was determined to discover what expertise this old man possessed. The electric vehicle halted before a white steel-structured factory, towering 20 meters high and stretching 800 meters long. As they entered, they found 2 or 3 dozen workers clad in blue uniforms, alongside several senior technicians in gray attire. Behind them stood 7 neatly arranged mining vehicles, each at varying stages of completion. The most complete among them stood at the forefront, its body finished, awaiting only the addition of a staircase and safety handrails, while another lacked a dumping bed, and the last was merely the cab, exposing its massive engine and generator. Standing before such colossal machines, Ye Qing was left in awe. This was industry, a critical measure of a nation's strength. Yet, despite his admiration, Ye Qing believed that it would not be long before the monster factory could produce these steel giants, even larger and more formidable. Master Qiao, what do you think of this factory? Does it meet your standards? Li Huaxing yearned to hear a compliment from Master Qiao. This factory represented an investment of 900 million, covering an area of 150,000 square meters, all featuring diamond sand wear-resistant flooring. The facility boasted high levels of automation, with all machinery managed intelligently and welding entirely performed by robotic arms. Zero manual welding, zero manual assembly, zero manual transportation. As he spoke, Li Huaxing faltered, for despite Master Qiao's attentive demeanor, his gaze seemingly disregarded the advanced, intelligent workshop that others could scarcely comprehend. Li Huaxing nearly lost his composure. Had he not believed in Master Qiao's exceptional mechanical expertise, he would have had his bodyguards give the old man a stern talking to, demanding a compliment. Yes, at this moment, Li Huaxing craved a single word of praise from Master Qiao. Chairman, is this the master you invited? The lead technician, an elderly gentleman with thick reading glasses and an air of scholarly elegance, addressed Li Huaxing. Over 20 pairs of eyes scrutinized Master Qiao and Ye Qing, most filled with skepticism. Each structure of the mining vehicle was well known to these technicians, who had grappled with problems for years that they believed were insurmountable. What right did this old man have to claim he could solve them? Surely, the boss was simply grasping at straws, thinking he had found a savior in a casual acquaintance with some knowledge of processing technology. Yes, Master Wang, this is Master Qiao. Please share the technical issues you've been encountering. Li Huaxing demonstrated respect for his employee, shedding any airs of authority. If Ye Qing's mentor were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the elder and approach him with the utmost reverence. His name was Wang Caiqi, a former master's supervisor at Zhongyun University's School of Mechanical Engineering, ranking among the top 5 in mechanical technology within Zhongyun City. During his teaching career, he published over 40 papers in domestic and international journals, with more than 15 indexed by EI. Currently, he serves as the chief engineer at Huaxing Heavy Industry and participates in over 10 provincial and corporate research projects, being the only top talent daring enough to directly challenge Li Huaxing. Master Qiao, greetings, Wang Caiqi approached and shook Master Qiao's hand. Although he harbored doubts, he felt compelled to extend the courtesy as he was brought in by the boss. After exchanging pleasantries, he led Ye Qing and Master Qiao to stand before the foremost mining vehicle. Behold, this is the completed 240-ton mining vehicle. We have 7 in total, each at different stages of completion, allowing you to observe the mechanical structure firsthand. Master Qiao regarded these outdated contraptions with disdain, deeming them entirely unworthy of his scrutiny. In my view, these are all flawed. Let us cut to the chase. Master Qiao believed he had been sufficiently polite. Ye Qing, standing nearby, coughed a few times, signaling for him to tone it down and spare these individuals some dignity. Without needing a second prompt, the workers and technicians erupted in outrage, their anger palpable. If looks could kill, Master Qiao would have been obliterated in an instant. What did you say, old man? A young worker surged forward, eyes ablaze. Are you blind? Our Huaxing Heavy Industry has spent decades producing mining equipment to create the 240-ton vehicle, and you dare to say it is flawed? The young worker ripped open his collar, revealing his muscular chest. If you don't explain yourself today, you shall not leave this place. Enough. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Huaxing's face. The young worker stammered several times, but ultimately retreated, filled with frustration, back into the crowd. Master Qiao felt unjustly accused. He had been restrained in his remarks, offering no ridicule except towards the bodyguard. Why must they hold these subpar machines in such high regard? Ye Qing, too, felt a twinge of displeasure. Master Qiao was his employee, and such public reproach reflected poorly on him. However, with Li Huaxing having diffused the situation, Ye Qing refrained from further comment. The issue lay with the power system. Chief Engineer Wang Caiqi appeared somewhat perturbed as well. Currently, there are 2 mining vehicles available for testing. However, inexplicably, during the trial run of the first vehicle, it encountered a locked rear axle power system after merely 10 kilometers. We promptly tested the second vehicle, only to discover it experienced the same issue. Both vehicles could only traverse a mere distance of slightly over 10 kilometers before the drive shaft would seize. After a brief half-hour restart, they would operate for a short while before locking up again. I can assure you, our design is flawless. It is an enhancement based on the original 190-ton mining vehicle model. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Caiqi felt a tinge of embarrassment. The identical malfunction in both vehicles indicates that this is no mere coincidence. We immediately halted operations for repairs. Yet despite disassembling the mining vehicles multiple times, we could not pinpoint the problem. It is certainly not an issue of precision. Each component is a certified product, and subsequent inspections have corroborated this fact. The conundrum lies here. While the design is sound and precision impeccable, the vehicles can only travel a mere 10 kilometers. And that is without any load. The ingenious master could no longer contain his laughter. Ye Qing had already sensed the murderous glint in the eyes of the workers and technicians. The master of ingenuity remained silent as he approached the fourth mining vehicle, which had its frame and power system installed, revealing the complete power structure. Naturally, he had to ascend the surrounding ladders, for he was not tall enough to reach the vehicle's hub otherwise. Although he carried some measuring equipment in his backpack, the master of ingenuity felt no need to use it. With just a fleeting glance, certainly not exceeding 5 seconds, he turned his head, meeting the line of resentful gazes below. Since my employer has requested me to identify the issue, the master of ingenuity adopted a tone akin to that of a teacher addressing children. I shall assist you in uncovering the problem. This mining vehicle, I am not targeting a specific detail, but rather, I assert that all structural components are utterly substandard. Do we have a hammer? Bring me a hammer. Chapter 76. Master, you are right. We are just rubbish. A crowbar was swiftly fetched, and had it not been for the older workers nearby, the one wielding the crowbar would have undoubtedly hurled it at the delicate master, sending him tumbling down the steps. The thought of knocking this little old man down was shared by all, including Li Huaxing. Was it truly acceptable to strike someone in such a manner? In their eyes, the products they cherished as if they were children, flawless in their perception, possessed not a single commendable aspect. Come down here. The temperamental among them began to bellow in rage. Let us settle this with a contest of precision. The previously indifferent expression on the master's face vanished, replaced by a haughty disdain. His eagle-like gaze emanated an air of superiority. Amidst the cacophony of angry voices, the master spoke, and with a single utterance. He silenced them as if they had been bombarded. With just a glance at the main beams of your vehicle frames, I can ascertain that their linear deviation exceeds 0.07 millimeters per meter. What do you think has become of the 12-meter-long beams? They resemble a writhing creature. Tell me, is this what you call a qualified product? The collective ire of the crowd was abruptly stifled by the master's words. The linear deviation of the beams. A 12-meter beam is a singular entity, and the larger the component, the more challenging it is to process. The master implied that these beams were so warped that not a single meter was straight. He was not mistaken. Large milling machines inevitably incur some precision error, and during the transport and welding onto the frame, the high-temperature deformation exacerbated this inaccuracy. While the workers could measure these errors, they deemed them insignificant within an acceptable range. Yet, how did this little old man perceive it? Chief Engineer Wang Caiqi felt his face flush. He understood the implications of this error, but being called out on it was another matter entirely. Though he felt confident, the error was indeed excessive. If applied to a standard sedan, it would be deemed unacceptable. They yearned to inquire further, yet the master provided no opportunity for questions. Now, let us examine your engine's reducer casing. Is it circular? I could draw a better circle with ease. How absurd. Look at the spacing of the screw holes in your reducer casing. Is it an attempt to cut costs or save time? The master waved the crowbar in the air. I guarantee that within a year, the reducer casing will begin to leak lubricant. This is sheer rubbish, the product of inexperience. The reducer casing was a cast iron component, albeit of considerable size. The internal gears did not need to make contact with the casing. Thus, precision was not overly crucial. Only the drilling precision at the connection point to the engine's crankshaft needed to be properly managed, as the design had allowed for ample tolerance, effectively providing space for lubrication. From an efficiency standpoint, Chief Engineer Wang Caiqi's design was not flawed. The parts of a mining vehicle were numerous, and to save time and costs, many heavy machinery enterprises simplified unnecessary processes. However, the master's words suddenly made Chief Engineer Wang Caiqi realize that he had committed a grave error, a classic blunder. He had scaled the original 190-ton reducer to a 240-ton application without any modifications. While this was not inherently problematic, he had failed to increase the number of necessary screw holes for sealing the casing from the original 48. With the size increase, the spacing between the same number of holes widened, leading to a natural decline in fastening capability. Over time, the sealing gaskets would inevitably wear down, resulting in the leaks commonly associated with domestic products. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as Chief Engineer Wang Saichi turned pale, instinctively reaching into his coat pocket to retrieve his notebook, trembling as he hastily recorded this monumental oversight. As he jotted down his notes in a way only he could decipher, he wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning around, he noticed that the workers around him had also pulled out their notebooks or phones, anxiously recording this critical flaw. Had it not been for the Master's enlightening discourse today, they would have only discovered this overlooked detail after delivering the product to clients. Enduring a barrage of complaint calls after 1 or 2 years of usage. By then, their brand reputation would be tarnished, labeled as unreliable, leaky, with design issues. Among other disparaging titles. The more complex the product, the more iterations it requires from design to reliable maturity, often involving numerous trials before achieving perfection. The Master's insight had spared them from a colossal pitfall. Now, observe your hydraulic lifting apparatus. The 4 main hydraulic lifts are spaced so closely. Are you attempting to pierce the vehicle's compartment? And your steering system? Kindly measure the spacing with a ruler. And the design of your suspension. The master stood atop the elevated platform, speaking ceaselessly without pause. Each word he uttered resonated in the ears of those below, transforming into the sweetest melodies. Even terms like rubbish and substandard became music to their ears. They had become seekers of wisdom. Their previous disdain had morphed into profound admiration and unwavering reverence. The sound of technicians swiftly jotting down notes filled the air, as they became so engrossed that they meticulously recorded even the words rubbish and substandard. Li Huaxing's demeanor was less than commendable. He stood beside a technician, scrutinizing every word, preparing to copy the notes for further study in the office. He was supposed to be the guard, responsible for keeping watch. Yet he stood like a wooden stake, his mind in disarray, unable to comprehend the magnitude of this moment. Now, regarding your designed electric transmission system, I can only describe it as rubbish. The gear system of the DC motor is clearly coughing. Ye Qing immediately caught the master's attention. As he began to critique the core technology of the mining truck, the DC motor transmission system, prompting him to exchange glances and gestures. The sudden silence from the master made the technicians and workers, who had prepared their ears to listen intently, grow anxious. Master, please continue, urged the worker who had once considered hurling a hammer at him. He had now transformed into a model student, diligently recording the proceedings on his phone. Master, please go on, do not stop. At that moment, Chief Engineer Wang Saichi was climbing the construction scaffold, eager to position himself close to the master for a first-hand lesson. Master, please continue. Our faulty product harbors numerous technical deficiencies awaiting your elucidation. Indeed. Several technicians fervently nodded, having cast aside their previous anger. What an international joke it would be. This esteemed elder before them was undeniably a world-class master, likely having held a top technical position at Caterpillar. His words were worth more than a decade of their own futile speculation. It is all rubbish, utterly unfinishable. The master craftsman, with a disdainful hum, approached the rear axle, which was crammed with a colossal direct current motor, along the expansive frame reminiscent of a broad thoroughfare. A drive shaft, as thick as 1 meter and 8 meters long, gleaming like a polished mirror, caught the master craftsman's eye. With agility, he leapt onto the rear axle and struck the massive power shaft vigorously with his sledgehammer. The crisp, melodious sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, silencing all present. Even their breaths seemed to momentarily halt. For the master craftsman had closed his eyes, hand cupped beside his ear, in a gesture of attentive listening. As the harmonious echo faded, he jumped to the opposite side and struck the power shaft once more. Is this truly a power shaft? It bore hidden damage at its core. Therein lay the problem. With an expression of disdain, the master craftsman returned to the scaffolding and addressed the workers and technicians, who craned their necks in eager anticipation of his teachings. Who was responsible for the production of such a wretched power shaft? Alongside Li Huaxing, all eyes turned towards a technician clad in a gray work uniform. They had unconditional faith in the master craftsman's skills, for with merely a sledgehammer, he could discern the internal flaws of the shaft. What extraordinary prowess! Boss, stammered the young technician, his face flushed. The precision of the power shaft is impeccable, I assure you. Every step undertaken by the workers strictly adhered to production protocols. There can be no issues with precision. Master craftsman, exclaimed Chief Engineer Wang Saichi, raking his silver-gray hair in confusion. If the shaft's precision were lacking, It should have jammed completely, yet it has run over 10 kilometers without faltering. Your standards for precision are dishearteningly low. The master craftsman shook his head. However, the issue did not lie with precision. Although it met the bare minimum requirements, the materials were subpar, the processing methods inadequate, and the quenching techniques deplorable. The master craftsman examined the power shaft. The central direct current motor generated heat during operation, leading to slight thermal expansion of the shaft. Surely, you have not calculated the thermal expansion coefficient of the shaft, nor have you accurately assessed the quality of this direct current motor. Thermal expansion coefficient. Chief Engineer Wang Saichi trembled as if struck by lightning, his body quaking with excitement, more fervently than a practitioner who has attained enlightenment. A single statement had awakened him from his reverie. No wonder everything functioned normally at startup, only to jam after running over 10 kilometers. When they disassembled the mining vehicle for examination, the temperature of the power shaft would have already cooled, thus revealing no precision errors. During the production of the 190-ton mining vehicle, they had directly purchased mature technology from abroad, and this issue had never arisen. The materials used for the independently developed 240-ton vehicle shaft had always been the same as those for the 190-ton model, making the direct current motor the obvious culprit. By addressing the cooling issues of the direct current motor, the jamming problem could be resolved. So that's it. Large mining vehicles operate with an engine driving a generator, which in turn produces immense electrical power to drive the direct current motor on the rear axle. The direct current motors for the 190-ton and 240-ton vehicles must therefore be designed differently. Thus, we simply need to redesign the direct current motor. But how to design it? Chief Engineer Wang Saichi was just about to scratch his head in contemplation when, as his hand brushed against his hair, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. A world-class master stood before him, and he had contemplated the audacity of designing a motor himself. However, the chairman would surely face considerable expenses this time. Chapter 77. You must like it. Li Huaxing stood beside Ye Qing, his gaze flitting between Ye Qing and the master craftsman with palpable excitement. His thrill mirrored a similar fervor he had experienced back in 2006, when he secured a monumental mechanical order worth a staggering $1 billion from the Nigerian government. Mining vehicles are intricate industrial products composed of thousands of parts, and there exists no enterprise on this planet that can confidently assert its vehicles are devoid of design flaws. Even supercomputers falter. Despite national efforts in developing aircraft engines, numerous issues arose during small-scale prototype testing, even after several rounds of updates to the supercomputers. The notion of a flawlessly designed complex product is purely a figment of human imagination. Consider the highly mature civilian automobile industry at its peak. Toyota recalled its vehicles up to 24 times in a single year for defect corrections. There were instances of halting sales of 8 models in the United States due to severe defects and temporarily closing production lines. Which company, Volkswagen, BMW, General Motors, has not begrudgingly recalled its flawed products? When design flaws surface, the only recourse for salvaging a company's reputation is to admit fault and expedite repairs. Now, that elderly gentleman perched on the scaffolding, merely by observing and tapping, identified several design defects in the new mining vehicle and incisively pinpointed the most significant technical challenge plaguing Li Huaxing. Such extraordinary insight and profound industry experience are truly commendable. It is no exaggeration to praise this master craftsman as a world-class figure in the mechanical field. Yet, astonishingly, such talent finds itself at a humble factory, merely serving as a gatekeeper, or rather, as the small proprietor claimed, a technical consultant, enjoying tea and leisurely strolls while occasionally revealing his skills to astonish all. He is akin to the monks sweeping the floor in demigods and semi-devils. This was Li Huaxing's conjecture, but he could never fathom that beneath Ye Qing's guidance there were already 17 equally skilled individuals like the master craftsman, and the number was only growing. Most crucially, Ye Qing possessed countless blueprints of perfect products that existed solely in the realm of human dreams. Resisting the urge to speculate further, Li Huaxing directed the workers to take the lead mining vehicle outside to verify whether the issues stemmed from thermal expansion. The 200-ton mining vehicle rumbled out of the workshop. With utmost sincerity, Li Huaxing invited Ye Qing and the master craftsman to tour another production facility of his. At this moment, he did not dare hope for praise from the master craftsman. He merely wished for a critique that would lend him some esteem. Ye Qing readily accepted, recognizing it as an invaluable opportunity for learning. The first stop of their tour was the power shaft and bearing production workshop, a realm Li Huaxing seldom revealed. If the mining vehicle production facility epitomized intelligent technology, then the bearing workshop was the epitome of heavy steel manufacturing. A meter-wide high-carbon chromium bearing steel was cut into suitable shapes by large saws. Subsequently, a colossal engineering vehicle rumbled in, gripping a 1-ton steel mass with its pincers and placing it into a gas-heating furnace, where it basked in flames exceeding 1,000 degrees. Once it glowed a deep red, it was transferred beneath a towering 10,000-ton hydraulic press, where immense pressure transformed the high-carbon chromium steel into a flat disc. Accompanied by the painful sound of compression, the flattened bearing steel proceeded to the hole expanding process, first utilizing a hydraulic press to extrude a central hole, then moving to a massive ring mill, where it was heated and its diameter expanded. This was the procedure for producing ultra-large bearings. On the other side, a 6,000-ton free forging press gripped a glowing rectangular steel ingot, gradually feeding it into the press's workbench, where it was pounded into a cylinder by a hammer of astounding power. This was the pivotal step in manufacturing power shafts. The master craftsman remarked that the power shaft with hidden flaws was similarly forged into a cylinder before undergoing precision machining. While the master craftsman appeared unimpressed, his lips pursed in disdain, Ye Qing was utterly captivated. The metal smelting center he was about to construct would integrate all these colossal processing machines, facilitating seamless operations from mineral smelting to final shaping. At that point, Ye Qing would genuinely possess the credentials to compete with large heavy industrial groups. The workshop was stifling, yet Ye Qing's enthusiasm burned brighter. Li Huaxing felt a chill, and the master craftsman seemed to realize he had spoken too much. Now, he merely pursed his lips in silence. After touring several core production facilities, the master craftsman remained dismissive, while the young proprietor exhibited keen interest. Li Huaxing discerned that this master craftsman was utterly subservient to Ye Qing. A mere glance from Ye Qing could render this once rebellious master as docile as a rabbit. At this moment, a worker rushed over, beaming with joy, informing Li Huaxing that several technicians had confirmed the issue indeed lay with thermal expansion. The DC motor used for the drive wheels had an inadequate heat dissipation design, and since the motor was embedded in the power shaft, they had to remove its protective casing to uncover the problem. Li Huaxing waved the worker away and, with an air of mystery, ushered Ye Qing and the master craftsman into a lavishly furnished office adorned with hand-woven wool carpets. This young man was indeed fortunate to have attracted such a master craftsman. From the moment the master craftsman stood on the mining vehicle and berated the technicians and workers beneath him, Li Huaxing recognized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Had it not been for the master's obedience to Ye Qing, Li Huaxing would have discreetly extended an olive branch. However, he was uncertain about the nature of their relationship and feared that an impulsive invitation might backfire and bring him disgrace. Additionally, the master's temperament was notoriously volatile. Should he secure the craftsman for the factory, Li Huaxing would soon find himself grappling with how to mediate conflicts among the workers. Hence, with the initial collaboration successfully underway, he could always summon Ye Qing and the master craftsman for future challenges. The master's unwavering loyalty to Ye Qing was a thought that solidified Li Huaxing's resolve to cultivate a good rapport with Ye Qing. Little boss Ye, I must say, you possess an enviable ally, Li Huaxing mused, retrieving a box of rare tea from his desk, which emitted a subtle sandalwood fragrance, instructing his secretary to brew tea for their esteemed guests. By the way, I noticed you took a taxi when you arrived at the factory gate. Have you not yet purchased a car? With the major concern alleviated, Li Huaxing appeared remarkably relaxed. Were you at the 4S dealership on Jianxi Road? Ye Qing felt slightly embarrassed, knowing Li Huaxing was about to bestow a gift upon him. Shopping for a car? Li Huaxing inquired, stretching languidly. I recall that Jianxi Road is lined with luxury car dealerships. It seems the young boss Ye has earned quite a fortune. What type of vehicle are you considering? I'm not too familiar with this area. Perhaps something in the range of 2 to 3 million? Once I earn more, I might indulge in a sports car or something similar. The more exquisite the car, the longer the waiting period. My Rolls-Royce took 4 months from order to delivery. There's no need to buy one. Li Huaxing winked at Ye Qing. I'll gift you a car. A few months ago, I ordered a vehicle to change my ride, and it just arrived at Zhongyun Port this morning. It's still lying at the port for customs clearance. Consider it a gift. I assure you will adore it. Chapter 78. I am Laganda. Ye Qi was somewhat taken aback. Did Li Huaxing intend to gift him a car? From his words, it seemed that this vehicle was one he had purchased and was planning to replace. What was Li Huaxing's current vehicle? A Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury ride tailored to the user's specifications. However, to be candid, despite the Phantom's grand reputation, its design left much to be desired, resembling that of a truck at the front. Now, after waiting several months for a brand new car, he intended to pass it on to Ye Qing before it even left the port. Ye Qing found it hard to comprehend. A person of Li Huaxing's stature would surely opt for a vehicle of the same caliber as the Phantom when replacing it. There was no way he would downgrade. Such an extravagant automobile, priced over 8 million, was something Ye Qing had never even dreamed of encountering in the past. Now, Someone was offering him a brand new one, freshly arrived by sea. The more exquisite the car, the longer the wait for its release. This vehicle had waited for several months, further underscoring its exceptional quality. As Ye Qing's thoughts drifted, Li Huaxing's secretary approached, offering a fragrant cup of tea while delivering news that the customs duties for the automobile had been cleared, and the dealership had sent someone to deliver the car. Excited though he was, Ye Qing maintained his composure. Having helped Li Huaxing resolve a significant issue and pointed out numerous design flaws with precision, he was undoubtedly entitled to a remarkable reward. Yet, even with such a generous remuneration, he hadn't anticipated it to be this substantial. This was an investment. The next time Li Huaxing faced a mechanical processing conundrum, he would surely seek Ye Qing's expertise again, and he would feel somewhat embarrassed to continue accepting payment. The next time, even if Li Huaxing offered compensation, Ye Qing would likely refuse. After all, friends assist one another in times of need. Naturally, when Ye Qing encountered difficulties, he knew Li Huaxing would not stand idly by. Li Huaxing was an industrial titan in Zhongyun City, with connections that extended far beyond this locale. Many challenges that appeared insurmountable to Ye Qing could be resolved with a mere phone call from him. Chairmanly, should you encounter similar technical issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Ye Qing reassured him. He believed that as long as it did not involve reselling the cutting-edge technology from the monster factory, lending a hand was perfectly reasonable. The products from Huaxing Heavy Industries still had a considerable gap compared to those of established heavy industry groups. Without the support of advanced technology, they could not become true rivals to the monster factory. Absolutely. Yi, if you find yourself in any trouble, feel free to come to me, Li Huaxing said with a beaming smile, firmly shaking Ye Qing's hand. He then approached the master craftsman, extending his hand in gratitude to the skilled artisan. The master craftsman gulped down the hot tea in one go, savoring the flavor before extending his right hand. After their handshake, he seemed dissatisfied with the tea's taste and requested cold water when his secretary offered to refill his cup. Li Huaxing paused, uncertain whether to be concerned about the tea or astonished by the master's fearlessness of heat. Those who excel in certain fields often possess peculiarities. The master craftsman's disregard for fine tea only seemed to align with his distinguished status. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the distinctive roar of heavy trucks and the sound of air brakes echoed from outside the office. Li Huaxing glanced through the floor-to-ceiling windows and waved at Ye Qing. Yi, the special car has arrived. I assure you, you will love it. Ye Qing looked out as well, spotting a streamlined silhouette of a car covered in a silver-gray dust cover on the flatbed truck, its length surpassing that of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, yet differing from the bulky and rigid lines of the Rolls-Royce. As they descended the stairs, the silver-gray cover had already been removed by workers, revealing a ramp being laid out for the vehicle's descent. Before Ye Qing stood a car, entirely silver and exuding a striking athletic aesthetic. The broad headlights and hexagonal grille made it easy for Ye Qing to identify the brand, Aston Martin, a premier car manufacturer renowned for its racing heritage. This is the Aston Martin Lagonda, Li Huaxing cheerfully introduced. This car costs slightly more than my Phantom. Although both are four-seater sedans, they are two extremes. One is meant for being chauffeured, while the other is designed for driving. I grew weary of the Rolls-Royce and wanted to purchase this for a more exhilarating experience. To relive the thrill of my youth. Now it belongs to you. It is very understated, only revealing its extraordinary nature when you press the accelerator. The customer service manager, who had personally delivered the vehicle, carefully maneuvered the silver Aston Martin Lagonda off the truck, handing the keys and purchase contract to Ye Qing. The car key was the size of a lighter, adorned with the silver Aston Martin emblem. As Ye Qing signed the purchase contract, he glanced at the configuration list, discovering the astounding price of $8,300,000. Initially, he had anticipated purchasing a luxury car for $2 to $3 million. Now, here lay a super luxury vehicle worth over $8 million. After signing, the customer service manager professionally explained the car's performance and operational features. With an 8-speed automatic transmission, utilizing paddle shifters, it could outperform most sports cars. After all, the Lagonda series had been active on racetracks for over a century. Yet its appearance was so understated that those unfamiliar with it might mistake it for a new Mondeo. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Ye Qing bid farewell to Li Huaxing, carefully driving the Lagonda out of the Huaxing Heavy Industries gate. Once outside the factory, he gently parked the car by the roadside on the avenue of the development zone. Unable to contain his joy any longer, he burst into laughter from the driver's seat. I can't believe it. In all of Zhongyun, in the entire province. Who is more capable than I? I spent an entire afternoon conquering several technical challenges and received over $8 million in reward. Who else can boast such fortune? If not for the master craftsman's resemblance to Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, Ye Qing would have surely kissed him at that moment. With excitement, Ye Qing caressed the steering wheel, Truly, this super-luxury automobile was unparalleled. The driving sensation was beyond description. Just a gentle tap on the accelerator, and the Lagonda surged forward like a wild beast, roaring with power. As for the car's features, Ye Qing had previously marveled at how someone could lock a Mercedes-Benz simply by swiping their hand across the door handle. The Lagonda, however, exceeded that. Upon exiting, a shake of the key fob would automatically lock the doors. When opening the doors, it would automatically detect the key's proximity, allowing entry without any traditional key insertion or turning mechanism, instead utilizing a highly sophisticated controller. The exterior was crafted from pure carbon fiber, while the interior boasted extensive handcrafted deer leather and a rare, slow-growing birch wood. The footboards of the 4 doors were inlaid with silver plaques bearing the designer's name and the location of its handcrafted production. The carpet was made of wool, and the seats featured electric heating and multiple ergonomic adjustments. This Lagonda was a conversation starter simply by opening the door and glancing inside. The master craftsman sat silently in the passenger seat, displaying no interest, akin to a tractor driver. Yet Ye Qing, akin to a child with a cherished new toy, eagerly adjusted this and that, experimenting with the various buttons. Eventually, overwhelmed with joy, Ye Qing tidied his attire and hair in the rearview mirror, then retrieved his phone, revealing his watch, and snapped numerous pictures of himself. After capturing the interior, he exited the vehicle and leaned against the front to take a few shots. Finally, he selected one photo where he obscured the car's emblem, posting it to his social media with the caption, "Micro business truly pays off. I just bought a new Ford Mondeo in a month." Ford has a model named Mondeo, whose front design is a striking imitation of the classic Aston Martin grille. Now, Ye Qing has intentionally obscured the emblem, unable to resist showcasing it on her social media feed. Of course, anyone with a modicum of knowledge can immediately discern that this is not a Mondeo. Just 2 minutes after posting the photo, while Ye Qing sits contentedly in the driver's seat, admiring her new acquisition, her phone rings. Glancing at the number, she sees it lacks a name, yet it feels somewhat familiar. Could it be that someone with discerning taste is calling so soon? Chuckling to herself, she thinks of claiming that her earnings from selling facial masks as a micro-business have led to this moment. "Hello? Is this Brother Ye?" A melodious voice resonates from the other end. "This is by Doer. Ye. Brother Ye, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner." Dodo? Chapter 79. I want to be a broadcaster today. Dodo received her salary, which surpassed the total amount she had earned previously. While this was partly due to her shorter streaming hours, the unprecedented generosity of Ye Qing's tips significantly boosted her popularity, leading to additional donations from other viewers. Dodo had no intention of keeping this money, so after collecting her salary, she went to an Hermes store to purchase a men's business bag she had selected online long ago. The remaining funds would be reserved for an extravagant gift for him in the future. "Are you treating me to dinner?" Ye Qing had no plans for the evening, and she certainly wanted to express her gratitude for Dodo's previous support. Dodo's voice softened as she felt somewhat intrusive. Someone like Ye Qing must have breakfast invitations from others. "Where shall we meet?" Without any prior engagements, Ye Qing would undoubtedly not decline an invitation. "How about Mingyue Tower on Liashina Road? The fish there is exquisite." "All right." Ye Qing glanced at her watch. "I'll arrive in about half an hour." After confirming the time, Ye Qing advised her precious assistant to take a brief rest back at the Monster Factory. She then headed straight to a nearby gas station, where her van was refueling with high-quality fuel. The development zone avenue was remarkably spacious, featuring 6 lanes in each direction. However, Ye Qing merely lowered her window, enjoying the breeze. Even as several Autis and Toyotas overtook her vehicle, she chose not to pursue them. Suddenly, the distinctive roar of an engine approached from behind. It was a black Porsche Cayenne. The driver, likely an aficionado, matched Ye Qing's speed, weaving provocatively in front of her, occasionally revving the engine. The intent was clear, a challenge. Yet, Ye Qing remained unfazed, continuing on her path without acknowledging the Cayenne. Upon reaching the gas station, Ye Qing recalled her manager's advice and positioned her car in front of pump number 98. She pressed the fuel cap switch and turned to a young lady who appeared unfamiliar. "Excuse me, could you fill it up, please?" The young woman, holding the fuel nozzle, remained motionless, staring at Ye Qing with a puzzled expression. "Your Mondeo can only take 95-octane fuel, right? Are you sure you want 98? Ye Qing's pride nearly faltered at the girl's mistake. "Actually, this is an Aston Martin." "Oh." The girl's face flushed crimson as she apologized profusely, admitting she struggled to recognize car emblems. "No wonder I thought your Mondeo looked so luxurious, and the engine sounds like a Ferrari." "Not a problem. The front of the Mondeo does resemble this one," Ye Qing replied cheerfully, handing her a few bills. When Ye Qing arrived at Mingyue Tower, she deliberately chose a spot deep in the parking lot, knowing that the carbon fiber exterior would be costly to repair if scratched. Minghua Tower, located by the lakeside of Liaoshenhu, is renowned for its picturesque views and the 3 fresh dishes of the Yangtze River, though Ye Qing had never visited before. As she entered the lobby, she noticed that the lakeside seating was mostly occupied by young couples. Just as she was about to call Dodo, she spotted a girl who resembled Dodo standing in the aisle, arguing with a seated man. Ye Qing approached, curious. "You can't do this. I arrived first. And just stepped away for a moment, and you took my seat." Dodo wore a sky-blue knee-length dress, and her leather backpack attracted the attention of several young men. As Ye Qing strolled closer, Dodo waved at her with a hint of surprise. "What happened?" Ye Qing scanned the young couple seated nearby. The man had an unfriendly demeanor. "He took my seat." Dodo pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. "The restaurant is bustling, and they don't take reservations. I held our spot while I went to the restroom, and when I returned, my seat was gone, and the waiter had disappeared too." Upon noticing Dodo's distress, the man laughed mockingly. "Why bother? Just go somewhere else to eat." Ye Qing observed the nearby waitstaff, who were clearly avoiding eye contact. Ignoring the man, she turned to Dodo. "Let's just change locations. I saw a lovely outdoor seafood barbecue by the lake when we arrived. That could be nice." "Sure," Dodo agreed, though she felt her mood dampened by the unpleasant encounter. Liaoshenhu boasts an excellent location, not far from Tsai Street, preserving much of its traditional architecture and serving as a local scenic spot. Opening an outdoor barbecue stall in such a prime location surely promised delicious food. Finding a clean spot to sit, Ye Qing teasingly inquired why Dodo was not streaming her food show tonight. Dodo appeared nervous and somewhat constrained in Ye Qing's formidable presence. "Well, I usually stream 3 times a week, but during summer vacation, I can stream more. Since I'm treating you to dinner, I wouldn't dare stream. Otherwise, the viewers would drown me in their comments." Dodo stuck out her tongue, pulling out a brown-red gift box from her backpack and presenting it to Ye Qing. "Brother Ye, thank you for your generous tips. Now, when I stream, sometimes over 1 million viewers tune in." The box featured a small figure pulling a cart, and the dim lighting obscured the English text beneath. Inside lay a sleek black clutch, square in shape, perfect for business use. The 2 vertical buckles on the belt made Ye Qing recognize the emblem. This was indeed an Hermes. During her last shopping spree, the prices at Hermes had deterred her from purchasing anything. Yet Dodo had gifted her an Hermes business bag. The last time she received a gift from a girl was in elementary school, when her female classmate gave her a postcard. It was a beautiful gift, but far too extravagant. Ye Qing closed the box, happily accepting the present. Although her previous tips were purely to thank Dodo, it felt inappropriate to refuse such a generous gift. However, knowing Dodo had already purchased it, refusing would be pointless. After all, Hermes does not accept returns, only exchanges within a limited time frame. Just as Ye Qing considered how to explain this to Dodo, the girl, seeing Ye Qing accept the gift, shyly remarked, "Brother Ye, you really didn't have to. It's an honor to be your friend." Dodo hesitated to finish her thought. Yet, Ye Qing could decipher what was left unsaid. During the tipping event, viewers had fervently exclaimed how impressively Ye Qing attracted attention, leaving many men envious. Dodo likely shared this misunderstanding. Perhaps it was best not to mention it. Discussing it might embarrass Dodo. Ye Qing remembered her little cousin mentioning that Dodo studied at Zhongyun Radio and Television University, so she steered the conversation towards her studies, asking which year she was in and what her major was. "I'm in my 4th year, studying journalism and communication." Dodo's face lit up with joy as she spoke about her major. "I was fortunate. Last month, when Zhongyun Television recruited seniors at our school, they invited me to be an intern, saying they had seen my food show online and believed I had a talent for hosting. By your 4th year, you must have nearly completed your studies, relying on internships for experience now. Next week, I'll officially start my internship at Zhongyun Television. First as a host for news in your ear. That's equivalent to being a host. That's impressive. Do you listen to the radio while driving? Let me give you a brief report. Tell me if it sounds standard." Ye Qing adopted an attentive demeanor, ready to listen. Chapter 80. The car key should not be pressed randomly. Dodo straightened her posture, cleared her throat, and said, "Good afternoon, dear listeners. Thank you for tuning in to MF 106.9 for News in Your Ear, hosted by me, Dodo. It is now 1:30 in the afternoon. Today, Dodo will share some intriguing news. This morning at 9 o'clock, an amusing incident occurred on Nanhua Road that left the police officers both amused and perplexed. As she spoke, Dodo's enunciation was so precise that Ye had an illusion of casually tuning into a national broadcast while driving, prompting him to instinctively